He's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. So stealthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the shouting.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path! Good boy, Petey. Meow. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Eventually we will get to a point where you guys in the chat are responding what's the meta with you, but we've got the whole Ignite season to go through. We've finally seen all 4 major regions play now in Pacific Asia, China, EMEA, and Americas, all at least debuting in their pre-season. So meta-wise, what has changed? So we have to start with the Glortrox in the room, which is Elsa, who actually fell down a bit in popularity to the point that Gambit is the first time actually overtaken her to be the most powerful, most impactful character in the game. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you gauge this? How do I know all of this stuff? Well, I have a system that I use with all of the drafts that we've seen across all 225 games. I use this system called threat level, which goes from 1 to 100. 100 being an Avengers level threat, hotly contested, a very influential character when it comes to the draft and compositions of the meta so far. And out of a score up to 100, Elsa's score was 99 after the first week. It could not have gone better for her, but since then it has dropped down to 93, and Gambit's for context is 95, which is sort of stabilized in that point. So this doesn't mean that Elsa was involved in 93% of drafts and 7% of the time she wasn't used. She has been involved in every single game of Ignite so far, other than one, where Rejects and RVLE in Asia Pacific just didn't decide to touch her in draft at all. That's one game out of 225, might I add. A drop in score doesn't mean that she's just not popular or she's not strong. It just means that she's not as contested as much in the start of drafts, which is really where those threatening characters tend to stay. Because Elsa is good in every type of composition, removing her is just a good way to influence the draft more. Anybody can play around Elsa, whether you're playing Dive, Triple Strategist, Convergence, Convoy, Domination, any type of map, Elsa is just good on it with the amount of stuff that she can do. You remove that, you kind of force other teams to be a little bit more uncomfortable on other types of compositions. And if the other team decide to try and protect Gambit instead, that's fine, because we'll remove the likes of Star-Lord, because the combination of ultimates between Star-Lord and Gambit, which I was going to call Royal Legend, you guys can decide between that and Galactic Flush, but I know which one I'm picking. You can get rid of the Star-Lord if a Gambit is protected, or even the likes of Rogue that go up so much when it comes to her strength because of that combination with Gambit. You just remove the characters around Gambit if he is protected, and a lot of teams tend to start to struggle. So Elsa is being protected less and banned out a little bit more, and whilst she is being banned out first in a lot of games still, she is still very strong, might I add. 93 out of 100 score is still S+, so yeah, she's still strong. But other teams are still very much committed to getting rid of the Gambit. But if Elsa is not being protected anymore, who is? Who's contesting her there? Well, Gambit for one, but also Mantis has gone up massively in popularity. Notably as a protect option, because Mantis has amazing team-ups with the likes of Loki and Groot, who are still pretty good with that combination. But because the likes of Mantis has damage boost, she synergizes with everybody. Soul Resurgence is a really good offensive and defensive ultimate, and most importantly, she is one of the staple characters when it comes to Triple Strategist. She can pair with whoever. If the other team decide to ban out Loki, Invisible Woman, the Mantis can make other characters around her work pretty well, and she has a lot of offensive capabilities, which means running Triple Strategists doesn't feel like you don't have that threatening firepower, I guess. But if I had to show you guys a graphic of what this would look like, it would look like the following. Granted, graphic design isn't really my passion here, and it's not a perfect system to gauge strength because it's a hero shooter. We're just talking about the draft, which characters have been banned out and protected. The hero shooter, you can switch characters at any given point. The two things I want to know: almost half of the top 20 heroes in this list are deemed as threatening. It's strategists. 9 out of 20, there's 5 duelists and 6 vanguards, but 9 strategists. And I don't think there's that many strategists missing from this list at this point, to be honest, either. Even White Fox has been banned out a bit. But also, I wanted to note the big drop-off between Elsa, Gambit. There's a big drop-off between them, then Mantis, Deadpool, Vanguard, and then another big drop-off before we get to the likes of Invisible Woman, Loki, Ultron, etc. I'm very curious to see what some of the regions can do to be creative and see what other characters that might not be on this list might be starting to climb when people realize how good they are. But until then, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Alicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me. Cat's claws. Me, ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo. Hup. healthy.
That's how we do it, Catwalk.
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
I unleash the Shanti.
Now's the perfect time to strike. You crossed my path! Good boy, Petey. Meow. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Eventually we will get to a point where you guys in the chat are responding what's the meta with you, but we've got the whole Ignite season to go through. We've finally seen all 4 major regions play now in Pacific Asia, China, EMEA and Americas, all at least debuting in their pre-season. So meta-wise, what has changed? So we have to start with the Glortrox in the room, which is Elsa, who actually fell down a bit in popularity to the point that Gambit is the first time actually overtaken her to be the most powerful, most impactful character in the game. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you gauge this? How do I know all of this stuff? Well, I have a system that I use with all of the drafts that we've seen across all 225 games I use this system called threat level, which goes from 1 to 100. 100 being an Avengers level threat, hotly contested, a very influential character when it comes to the draft and compositions of the meta so far. And out of a score up to 100, Elsa's score was 99 after the first week. It could not have gone better for her, but since then it has dropped down to 93, and Gambit's for context is 95, which is sort of stabilized in that point. So this doesn't mean that Elsa was involved in 93% of drafts and 7% of the time she wasn't used. She has been involved in every single game of Ignite so far, other than one, where Rejects and RVLE in Asia Pacific just didn't decide to touch her in draft at all. That's one game out of 225, might I add. A drop in score doesn't mean that she's just not popular or she's not strong. It just means that she's not as contested as much in the start of drafts, which is really where those threatening characters tend to stay. Because Elsa is good in every type of composition, removing her is just a good way to influence a draft more. Anybody can play around Elsa, whether you're playing Dive, Triple Strategist, Convergence, Convoy, Domination, any type of map, Elsa is just good on it with the amount of stuff that she can do. You remove that, you kind of force other teams to be a little bit more uncomfortable on other types of compositions. And if the other team decide to try and protect Gambit instead, that's fine, because we'll remove the likes of Star-Lord, because the combination of ultimates between Star-Lord and Gambit, which I was going to call Royal Legend, you guys can decide between that and Galactic Flush, but I know which one I'm picking. You can get rid of the Star-Lord if a Gambit is protected, or even the likes of Rogue that go up so much when it comes to her strength because of that combination with Gambit. You just remove the characters around Gambit if he is protected, and a lot of teams tend to start to struggle. So Elsa is being protected less and banned out a little bit more, and whilst she is being banned out first in a lot of games still, she is still very strong, might I add. 93 out of 100 score is still S+, so yeah, she's still strong. But other teams are still very much committed to getting rid of the Gambit. But if Elsa is not being protected anymore, who is? Who's contesting her there? Well, Gambit for one, but also Mantis has gone up massively in popularity. Notably as a protect option, because Mantis has amazing team-ups with the likes of Loki and Groot, who are still pretty good with that combination. But because the likes of Mantis has damage boost, she synergizes with everybody. Soul Resurgence is a really good offensive and defensive ultimate, and most importantly, she is one of the staple characters when it comes to Triple Strategist. She can pair with whoever. If the other team decide to ban out Loki, Invisible Woman, the Mantis can make other characters around her work pretty well, and she has a lot of offensive capabilities, which means running Triple Strategists doesn't feel like you don't have that threatening firepower, I guess. But if I had to show you guys a graphic of what this would look like, it would look like the following. Granted, graphic design isn't really my passion here, and it's not a perfect system to gauge strength because it's a hero shooter. We're just talking about the draft, which characters have been banned out and protected. The hero shooter, you can switch characters at any given point. The two things I want to know: almost half of the top 20 heroes in this list are deemed as threatening. It's strategists. 9 out of 20. There's 5 duelists and 6 vanguards, but 9 strategists. And I don't think there's that many strategists missing from this list at this point, to be honest, either. Even White Fox has been banned out a bit. But also, I wanted to note the big drop-off between Elsa, Gambit. There's a big drop-off between them, then Mantis, Deadpool, Vanguard, and then another big drop-off before we get to the likes of Invisible Woman, Loki, Ultron, etc. I'm very curious to see what some of the regions can do to be creative and see what other characters that might not be on this list might be starting to climb when people realize how good they are. But until then, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Welcome back to the action for Marvel Rivals Ignite, and in the last issue of EMEA preseason playoffs, we saw some big plot twists as Virtus.pro actually lost to Na'Vi in a surprise fashion. And not only that, it was the first time that Na'Vi ever beat Virtus.pro in a best of 5. It was all best of 3s up until then, which means that they joined the Berber Patspim Citadel Core, have been the only teams to do that. And speaking of the old guard from Berber Patspim, their new team Heretic struggled a lot more than we'd expect against the Shikigami, who are going to be playing in the elimination bracket. We're going to see the 6 teams left in playoffs for EMEA be Thanos snapped down to 3. And joining me are the Guardian Watchers and Certified Yappers, Moxie, Techa. Predictions surely in shambles, surely, guys. More upsets to come, Techa.
I mean, my predictions are finally ruined. We were doing so well right up until Virtus.pro decided to ruin everyone's day. But it's still doable. They are still in it through that lower bracket, like you said. But their matchup, which we're starting off with today, is against Rad, a team that took them to a full push into a 5-4 on Midtown in their last meeting in that group stages. So you say more upsets to come? Maybe? It's going to be a fun match either way.
I feel as well like Rad might just copy Navi's homework in terms of the ban draft, right? Because like they cracked it. They worked it out. They were like, okay, we're fine letting the Daredevil through, we're fine letting the Venom through, as long as we're able to hold on to the White Fox to be able to counter those two heroes out. So instead they looked at things like the Mantis, the Captain America, and the Vanguard Deadpool, to the point that I wouldn't be surprised if when we go into this first map, Virtus.pro are thinking, do we actually have to start saving these things now?
Yeah, the meta is going to shift up a little bit with the protects when it gets a little bit more specialized. But before we get into anything, we got to look at essentially what's going to be in the game from this week. And the good news is we have quite a lot in action, starting off with the introduction of our latest duelist, Black Cat, which I think most of us have got to see. I've seen a couple of Necros clips already of her just catapulting herself into fights. There's going to be a lot of action with her, and certainly she's going to be involved in the draft when it comes to Ignite, but you're going to have to wait until Stage 1 later in May to see her, as she, alongside Lower Manhattan, the newest map that's been added into the game, are not going to be available for playoffs and preseason for the very least.
We've also found out that one of her dashes actually has some invulnerability frames, which is extra spicy. And while we can't promise you invulnerability from these characters, we can promise you that you'll feel invincible. As we are getting ready with 3 new skins. Get ready for Class with Peter Parker, the Photographer, strike a pose as Black Cat Urban Predator, and embrace the Cosmic Hunt with Blade Starlit Shadow. 3 amazing skins, all available as of yesterday, so you can head into game right now and rock your games with style.
Well, 4 amazing skins, actually, because just as we have a new season of Ignite, we also have all new Twitch drops that will be available up until May. So you have plenty of opportunity to be able to get your hands on these goodies. Watch with your account linked, and you'll be able to claim those. They'll be sent directly to your in-game mail inbox, and you'll be able to walk away with the Will of Galacta. And this month, it's Daredevil, and oh my goodness, is he looking striking in that purple.
Yeah, got a lot of action to come for Americas, Pacific as well is going to start their playoffs, and Oceania as well. It's going to be separate for now before we start to really combine the 2 regions to see what Pacific has to offer. Again, you're going to have to wait until Stage 1. There's some other action to be happening before that skin is going to be out of circulation in the middle of May. But then again, we've got Stage 1 and probably more skins to follow. So a lot to go over today. I think the main thing to look at, guys, is just the fact that there's been already a good amount of upsets. We have seen the likes of Navi struggle up until yesterday and then go up against Virtus.pro and find the answer. I guess to begin with, before we get into like the elements of like the schedule and stuff, we're in playoffs now. We've gone through the group stages, Tetcha. This feels a lot more now that we're really narrowing it down to 3, 4, a few teams. Intimacy is the key thing. You know these teams, you maybe even scrim them because they're in opposite groups. You know exactly what you want to be taking out and protecting against them. It gets a lot more specific.
Exactly. With group stages already passed, and now us having some intense playoff games, and the teams knowing that this next patch is going to basically wipe away any of the main strategies they might have had for this patch, it has turned into a hyper-intensive speed run of a meta where everyone's innovating at double the rate they might do normally, where they're just trying to work out exactly what happens. Moxie brought it up earlier, of Na'Vi figuring out what Virtus.pro had going on, and they were able to adjust and take that despite looking a little bit shakier themselves. It's been fascinating to see how quickly these teams have adapted during this preseason.
There's a little bit more when it comes to the prize pool, but I guess also at this point, Moxie, it's top 6. I think everybody, including Fire Strays that have made a good run, start to really come into their own, might be cut short by Shikigami later. Feels that these are 6 teams okay, we're happy with the call, we can build on top of this. The prize pool's a good amount with 16k USD, but for these guys, it's more of a case of make sure that our ducks are in a row by the time that Stage 1 rolls around, right? Making sure that we have the strongest team that we can get.
Yeah, I think as well it's going to be a lot of weighing up how far you've come in the time between the group stages and now, because now that we're getting into the lower bracket run, what we're actually starting to see more and more of is rematches, where if you were in the upper bracket, you were going up against a team that you had not played before, so you were relying off of what you'd seen on group stages from their previous performances. Now in the lower bracket run, we've had rematches yesterday, we've got rematches today. Rad versus Virtus.pro the last time around, Virtus.pro did not drop a map, but Rad have also been improving. They stumbled a little bit on that match versus Shikigami, but they sort of, I think, took that lesson to heart very much, worked out, okay, we have to just put a lot of preparation into coming into these matches, and I feel like because they've already got one run at Virtus Pro before, they're going to be in a better position to take their second chance.
I'm going to look at a reminder of the map pool. I think most of us know what's going to be in action so far. Lower Manhattan not added in yet, but I'm pretty sure we have the full bingo card of all of the other maps in play. Heart of Heaven, it's been a while, but we saw a little bit of in Americas yesterday. Interesting game. Yeah, we lost, but for ban lock explanations, it's basically what we are focusing on. What was it that Ducky said yesterday? It's 90% of the game, 80% of how much a focus of a draft comes in, and it feels like we sort of said before, Tetcher, you know the opponents, you know their strong characters to get rid of, but you also know the weak areas that they could be forced onto.
It's fascinating him saying that because we have seen so many very similar drafts from a lot of these teams where we start off and we've been banning heavily into the strategist pool with Mantis, of course, and Gambit being taken out in a lot of these games. Only a few teams are willing to potentially work around that. We've been seeing Invisible Woman become a real talking point between some of these teams as to whether it gets removed. And it's in these last two spots where sometimes you'll see these big changes like a Vanguard Deadpool or something similar, or a Phoenix in one of those extra important games we had yesterday. The draft has become so important, and yet you look at it and some people might see it as a surface level of, oh, it's just the same stuff, but it's those last picks and the times where they differ from it where we are seeing the best games and some of the best drafting we have in Ignite.
Yeah, it seems most of the focus was like Elsa Gambit, but me and Moxie, we got to cast a Utopia game yesterday where both characters were removed on either sides, and it was literally the meme with the flying cars and the like angelic white houses. It was mostly brawl. It was a little bit messy, I suppose, with the engagement, but we are seeing teams try to move away from the obvious stuff because when it comes to some matchups, you can't beat your opponent pound for pound. Virtus Pro have always been good with a neutral draft, so you have to be a little bit more specific and try and find advantages elsewhere, right?
Yeah, I think what we're also starting to see more and more of, and what might continue into today, is Lunar Snow popping up. Like when we've seen previously the strategists be targeted, it was things like the Mantis, the Invisible Woman, the Loki, the Cloak and Dagger, but never really the Lunar Snow. But now that we're playing on that reworked White Fox, slightly buffed up on 7.0's tail end patch, we're getting to see that team up is really, really strong, and locking the Luna out locks the teams out of two other elements of CC, as opposed to just running the White Fox alone with the Spectral Surge and pairing her with something like the Gambit. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually start to see a little bit more of Luna coming into the ban draft, be it Protect or be it ban.
It's almost the sort of, you might focus on like, yeah, the combination with White Fox, she might have been more of a high target, but it's the fact that Lunar Snow can just insert herself in between people and connect everything all together, which, speaking of which, we do have the bracket for the playoffs. Again, we're going to be looking at Team Heretics versus Na'Vi to see who's going to be in the grand final tomorrow for preseason, but that's a little bit later. First of all, we're going to be focused on that losers bracket. Rad versus VP is going to be our first game, and Firestray is going up against Shikigami a little bit later on. They will also play at the end of day, so they'll have a bit of a break in between, but it's going to be a grueling day. I would be shocked to see a full amount of free zeros, Tetra, right? It feels that there's going to be some maps traded, some maybe full mappers, but for Rad, Firestray, Shikigami, Virtus Pro, you want to be winning out quickly so you can just have as much of a rest before that final match fall.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously everyone's looking at VP, but Rad have shown that they do have what it takes to beat them. Shikigami have been on spectacular form. Right now, Fire might be the biggest question mark here as to what they could do. They've continued to improve, but they have had not an easy run. They even lost maps to Peps earlier on in this bracket. Now they're going up against a Shikigami that beat out Rad and had an insane game versus Heretics. It's going to be a tough matchup. And then, of course, rematch of the groups. Everyone's looking forward to it. Heretics versus Na'Vi, like you said, Ryan, it would be very surprising if we see 3-0s almost anywhere here.
Feels like a sort of trade-off of maybe if Heretics can beat up Na'Vi or Na'Vi can get their revenge, and then you suddenly see what Heretics versus Virtus Pro can maybe do if they go on the run. But we'll focus on that first game. We have got Virtus Pro that are likely the favorites again, not only just to be able to win out in this game versus Rad, but also this whole tournament, frankly, as world champions. But that loss against Na'Vi yesterday was a bit of a shock to the system for a lot of people. And I guess we'll start with like looking at Virtus Pro, Moxie. from your perspective, like, what went wrong? Because it seemed that Finzi was like, oh, I'm the focus here. I can't play Cap anymore. He was taken out. It seemed a little bit odd to see Virtus Pro in that position, but it's Navi that are very good at putting Virtus Pro into a rough position with drafts, right?
Yeah, and I mean, that's sort of what Navi were able to do. The fact is, well, I find it so ironic that they took VP to Hall of Dejalia, which was where initially they were able to beat them back in Stage 1 last year, being able to complete the full hold, and yet again, history repeats itself, and we get the full hold coming on through. But I think, like, honestly, a lot of it was just that Navi stepped up their gameplay. Like, Fate, go back, watch any game from his POV, especially Midtown, and you'll get to see some really smart plays where they understand, like, okay, someone's probably going to go down early here, really quickly swaps to Rocket, drops the BRB, brings Taipei back up, boom, you can just go into the fight with both of your strategists still available. So I think, like, for Virtus Pro, the question is going to be, what do you do in terms of ban draft? Because you were forced onto specific compositions, which Navi could then counter play into, wanting to force you into things like the Thing Brawl, and then they're just playing triple Vanguard to absorb all of that pressure and have a hyper carry Star-Lord being able to play for the win condition of Galactic Legend plus Raging Royal Flush.
And whilst it was Navi that did get that surprise win against Virtus Pro, not only yesterday, but way back in Stage 1, it was the first ever series that we saw Virtus Pro lose. It wasn't under Natas Vincere, it was under Rad. It's a different team that this Rad squad have put together here in Europe, but it's a case of whether there's some PTSD for Virtus Pro dealing with these guys. They played up in groups, and it was a 2-0 for VP Tetra, but Rad did have a couple of good moments, notably on Central Park.
Yeah, I mean, that went to a 5-4 total, went to overtime and almost got a full push from both sides. It was an intense matchup either way. This Rad roster has just gone from strength to strength. Every time they have fallen down, they've come back stronger. They lost to VP. They came into the playoff stage and played better than they maybe have so far. They lost to Shikigami in that playoff stage. They're looking very strong through it, though. This is a Rad that could do anything, I feel, if you give them enough time to do it. And Virtus Pro is part of anything last time I checked. And with Virtus Pro being shown that they are vulnerable once again at this early stage, this could be Rad's opportunity.
Virtus Pro, we're very familiar with them, but it seems that one of the people that is worth highlighting that isn't on this list, I think, Moxie, is EQO, the coach. This is somebody that Virtus Pro only got in properly around the start of Stage 2. And it's not been many instances that he's been on the losing side. But since of Stage 2 last year, Mox, it feels like Virtus Pro are very good at bouncing back when they need to, and surely whatever lessons they took from that Navi game, they're going to be executed here in this series coming up.
Yeah, for sure. I think, like, they understand now that that strategy has been shown to literally everyone. They know that, okay, the teams we're going to go up against, be it Rad, be it Heretics, be it Navi once more, that's going to be in cycle yet again. So I guarantee you that they came out of that loss yesterday and went into the VODs and literally just slogged through about 2 to 3 hours of working out what can we do differently so that when they come into gameplay today, if Rad try to go for the replication, they've got something to be able to swerve away from it. Because I think, like, especially for the Vanguard line, like I said, they got boxed into very specific compositions, which Navi could then counterplay against. And I think Rad are going to be trying to do the same when it comes to all of these maps.
It's going to be interesting, I think, how Hell's Heaven is going to go. I believe Tetra, this was the domination map that these two teams played up in groups, and Virtus Pro were able to win out there.
Yes.
Right, yeah. So, but it's one that we haven't seen Virtus Pro lose on. In fact, domination is the only game mode that they've kept clean. They've managed to win out 7 out of 7. But here, it was a loss for Rad, the single one, which was against VP. Even if, in Krakoa, they lost twice, so one of them was there. Hell's Heaven hasn't gone their way either. So it's the one area that I think Rad would want to try and turn some heads on. But we saw yesterday, Virtus Pro struggled a little bit against Navi on domination, but ultimately won it out, Tetra.
They did. They were able to take it back eventually. Domination is something that this team, we talked about as potentially being a place where they've just kept winning after some adjustments in Stage 2. Just to bring up something and build on something Moxie said earlier, is there anything scarier than a Virtus Pro that's lost? Because they always learn to adjust so quickly with EQO, and domination has been one of those positions where they've been able to build on over and over again. Like you said, they've had a lovely run so far. Rad, in the MRC, had very few issues in domination. In fact, they had a lovely time with it, capitalizing on that for several wins. But now they find themselves in Ignite, where it's guaranteed, and suddenly the world champions for the second time in just 2 weeks, basically, against Virtus Pro. It's a rough matchup to find themselves in, but let's see how they've improved.
And I think Rad's perspective on this, Moxie, is that it's from their own volition, that they felt that they struggled and messed up against Shikigami, which was a match that they were so confident in playing that they didn't have the necessary prep, is what Ducky was saying. But it feels like we'd seen Chopped do this last year, where they almost had this sort of like arrogance of like, we're so good that we should not be losing maps to these teams. They lost the series to Shikigami, but Ducky's response in the interview afterwards was like, okay, no, we've been humbled, we get it. And that's almost just as intimidating as Virtus Pro after they lost. I really do think that Rad have a potential here to make this a bit of a scarier series.
Yeah, I think that's what separates a lot of these like teams from how high they can finish. If when you take a loss, you're able to bounce back very, very quickly and accept like, okay, no, we were the ones that made those mistakes. They were the ones who took advantage of those opportunities. If we just like go back to the drawing board, we look at the problems and we readdress all of them, then we can, when we rematch, be in a much stronger position. And like you said, Rad with that interview coming on through from Ducky did read like Virtus Pro when they weren't able to make it to the mid-season because they weren't able to come in with a top 2 finish. Last year for stage 1, Virtus Pro basically went, okay, yeah, we accept responsibility. We're not going to change anything in terms of our roster. We're just going to go back and we're going to discuss, like, what are our problems? Okay, we're not good at domination. Let's fix that. Okay, we're not good at ban draft. Let's fix that too.
I think one of the things to look at for like this series as well is Rad, Tetra are very much a 2-2-2 kind of team. They really want to make sure that they can get either Smash This or Crazy Kitty on the Elsa, work with the Wolverine, Daredevil, Starlord, those kind of things. The problem is you're probably playing up against the best 2-2-2 team in the world, right? So it really does feel if Virtus Pro don't deal with these actions well, Rad as an organization could be doing a lot more damage to them. I'll leave it for you guys to look at the draft as we get into Hell's Heaven, but I am expecting very little triple strategist, which might sort of bite Rad in the backside potentially. We'll see how it goes.
We'll have to see, especially with triple strategists being banned out so often, with Mantis creeping up earlier and earlier in the ban phase as time has gone on, and Ultron not seeing as much play outside of the Mantis-Ultron combo draft, Moxie. We just not seen it as much these days.
Oh, they're already starting it.
Yep.
If Rad go for the instant ban on Elsa, because the Na'Vi winning ban line at the start of the match was Elsa into Mantis into Cap into Daredevil. Yeah. Although it should be noted that Virtus Pro did win the first round of Domination versus Na'Vi yesterday. We're going to get a Gambit save coming on through here from Virtus Pro. And again, something to talk about is the fact that Na'Vi let the Loki through. So do Rad go, oh, they're doing it, they're continuing it, we're moving away from the Loki and we're going for the Mantis ban instead. This is the true test for VP now. How far have you adjusted yesterday since that loss?
Rad going to protect themselves, the Loki, not the Gambit, so this gives them options for other copies in the future. But Virtus Pro, they're sticking with the earlier bans that we did see. They will take out that Gambit away from Rad. They don't want that double Raging Royal Flush available, especially with Loki already hovering around here. There's also a little bit of protection against the dive, of course, that regeneration domain, to at least try and do something about Phi being a menace on that Daredevil if they decide to bring that out. Mantis will finally get taken away by Virtus Pro, meaning Invisible Woman has snuck through so far.
Yeah, this is the swerve, so we're not following line for line the Na'Vi ban line, but like with the Invisible Woman, oh well, yeah, that's why we're getting the Invisible Woman ban. Not only is she a very strong strategist because of just like the healing potential when all of your players are stacked up, but also the utility of things like Force Physics to counterplay the Wolverine. And we were talking about, you know, Crazy Kitty, Smash Nas. Both of these guys have a mean Logan to their name, as Ducky's Groot. One of the rare instances that we get the Groot aura ban coming on through, so that Ducky is going to be forced onto potentially running on the Emma Frost instead.
I really like this Groot ban. When we look at what Rad and especially Shikigami have been playing with this Wolverine, Groot's been picked up so much with it because it's very little deadlier than just having a Wolverine pick up one of your teammates, take them to your enemy, and then a wall being put up between them and the strategist. It's this classic Groot style, usually into triple strategist, but in a 2-2-2 lineup with almost a guaranteed pickup each time. So not wanting to deal with that will be taken away on both sides. No Groot available, but the thing will be protected in case Wolverine wants to enter the fray. And also for a little bit of counter Wolverine setup, as of course the thing, while vulnerable to percentage damage, does still have a fair amount of crowd control that while Tenacity is not in the game in the patch we're playing on, is still going to be able to try and lock down Logan and slow down that assault, and of course can't get picked up.
For Virtus Pro, though, they were able to get Gambit. They're also able to get the Star-Lord. And that means that we can see Raging Royal Flush with Galactic Legend. Rad not going to be rolling out on the White Fox, even though Fight also got Daredevil for the ban draft at the moment too. So Virtus Pro are going to be playing with all of the information. Finzi also keeps the Captain America, something that Na'Vi were hell-bent on removing in every line of that draft. So we do have full dive composition coming on through from VP. Cap in first, create the space, Star-Lord and Daredevil to give both the information and the follow-up. So there's going to be a lot of pressure coming through onto Rad's backline. Lugia rolling out on the Thing, Ducky 2 on the Emma. This is very much understanding that VP will be coming for your backline and you have to guard it, to the point that we're even getting the Winter Soldier forward out from retirement and brought back into the composition while you still have your grounding effect on the Trooper's Fist.
Just when he thought he was out, he's been pulled right back in. But Virtus Pro going to be looking for those flanking opportunities. Let's see how good this backline protection is. Smashnez playing a little bit further up, just in case he is able to catch anyone out of position. There's also, this is pre the nerf to the cooldown of the Bionic Hook. Wolverine flying overhead, looking for an opportunity to try and grab someone out of position. Trooper's Fist for the follow-up, and Fi becomes the first casualty in this fight. And that's exactly what Rad need to be doing. Guarded, marking anyone who tries to step up and punish their backline, capitalize, and take their man advantage. They're going to take the first percentage on the board and force Virtus Pro back into the corridor.
Full patience as well from Crazy Kitty. Like, the fact that the Wolverine is barely past 30% ult charge, but it's literally because you're waiting to see Virtus Pro try to make a move on your backline. You peel it, you get the elimination, and then you push. Fight swapping, like you said, onto the Strange so that they can portal on through, but Rad's already got that pickup of the point itself, and Mash is about to get the God of Mischief copy off onto the CD to enable Rad to move forward and take the space away from Virtus Pro. Saipei's also got copy. This should be onto the Gambit, so we get Raging Royal Flush combined with the Galactic Legend. Smashnez is going to be massively targeted, but the Trooper's Fist actually allows him to displace his position back into the Eternal Bond to get the heal tick, and it's enough to live.
Dagger Storm's going to keep them topped up even through the anti-heal and that attempt at the Galactic Legend. Blast of Mirage, Crazy Kitty marking him though, chase him down. Verily directly picks up Sparker, refusing to let him escape as they chase them once again back to the corridor. Rad repel, the portal re-engage, and they are holding this beautifully.
Yeah, that was Virtus Pro also using both casts of Raging Royal Flush. Both the actual Gambit ult and the Loki, so you don't have that to be able to kickstart your engagement in this next fight. Ducky with the Stone Seduction should be reacted to with the Meteor M coming on through from Finzi, but you're keeping your eye on Fi. Eye of Agamotto could be a huge opener for VP, but the Doctor Strange has to wait the Ember's cooldowns out. There's the walk up. VP will be able to survive, just pushing back into Saipei's regeneration domain, absorbing all of that incoming damage, funneling it back into ultimate charge so that are one step closer to that one-sided Gambit ult copy. Sparker's got the Ends on too, so we could see the Meteor M combo. There goes the Phoenix ult onto... Oh, that's unfortunate. The map.
Gets caught out, and Finzi able to capitalize though. Will find one. Crazy Kitty on the counter though. It's turning into a 2-for-2. The capitalization from Crazy Kitty with the last stand, pressuring onto the front line, trying to force them to back up. Even with triple Vanguards on the board, Virtus Pro just can't claim space. They can barely touch the point due to the power that Crazy Kitty is outputting on catching people out of position. Ducky's on the flank, making it so that if Finzi steps up, he's at risk of being grabbed or just melted by that slowly charging up Emma Frost. You can see the attempt of Crazy Kitty just hovering above, seeing if there's anyone out of position, and Fi is about to have to pull off an Eye of Agamotto of their life here to turn this round. A beautiful pickup over the barrier to make some space. Eternal Bond is still giving it a little bit of healing thanks to Vertigo buying some time for Rad, but they're gonna have to give this over. But it's all on the overtime, Moxie.
Lugia Goat's actually on the Strange.
They're coming back.
Do they commit the strange TP, or do they try to walk up? The problem for them, it looks like they're actually going to go for it. If they can jump onto Dridro and just take down the Gambit before he gets the opportunity to cast the ultimate. No, Raging Roll Flush comes on through. Smashnaz does have Kraken Impact. Regeneration Domain as well on the other side of the portal, unfortunately, means that Crazy Kitty has fallen. And I don't think, Rad are not going to commit to this. But what they've done, Tetchia, is they baited Gambit ultimate while holding theirs. You can walk forward with the EMEA ult, or you can just go for a mashed copy to lead your way in when Virtus Pro have to rely on the Meteor M shutting Mash's ultimate down. If he gets the Gambit ult copy off, this could be devastating for Virtus Pro to have to deal with, but no, it's Eternal Bond, and it all comes down to Finzi. Can he find the angle to take the Eternal Bond down? Doesn't manage to land the connection, doesn't have enough charge. Ducky comes on for a Psionic Seduction. Saipe's been able, though, to build up that copy onto the Raging Roll Flush, and Virtus Pro can hold their space and push back.
Here comes Ensong Inferno directly into the hallway to try and deal with them as they're grouped up. Ducky gets deleted. Lugia is looking not healthy. Neither is Crazy Kitty. Lugia gets healed up to full. Crazy Kitty not so lucky. And Virtus Pro, they are taking a beautiful hold here. There was so much discipline from Rad on that engage. Not a single charge onto Meteor M. No extra damage, and as such, Mash was able to survive it, and they were able to keep the fight going, but they just couldn't keep it going. That second Raging Royal Flush showed to be a bit too much damage. Fire is looking for a portal to see if they can maybe do a wraparound, maybe catch someone out of position, and maybe get an early pickup, or even just to block them off here to buy time on 93% to try and secure it in overtime. Splits the team in two. They are completely zoned. Eternal Bond is going to be allowed to touch the point. At least the Vertigo will guarantee them some overtime. And there's the pickup from Crazy Kitty, who makes it through, but Sparker is uncontested in the backline, doing huge damage. The healing output is a lot, but Vertigo cannot sustain. Mash is so close to building up a copy, but he has to copy someone on the side of Virtus Pro, and he will do so. It's Aya Magamoto for the turnaround with the Loki copy, but it's a huge amount of damage from Nevix. A valiant attempt from Rad, but Virtus Pro take the 99 to 100 flip there.
Yeah, it's that one fight, right? Because Rad's whole plan with that composition was, we know they're going to dive our backline with the Daredevil, we'll peel, and then we'll win the fight when we have player advantage. The moment that Virtus Pro get that one fight win, suddenly they don't have to go hit Rad's backline. Suddenly, Rad lose the opportunity of having the Wolverine play more passive. Look for grabs to counter the aggression towards your backline, as opposed to setting up onto the enemy team's vanguards. And also, we got to see things like the Phoenix swap coming on through as well from Sparker, so that you're playing for poke as opposed to really like pushing into Rad's position. Very good adaptation coming on through from the side of VP. And now we're really going to have to see like what's Rad's next move, right? Now that you're not going to be able to just play to respond to Virtus Pro, you're going to have to go into a poke fight with them. Potentially having Crazy Kitty remain on the Wolverine to give the team up to Smashnaz means that having that extra survivability on the Logan could outlast Virtus Pro's players, but you still have to worry about double casts of Gambit ult.
You very much do. The double cast of Gambit could be a huge cleanse on Lugia or Crazy Kitty or even Ducky and Smashnaz. There could be so much value here, but that sustained into a triple Vanguard composition could be huge. High ground taken by Rad. Virtus Pro going to be playing on the objective. Immediately, Crazy Kitty with the jump pad to the edge, and it's perfect. Finzi is delivered to the lava, and that's going to be an early pickup. Can't do the same to the thing, though. Benjamin Grimm going to be tanking it on through, as immediately Saipe is going to try and commit this. Even though they're a member down, they want to try and flip this. Taking out Lugia Gold nice and early with the extra damage from that Raging Roll Fluff God of Mischief copy. It's enough to control the point, but Crazy Kitty is just farming people in the environmental, gets another, but numbers are pretty heavily in favor of Virtus Pro, but Rad are still claiming the point. They're on 19% here. Smashnaz takes out Dridro, and somehow, despite going down numbers earlier, Lugia portals them back in, and they're sustaining.
Yeah, they've got the TP coming on through from Lugia Goat. They've still got players as well. because they get to come through that TP. Sparker has to be addressed here on the high ground at some point, especially when the Seraphim shield from the Doctor's range breaks. But at the moment for Rad, you don't want to overplay your angle. You're waiting for Mash to be able to get this Loki ult up. Virtus.pro, understanding the hesitation, decide to take first turn and matters into their own hands instead. Out comes the clobbering time from the Thing's hands, but Vertigo dodges it with the Eternal Bond, and Rad, not able actually to complete holding, are just going to give this up, lose the fight quickly, hold on to the rest of their ultimates, and make sure that Virtus.pro can't farm both point percentage as well as ultimate acceleration gain.
They even get in the pit just to make sure, like you said, to avoid charge, to get reset as quick as possible. They don't have portal, so they need to make sure that everyone is grouped together when they re-engage on foot. Sticking with the same composition for now, no adjustments here. But Rad, they're built up to a last stand. They have themselves a God of Mischief, so they can try and steal, once again, their own Eternal Bond, or they could try and steal Dridro if they can get close enough to him. Or Crazy Kitty could literally steal Dridro if he's able to find a good angle with that Wolverine. For now, Copy's going to come in. He actually got it! Mash with the Raging Royal Flush commits to the engage for the side of Rad. Sonic Seduction to try and prevent any counterplay from Virtus.pro, and it works out beautifully. Ults prevented, Hero sent to spawn, and Rad are taking back control. 50-50 for these teams.
Yeah, but Saipe will have an easier time getting the line of sight God of Mischief copy onto his own Gambit, as a Crazy Kitty's actually just going to be utilizing the third-person POV to scout around the corner, read out where Virtus.pro are coming from, if they're coming from main, or if they're going to try and sweep out this high ground. We get the Gambit ult copy coming on through from the side of Saipe. Smashdance actually holds them at the pass with the Endsong Inferno, and that allows Crazy Kitty in melee range to catch the mag. Massive Endsong Inferno detonates from Sparker, though. No chance for Rad to be able to break the summon in time, since the rest of the team was still playing on the low ground on the point itself, and VP with player advantage just have to finish off these last players on Rad's end before Vertigo gets that Eternal Bond or has a Vanguard to actually have the confidence to commit to the ultimate. There we go. Point flips on the side of VP, but Techa, Rad are about to be coming on through with uncontested Eternal Bond sustainability, so Virtus.pro, they have to hold close and try to force the dashes out early.
You can see Dridro and Nevix hovering together. They've got clobbering time and the anti-heal from the Spade deck for Dridro, so they could try and use that for a quick blow-up if they're able to catch them out of position. But Rad not going to fall for that. They're able to pull back. They're able to pull in as a group, making sure that we do not see any isolation onto Vertigo, who is set up. You can see the big cloak form there, getting ready for the ultimate so they can fade out. But Lugia is already taken down before the ultimate comes out, so they lose the healing. Ducky drop low as well. Fi retreating with the Cloak of Levitation to make sure that they're not caught out of position from Crazy Kitty, who's trying to play onto the high ground with the last stand to take out the backline. Dridro is finished off immediately. Fitzy with the Meteor M to try and take out one of the backline, but it's all about Sparker, who's taken advantage of the chaos and is just landing flames from the backline here, doing huge amounts of damage. Fincy with the bubble and the beautiful shot onto Crazy Kitty to keep that fight extended for a little bit longer. And Rad, they may have to see if that portal's off cooldown at this point, because Raging Royal Flush comes on out from Mash. Portal comes in from Fi to keep this fight going even longer and return to the fight. Side with their own Raging Royal Flush as Ducky's trying to prevent the follow-up, but gets deleted by Dridro. And Virtus.pro are controlling this fight beautifully. Rad just don't have the numbers on the reinforcements. Dark Force teleport comes out purely for style points as Virtus.pro control map number 1 and take the first point.
Huge play as well from Fi there at the tail end of that one. Comes back on the Doctor Strange portal, but also uses the portal not on point, but to block the line of sight. He uses it inside Rad's small bunker space that they were trying to hide their backline safely away from the fray from, which means that you cut off the line of sight from the strategists. They're not going to be able to help out those Vanguards hold the line. Something to talk about too is the fact that like Nevix on the Thing was really, really good with clobbering times of just interfering with when Rad wanted to use Eternal Bond. You don't manage to catch the Cloak and Dagger when they're inside their Eternal Bond animation because you've got CC immunity, but that same luxury is not afforded to the rest of the team, so multiple times when Rad tried to make their first move with the CD ultimate, they were actually stopped and already down one person before the dashes could even end.
Nevix has so much control over those fights, but a big shout out to Five for making the adjustment when it was needed early on as well, starting off on the Daredevil and realizing, yeah, you're up against percentage damage, but that just might mean you need a bit more beef so you can juggle who's getting targeted. And of course, those portals, making sure you had them available, and they were used magnificently. Reinforcements, perfect. Literally trying to zone them off the point on point 1, which was enough for them to hold. Perfect. And like you mentioned on that last point, the using it as a shield to try and give your team a little bit of extra cover, prevent a re-engage, just beautifully
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Rad at least leading a line first when it comes to domination, but losing out on Virtus.pro that haven't lost this game mode since the end of last year because of Na'Vi and Crisis, and we don't know where Crisis is. Stop asking us. Hopefully we'll see him in the future. Here, though, it is going to be Rad choosing Central Park as a map, which, like you mentioned, Tetcher, was very close the last time that they played up against Virtus.pro. The problem was just how those overtime defenses went, because they also showed up poorly against Shikigami in the playoffs a couple of days ago. So this feels like Rad need to tighten up how they play defensively, because their offense is pretty good.
Yeah, we're starting to see a theme of a lot of these teams where it's like, oh, we triple capped and we got triple capped. Attack, chill. We love our dives, we love our brawls, we love our characters like Groot to separate people, we love our isolations. But when it comes to trying to hold the position, we've started to see teams struggle a little bit. Rad have had a day to try and work that out, and they've had over 2 weeks almost since they last played Virtus.pro in that situation to try and adjust from that as well. So they've got a little bit of time to see if they have locked that down a little bit more. Anything they would have tested going up against VP the first time got retested against Shikigami. Let's see what they finally come out with.
I wonder if the sort of draft ideas are going to change a little bit so far when you've got Rad having a bit more focus on getting the Mantis to play like triple strategist here, Moxie. I think the question I had for you has a lot to do with Hell's Heaven, where we saw the first Protect, not only at EMEA of Thing, but across Ignite right at the end. And I think it's an interesting head-to-head because Nevix has been known to play the thing pretty well, but also Lugia was dedicating a lot to it consistently across their series against Shikigami when they were knocked down to the losers bracket. I mean, what can you sort of tell about like the focus there? Because we do sometimes see it on Central Park too.
I mean, Thing is really, really strong as a Vanguard because, like, you have damage reduction, you have high mobility, especially if you ban out Groot, so he can't just wall up the line of sight for you to be able to not jump to your teammates or to your enemies. And you also get to play around, like, corner cover. So if you're trying to play something like the Thing, you shouldn't be standing out in open space. You'll be taking way too much damage. You have to try and, like, obscure part of your hitbox around the corner and then use the third-person POV to understand when to lead your punches with your primary, connecting onto multiple players as they try to round those areas.
I think when it comes to looking at the draft as well, one aspect of it was obviously the one-sided gambit that Virtus.pro were able to get. And there was a one-sided Invisible Woman that didn't see any action from Rad. I guess it was just a case of making sure that Virtus.pro weren't going to play it. They were more dedicated to getting the low-key Cloak and Dagger so they could just keep going in for these dives. I guess I'm not going to ask like what adjustments you want to see, Tetcher, but I think for like players and like certain heroes that are played on the side of Rad, who needs to show up? Because I think Smash missing the Elsa a little bit. I don't think he's going to get his hands on it today, though.
Probably not. I think there's a good chance it will be remained banned out, judging by how Virtus.pro have been going. But there's a chance it could be let through, as they've shown a little bit of flexibility when it comes to that. But overall, if they could get their hands on the Groot again, this is a fantastic Groot map in terms of being able to isolate people, especially on that first point. You can just get a huge amount of value by utilizing those tunnels when a defense tries to retreat into on attack. And on, of course, defense, you can zone people off as they try to enter courtyard and get some value that way. So if they're able to get Ducky onto that, that could be delightful. I'm pretty happy for them to continue with the Wolverine. No complaints there. That's been delightful and has been a fantastic tool for them. It's just making sure that they can keep it enabled as the time goes on.
And I think, Moxie, before we see these guys eventually jump into the lobby, I think, it seems to be like the Vanguards are going to be like a big focus of how things have been good so far. So we mentioned the Thing already. Rogue has sort of fallen down a little bit in popularity despite Gambit being more available. Like Lugia is playing a little less Rogue. It's been banned out more. Nevix is now starting to bring up a lot more of the Venom and Angela. But Deadpool, like Vanguard version as well, like we haven't seen that so far today, wasn't touched in the draft. It feels like there's so many options for Vanguards to be playing with, to the point that now 3 Vanguards were played in that last map too. Seems that there's just like a lot more bodies to get on objectives. That seems to be the win call.
Yeah, I think like one of the big changes I really hope that we see Rad make, though, in regards to those Vanguards, is just being able to time the strange TP recontests. Like, a lot of the reason why Tetra was talking about, we're seeing these teams like really, really good at attack, and then they go to the other side, they have to defend, and it just looks entirely opposite of what they were able to pull off before. And a lot of it is coming down to the fact of like, people are just taking really weird mistimed fights where they're going into an all-out contest, they're mistiming the strange TP regroup recontest, which then bleeds into the setup that they have available for first fight on second. And if you're not able to like anchor your composition as a defense around that corner, it becomes very problematic for you to actually establish any form of hold to win one fight, which is all you need on Central Park. Like when you go onto second, all you need as a defense is one fight that you win, and then you get to close hold the attackers spawn, and they get forced into having to burn ultimates, burn time. They have zero map control too, because you have to just like go and take all of those angles, both main, flank, wraparound rotations. You have none of it available the moment you step out from your spawn, and it really does like bleed a lot of time out of the bank. But multiple times now in the past, Rad have mistimed those TP plays and haven't had the opportunity to use second to burn the time down if teams make it to third. So I think for me, I'm really hoping that's one of the areas that Rad have gone back at and looked at very specifically. The fact that they're taking us to Central Park gives me hope in that department.
Has to be an adjustment, I suppose, too. Yeah, I think because on that subject, it's weird, Texture, that like Rad are making those kind of like lack of coordination mistakes, considering that the core of this team have been together for quite some time. Certainly the Vanguards as well. I think one of the other things I wanted to highlight is that we have the head-to-head of the two of the longest serving like Vanguard duos of Finzi and Nevix versus Ducky and Lugia. There's probably some that sort of beat them out for time, because we haven't seen much like Ducky recent, like up until the start of this stage, because we missed him in stage 2 of last year. but it's the fact that he's been playing with Lugia since like the Invitational in part. So it feels like that's an interesting look in of like how the front lines are going to deal with the pressure. Certainly when it comes to there being more flexible options of tanks too.
But you bring up the fact that these two duos have been together, but the coordination doesn't just come down to them. It comes down to the whole team. And we could talk about how a lot of these players have played together on different teams, but when you look at how long Virtus.pro have been together, it's like they're a whole new team in comparison. Whereas Rad have only come together into this form in MRC for this tournament, for Ignite qualification, whereas Virtus.pro have been essentially the exact same with minor changes since Team Cats in Season 0 MRC, which they won, as with every other tournament outside of Ignite Stage 1. They've been together that entire time. In terms of who's been around longer, it's night and day.
I'm going to say, like, Rad attacking first. Attacking side isn't to be worried about. It's maybe their defense. Take it away, guys.
Looking at Elsa right away. No surprise there.
Yeah. I mean, we said we don't think that the Elsa will get through the ban draft, and it does seem that it's now in that space. And it's really like strange as well, because when we talked to players the first day of playoffs, they were like, yeah, you know what, the meta's moved, ban draft, it's Gambit instant ban now, Elsa save, and we're back again on the Elsa instant ban into, well, not a Gambit save. Yet again, Rad are really like wanting to be able to prioritize this Loki pick coming on through, which means that Virtus.pro will ban out the Gambit. And honestly, like, this is a move we're starting to see from more teams. You're okay with letting the Loki through and the Gambit from the other team, because it just means that, yeah, you get Gambit banned out, but as long as you have a God of Mischief copy and direct line of sight onto the Gambit, you still get the Raging Roll flush through, and that's the most broken element of Gambit's kit.
It's so much extra damage, it's mobility. If you get walled off, you can jump over it. It's still one of the best ultimates in the game. Going to be seeing Hover on Groot by Rad, but it looks like Virtus.pro might finally be done with Wolverine. They take that away. And honestly, I really like it. Just considering how much Rad have been looking at it, leading on it, and forcing their opponents to react around it. And also, just looking at the scoreboard of last game, Crazy Kitty was a menace. It's a solid removal there by VP.
Well, Virtus.pro also getting the Loki for a night. This is where it becomes a little bit more problematic for Rad to have to deal with, because you'll get one cycle of Gambit ult, but Virtus.pro will have two. So what they can actually start doing is they can open up a fight with a Gambit ultimate, or probably the Loki copy of the Gambit ultimate, and then force Rad to have to burn their God of Mischief onto the Raging Roll Flush copy, and then you have second uncontested Raging Roll Flush for the fight that goes into second stage. But we're getting one-sided Groot on the side of Rad, and I mean, that does like potentially pose a problem. This is Central Park. This is one of Groot's best maps, especially when you're holding that defensive first, being able to wall off players, split off the Vanguards. It's also going to force a Mantis ban late on the side of Virtus.pro, so that you don't get the full team up of the Loki, Mantis, and Groot combined. But Rad still have options open if they want to go for something like the Loki, Invisible Woman, Ultron for a triple strategist line. They absolutely can.
I was very worried that they might leave that Mantis up, but it's a solid ban, like you say. While you don't have it for a potential Ultron team-up, you do still have Invisible Woman, but the damage boost could also have been utilized in other compositions as well. So taking that away, and of course that Deitific Vitality and the Vibrant Vitality with the Groot for extra healing output on your defense can be so hard to deal with. Rad, we'll talk about it if it makes it out of spawn, but it looks like they are at least considering an option of bringing out that Ultron for attack. Whereas Virtus.pro, they are looking at potential Gambit style, but they're making sure they're armored up first, as we are seeing a little bit of rocket armor being delivered. And not a Star-Lord, they are going to be running that double setup for the Gambit, but they're running it with Winter Soldier and Wolverine.
I imagine if Virtus.pro see that we get the Torch Ultron committed on the side of Rad, and they are on the attack, so they can like go see the composition that VP are on, go back to spawn if they feel like it's not a good matchup into that composition without losing a fight. But if they stick with it, Virtus.pro at some point will be swapping to that Star-Lord, given the fact that we have two casts of Gambit Ultimate to be able to empower that Raging Roll Flush. This was what I was worried about when I saw the save onto Ducky's Groot, is going to be on the Wolverine. This is something that he's been picking up a little bit more of this week, and if he can get the grab onto the Groot, or or potentially the flyer, then this could be huge. Oh, great counter pull coming on through on the side of Rad, so that you just whiff out on getting the connection onto Crazy Kitty.
That's exactly why we saw Invisible Woman banned out from Rad last time, so that they could have more freedom. Vertigo with the perfect pickup. But while they don't get the grab onto Ducky, they are able to get the pickup. That's a nice blow up from Virtus Pro to keep the momentum and keep a hold here. Smashnez is in the air, mostly uncontested, at least for the moment. But it's not something the Virtus Pro are at least too worried about at this early stage. They've got the Rogue, so they can try and dive in once they get a little bit higher. And it looks like Rad going to be adjusting themselves here. Full compositional adjustment. Not wanting to deal with those flyers, they realize that they might have to deal with Wolverine and stuff like that, so they're going to try and go for a front to back. They've brought out the Moon Knight, they've got the Groot for the combo, and they've got themselves a lot of wombo potential here.
Yeah, but what Virtus Pro have is 2 casts of Gambit Ultimate in one fight already. Dridro's got Raging Roll Flush, and Virtus Pro will just use it to go in. Rad have no defenses outside of this regeneration domain, but that's going to be crumpled up and discarded very, very quickly. This is just a one-sided fight coming on through from the side of VP. Rad will take it, will lose it fairly quickly, and come back into this next one. But like we said, you don't just have to worry about one cycle of that Gambit Ultimate. Saipe is going to have his, and potentially that's going to pair with Nevix on the Rogue to have that Heartbreaker and hit into Rad's back line before Mash can find a copy.
Ducky's not even ready for the Straggling Prison yet, so you don't have to worry about using it defensively, but it is getting close. Saipe hovering, getting ready, and here they come. Raging Royal Flush, round 2, just as Rad step into a position where it's going to be extremely hard to retreat. Kraken Impact to make sure that they're going to clean this up, taking out the Loki clones on the way through. Trooper's Fist, and they don't get the full team wipe this time, but what they do get is another full delay with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, while as Dridro is halfway towards Raging Royal Flush number 3.
Well, Rad have Strangling Prison and Hand of Khonshu, all Kraken Impact. They have 2 ways that they can try and follow up, but Virtus Pro, understanding this, could have Nevix just hit in before Rad make the push to drain those ultimate cycles, or they can just split their team so that precious few people actually get caught out and the rest of the team are able to survive. Mash gets the copy onto the Gambit with the God of Mischief, and we see the Hand of Khonshu used not with the Grid Ultimate, but to cut off the disengage. Brilliant wall from Ducky, stops VP from being able to play from behind point and look for a recontest opportunity with that Heartbreaker empowering their walk up. Finzy's going to go onto the Strange for the teleport. Nevix comes on through with the Heartbreaker. Rad having to make a big step backwards, but unfortunately it did connect onto the Invisible Woman, and they've lost Smashnez to that Bucky before the boundary can save them.
And now with the portal coming back in, it's a 6 versus 5 in favor of Virtus Pro until Smashnez can rejoin the team. Sparker has a beautiful high ground and another numbers advantage. He takes down Mash, but he is punished, picked off by Ducky, who has that Straggling Prison at the ready, and a lovely group of people hiding in a hallway. They just need to make sure that they have a follow-up. Vinci playing like he has Aya Nakamoto, but it's a follow-up for the Gambit to push on through to just get another team wipe with only 20 seconds remaining. And Rad, they're going to have to do something desperate even to touch the point at this rate, and it's Crazy Kitty moving for the portal. They do have Smashnez in position to potentially try something crazy to touch the point, but he's very outnumbered, he's very isolated, but that will mean that the portal does come through, and it's last-ditch effort, last chance salute for Rad. Vi taken out immediately, Aya Nakamoto at the portal entrance to take out the healing. Mash is down, Kitty's down, Lugi is down, and Virtus Pro are about to full hold Rad.
Well, I mean, Na'Vi poked the bear, and Virtus Pro woke up from hibernation not a happy team. They have come to play, and they're managing to complete the full hold on Convergence versus Rad with different compositions too, like getting the Loki Gambit. When we saw that in the save slots, it was like, okay, how are Rad going to be able to beat this? And Virtus Pro just did a very good job of being able to hold close and always determine the tempo. Like, they had the Gambit ultimate uncontested, so you get to go through. The ultimate acceleration gain, that means that Virtus Pro are the ones benefiting from the ultimate economy, as opposed to Rad, who that fight was so one-sided. They lost it so quickly. They don't even really benefit from the amount of damage that they're taking to build up their strategist ult. So the next time Virtus Pro are ready with Loki copy Gambit ultimate, Rad also have nothing to be able to deal with it. And it gets to the point that they just have to try and swap up their composition, play the Groot, play the Moon Knight, but we don't even really get to see that come through in full because they still have to deal with the Strange teleport teleport, stall out, the Loki regeneration domain, Virtus Pro just giving up a little bit of the point to come back in with yet again a Gambit ultimate to rebuff Rad.
Darker teasing us, don't expect that to see it make it out of spawn, but we would love to see it if he does decide to bring out the Mr. Fantastic. Whereas Rad, like you say, how do we adjust? And the answer is they're just going to try the same thing, but with a bit more prep this time to try and outspeed the Gambit charges. Start off with the Groot early, try and build up that charge. They have Moon Knight, they're going to be able to capitalize off of Saipe, see what they can do with this. However, Fi looking to try and shut that down early with the help of Nevix, bringing out the Wolverine, they have the jump pad, they have the Gamma fastball, they're going to try and pick off Ducky early, which is why Ducky's staying so close to that Ironwood wall, making sure that they have some CC immunity.
Well, the good thing for Rad is that they were able to pick up ticks on the point. It's not a case of if Virtus Pro get on point, you have to hold your ground and fight it. So if things go a little bit south in this first fight, they can just kite behind the point. But at the moment, they're just playing the spam angles from main, like you said, with this Moon Knight. Groot's really defensive as a character, and you can literally just have Ducky wait around that corner. But no one's clearing out Fi at the moment, and this is getting very dangerous. If this Wolverine is able to find a grab onto a strategist with the rocket boots, this could be absolutely devastating for Rad's team to have to deal with. He's looking for his opportunity, takes the high ground. Vertigo has to be ready. This Invis has to get the counter pull with Force Physics, or Rad will lose a player.
Mag's up there with him, so they're in position to try and engage onto this. Vertigo is currently the one playing close enough to it, so he could be the one who gets caught in it if they're not careful. Here comes Raging Royal Flush, number one, with immediate drop of the hand of Conchu for the commitment, and the Banhammer from the Deadpool to try and hold this Smash. They're barely surviving after the main engage, and this time Virtus Pro's initial engage is repelled, at least temporarily, but now they're fighting in the neutral, trying to get into that backline with Nevix, with that Gambit team off a huge amount of extra burst damage, enough to take down Vertigo. Crazy Kitty is picked off by Cypher. Sparker's on a Moon Knight of his own and has a beautiful choke point. The deflections are coming up dividends, and suddenly Virtus Pro have so much control. They get Kraken, Impact, Smash. There's cleans out too. They've got a touch because it's right on the limit, and Loki is gonna be getting out of there, or that could be resets, utilizing the group wall for at least a little bit of protection, as Virtus Pro are still contesting this.
Royal Flush from Dridro. Match gets the copy, but not onto the Gambit. Invisible Woman, but unfortunately, two are outside of the boundary. Match goes down too, which means boundary falls, and Rad might be falling alongside it. Virtus Pro are able to complete the push. I really like the vision coming through from Rad's comp, the fact that they knew that Wolverine could be a problem. They're playing the group, but instead of leaning onto Lugia going for the Thing, which is more immune to the Wolverine pressure, they decide to field him onto the Vanguard Deadpool instead, because out of every hero in that lobby, he's the one who can actually keep pace with the Gambit build-up of Raging Royal Flush alongside that Loki. So we got to see the Banhammer, we got to see it being utilized in full, where Rad can just have the Hand of Conchu, have the Banhammer. When Virtus Pro tried to make that first move with the Raging Royal Flush, Rad have means at their disposal to be able to live the first stages of that fight. It was, again, just the problem of what happens next, right? Nevix on the Rogue has Hotz's one coming on through from Dridro alongside Finzi, which means that the Vanguard damage in neutral before you even equate the ultimate potential is so high that if they get into that backline, Rad will very quickly fall.
They used too many tools on the first one. Like you said, they stabilized it. It was a great idea to bring out that Deadpool for sub-sustain, but they just could not hold for long enough. It's a good setup, but Rad just unable to keep up with Virtus Pro, who are now 2-0 up in this best of 5 series, one away from moving on in this lower bracket. What do Rad have left, Moxie?
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact as well that they had, like, the potential to go for the Ultron Torch, but they knew that Virtus Pro would have Loki, Gambit, Star-Lord all available, and that they could just not go for the Torch composition because it would fold the moment that we got the first Galactic Legend Gambit ult up. But we'll have to see. Can Rad manage to win out the next map and continue in the series, or will Virtus Pro close us out 3-0? We'll be back with the next map after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
So we did see Crazy Kitty getting his claws retracted a little bit without the Wolverine there, but we were hoping to see a little bit more of what Rad had improved on Central Park. The problem is, Tetcher, we didn't see much of Central Park. They got full held, and then Virtus Pro able to make it 2-0.
We were talking about how these teams have incredible aggressive setups and how they've been able to triple push basically every single time, and we broke that curse. Cast a curse in a full swing today as just a full hold, thanks to the fact of Moxie was harking on about it for a very good reason. Double Gambit is really good. What do you have to deal with it? They started to work out how to deal with it, but by that point it was far too late. As we look to Yggdrasil next, we may see similar ideas here.
I'm a little bit worried because it's the oldest team in Marvel Rivals Esports on the oldest map, Moxie. It's a map that we haven't seen Rad actually play on at all, so it's them sort of hoping to keep their cards close to their chest. But on the subject of cards, when you have Gambit on the other team and then a Loki copying the Gambit, so there's like two sets of cards held close to the chest, it feels that Virtus Pro are going to be leading the line with where these fights are happening and when, just because they can.
Not just that too, but also Rogue and Magneto. And if they wanted to, Star-Lord as well. Like, I feel like when Rad go into like the ban draft, this I think is one of the reasons why a lot of people wanted to just take the Gambit out in the instant ban first, so you don't have to weigh up, like, do we take out the Rogue? Do we now have to take out the Star-Lord? And you can just focus on going for the strategists instead, as opposed to things that the Gambit will be able to push up in terms of tier rating. Because, yeah, that Rogue was problematic. Tetcher was talking about it a little bit earlier, like saying, oh yeah, we haven't really seen as much Rogue so far, but you do see her with Gambit, and she is very much a presence that is felt, both in terms of the backline, but also the Vanguard. The burst damage that she has with that team up, plus the ability to help sustain her own team, is really, really strong.
So looking at like what Red like to go for on just convoy maps, typically it's not been a bad run for them. They've only lost an Arako, which was against Shikigami, I believe. It's a little bit worse for Virtus Pro actually, because they did lose Midtown and Museum of Contemplation yesterday in Na'vi, so they're 2 losses out of 4 total games played. It does feel a little bit like something has to give. We've mentioned it a lot with Virtus Pro of like, you can't leave ban everything. Something has to be left open. But would you want to see the pivot away from just getting rid of the Gambit and everything connected? Problem is that you give Sparker Elsa, so like, what the heck do you do?
Usually lose, but maybe Rad can prove us something different here. Right now they've been leading on the Elsa, but Elsa is one tool, I feel. She's one of the best tools that we have right now. The percentage damage, the mobility, the actual burst, the Glatrox, just so much power. But as Moxie mentioned, what do you get when you have the Gambit? You have Cleanse, you have Rage and Roll Flush ×2, especially if you let the Gambit through, let the Loki through to combo with it. You empower Rogue, you empower Magneto, you empower Star-Lord to make him as good as Elsa in some phases and as good against Flyers. It's just so effective at enabling other things, and it's why it's been the primary ban in a lot of these cases.
It's a tricky point for Rad to be in, Moxie, because I think especially you have a game plan clearly. There's a way that you want to do the draft, but there's still these gaps happening where you're going up against Gambit Loki. If you stop protecting the Loki and banning up the Mantis might get through, etc. It's hard for Rad now because you either stick to your guns here or you have to pivot, which might not have been the game plan.
Yeah, and I think Virtus.pro as well, like they've pivoted away from just like relying on the Captain America. I feel like for them, that was something that they would obviously like have to do, since Na'Vi showed banning out the Cap does mean that the team is slightly weakened in comparison to what it is when the Cap is in play. And other teams might be thinking like, oh, okay, wait a minute, there's a vulnerability here that we can expose. So the fact that Virtus.pro are coming back and not playing the Cap like at all so far today is very much a statement saying, hey, we're not crutching Captain America. We can still win this round even without him in play as we get ready to go into that ban draft. And no, Tetchel. We're still not seeing the Gambit instant ban, which means that, oh yeah, there we go. One Gambit save coming on through from sort of Rad this time though, so it will be mirror Gambit, and probably both of these teams now going to be looking at thinking about, okay, do we have to remove the Loki, or is it more important we remove the Mantis? As with Gambit getting through, I think now the strength and ball of court does go into the God of Mischiefs.
Yeah, double Rage and Roll Flush versus some damage boost. We do see the trade leaning a little bit in, more heavily at least, for the God of Mischief. And yeah, so far, identical. It would be very weird if we don't see a Loki here, but it is possible. Like you say, the Mantis is still an enabler for characters like a Star-Lord potentially, or if they want to go for a bit more of a Flyer style, but we're seeing Loki taken out on his home turf, being removed right away. This is where we've been seeing a lot of Invisible Woman sneaking into ban phases so far, but Virtus.pro immediately hovered the Wolverine for half a second there, still a little bit traumatized from earlier on.
I think it's a good play here as well, because a lot of teams will use like fastball special just to break first corner on attack, in the way that you would send a Venom in to dive the backline, just creating that split focus so that your team has a little bit of an easier time pushing the front line round corner before you get taken out with a defense advantage. But speaking about advantage, Virtus.pro are actually going to be using that next save, not for the Loki like last time, but to make sure that they have a Rogue to be able to pair with the Gambit. So this is going to also mean now that Star-Lord might be the next ban coming on through from the side of Rad, they might want to be able to go like head to head with that Rogue, because if not, Virtus.pro will have like two characters, both of whom pair really, really well with the Gambit, but it's Invisible Woman instead. So no force physics, no engagement, aggressive pulls to force someone out of position and leave them vulnerable. That will be happening, just only on Rad's side.
They're going to secure it one side. It's now Virtus.pro. Are they worried about the potential for a Rogue on the side of Rad as well? They know that they can play it, but are they worried about it, or do they once again try to get rid of that Groot, taking away some of the defensive plays, especially on some of those later points, removing it from the board nice and early? But this does mean that Rogue is still available, not removed from either side. So if Rad can play it, and it looks like they're looking into it, Lugia going to be trying to capitalize, and we're seeing Magneto picked up as well. But Mantis slips through for both teams, so we're going to see some very heavily enabled duelists this game.
Yeah, Mantis and Ultron. So Virtus Pro
Delightful.
instantly are like, okay, cool, we're going to be able to defend with a triple strategist line. We're going to have 12% damage boost from our Mantis coming out onto Sparker, who does not get the Elsa, but still gets Hypercarry Duelist in the form of Jean Grey. Nevix and Finzi will be able to get the team up with Saipe on that Gambit as well. So what you have from Virtus Pro is two very fast accumulating ultimates, Rage of Ultron and Raging Royal Flush, which when you then add in the acceleration of ultimate build-up onto that equation, you have a very fast cycling Virtus Pro who'll hit their ultimates but also be at a high damage peak in neutral with the one-sided Mantis currently showing in the composition. So for Rad, it's all about Smashness. Like, how much can the Star-Lord get done in terms of being able to deal with things like the Ultron, but also having to challenge the poke pressure coming on through from the Phoenix?
Smashness exit spawn, gets almost sent right back into it, but is able to tank on through. In terms of speed of ultimates, you are right with Virtus Pro charging up quickly, but it is a one-sided Vanguard Deadpool for Crazy Kitty to at least try and keep up, try and equal, similar to what we saw in the last round as well. But for now, first corner being given up as they immediately try to hold it on that first defensive point. Holding at the top of the hill, forcing Rad to step up into them, and they're going to do so with Rogue immediately diving into the backline, trying to chase on in. Lugia with a lot of extra pressure. Ducky takes some damage from it. Crazy Kitty is already charged up and commits to the backline, trying to take them down. Nevix will get dropped nice and early as Rad making the most of their quicker charge speed to push on in and take a nice little cheeky early bit of distance. And we're not seeing Portal here, so we're not going to see a Portal re-engage. They might just try on foot here as they've still got back. Nevik is going to swap, so they're going to try and bring in the reinforcement.
Yeah, they're going to try and bring in the reinforcements, but they have to worry about faster built-up Gambit ultimate coming on through from the side of Rad. Rad aren't going to go for first turn, though, so Saipe has the opportunity to be able to match. Both the Raging Royal Flushes comes on through, but Crazy Kitty's already fallen, so Virtus Pro have 6 players up in comparison to Rad's 5. And that Raging Royal Flush was used before Smashness hits Galactic Legend. Meteor M from Ducky still in play, so part of it will be protecting the Galactic Legend alongside that Guardian Boundary coming on through from Vertigo, as Smashness gets the Galactic Legend off but hasn't been able to take out the Ultron. Rage of Ultron attempts to stabilize VP's side. Vertigo still holding on to the invisible boundary, has to have it in the pocket for when Dridro's Mantis' Soul Resurgence kicks in for Virtus Pro to set in motion yet another strategist ult to try to turn the fight.
They're going to get mirrored here. Invisible Boundary for the Soul Resurgence to get a little bit of sustain with Blast Barrage on the high ground, and no one's getting dropped low here. Media M into the backline, but a beautiful dodge from Vertigo and Heartbreaker. Lugia chasing on in, knowing that they've managed to outlast most of their opponents, so they can just come in for a hard dive, shutting down any reinforcements, preventing an Aya Bakamoto, and that will be Rad claiming the first point. And finally, it looks like they're rolling it very effectively here, and they even get a nice stagger onto Dridro as he attempts to rejoin the team.
Yeah, that's huge because now Rad can make much more of a forward play for space on second, right? Virtus Pro have no high ground control. They also don't have first corner control. So they're already going to be fighting up against, like, just taking all of this poke. Mash is equalizing ult build, though, with Saipe, so VP won't be able to rely on something like first Gambit ultimate into Galactic Legend to reopen those spaces. It's going to be a straight-up mirror. As Mash gets the ult up first, VP were doing a little bit too much poke, and that allows Rad to move forward. Out comes uncontested Raging Royal Flush, and Virtus Pro just have to give up this fight. They know in the next one, though, they've got advantage. It's base Galactic Legend versus Gambit-empowered Galactic Legend.
Which is a slight advantage, let's be honest. Some might call it one of the most powerful compositions we've had since the release of Gambit, but we'll call it slight. Vi moves over to the White Fox for a little bit of counter dive to try and help deal with Lugia, who's piling on the pressure here. And there's the wind-up. Saipe gonna pull the trigger to commit for this hold right in front of the objective. Lugia's gonna try and lock down some of the extra aggression. Meteor M is enough to take out Nevik to keep the pressure on the board, but Sparker is uncontested in the sky, drops low, but is enough to take down one as they removed Deadpool from the board. In the meantime, though, Vertigo's got a beautiful angle there, keeping their front line topped up without being too contested. Guardian Shield to keep them topped up as Virtus Pro are going to be able to push them off the board with the help of that Soul Resurgence. Vertigo is so close to that invisible boundary, holding it, charging, leaping for the objective to allow them to push onto it, gives them the time just before the Heartbreaker of Nevix comes on out. Crazy Kitty rejoins the fight to keep the pressure on lockdown with Meteor M from above from Finzi to take out Crazy Kitty, to take out anyone in the backline. But Rad are holding it together, at least for the moment. But what they haven't done is displace Virtus.pro off the objective.
That comes now. Vertigo gets Nevix, Banhammer comes on through from Crazy Kitty, and if all else fails, you've got Raging Roll Flush coming on through from Mash. First, you just have to come through against this White Fox ultimate. Kumiho Unleashed is going to be put right back into White Fox base form as Sparker tries to come back on the Wolverine, though we do have a slight pause. So the action will come back to our cams in a moment as Rad will be able to pick up that second checkpoint. And I'm really happy, actually, Tetra, that you talked about the positioning coming on through from Vertigo, because it's not just the positioning from the Invisible Woman who had such a good angle getting to play that left side corner. It's also the fact that Rad understand, okay, Virtus.pro, they've got closer respawns, they're about to hit ultimates, they're about to hit rogue ultimate, which means we absolutely have to stack up all in one line to make sure that Vertigo's primary hits onto every one of us, and we have Invisible Boundary up in time to hold our ground, and we don't have to play full retake walk up onto Yggdrasil Path, which has been so problematic in the past. The moment you lose one fight on second, you get hold on choke.
It worked out perfectly for them. They were also able to keep Gambit safe in that position as well, while Sparker's just farming people down the main walkway. These two are just making sure that Ducky is alive on the point. As long as one person's alive, you are taking resources away from Virtus.pro because they have to keep someone on the point or it's capturing second objective. So making sure that they had that positioning was absolutely essential. But I also want to bring up, I talked about it earlier, but you talked about it last game, just how impactful this Vanguard Deadpool as the third Vanguard has been for Rad. We saw it as third Vanguard a little bit in our early group stages, then it sort of meant to second Vanguard for a bit, and now it's back as third Vanguard again, but it's just been enough, to outpace the members of Virtus.pro in a lot of these fights and give Rad some of these more aggressive positions that they've been desperately looking for this whole series.
It sort of goes back to very early on in the meta. If you want to sort of peek behind the curtain, a lot of teams were actually okay with letting Gambit through. One-sided, because they would just go for the Vanguard Deadpool. They knew how quickly Banhammer would be able to build up. It dodged entirely the generation of ultimate nerfs because it has its own separate system. So it's just based around time as opposed to ult charge that you can pull it off, and you have it up pretty much every second fight with the amount that you're able to pull on through. But Virtus.pro are going to be swapping things up slightly. Fi's actually going to be rolling out on the Daredevil now, but Mash is just going to keep Rad's momentum going. Heartbreaker not coming on through just yet from Lugigo. This is just base dive rogue damage with the hearts as one, emboldened by that Raging Roll Flush. And VP, they had no strategist ults to be able to try and stand the tide.
That was a steamroll in that fight there by Rad, taking advantage once again of the slight momentum they had. Fight on that Daredevil, like you said, but just got taken down so quickly. Taking out a second time here. Smashnez has got the range of 2 losses under them right now and are trying to bring it back and keep Rad's hopes alive. The Captain America has finally come out from Fincy because they need a hero. They need hope. They need someone who can do this all day to delay this, because right now the rest of the team is getting trapped in spawn. Banhammer going to be coming on out. Sparker in mid-air, taken down, and Crazy Kitty is picking up one more with the Invisible Boundary on the point to delay them even longer. Dridger with the Fate of Both Worlds to just get the healing on the board, to buy them some time, to allow everyone to respawn. But they're so staggered, Moxie. So many members are just getting picked off one by one. Fincy falls, allowing Nevix to come in, who then falls, allowing Fi to come in, who's getting taken down. It's one by one as Rad take the triple cap.
Yeah, that Unicorn Shield as well from Crazy Kitty. When Virtus.pro, like you mentioned, have to basically play the relay race. We call it bouncing the point, right? You'll see it a lot on Dominations, that you can extend your hold for stall. We also see it all the time on Convoy as well, so you can try and just keep it there before it hits the final checkpoint, and you can funnel your players with the closer respawn from defense to, even if you're losing the fight, still chip down that time, because sometimes that can be enough, burning your opponent out of that time bank on their attacks. So if you go into OT, you can still complete the lead.
Looks like Virtus.pro maybe adjusting to something a bit more aggressive for their side here. Fi moving on to the Wolverine to try and just get some displacement going on their own side here. Captain America could be stuck with here. Finzy yet to swap off it, and Nevix Going to be sticking, of course, with that Rogue, trying to get a little bit of revenge against Lugia Goat, who's just been popping off so far. But so far, this has been Rad doing exactly what they've been looking to do, but finally getting their own Gambit on the board has been a massive boom. We can talk about how crazy Kitty's been charging up so well and been getting them a lot of these fights, but Lugia Go engaging with the blessing of Mash has just been fantastic to watch. Just taking out Virtus Pro before they can even react.
Yeah, and they've got the Hearts as one team up as well coming on through from their side, both the Mag plus the Rogue. And getting to play for that ultimate cycle, that Galactic Legend Raging Royal Flush. VP, I don't think, they won't commit to the Captain America. It's more valuable on the defense, since you can just like have your Captain America split off from the main fight, go still at the objective, or put the pressure on the backline. With this, you want to just match the Mag. You need to have the same amount of neutral damage, potentially even higher with your poke, right? Because you're running that Phoenix on the side of Sparker, who's already almost halfway to his first ultimate, which is absolutely insane. But he is also getting to just shoot at a triple Vanguard setup as Saipe's been able to break up onto the high ground. He is uncontested, catches onto Mash, which is now going to have a domino impact into the rest of Rad's team, because Saipe is going to be ahead of first Gambit ult in comparison to Mash, who out of this fight loses the opportunity to keep up.
First ult in general will be Crazy Kitty, who's going to send up the Bad Hammer, but Ducky's already been taken down, so now it's a 6 versus 4 in favor of Virtus Pro. The Bad Hammer finds nothing. Rad are going to find the spawn door as they are sent back. Virtus Pro very much mirroring their opponents here as they take a dominant first few fights, keep full control, and they're pushing all the way in. Rad not looking at Portal. There we go. I was about to say they cut that very close. There's the Guardian Shield to make sure that they can get it off safely, but they are cutting this extremely low on time, and in fact they're going to maybe mirror. They might be mirroring a Shikigami strat here by going for a quick re-engage out of the Portal to at least try to hold them at the gateway. Diving through into the backline, they find Dridro, and he is eliminated here. Rad, they don't get the defense, but they do learn something from Shikigami.
Yeah, they take a page from Shiki's book. They have to be careful that Lugia does not fall, but we've actually managed to flip the map. Dridro's going to be massively split from the rest of the team too. As we get, great wolf grab actually coming on through from Fi, just putting Duck into a position where Dridro coming out of spawn can set the freeze up onto the Strange the moment that he's on the ground. And VP, well, yeah, it was a little bit of a rough start against that Strange TP, adapted perfectly.
That was a great way of doing so. The wonderful re-engage coming in from Dridro there to just capitalize off of Fi, do some damage to the flipped members who were trying to deal with the rest of Virtus Pro. Beautifully executed, and once again, Rad unable to take control of the high ground as much as they maybe would have liked. But they are charged up with an invisible boundary. They are getting close. They just got themselves that Raging Royal Flush, and they're committing to it right away. Don't give Virtus Pro time to deal with it. Media M's going to be coming on in to try and counteract and block at least some of Smashness's damage. Vinci will get melted. Dridro, even with all their healing, isn't enough to tank on through. His last stand comes out from Fi to look for a turnaround, but finds nothing. Taken down, and Rad, they burn a lot of resources, but they still have 3 ultimates, and they're able to hold it before reaching that second corner.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, like, by going for this Phoenix, they have a lot of good damage in neutral and also pick potential, especially with the stun. Plus, you're allowing Fi a little bit more survivability, but when it comes to Gambit ult, Mash just has the advantage with Smashness on the Starlord, synergizing perfectly to the pot, but we actually saw Finzi have to commit the Meteor Amp to try and absorb pots of it. I say pots because it broke almost instantly. As we get very aggressive Invisible Boundary coming on through from Rad, they knew that Dridro had already burned Fate of both worlds in the fight before, having to try and consolidate some of the incoming damage from that Starlord, and they don't have it to be able to heal through such an aggressive hold. Endsong Inferno from Sparker does find the connection. Nevix too got the Heartbreaker off, but Rad were able to react with their ultimates in time before they lost them, and have continued to hold Virtus Pro at the pass. Now we're just looking at these Gambits. Both Saipe and Mash are so very close to them, but as we covered before, Tetcha, Smashness, if he gets that Galactic Legend up, can be the winning factor for Rad's team.
Vertigo interrupting 5 once again with those force physics, showing why the Invisible Woman is sometimes a priority in these matchups, and that's enough to slow down Virtus Pro for at least a little bit more. You mentioned it, Smashness at 90% now for that Galactic Legend. If they can drop that with only 2 minutes 20 on the board, that will give them a little bit more time. They might be able to just slow roll this and delay as long as they can, but it's going to be Virtus Pro that commit first. Smashness mirroring it from the other side. Sparker takes him down though, mid-air, preventing the capitalization. It's a double, and Virtus Pro, they break through the biggest threat that Rad had to offer.
Huge pick comes through from Sparker. Finzi with the Meteor M just buying VP the opportunity to hold their ground instead of kite out the Galactic Legend combo, and Sparker gets the shots off onto the Star-Lord to shut it down before it shuts the rest of the team down. We are headed now into one of the more harder parts of Yggdrasil for these attacking teams to be able to pick up. Usually it becomes an ult dump just to be able to try and beat these closer respawns, with Rad just having one opportunity, one ultimate to break this fight, to stall it out for as long as possible. Split push 2 potentially as well, not coming through from main, but taking that high ground approach allows Ducky to be able to hit some poke to build up the Meteor M and get his position on the point. Crazy Kitty 2 just providing the extra layer of shielding with the Unicorn bubble, comes on out into the fold with that Heartbreaker close enough to Virtus Pro that Dritro has to be able to have enough distance, hits the fate of Bowforge before the road can make connection, so Virtus Pro do have survivability, but they have to complete the shield off against the Meteor M. They've got the curtain in place from Finzi. Meteor M has to redirect. Spark is able to dodge out of damage with the end song, and Fi gets the hit of Last Stand, but Vertigo dodges it and still has Invisible Boundary in play, and Rat have been able to establish a hold, and yet again, Tetcha, we see on the horizon Star-Lord and Gambit ultimates ready to go, but not before Saipa gets his online first.
As our colleague, like they've been calling it, the Raging Royal Legend will be shut down as they take out the Star-Lord early. Fi finally able to capitalize, gets a double, and that's going to be Virtus Pro breaking this hold. It's only delays for Rad right now before they regroup for that final point of defense. Just under 2 minutes left on the board for Virtus Pro to mirror, and this is looking very familiar to that second map they had in the group stages. But the difference is, if Virtus Pro are able to take this, they are 3-0ing this series. If they can take this in overtime, if Rad can hold this, they're still in it. This is tournament life on the line in the preseason as they look for the opportunity. But Star-Lord at the ready, Mash at the ready. The anti-heal is set up, trying to weaken them before they get the chance, and it's interrupted. Heartsealer gets it just off, and it's interrupting Smashness before he can fully charge up the Galactic Legend, meaning they do not get the full setup here. It's enough to take down Finzi, but now Smashness has a very disjointed Galactic Legend combined with Mash, who's already used the Raging Royal Flush.
I will say for Rad, though, this might actually work out better for them. They had uncontested Gambit ult, right? Which means that Virtus Pro had to give up that forward space. And Finzi, knowing that Smashness still has Galactic Legend, has to now hold Meteor M since you don't have a strategist ult just yet to be able to heal through it, which is brilliant news for Rad because that means that they'll know exactly when Sparker wants to use the end song to potentially look for that combination. There's the Meteor M. This Galactic Legend, though, it was bait. They knew Finzi would react with the Meteor M, and we just get put into a state of limbo until both of those ultimates are done. Now we get the actual hit. Banhammer leads Lugia into that back line, and Sparker disappears in a puff of smoke before you even get the opportunity to hit end song.
Fate of Both Worlds came on out, but it's a 4 versus 6 right now. But spawns are close to Virtus Pro. They will be able to reinforce quickly, and immediately you see Rad. They don't overextend. They know they've won the fight. They let them retreat. They pull back. They take cover, and more importantly, they make sure that they're not building up too many of Virtus Pro's ultimates so that they can re-engage once Virtus Pro step out of spawn with the Heartbreaker, Invisible Boundary, and Meteor M, because overtime's on the board. So if you're going to burn cooldowns, now's the time. Wolverine looking into the backline, taking out 2. Dritro finishes off Crazy Kitty. Smashness falls, and it's Rad going to be absolutely routed here. Finzi was taken down, but he'll be able to rejoin nice and quickly because Virtus Pro dominated that fight. And with overtime still in their favor, all they have to do is to full push this final point. Rad, looking at their ultimates, they have Raging Royal Flush, but they don't have Galactic Legend.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Virtus Pro have to push almost all the way through. Sparker on this high ground angle, not able to find the elimination thanks to the Unicorn Shield coming on through from Crazy Kitty. There's the Raging Roll Flush, and this is uncontested. Virtus Pro, it's OT. They can't afford to back out. Fi comes on through with the last stand, and that might be enough. Virtus Pro, can they live? They were able to get past the Raging Roll Flush uncontested, but they're still losing their Vanguards on the point itself, and that overtime is going to burn out so quickly if they lose more players. 3 still up for Virtus Pro, but they've been rerouted out of the fight, zoned entirely away by Rad, and Rad pull the map versus Virtus Pro. The moment that they're able to just like free up that map space with uncontested Raging Roll Flush and just push VP back and do it yet again with Galactic Legend, it works out so perfectly in their favor, to the point that, honestly, I think the call, even before the Heartbreaker come on through from Virtus Pro's side, would have been like, let's just use one of them. We'll have the second one, we'll be able to get more time, more ultimates out from VP, and then we can play up for another Gambit ultimate when the overtime bar hits.
Quick reminder as well, when we made so much of our talking about those Gambit Star-Lord combos with everything, we gotta bring up that Crazy Kitty seems to have forgotten that he's playing the Vanguard version of Deadpool. 30-6 with 14 of them being finals, 27k damage, which is the third highest in the game behind Smashless and Ducky, by the way. Insane DPS output. Brad's still in it. Let's find out if they can keep this momentum going after the break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Is on. 1,000 gods!
So whilst Crazy Kitty hasn't had access to one of his main characters of Wolverine, he decided to move over to Logan's best buddy in the whole wide world of Deadpool to actually find a lot of success and at least a map win against Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro with the choice of map now that the whole pool is reset. They chose to go to Convoy again, this time going to Midtown, which for one, Moxie, didn't go well against Navi yesterday, and secondly, it's a map that Rad are undefeated on 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to be looking at the ban draft, right? Are we going to see this continuation of both teams getting the Gambit? Or are we going to see one just like bend and go for this Gambit instant ban Elsa save instead? Because now that Rad have started mirroring the Gambit and seeing the success that they had on that last map of Yggdrasil, I can only imagine they would want to continue bringing the Gambit into these compositions when we go to yet another Convoy.
How surprising, I suppose, is it that we saw Rad being able to pick up that last map, Tetra, because we've seen them sort of wrestle with like comfort over meta. Same with Shikigami. What's elevating them to that next level is like playing what they're strong on versus playing what's meta. Here it feels like it was a bit of column A, column B for Rad. The Gambit head-to-head was pretty even. Mash had a pretty good go of it, but also when you could put players like Lugia over on the likes of Rogue and play the likes of Star-Lord and then just triple Vanguard because there's so much like utility that they all bring, it seemed to be like a best-in-slot fit for Rad with those comps.
Yeah, I echo the sentence we heard yesterday of that right now the meta is very, very heavily leaning in favor of the draft, and that was the best draft we've seen from Rad so far. They took the momentum that they got from a very slow draft, were able to mirror any advantages that Virtus Pro had, and then found their own with the Vanguard Deadpool third Vanguard second duelist sort of setup. And also on a map type that they seem very happy with. We've talked about it before, how every time you put Rad in a situation where they're in a convoy or convergence, they will almost always get a triple cap, with the exception of that last Central Park that we saw. Whereas Virtus Pro, you mentioned it before, they've had a couple issues when it comes to that. They've seemed to be slipped on a couple of these convoy maps, including the last time, not the last time, sorry, but in group stages where they played this map, their first series against Crownfall, they lost 2 points versus Crownfall. So them taking us here is an interesting choice, but that's their comfort. Let's see how they do with it.
One element of it as well, I think, Moxie, is that there's not many teams that would try to go for an even draft with Virtus Pro, and it was fairly similar there. The only one-sided thing that Virtus Pro had in their favor was the Wolverine, which we saw at the pivot from Crazy Kitty to go Deadpool Vanguard was pretty good. The other side, however, Rad had access to Invisible Woman, and Virtus Pro did not. And it does feel that whilst you have a good strategist backline that can play anything, it does complicate things somewhat. Sure, you've got the Gambit, you can play around a little bit more, you don't have the Loki, but like, is that something that like Virtus Pro want to put some stock in? I mentioned that because Rad are very keen on protecting at least Invisible Woman once or twice here, but maybe just want to make it one-sided if they can.
Yeah, I mean, the Invisible Woman was like really instrumental in a lot of those fights too. You're sort of looking at how Virtus Pro played their own Raging Royal Flush in that second to last fight on Yggdrasil third. Rad know that it's going to be a Raging Royal Flush, and what they actually do is Vertigo uses the invisible boundary because it's overtime. VP have to make a play onto the objective itself, so they don't use invisible boundary on the point. No, they go past it and actually use invisible boundary outside Virtus Pro's own spawn to be able to split the team, guarantee lock down some of those vanguards, and start draining away the health bars even before Virtus Pro can try to regroup, so that when they do come back from the respawn, they still have to trundle their way from the spawn to the objective, and in the meantime, the mag is not there to be able to give things like the bulwarks to the team, and VP are bleeding yet more players.
I think one of the things to highlight going into map 4 is just the amount of hero switches that Virtus Pro have had to do. Fi, Nevix, Finzi, all trying to adjust onto different types of compositions. We'll see what they have in mind for Midtown as you guys have a look towards the draft and whether there's going to be more Gambit play for both sides more than likely.
They've still managed to be battling out Elsa both times, but in this case, finally, Rad were able to get their hands on a Gambit of their own. Will they continue to do so? So far, the hovers, we will see Elsa removed. Now, Rad, you have one job. Protect the Gambit, as Virtus Pro, of course, continue the theme.
The immersive rogue experience, if you will. Protect the Gambit. That's what you want, Rad. That's what you want to do. You know you want to. Just go for that first save onto the Gambit to be able to mirror it so that we go yet again into VP, save Gambit. Rad react with a Loki ban so that VP again don't get a return to Central Park with 2 casts of Gambit. Oh, and there we go. Okay, rogue mission complete. Now the question is, do we get to see her with her husband, or are we actually going to see one of these teams divert from the ban draft lines that we've seen so far and try to remove her? Because the rogue has been very, very crucial for both of these teams when Gambit is up at securing eliminations in neutral, but also putting the pressure into forcing the ults when Heartbreaker is coming at the worst opportunity.
While the Mon Ami of Rogue is still a threat, it will be several other characters of powerful enablers here. It's going to be the Invisible Woman taken out on both sides, and the protection of the Rogue from Rad, really making sure that they can just get that backline dive potential with Lugia Goat as effective as possible. And just in case they want to double down, Virtus.pro will take away the Wolverine as well, potentially securing himself a one-sided Wolverine, and this time without the risk of Vertigo dropping Force Physics to prevent them from absconding with Wolverine's ill-gotten gains.
Does mean that Ducky's Groot has been able to make it through. But I think, like, you're more concerned, if you're Virtus.pro, about Rad taking out the Rogue. To have one-sided Heartbreaker, one-sided Hearts as one team up. This could be a Star-Lord ban, or this could be a Wolverine ban, especially if Ducky does want to lean towards some of those Groot plays. Because, like you pointed out, Invisible Woman being unseen on this match does mean that you don't have to worry about things like the Force Physics. You would still have to contest with the Bulwark, though, coming on through from Mag. And they thought about going for the Groot ban, but instead pivot over to the Thing instead. So we're removing some of the capacities from Virtus.pro's players to be able to brawl, as well as having things like that Yancy Street Charge to be able to lay the groundwork, quite literally, to debuff the mobility of some of these dive characters.
There's also the opportunity of the throws with the Cosmic Fastball. If they want to do that now, they're limited to the Gamma Fastball version of the Hulk, if they want to pick that up. But for now, Rad, knowing that there's a potential for a Wolverine on the board, it looks like they might not even go for a Rogue at this early stage. They are considering bringing out the Thing of their own. And that is risky, but it looks like they're also looking into a 3 Vanguard, potential 3 strategist setup to just go for a hefty defensive line here. There we go. They're mixing it up a bit. Lugia might still get the Rogue.
This is a throwback, Thatcher. This is, okay, so Iron Fist actually became meta for a while for professional teams after Atlanta, because he was actually one of the best duelists at being able to go toe-to-toe with Groot and also Mag, because of that health percentage to damage that he's able to do. So Virtus.pro, they could potentially go for the Iron Fist. They're looking instead on going for that Punisher as Finzi on the Groot. Fire's going to be moving on to that Moon Knight just for this first push, at least, to try and build up the Hand of Khonshu Strangling Prison combination. As Rad not actually going to be all that stacked up into these small side rooms. They're going to be relying on Ducky doing that instead. They're holding high ground instead before dropping down and contesting the objective actually moving.
Go gets dropped extremely low here, chased all the way back, but will get healed up. The triple Vanguard, triple strategist is enough to take down Cypher, which does mean a little bit of a head start from Matt when it comes to that Raging Royal Flush charge. Thing pushing forward, once again taking advantage of these corners to just charge up a little bit of bonus health, chase them back, but not overextending. If you get caught in the open as the Thing, you're in serious danger. You might have to use your main engage tool as a disengage tool to make sure that you don't get caught out of position. In the backline, Dridro, making sure that everyone is topped up and they can charge up a Fate of Both Worlds nice and quickly. On Nevik is trying to find someone isolated, like Vertigo here, for a quick blow-up. They can do so, but it's going to be Ducky who, protecting their team, is going to be falling on the sword.
BRB, though, brings him back. Crazy Kitty 2 utilizes that Meteor M, catches onto Finzi. Virtus.pro 2 foregoing the mag in favor of the Groot to be able to set up these strangling prisons into Hand of Khonshu or look to wall isolate off Rad's players means that they don't have that team up with the Gambit for neutral damage, which you can see Crazy Kitty is doing such a high amount of. Just used Meteor M, already almost 25% to the next one, but now you don't have it to be able to deal with the final judgment coming on through from Sparker that will be empowered by Saipe. Crazy Kitty cuts down Nevix, however, and Sparker with the final judgment hasn't really been able to find the amount of space that Virtus.pro were looking for. Very late strangling prison comes on through from the side of Finzi, setting everyone up to be caught out in the CC outside of Vertigo, who does come out with the Eternal Bond dodge of it, and Rad still being able to hold some of their players in position, could well decide to actually commit the Strange Portal recontest coming on through from Crazy Kitty that forces Lugia into having to go for the Heartbreaker just to be able to survive until the portal comes through.
Vertigo goes down, Mash goes down, so it's going to be a waiting portal here. They're going to wait for everyone to go down so they can regroup together, and we're not going to see any risk of a regroup coming in. No attempt at a stagger from Virtus.pro, because if they wait for a stagger, then that's an opportunity for Rad to portal back on and keep that cart without any movement at all. So instead, portal comes out once everyone respawns, utilizing it as cover, making sure it's facing away from your opponents. Don't give them the chance to body block you on the way out or to punish you on the way through. But in comes Ensong Inferno from Fi to look for a little bit of capitalization damage. Body blocked out from Smashnez, who took to the sky there to eat a little bit of damage there. Crazy Kitty also looking to try and wrap around with the Eye of Agamotto, is going to be drained out with the Heartbreaker from Nevix, and it will be prevented before it can stun out that backline. But Sparker is uncontested in shotgun Punisher form and is doing huge damage to anyone who finds himself isolated.
Yeah, I mean, this next fight too, it's usually a coin flip when both teams have Raging Royal Flush, but it's going to be a weighted coin flip on the side of Virtus.pro. They've got Gambit ult, they'll also have Final Judgment to be able to just catch Rad's players. Mash is already hovering that Gambit ult, but can they actually get players past Crazy Kitty with the Eye of Agamotto? Would not be able to stun up the Punisher. Final Judgment means CC immunity, and potentially immunity to all forms of damage for the amount of pocket that Sparker had to be able to just hold down primary and fire away. He truly did become lore accurate Punisher in that moment.
I am immune to damage because no one can damage me if they're already in the ground. Able to take down everyone before they can step up. And Virtus.pro getting some good distance here. You can see Saipe just going to be hovering at the choke point here at the top of the stairs into the basement of the Fisk building and the underground station. Looking to just ping some anti-heal and some damage at anyone who wants to step up. Lugia Goat already on the flank, has the Snowflake for a little, that idle aura for a little bit of extra sustain when they try and get into that backline. Straggling Prison already coming out from Finzi though to try and take them down early. It's a solo, but it's more than worth it because that keeps Virtus.pro all that momentum going as they are able to just burst on through. Emma gets taken down even with her Luna team up, and this is Virtus.pro with nothing stopping them.
Yeah, zero worries, right? Because like you said, you use the Strangling Prison, you catch onto Lugia's flank early before the Rogue has Heartbreaker and hits your backline and drains Geridro out of his ult with Fate of Both Waters. Rad's actually going to be making some changes. We're going to head into third. The map plays a little bit more into open space as well as verticality. So what they're going to do is they're going to play outside of Fisk building and wait for Virtus.pro to have to walk forward into that open space for the Venom to be able to hit the backline and force out these ultimates, delaying Virtus.pro and allowing Rad to start leading the ultimate economy for the long term. Fi scouting this out is going to come through with this Ensong Inferno, getting to just bypass Fisk building, open space, absolutely ignored into the backline with the Ensong Inferno hitting onto the Gambit, and that means that Rad have had to give up a lot of space. Lugia Goat though with that Heartbreaker buys it all back, and Virtus.pro already anticipating the Rogue ult, kite out of it crucially with both of the strategist ults intact.
They're able to retreat back. Virtus.pro having a lovely position here. Venom dives in, immediately retreats up to the high ground to look for a better angle. Wolverine looking to punish Ducky the second they step onto the point. And Crazy Kitty, who's already going to make their way in and with a numbers advantage. Raging Royal Flush comes on out, and immediately Virtus.pro pull the trigger, both literally and metaphorically. Sparker leaping forward with the zip line to get at least another pickup and force everyone back to spawn.
Well, Mash has got Raging Roll Flush, Smash knows too, but follow up with that Galactic Legend for Rad to be able to get a little bit more real estate, but they're going to have to contest potentially with this Fate of Both Worlds, giving the 40% damage amp to Final Judgment. Oh my goodness, the Feast of the Abyss, and Ducky's absolutely feasting. Comes on through with the anti-heal, sets up the elimination onto Finzi, but not onto Sparker. Late Heartbreaker comes on through from Nevix, finding the connection onto Lugigo, but Rad is still making trades here, and that means that the fight is absolutely still winnable for the man without fear as Crazy Kitty dives into Virtus.pro's whole team and finishes them up.
Nicely done by Rad there. They were able to pull the trigger on their Galactic Legend, got one pickup, but then played safely with their positions, even though they were the ones that called the engage, just to make sure that they did not get absolutely mowed down by Sparker with that Final Judgment, so they could re-engage once those ultimates were expired, the Fate of Both Worlds and the Final Judgment, so that they could get the more advantageous entry fight for finishing off any stragglers here. Lugia and Nevix going to be having a lovely duel of the rogues, both just trying to lock each other down for as long as possible as Crazy Kitty enters the backline. The Devil is unleashed, and Virtus.pro are once again staggered in spawn, but the problem is, Moxie, they're running out of time.
Yeah, it's wild actually that Lugia is able to survive that, gets grabbed out by Nevix, and then wall isolated by Finzi, who's actually going to be swapping off of the Groot onto the Captain Americas. Virtus.pro, they know they're not going to be able to just like walk for free into this dive setup, and like you said, they're running out of time. They have to go for characters who have high mobility and can mark the dive themselves. So Fi swaps to the Daredevil, knows exactly where Crazy Kitty will be playing from. Lugia comes on through with a zoning Heartbreaker, and Virtus.pro just have to give up the space, but in the meantime, Finzi swaps to the Captain America, flanks all the way around the back, and crucially will be able to jump onto that objective to hit OT and give Virtus.pro an opportunity of building up to Saipei's ultimate to try to swing this fight. Mash has already got his in hand though, and Rada looking at all of Virtus.pro, knowing that they have to be concerned about the follow-up if they don't find the eliminations here. Nevix is down, Saipei's ultimate's on the board, but it's not getting anything like a Galactic Legend to find these eliminations so quickly for Rada not to be able to deal with it, and that is going to be a hold. Full push not coming on through from the side of Virtus.pro. Rad with the swap onto the dive managed to find the stability.
Mash saw one of the scariest sentences you can see in Marvel Rivals, and that is Fi on Daredevil in your backline. He said, nah, I'd win. Chases him down while his ultimate was still active with an anti-heal and occasion charge, picks them off, and that prevented any extra backup or any capitalization onto the backline if Rad hadn't been able to finish that off there and then. Beautiful performance here by Rad, and now they've finally been able to get Gambit in their hands. They're starting to stabilize, but that was still a huge push from Virtus.pro. 2 points down, huge distance towards the Avengers Tower. This is going to be difficult for Rad to replicate.
Yeah, especially because like Virtus.pro, you've got the Groot now. If you're Rad, you have to be so worried about someone just stepping up a little bit too far forward and then getting wall isolated. But VP actually, instead of going for the Groot, they go for the Captain America. And I think I prefer this slightly more because if you're playing the Groot, you would sort of just have to play main and low ground and look for wall isolations on something like the Vanguards, which would then mean that Rad would just, well, full push their whole team up onto the high ground and take those positions instead. Going for the Captain America means that you can actually just like take the fight somewhere else. You can stall the objective, you can try and guarantee that VP will get as many fights as possible on the defense, not necessarily to win them, but literally to just drain Rad's time bank, because this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. Virtus.pro are thinking about, okay, if we don't full hold, let's at least get a good 2 minutes off the time banks that Rad lose an opportunity on second and third.
Seeing Lugia make their way up to the high ground to try and duel out Nevix, try and force them to give away that positioning advantage that Virtus.pro did get with that defensive setup early. Nice pickup from Crazy Kitty. They force them off the high ground and get the pickup from it, and that is a lovely setup. Will we see a portal re-engage from Virtus.pro like we did from Rad as they slowly but steadily pick off the members of Virtus.pro one by one, and immediately Fi back to Strange. They want a portal back in. They refuse to give Rad the time of day, and more importantly, the time of objective.
Yeah, also the time to build up ultimates. because Crazy Kitty is very close to a Kraken impact, but Virtus.pro, they'll take the high ground approach and then drop their vanguards down onto the objective to stall it out with the bulwark, allowing the Strange to go down and get back up to the catwalk. But in the meantime, we've actually lost Finzi as we get a huge pickup coming on through from the side of Rad. Crazy Kitty's about to have the Kraken impact up and online, and Virtus.pro do not have Raging Roll Flush to get the Purify on the cast of it. Manages to get the Trooper's Fist connection onto Fi. BRB brings the Doctor Strange back, but can you pull off the magic trick of surviving the Kraken impact? One falls, we get a reset, finds the execution potentially onto Dridro, who gets connected onto, has Eternal Bond. If Virtus.pro want to use to be able to stabilize their position in this fight and stop the reset coming on through, allowing Saipe to match the Raging Roll Flush coming on through from Ducky, but the Strangling Prison setup from Ducky.
They put him in timeout, isolating him from the board, but he survives for a little bit. Dridro finally taken down, though. Fincy falls, and Virtus.pro, they burn through the time, but Rad are able to come out ahead, and how refreshing is it to see Crazy Kitty back on that Winter Soldier doing what they do best in Stage 2 of last year. But Virtus.pro, it's now their opportunity. Raging Roll Flush comes on out via Magamoto, but Smashness tanks on through with the final judgment. Takes down one, takes down two! He's eating it, Moxie! They turn it around, and Virtus.pro are routed again. They are burning so many resources to try and delay, but the fact is, this is going to be point number one for Rad.
I don't think the Jeff sticks. I think like for Dridder, it was probably we swapped to Jeff so we can get the speed bubbles, so that we get the opportunity while we've used Strange Portal to get another fight before Rad hits checkpoint, and we can come through with Eye of Agamotto plus Raging Roll Flush, and yeah, there we go. Fight attempted, lost. Now onto the Luna instead, as we're going to be utilizing the Idle Aura onto Fi on the Daredevil, but Rad have also swapped Crazy Kitty onto the Daredevil, anticipating VP's change up, and they've got the sight to be able to match the vision coming on through from the defense. Nevix with the Heartbreaker. Virtus.pro want to be able to secure one fight, so they get all of this map space and high ground to be able to put the pressure onto Rad, and by the time Bank left, that they lost out on first. No eliminations off of the back of it. Rad also not really that close to ult. The Heartbreaker drained away the potential to use them. Ducky's got the Strangling Prison, but Crazy Kitty has fallen, and Rad without that Daredevil going to have to be backing a little bit closer to their side of the map, consolidating their resources, waiting for Mash to hit this ultimate before they decide to walk in.
Mapner's also swapped off the Punisher, though. He's got that Star-Lord. While he doesn't have the Galactic Legend, he does have Blaster Barrage and just solid attack speed. Takes down one, takes down two, and this is Rad flipping it once again. They lose Mash, but job's already done. Raging Roll Flush was activated as they chase down Virtus.pro into the subway, finishing off the structures. They want to get Nevix. If they can finish off Nevix on the way out, that will be a huge stagger. Dridro gets frozen. Dridro gets just absolutely capped here, as this is Rad pushing into the basement. Virtus.pro, they do still have delays though. They have Fincy, they have Fi, and they have Raging Roll Flush with two people down. They commit to this.
They had to. If they didn't, Lugia would just first turn with the Heartbreaker before Saipa gets the opportunity to use. So Virtus.pro have to commit the Gambit ultimate while they know that they still have it, but Vertigo, with the Fate of both worlds, allows Rad to stabilize through the one-sided Gambit cast and hold their position. Dridro's got the match now though, and Virtus.pro have closer respawns. Fi with Let the Devil out, comes out before Heartbreaker can find the connection. Strangling Prism from Ducky, tries to put the Daredevil into timeout and does complete the elimination as oh, wait a minute. Sparker got the Strange TP off of Virtus.pro to stall, but it also meant that Vertigo goes through and freezes the Sorcerer Supreme instead. But that Strange TP has allowed Virtus.pro to burst through with the Freedom Charge, and Rad, out of all of their sustainability, have to give up the space, not lose players, and come back with Galactic Legend to finish off the fight instead. Out comes the Star-Lord ultimate, away goes Dridro. Nevix trying to hold the space down with the Heartbreaker, but Lugia goes on absolute fire at the moment, has both of his strategists to be able to back him up even through the grab coming on through from Nevix, and Mash gets another cast of Raging Roll Flush, which finally should end this fight.
But the fact is, Virtus.pro just burned through so much time. 3 minutes were on the clock when Rad were able to hit that first point, and now they still haven't captured the second one with 55 seconds left on the board, because Virtus.pro, they know they're not holding it, but what they can do is just a eviscerate the time bank of Rad as they finally break through. They only have 2 minutes and 13 seconds to make 139 meters. Virtus Pro, they burn some tools, but the time is what's important here.
Yeah, the maximum stall as well. Sparker just like going to the Wolverine to have the passive kick in, so you have to do even more damage to be able to oust that duelist. But Crazy Kitty does have Let the Devil out, something that Virtus Pro are going to have to worry about as they don't have a strategist ultimate online. They could lose their backline very, very quickly if they're not able to complete this peel. Vertigo too, with Fate of Both Worlds, like Rad have the ultimate advantage and they're just going to full send it. They get such a huge opening. Virtus Pro want close holding against fist building as well. So it's going to have to be, okay, we go into this fight, we lose this fight, we now make a last stand for the last push of Midtown. But Rad, they've got Heartbreaker, they've got Fate of Both Worlds, and Smashness is about to get this Galactic Legend online. If Virtus Pro don't get a strategist ult online or shut down one of these duelists early, Tetcha, this fight could be done.
Heartbreaker's going to come on out. It's going to be mirrored with the Galactic Legend, but Luna's already taken out the backline before they could ultimate. Lugia is able to mirror it, taking it out. Nevik, straggling Prison, is dropped from both sides, trapping them in the building, which means that that finish line has a very few bodies on it. They have to rush in with some of the squishies. Down goes Rogue, down goes Gambit, and Rada evening up the score, Moxie. It's 2-2.
2-2.
Okay, so what we're seeing at the moment is that the skill divide for the EMEA teams has closed.
Yeah, it's gone.
Massively. Like, the fact that Rad, when they first played VP in group stages, were not able to pull a map, came close, but weren't able to pull a map. Fast forward now, 2 weeks later, they've pulled 2.
Yeah, it's completely different. They came close in the group stages, but they've learned, importantly. We're just seeing them learn everything so quickly. They learned from Shikigami with a portal re-engage. They learned from Virtus Pro giving themselves the Gambit in this same series. They're still playing. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Rad. What a run they're going on today.
I mean, great aggression as well coming through from them, identifying that Virtus Pro used like everything that they had available to try to complete that hold on second and then burn the time bank down. So Rad were like, okay, well, we did not have to use all of our ultimates in one go to be able to complete that. In fact, we got to complete that fight in neutral, so we're closer to our ultimates than you are, and we're just going to push before you can build up any economy to win a fight, push us back into fist building, which would eviscerate our time bank to at least 1 minute remaining. Really good heads-up play coming on through from Rad, showing that honestly, where they needed to improve was the macro, and they've been able to achieve that. We're going all the way to a map 5, which we'll be back with after the break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Oh no, it's happening again, is what Virtus Pro might be thinking, because Rad, the first ever team to take a series off them in a best of 3, might be doing the same in a best of 5. It's gone the full distance for this final map, and it is going to be Celestial Husk to decide. This is a pretty scary thing, because if I'm thinking back to some of those moments, Moxie, where Virtus Pro looked weak last year, and there wasn't many, domination could be scrappy. However, yeah, 7-0 so far this year. It's been good for them.
Yeah, I think like if you're Virtus Pro, as we talked about, they looked at the areas that they were weakest at, and they made measures to make sure that those were strengths now. The problem for them is that Celestial has like so much is available that you can like play. You can play the triple strategist lines. Ultron's good in 2 out of 3 of the submaps on Celestial Husk. You can play dive, you can play counter dive. I think like honestly for Rad, yep, Jeff too potentially as well. I think if you're Rad, you're just wanting to make sure that you get this gambit, you get this rogue mirror for you, because it's worked out so well so far.
I think Tetra, like the main thing that has brought Rad back is just being able to mirror matchup with the Gambit. Mash has had essentially 2 MVP performances. Managed to get it on Midtown. It was only Crazy Kitty that just eked him out a bit beforehand. He has not only been matched in Side Bay, he's been surpassed him. And the rest of the team from Rad synergizing with Mash, with whether it's team ups or just how Gambit plays, has been nothing short of exceptional.
Mash is a world-class player, and we have known that for a while. Also, just quickly, that graphic, your eyes are deceiving you. Rad did win that 4th map, which is why we are in our 5th one here. But Mash has been finally being given this gambit, as opposed to them sort of letting it through to see if they could maybe steal it with Loki as a priority. It was their own strategy. It didn't work. They adjusted, and now they're enabling stuff like Smashness to just go absolutely crazy on stuff like the Star-Lord. We're starting to see the Wolverine being taken away to just keep adjusting into Daredevils, into stuff like the Winter Soldier to adjust and give them the capabilities they need. And of course, Lugia is just unleashed. Ducky is tanking incredibly and just holding down the front line. I say to people, we saw them put Saipe in the timeout Groot ult earlier on in that last map. This team is coming together magnificently. We couldn't be happier just to cast it.
Speaking of like the Ducky Groot, it has been respected consistently throughout the drafts, with bans out on both sides, making sure it's not going to be one-sided. But the last couple of games have just been Virtus Pro having access to the Wolverine whilst Rad don't. In the last game, it was the Thing, just right at the end, taken out. What element of this game, like Moxie, now that we're going away from like the objective game modes, is it the Vanguards, Duelists, or Strategists that are going to define this draft, or even just how these teams are playing? Because both these squads are just matching up, mirroring each other pound for pound, and Rad are doing well. So what region of roles is it going to be defining this one, do you think?
Strategist. Like, straight up, your whole composition changes if you get Gambit through. If you get Gambit through, you're going to be playing Star-Lord, you're going to be playing Rogue, you're going to be playing Mag. You would potentially still like play Mag without the Gambit, but you wouldn't really want to play the Rogue. And you probably wouldn't want to take the Star-Lord too, especially if the other side gets the Gambit. So like, no. A lot of what both of these teams are going to be playing is going to be determined on that first save slot. What I'm really wanting to see though is that Virtus Pro taking us to Celestial Husk, a map where, as we've said, you can find these dives, and they've been trying to go for the dive. They've also been trying to circumvent it, with Phi going to the Wolverine a little bit later on towards their attacking side of the last map. Rad were really prepared to deal with Virtus Pro's dive. Like, they had full counter dive measures in place, to the point that Virtus Pro only started winning Hell's Heaven rounds when they swapped off of it entirely. So I'm looking at that and thinking, like, do Virtus Pro continue removing things like the Wolverine so that the Venom and Jeff with symbiotic shenanigans finds more value when we go to this round of domination?
Whilst this is a little bit more precarious ground for Virtus Pro, Tetra, I do remember going back to stage 2 of last year, FaZe almost beating Virtus.pro in a best of 5, but Virtus.pro just having a little bit of stamina to sort of win it out, and then they went on to win the grand finals by qualifying through that route, yada yada. We know the rest of the story, but it is like we have seen Virtus.pro in these moments look iffy, look really rough in some of these cases, but still able to win out best of 5s and then still go on to win events prior. So is it different feeling for you this time? Do you think the Virtus.pro are just like, this is a blip on their radar? Or do you feel like there's some element of the meta that's catching them out? Because looking at quick glances, people will say Vanguards, right? Why is there no Deadpool Vanguard for Finzi? Why has Finzi been targeted? It just feels that that's only just the tip of the iceberg, right?
I think it would be foolish to like count Virtus.pro out. Like you said, they've looked iffy in the past. Stage 1, they didn't even make it to mid-season. Stage 2, they came very close to losing several series, and then you get to the global finals and they win almost everything with little difficulty. This is a team that we've been talking about just how quickly Rad learned and adjusted. That's Virtus.pro in a nutshell. What were their difficulties in stage 1? The draft and some of the dom maps. They adjusted. They learn so quickly. It's just right now, Rad have a little bit of a head start on the adjustments for them. They have taken the lead in the quick stepping over each other game of trying to take a head start in these drafts. And as such, Virtus.pro was still banning stuff away from Rad, whereas Rad are taking the tools from Virtus.pro and building on them.
Well, so for now, it's whether Virtus.pro, these bears, are going back into hibernation or whether they're going to continue roaring through the losers bracket for Rad, seeing if a different team under the same organization can cause a little bit more of an upset. A perfect map to end this one on, guys.
I mean, it's a little bit of a blast from the past, surely. I mean, we talked about the fact that FaZe almost beat Virtus.pro on this one. Well, this was the map that Virtus.pro beat Chopped, actually, to push them out of contention for Atlanta. And that one went the whole distance, all 3 rounds, and came down to a Psylocke versus Psylocke elimination coming on out with Sparker versus Tuzi. So I think some of these players from Rad will be having a little bit of a flashback as, well, we're going to have deja vu in terms of our ban draft. Elsa instant ban, Gambit save, Loki reaction ban into Gambit mirror save.
What? That's crazy. It's the exact
we're
same
feeling
thing.
daring today, huh?
It's hello. Oh no, we're seeing Virtus.pro ban out the Rogue, and now they might have to give up on their middle ban of Invisible Woman or Wolverine or Groot in order to make sure they still get that Loki removal here, because they slipped it through. They take out the Vanguard Deadpool. They are giving Rad the full option to go for that double Raging Royal Flush. They were like, well, you let us play it. Let's see how you do. Do you have the chops? Pun intended.
I mean, do they go for the Loki save here if you're Rad? Or well, yeah, it's going to be the Loki save. Yeah. You're going for 2 casts of that Raging Royal Flush, but Virtus.pro, like, honestly here, they could just remove the Star-Lord. If you remove the Star-Lord, then it's like Gambit ult can still empower something like the Psylocke, right? Or potentially even the Phoenix, but they're going to remove the Vanguard and say, oh my goodness, yeah, Virtus.pro are just like straight up targeting Lugia's Vanguard, just whole hero pool to force him onto something like really uncomfortable. It does mean though that Rad will be able to have 2 casts of Gambit ult plus that Galactic Legend combination, but Virtus.pro safeguard Finzi's Captain America. Rad will be removing Fi's Daredevil in response, since they know that there will be dive and they do not want to have to deal with the Captain America having all of the information of scouting the backline before he even shows up.
Now let's see what they look at. Looks like Rad are going to potentially give themselves an access to a Captain America. Going to be following in the footsteps of Virtus.pro as they go for their own protection for Finzi. But like you said, now we have asymmetrical vision gain from the side of Rad. They have Crazy Kitty having access to that Daredevil, and there wasn't a Star-Lord ban. Virtus.pro not going to be following that. Like you said, they single targeted onto Lugia here, so they will be having access to double Raging Royal Flush if they want it, with a Star-Lord at the ready. Because right now, Vertigo is hovering a White Fox, but of course, we're in spawn doors on Dom. These picks mean nothing.
Well, I mean, if you're anticipating Virtus.pro going dive, like, White Fox Gambit's actually a really good backline to be able to react to this, especially because Virtus.pro, while they don't have the Daredevil, they do have the Venom, and Dridro is currently on Rocket, but that's likely going to change to Jeff to be able to have both the symbiotic shenanigan team up so that Nevix has more survivability, something which he's absolutely going to need if he's going into the blender of Spectral Surge charms the moment that he shows on up, plus the range. Like, remember, these teams, they're playing on 7.0 patch. You're not playing on 7.5, so Jeff's fall-off has not been nerfed, but what's actually going to happen is we're not getting Jeff. Dridro's coming on the Rocket, so you've got the team up with the Star-Lord instead. Fi gets an additional iframe plus the ability to go force Rad to react to a Star-Lord ultimate and then blip out of that space entirely.
There's a lot of potential here for Virtus.pro, a lot of options to try force out reactions from Rad, and then of course an immediate blow up, the classic of the Feast from the Abyss and the Dance of the Butterflies from the Venom and the Psylocke. Ducky taking a lot of damage early on, but will get healed up as the team groups up. Lugia also getting tracked, the Sparker is just having a lovely time on the flank here, and Rad not used to this. It's been a bit since they're dealing with this particular style of flanking, whittling down of their front and back line before people get blown up, so they're forced to back up a little bit, give some space, but they're not giving up on the objective yet. They're still willing to take this fight, take this duel. There's that Rocket team up you brought up earlier as they try to take down Venom, but Nevix is a little bit too tanky, gonna try and go for the retreat, but is caught on the way out.
Yeah, Virtus.pro is trying to take as many dives as possible in as many different places as possible. So if they get one hit onto Rad, if they lose a player early, it's just traded back with that BRB kicking on through. But Rad are able to actually just bunker up. They only lose one in the form of Crazy Kitty. So Mash staying up the whole duration of that fight means that you've got that Raging Roll flush. You don't have Galactic Legend just yet, but Rad might not go for the combination. They might just want the confidence, the confirmation that they can hit Virtus.pro before Saipe has the match.
Sparker looking to just build up some charge almost at that Dance of the Butterfly. Nevix into the backline for a little bit of setup, but no commitment yet. Don't want to get taken out of position. Dridro on that White Fox, keeping everyone topped up, but is a little bit behind Vertigo, of course. Sparker taken down by Crazy Kitty, immediately forcing the retreat out of the rest of Virtus.pro, but Rad don't want to give them the satisfaction, the distance, or the time, forcing the chase out with that Raging Royal Flush, and that forces Virtus.pro to regroup, but now they have uncontested Raging Royal Flush.
Dridro's off of the Rocket too. You're on the White Fox to be able to match Vertigo. Smashnet starts off with the Galactic Legend. No mag on the side of Virtus.pro, no Meteor M to be able to absorb it. So it's Kite behind natural cover, wait out it to be done, and then come back in with your own Gambit Ultimate and Galactic Legend combo. Ducky with the Meteor M absorbs it and actually turns the Meteor onto Sparker too, but you lose the mag for it. Vertigo allows Rad to be able to survive the brawl and reposition onto the point, allowing Crazy Kitty as well to send in the Let the Devil out, and Virtus.pro lose Saipe before Dridro can get the heal through with the Kumeho unleashed. Rad wanting to brawl out on point. They know that they're probably going to lose to the long-term sustainability of Virtus.pro having that later White Fox ultimate, but they want to get as much point percentage as they possibly can before they do so, and they even force the Freedom Charge from Finzi too.
Dridro got taken down by Crazy Kitty on that Daredevil, forcing out that Captain America ultimate for any kind of sustain because the strategists were forced off the point. It's enough for the flip, but we're still in overtime. Finally going to get ticked up. And Rad, they had the option to potentially portal, but with 3 people down, they instead choose to reset. They forced an overtime flip here. Rad with an incredible start in this domination map.
But what's really problematic for Virtus.pro is using that Freedom Charge. Because now, if you're Rad, well, you're 77% to Galactic Legend, you're 75% to Royal Flush, and Virtus.pro have no defenses against it. No mag, no Meteor M to be able to try and just be a pseudo stand-in strategist ultimate. There's the dive coming on through, and yeah, that's what happens when you try and soft dive a White Fox team. Daredevil has all of the information too, perfectly reads out when Nevix is going to go for that hit, and no Battle Recall Beacon to bring the Venom back. Mash has got the ultimate, Smashnez is ready to go. This should be able to zone Virtus.pro off of the point and allow Rad to be able to find the flip.
They're trying to take it soft to begin with, but now they're pulling it once they've managed to get Virtus.pro to back up a little bit. Now they've got the team split in two. They think they can take down anyone on the point and force the flip, and they are right. Virtus.pro off the point, forcing the overtime, but that is the Galactic Legend used up. Sparker has to answer the butterfly, and it's going to have to be used or saved for the next round because Rad have full control. Here comes the re-engage. Nevix trying to rush onto the point as Fireball a little bit of time. Sparker does, the butterfly is used and doesn't touch. They burn the cooldown and lose the point. That is devastating for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Virtus.pro, what ends up happening, right, is Fi was the one contesting point, and he goes down. Dance of the Butterflies does not count as contesting. It's the same as things like CD with Dark Teleportation, with the World Breaker Hulk, or any level of Hulk transformation too, because it gives you like that iframe, basically. You're invulnerable through the whole duration, but the game basically says, okay, you're not in the lobby. You're still able to do damage, but you're not counted as being physically present. So what that means is that Virtus.pro lose the round and now lose Dance of the Butterflies, which would have been so good at forcing Rad's players to have to actually stack up. Now you have a dive composition who can play as split as they want to because they don't have to worry about leaving their backline to get shredded by a Psylocke.
0% Psylocke charge. Nevix 95%. At this point, you might as well just charge it and use it immediately just to try and make sure it's at least slightly back in sync with Sparker. As Rad, they have their Feast from the Abyss themselves. Ducky moving off the Magneto here is going to look at the Groots, looking to try and get some controllers to those doorways on this central point area for the lower ground. But it's going to be Rad fighting through the low ground. Virtus.pro takes the high ground, trying to push it to the back line. There's that Feast from the Abyss, exactly as we predicted. It's interrupted though. Nevix put on the half cooldown. Focus down, barely gets out of there alive. As Fi, Galactic Legend to try and commit early. The Jeff healing from Dridro is keeping the team topped up beautifully. As Symbiote Shenanigans is also doing huge work on that first initial fight. And Brad, they have been able to hold through this though without using almost a single tool other than looking against Feast from the Abyss. The Devil's been unleashed with Virtus.pro already using a lot of their defensive tools. It's Jeff going to be forced out for some kind of healing output here.
Mash is getting targeted as well by Nevix. They know that this Gambit has the ultimate ready to go before Saipe, but Saipe falls and Mash can just hold the ultimate. Rad's already been able to secure the eliminations to find the fight win. They'll have it for this next one when Smashness has the Galactic Legend, which means even if Saipe's got the match of the Gambit ultimate, without the match of Galactic Legend, Virtus.pro still lose the coin flip unless they can take Smashness down early.
Shout out to Saipe for the neutral Purify there against the Groot ultimate, but they still lost the fight. Now they just have to charge up. They can't afford to be taken down early, but Mash can mirror it is the issue. Smashness looking for a high ground position to see if they can trap someone out of position to smash. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush with the Galactic Legend combo as they push on in to try and chase them down off the point. Mash is once again just playing so aggressively here. They take down 3 members of Virtus.pro, and Rad continues to hold a dominant position on this second point. Virtus.pro, they just can't seem to break through.
The ult economy, though. Virtus.pro, like, they'll use the ban hammer from Finzi because if you fall, you lose all of that ultimate economy. They held their Gambit ultimate. They've got Dance of the Butterflies. Feast of the Abyss too means that Nevix has a little bit more self-sustainability, but Crazy Kitty on the Daredevil reads the rotation coming on through from the side of VP. Dance of the Butterfly softens up enough players. Galactic, well, just the Blaster Barrage actually coming on through from Fi, emboldened with that Raging Roll Flush from Saipe, is enough to bag the eliminations. And Virtus.pro should be able to find the flip fight, but Rad, they're not giving it up easy. Smashness comes back on the Strange, is likely going to try and teleport the team, but it's ever so slightly late. The flips already come through on the side of Virtus.pro, and that could mean later down the line, Rad have to play into an OT fight without a Strange TP to get the regroup. Everyone is there for that Feast of the Abyss, stacking on up versus Nevix, but at the moment, if you're Rad, you don't have an ultimate ready to go. You're waiting for that Galactic Legend, or actually, no, they can't go for the Galactic Legend combo. You're waiting for Mash's ultimate, but in the meantime, Virtus.pro take the initiative and the first turn, invading into Rad's spaces so that when the Gambit ult comes through, everyone's a little bit too low to be able to push back.
Dragon Present comes on out. They're able to take out Saipei on the backline, but it's everyone on Rad. They just did not have to sustain after losing 2 members early on. The White Fox Vertigo is doing everything they can to sustain them through this, but Lugiago is just not getting the healing they need to hold on in this fight. Crazy Kitty is trying to just dash away to look for a reset. They do not want to get caught out here. As Virtus Pro, they've managed to capture the point, and they are not letting it go. They have Dance of the Butterfly, they have Galactic Legend, and they're approaching their own Raging Royal Flush, very separate from MASH, who will not be able to mirror them this time.
Yeah, I think if you're Virtus Pro as well, like, you're okay with just letting Rad walk closer to you as opposed to trying to send Nevix in for an early hit with this Venom, since Crazy Kitty would be able to scout it out, Vertigo would be able to let the charm through with that White Fox, the thing that was able to interfere with the Feast of the Abyss in that first fight. Finzi taking a lot of pressure too at the moment, as Lugia's been able to scout out the backline from Virtus Pro. Fi with the peel, Galactic Legend to get them off his gambit. Symbiotic Shenanigans comes on through from Dridro. Not an ultimate, but for the amount of healing that you can find, might as well be one. And Rad are taken out of that win condition of Let the Devil Out, having to rely instead on brawling on the point as we're about to hit into OT with the Kumeho Unleashed. Smash Nets with the damage on top of it. Galactic Legend, but no elimination. Saipei was safe, comes back with that Gambit ultimate, and Virtus Pro push forward to take second stage.
Looks like we're going to be evening this up in map number 5 as Virtus Pro holding it together, forced them off the point, and with no portal available due to it being used earlier, we are heading to a third point in map 5 to decide who will continue their journey through this lower bracket. Virtus Pro, was it Lugia who was the problem, because they're holding it together?
The fact as well that we're going to Codex. We talked about, you know, the Chopped versus Virtus Pro for who would be able to come out with that last spot to Atlanta. Yeah, no, that was decided on this very submap of Celestial Husk. So this is very much deja vu coming on for on the side of Rad. But it does mean that there's going to be a little bit more dive opportunities. This map very much open. But now that we get that Jeff coming on through from Dridro, Nevix has a lot more survivability, even when he's getting scouted out early by the Daredevil's radar sense, because he has that Jeff just healing him up from afar, or with the team up, he's able to survive the scrutiny.
It comes down to this. 1 point for preseason survival. Otherwise, they're going to be waiting until stage 1, almost a month away, for them to get another chance at some glory here in EMEA. Lugia sticking with this Venom themselves. Vertigo's been putting on an absolute clinic on this White Fox, but needs to hold it as Ducky gets absolutely gagged up on. The healing attempt comes in, but Vertigo just falls on the sword as well. Virtus Pro with their own aggressive engage and Rad. They're going to be getting Shikigami flashbacks as they once again fall prey to a portal engage.
Yeah, VP just being able to just roll through that fight with the portal and symbiotic shenanigans at the start of the round to make sure that there are no trades. Pick up the first point, have not been able to displace Mash though, and he will have first cast of the Raging Roll Flush that Rat could use to make a play to try and push VP out of this position. Finzi very close to that ban hammer, might place it onto the Gambit, but not before the ult comes on out. Dridro with the It's Jeff might be able to find the E. Vertigo utilizes that teleport, puts the pressure onto the strange tail sweep, takes out Nevix. We get the ban hammer, Mash going low, the Fox having to turn around and peel Spectral Surge, looking to charm up the Deadfall, so he's just not able to complete the eliminations on the backline. But Sparker takes advantage of the split, comes through with Dance of the Butterflies, and starts softening these players up long enough that he can just complete the elimination with the dash through after the ult's done.
Fire's down as well, though, so we're seeing Rad at least trying to keep some contention here. Mash making their way back in to try and keep the team topped up because Ducky is extremely low, as is Crazy Kitty with the backline taken down. Virtus Pro, they see blood in the water. They seize the advantage and they keep control. It was close, but with the strategist being the ones to fall on the side of Rad, it was sustained that one out for Virtus Pro, holding on for just a little bit longer. They hit 60%, but Rad, they have Feast from the Abyss, they have Galactic Legend, 59% of Raging Royal Flush, which falls short of Saipei 73, meaning Virtus Pro have one of the big engage tools, and you've still got to worry about Nevix on those flanks.
Yeah, here comes that Galactic Legend. This time from Virtus Pro, though, just stopping Rad from being able to take space, forcing them to have to basically take cover behind Ducky's Iron Curtain. That means that we're in almost last fight territory now, and Rad have not been able to take the space. They didn't lose anyone, though. The Kite was good, so now we get both the Solid and the Gambit ultimate. They should be able to sweep this fight. Virtus Pro have very little to be able to stand in the way, but if you're Virtus Pro, you're really, really happy with that trade-off. Yes, you lose the point control, but Rad had to burn both the Gambit and the Solid ultimate, and you're at 94%. All you have to do for VP is come through with Gambit and Heartbreaker, because Nevix has swapped to the Rogue. He's done with the Strange. You've got the team up, Hearts as one, and this could be the thing that allows Virtus Pro to finally get past that checkpoint.
Here comes the Rage of Royal Flush, Feast with the Abyss to try and capitalize, to try and take them down early, chasing them all the way. In the meantime, Vertigo comes into the Kumiho Unleashed to keep the team topped up, but is going to be ticked out of it so quickly. That's all the healing output they could have. Devil's been unleashed onto the backline, though. Takes out Fi. Smash Nest Fall starts to the Butterfly to try and burst on through with all of the healing output removed from Rad. Ducky's dropped low, holds on for as long as he can, but Virtus Pro's damage output is overwhelming here. They're pushing on through Rad, who are desperately throwing bodies at the point to buy time. Smash is going to portal back in to give them any opportunity they can to delay this as long as possible. But Virtus Pro, they barely lost anyone in that fight. Portal comes in for the reinforce. They don't even use it as a protective portal here. It's just straight onto the point to try and buy as much time as possible. Media M for the backline takes out nothing. Blocked by Virtus Pro. But Virtus Pro are retreating off the point here. It flips for Rad. But ultimate-wise, they're charging up 53% for Saipe. But they've got to make sure they use it at the right time, because Mash is already at the ready.
Yeah, they weren't able to pick Mash. They had to make do with just zoning the Gambit out of the fight and trying to win it before Royal Flush could come on through. But Rad have the ult now, and they're running at Virtus Pro. They know that Virtus Pro have no defenses. But yet again, VP, same approach, right? Lose to the Gambit ult fast, and now try to come back in again with greater ultimate economy in this next one. Nevix is swapping to the Strange. Rad's going to try and actually cancel it out. If Vertigo can get this charm onto that Strange portal to stop it, then VP might be in a really bad position to actually get a touch. Fi's taken down. Spark is out of the way. Virtus Pro don't get the Strange portal in time, and Rad knock them out of Preseason.
Rad take the win. Virtus Pro will have to try again in stage 1 as they dove the portal. VP knew exactly what to do. Lose early, portal back in, utilize your Rage Royal Flush that was at 70%. Rad, they know exactly that's what they need to do, because they just did it. They run at them, find 2 isolated members, force them off the teleport before they can reinforce, and Rad move on. I'm pretty sure at this point everyone's predictions are in tatters here.
Oh, Rad are going to be so happy. That's like the deviated path from the previous Chopped versus Virtus Pro matchup. What a play coming through from them. We talked about, you know, like the skill gap, just like shortening between all of the teams in EMEA, and you truly do feel it. Like, Rad's been able to catch up. The amount of improvements that they had as well in comparison to their match versus Shikigami earlier in the week, you can tell that now they're like putting in that extra little bit of time, like really approaching the ban draft in a different manner, making sure that they're actually like doing all of these researches into the team specifically so that they can feel as confident and comfortable as possible heading into these matches. What a turnaround for this team.
So impressive. This is Rad learning. We talked about it. They adjusted. They were trying to target as best as they could onto anyone. They were trying to target onto the strategist. Didn't work. They tried to target Crazy Kitty. Didn't work. Virtus Pro, they tried one last attempt to target against Lugiago, but the end of that name is GOAT, and he holds on with the Venom to just buy them the little bit more time they need.
What just happened? We just saw Virtus Pro get eliminated and reverse swept, I think, for the first time.
By a team called Rad, again.
It happened again.
It's a multiversal team with different players on this roster, but Rad as an organization is just sitting back thinking we were made for this. The worst part for Rad, if you even can find a negative side, is that they do have to play a little bit later on. But a team that got humbled a couple of days ago by Shikigami in the upper bracket are not going to be feeling pretty humble right now. They just eliminated the world champions out of preseason and did it pretty much by matching them. 2-2-2, Dive, Gambit. It just seemed, Moxie, that like Rad were able to actually go up against Virtus.pro with pretty even drafts, even with Virtus.pro trying to go for something crazy by targeting Lugia at the end.
I mean, something I actually want to point out as well is that, like, in the draft, Rad saved both the Gambit and the Loki, but we saw, for the most part,
Loki, yeah.
Vertigo actually on the White Fox, and I think, like, this was a really good adjustment. They knew when Virtus.pro took us to Celestial Husk, getting both the Captain America, the Venom, the Jeff, it was going to be Dive. Daredevil as well having to be a later ban coming on through from Rad, so that Crazy Kitty can just, like, read out when Virtus.pro are wanting to hit, where they're wanting to hit from, and that means that you pass that information to Vertigo. You're sitting on such a low cooldown on Spectral Surge, that CC charm coming on through against the Venom. Multiple times we saw Nevix try to create the space at the start of those fights, not wanting to go for an elimination, literally just like soft diving, trying to disrupt, trying to force Rad to have to turn and deal with the Venom so that VP's rest of the team gets more space done, but he just doesn't get the opportunity to get out because of that White Fox play. And I really do feel like when we move into the later stages of this meta, White Fox is going to be looked at much more closely if you want to play Dive as a, well, do we actually want to let this through? Because even without the Luna, it's still proving to be problematic.
Alongside a Daredevil too, I think Tetcher, when you could just play with that information, and some really good moments, I think, for Crazy Kitty to switch over to the Daredevil alongside the White Fox, both on Midtown second when they were like switching it around middle of the map, but also like on these couple of points that they played here. I think if there's like a part of the map that we've just saw from Celestial Husk to highlight, it's that third point, naturally, where it came to a conclusion, and the portal play for Rad just struggling, eking to get people onto the objective, to hold it in their favor when you've got Virtus.pro looming at like 99% or near enough in the 90s. The fact that Rad were able to hold on and push that to 100 is going to feel great, considering that's the part of the game that they struggled with right at the start of the day on Hell's Heaven, right?
And not just then, but against Shikigami as well. What were the things that we talked about where they sometimes had difficulties with? It was knowing when to portal and getting effective portals that were either in time or in the right place. That one was perfect. It was just get bodies on the point. Don't hesitate. Don't worry about who's portaling, where they portaling. Just get them to the point. And once they did that, it was all about, again, something that Rad had a little bit of difficulty with against Shikigami, crisis management. Working out what's Virtus.pro's win condition? Their portal time. Well, let's just not let them do that. Run at their face, run at their spawn, don't let them touch. And it worked out perfectly. This is Rad learning from their mistakes, and we love to see it.
Yeah, I'll show you my notes that I had for just in case Virtus.pro got eliminated today. That's pretty much what I had written down. Absolutely sod all. But like in this case, as we're looking at this, Moxie, Virtus.pro being eliminated, immediately people are going to be like, they're washed, they need to drop this play, they need to do that, they need to do this. Like, this doesn't feel too dissimilar to like stage one. Less stakes because we're not going towards an international event from preseason at the very least. What would you say for like Virtus.pro for like going into stage one? It is just narrow of a month away. They've got some time, but is it them being behind the meta, or is it just the rest of the region of EMEA catching up in terms of how they can contribute?
I think it is sort of like the meta getting to a counter dive position at the worst possible time for Virtus.pro, right? Even though they're saying like, okay, well, we're not just a dive team. Dive is still like their bread, their butter, their comfort as well. If you're going to Celestial Husk, it's going to be dive elements coming on through. I think if you were playing in a meta where White Fox like wasn't as buffed, maybe wasn't even released, then Virtus.pro would have had an easier time being able to pull off those dive compositions. But like we saw Rad just perfectly be able to deal with the dive, because VP, they try to play like so many different aspects of it. They try to play like, okay, one person goes and dives this spot, someone else goes and dives that spot at the same time because they saw from Hell's Heaven how coordinated Rad actually were in anticipating one element of dive in one set position and all 6 of their players ready to peel it. So Virtus.pro tried to like deviate away from that strategy by literally pulling Rad in as many different directions as they possibly could, with as well the Rocket BRB, so that if you lost one of those fights, you're still bringing that player back and you can take that instant player advantage of just pushing Rad out. Losing those first fights on a dive composition up against a Gambit Starlord composition is always going to be the absolute worst, because it doesn't mean that you just lose one fight, it means you lose the second one that comes afterwards too.
We'll definitely have a lot more to talk about, and we'll be seeing the action from Rad a little bit later. But before we get into the second best of 5, let's talk to one of the duelists on the side of Rad Gaming, Smashnez. First of all, congratulations. You've had a turbulent time, I think, in preseason so far with like losing to Shikigami, getting your revenge. Ducky said that you guys got humbled. I'm pretty sure you're not feeling humble right now. You're probably over the moon, right?
Yeah, we did get very humbled on the Shikigami match. We did not expect to lose as hard as we did, but we took some time. We put in the work, and yeah, it shows.
Can you talk us a little bit through like the first stages of the series? Because obviously things changed when you started going for the instant save on the Gambit as opposed to the Loki, but you're not just saving the Loki for, you know, laughs. What was the exact plan? What was the reasoning behind going for the Loki first?
We wanted to play a lot of like front to back. We have one of the best Lokis on the server on our team, Ash. So we thought we were playing to our strengths with that. And we were also hoping that they didn't expect it, and it almost worked, but we didn't close it out. So yeah.
So looking ahead for the rest of the series, like Moxie said, you started protecting the Gambit. As time went on, what was eventually the trigger for that? You talked about how you were trying to prioritize the Loki, but you started prioritizing Gambit as well as stuff like the eventually getting Lugia onto the Rogue, for example. Was it just it wasn't working as well as you expected in the earlier rounds, or was it just, okay, let's just try this strategy because it works better on the map?
So the first 2 maps, like I said, we tried to do like kind of curveballs, hoping they wouldn't expect it, and it didn't really work. So third map we were like, let's just go to our comfort. We like Gambit comps, and we do have the best Rogue on the server. There's nobody in EU better than Lugia on Rogue. And it went a lot better, as you can see.
For sure. I think Mash had pretty much MVP performances across all 2 map wins. Outside of Crazy Kitty having some good stuff too on the Deadpool Vanguard. Look, real quick, that final map, what was Lugia's reaction when he saw the likes of like The Thing, Deadpool Vanguard, Rogue all be banned out in a row? Is he thinking like, oh man, like what are they saying screw me for? Or are you thinking it's so open for us to punish the backline because you were going for the strategists a lot right in the draft?
To be honest, when we saw the Thing ban, we started laughing, especially Lugia. It was like, why are they target banning me? But yeah, we were also really happy because it did leave all our characters open, and we thought, hey, this is a good time to dive.
What was it like in those last moments? Sorry, real quick, the portal play right at the end where like you realized that you'd got like that sort of fight win. You knew that they were going to go for like an overtime portal play. You just ran at them, right? I imagine comms were a little bit chaotic trying to stop Virtus.pro from getting on there.
I would be lying if I said I was a little bit nervous. I was like kind of shaking after I TP'd and we won the fight. And everyone just screamed, "They're TPing! Cancel it! Cancel it!"
So talk to us a little bit now, because obviously like Virtus.pro being out, that means that predictions fully up in the air, I think, for a lot of people. You've been able to go up against likes of Shikigami already. Where would you now place the power dynamics for EMEA? Like, who do you think are the top 3 teams?
I think at the top right now, I think it's Na'Vi. I think they showed a really good performance yesterday, and they're really good at the meta. They swap very fast when they need to. And then it's either also Heretics on second, and the other one is obviously third place, and then Shiki on fourth. We're hoping to beat them later today. Gonna show that we're better than we showed last time.
Yeah, they'll be playing just after this, and then you've got a bit more of a break as Heretics and Navi going to be fighting in the upper bracket. Final question about this, right? Because we did see Navi beat Virtus Pro yesterday. It didn't feel like you sort of took what Navi did and tried to use it yourselves. It did feel like you sort of beat them in a different way, a style that suited you, right? Was there anything from that loss against Navi yesterday that you wanted to take into this series against Virtus Pro?
We tried to take in, like, they played a lot of Wolverine. We tried to take that in, but they ended up banning it after first map, I think. And other than that, it was just you gotta be fast with the adaptations in this meta. There's so many things you have to play, and there's like one character change can change the entire dynamic of the game.
Well, I won't even ask like who you think like the opponent is. I guess you want to get your revenge on Shikigami, but they have Fire Strays to play after this. And I want to send you on a break as soon as possible because you are playing later today. So again, congratulations, Smash. There's a really fun series to be watching, and we'll see you a little later on today.
See you.
Smash There's, I mean, it couldn't happen to a better team when it comes to like vindication, right? Because it's the fact that we went into that final map and we were like, it's like Virtus Pro versus FaZe, it's like Virtus Pro versus Chopped. You've got players that were on both of those teams that lost in those final maps, finally getting a bit of revenge, and showing that EMEA isn't just a one-trick pony with the Bears, that there are 5, maybe even 6 teams Moxie that can compete at the top.
I mean, that's what we said for the series, right? We get to see the comparison of Rad versus VP in the group stages, now Rad winning against VP in the playoffs. Like, the skill gap is shortening in EMEA and at a very drastic pace.
I'll come back to you after the break, Texture, because we have got another best of 5 to go through, which I feel just at this rate is going to go to all 5 maps. Back Chief is going to be basically 24 hours of watching EMEA action, I think, at this rate, but we'll come back after a quick break for the second BO5 of today.
Talk when you hear a character who is a better solo duelist than Winter Soldier. Storm. Mr. Fantastic. Iron Man. Human Torch. Punisher. Hela. Duelist Deadpool. Psylocke. Jean Grey. Moon Knight.
That's my boy on my life. To this day, whoop anybody's cheeks all day.
As solo
to the moon,
duelist.
all right, to the moon. Yeah, solo. He take 1v6 for all I care. He take 1v11. All he does is 1v3 in his mind. He can take 1v11 in reality. He's got this.
All right, Matsy's been stressing, but still holding out. Wolverine. Elsa Bloodstone.
Okay.
Oh, Wolverine. Yep. Why Wolverine?
I was thinking too hard, man. I just love the way that the feral leaps can really enable fights. In comparison to what you see out of Bucky right now. I don't know. But I mean, in that sense, it's the solo engagements. And I think one of the same, Wolverine with the, Last Stand can just absolutely rip and tear anybody. I've seen many a Wolverine, just a solo ult, tons of strategies, or for anyone for that matter. So, yep, I'm locked in on Wolverine. The claws are out.
Talk when you hear a map that is harder to full push than Central Park. Manhattan. Spider Islands. Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah.
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 Ooh.
Yeah.
After today, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That hurt teams today. That was morally crushing for some people.
Doctor Strange got the better of him.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
Man, stay on the point. Stay on the point.
Which bit's the hardest to push?
The final area.
Yeah, I'd say in some ways the first and last part of the map, but more so the last part of the map.
I would say the last 6th specifically.
Yeah.
Because that first section of the third, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, around the corner. But when you're at the end, it's like there's spawns right there. There's no good line of sight to protect yourself. It's decimation.
speak when you hear a banger series coming up. We got Fire Strays versus Shikigami, which I guess is probably... Yeah, it's going to be harder to be louder than the last series that we just saw, but this really sort of sets the stakes, I think, a little bit, Tetra, right? Shikigami, who knocked Rad down to losers bracket thinking, oh god, what is going on the other side there? They have to play up against Fire Strays, who are honestly, I think, just proven to be one of the top 6 teams in the region, maybe even top 5 with a good win here.
Fire Strays, I think, are the biggest question mark right now in this whole, like, teams that are remaining in this playoff stage, because they keep performing insane, but maybe losing some games that people might thought they could have done better in. So this is their chance to prove it against the team that has been sort of the upsetter for a lot of people in the form of Shikigami, and preferably now, while Shikigami are looking ahead, potentially at the ghost that's waiting for them in the next part of that lower bracket. This could be an opportunity for Fire Strays to take them when they are potentially mentally elsewhere.
I mean, we're going to sort of look at the rosters a little bit more in a second, Moxie, but I think there's like multiple players to really sort of cast your eyes on. I think one of the ones I'd want to start with is Black Sao. Not only just because his group's been shining, but he's been playing a lot of Strange because they've really put a lot of stock into that combo with Invisible Woman.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about the group, yesterday Museum of Contemplation lights out performance. Like, quite literally, the Museum of Contemplation's lights went out when we got Strangling Prison combined with Kraken Impact for just, like, a full team sweep. Like, Strays, I think, like, from what we're hearing, we even got to hear about it a little bit in that interview just then, right? Playing for your comfort picks. They said, like, yeah, Mash is just, like, a really good gambit. We want to play for our comfort comps. And I think that suits Strays as well. If they want to just, like, play for their comfort, play for things like the Groot. Sloppo, too, has been looking a lot more comfortable these days. Of late, had a little bit of a rough performance in group stages, but is right back on form.
Yeah, there's been like an interesting development for Fire Strays where they have been dedicating a lot to the triple strategist, to the point that Demon's most played hero, Tetra, is White Fox. Surprisingly, as somebody that's one of the most scariest like melee characters, kind of makes sense to an extent. So we'll start with Fire Strays. I think the notable thing about this team is they really don't put too much stock into playing Gambit. They are going to ban it out. So maybe that's something that Shikigami can hit, ban out the Elsa, just hover the Gambit and go, you guys aren't going to play it. Or maybe they do. We just haven't seen it in play.
But they play the Loki.
Yes,
they leave you the Gambit and then they play the Loki. And Snoss had some insane exchanges on the Loki into copying the Raging Roll Flush from God of Mischief. So I feel like maybe if you're Shikigami, you're looking more at the Loki, if anything.
Yeah, but you've got some good, like, it's everything else around it too, right? Like the combinations. I guess like we haven't seen Fire Strays play much like Rogue. Binary's been more for like Deadpool Vanguard, Hulk Venom, Black Sao, as we mentioned, Groot Strange, and a little bit of Magneto. I think so much focus is going to go on like Slopodopoulos' performance on the Elsa, if he can get a hold of it, Tetra.
Yeah, we've been seeing the Elsa getting banned out earlier and earlier as time goes on, so we'll have to see if it does slip through for these teams. But you already mentioned Fire do sometimes like to ban out Gambit first, so it could come in for Shikigami, where another player who's been doing as well as Sloppo on these Elsa Bloodstones is Leo, who's been doing some absolute crazy work every time it slipped through. But the thing I want to highlight here, we talked about Black Sao being one of the most prolific Groot players of all time in EMEA, but there is a potential rival to the crown there, and that is after his performance versus Rad, Isidore is absolutely goated on that Groot and is really making a name for himself to be the biggest tree in EMEA.
I think that's the perfect sort of way to look at it. If we do see these like Groot head-to-heads, Isidore versus Black Sao is going to be a good one, especially with how like tenured these players have been playing in the likes of the Invitational pretty much at the start of 2025. I think all elements of this is like you've got Lindstrom versus Name, backlines versus Zenost and Closer, again played throughout pretty much all of the stages of Ignite last year and all of the tournaments in between. Laylis versus Sloppo. I think it's more like Demon versus Frost Mountain when it comes to maybe the Wolverine battles, right, Moxie? That feels like that could be some finish shine.
Yeah, but I mean, Frost Mountain, we have to talk about it, right? If you're new to watching Shikigami, you might be a little bit confused at some point in this series, especially if we go to Convoy or Convergence and Shikigami are being held and can't quite cap first. Storm, Like, they've done it multiple times. It threw Rad for an absolute loop. And Frost Mountain is just like one of those players who's perfectly happy of just going onto the Storm, utilizing the damage boost, and allowing Shikigami that extra edge in some of these fights before the ultimates come into play. So while we do have to talk about things like the Daredevil, which he is very, very good at, there's always that comfort pick, still a pick away, because you can't, like, you honestly cannot say, yeah, I feel comfortable banning Storm in 2026, when that's one problem area for one kind of fight as opposed to everything else, which is a problem for all kinds of fights.
Starting on Krakoa as well. For domination, it seems to be leaning a little bit in the direction of Shikigami. 5 wins, 3 losses across the whole game mode, whereas Fire Strays are 3 and 4. You gotta say though, adding in the fact that like the first week for Fire Strays was rough, it seemed that maybe, if I was to guess, Tetcher, that they put a lot of stock into playing around the White Fox, because like I mentioned, Demon's been on it almost exclusively outside of Star-Lord and Wolverine. That wasn't a patch where White Fox was a little bit weaker, right? So maybe there was just a week of just hold it off, we'll use it mostly for next time.
Quite possibly, like you said, it was before the changes to where White Fox's ultimate gave them their tails back, so being able to have access to that has allowed Demon to, well, unleash a little bit more. And Demon has always been one of those duelists who, when he's enabled, has been in so much value for his team. And White Fox is turning into one of those characters, which is kind of a full circle for Demon, where he's turning into not just a player who needs to be enabled, but an enabler, whether that's protecting the backline a little bit more with anti-dive capabilities of the White Fox, but also catching people with those charms and those invulnerabilities for his own team to allow his own team to really perform to the best of their abilities.
Shikigami have been very keen on banning out Gambit the most on their side and protecting the Elsa. Fire Strays are going to be happy with that with a matchup, but I imagine some stock is going to go on the one-sided Loki, like Moxie mentioned for Fire Strays, but also Invisible Woman, as Nost and Close have been picking it up. This series might struggle to match what we just saw, but I think that there's going to be plenty of maps traded. We'll start where domination's going to go between these two, who's continuing on, and who's going to be eliminated from preseason.
We're heading to Krakoa. The Hellfire Gala is open, and the first person to be barred at the door is unsurprisingly going to be Elsa.
Which means Gambit, nope. Instant save Invisible Woman coming on through from the side of Strays. I mean, a lot of players have been very vocal about how powerful they think Invisible Woman will be, but again, that does mean now that Shikigami will take out the Gambit, probably looking at addressing the Loki a little bit down the line too. They're still having to be concerned about things like the Mantis, as well as a potential triple strategist line, which Shikigami have shown as well. There's the Loki ban on the side of Strays. So do Shikigami now go for a Loki ban or a Mantis ban? Turns out it will be the Mantis, so yet again, Strays more than happy letting that Gambit through as long as they keep the Loki online to be able to get the alt copy.
Is this going to be a mirror of what happened to Ran in the last game, though? Is this a mistake? Because Shikigami, they're more than happy to get that Gambit on their own side, and as such, we see the protection onto the Rogue. They now have incredible backline blow-up potential. There goes the Star-Lord. That is something that we did not see from the last series, where we did see Gambit on the board, potential for that. There's that White Fox Protect. We knew that Demons are looking into that, especially if there is going to be some dive from someone like the Rogue. Overall, these teams, this is Fire Strays playing their own style and drafting very carefully and very particularly in what they think the pain points are of this composition, while trying to bait Shikigami into it. And Shikigami are more than happy to bite.
Oh, Strange Pan, not Loki.
Yeah.
Strays can go for the Loki if they want. They can go for a potential triple strategist line with the White Fox Ultron as well with that Invisible Woman. The Strange Pan, like, we did talk about the fact that, like, Black Side has been playing a lot of Strange recently, and I think on Domination too, this could be, like, a really big factor in allowing Shikigami to just stop Strays from stalling out fights, or even winning overtime, being able to come on through with that really fast regroup from the Strange TP. But what I'm really interested as well is to see, like, what is that going to force Blacks out onto? It's not going to be the Groot, especially since, like, we're playing on the side of Grove at the moment. Looks like it's going to be the Vanguard Deadpool instead, with Binary playing that Captain America. Shikigami, though, they're happy. We've already seen that they'll play this Ultron Mantis composition on the likes of Central Park, a map which I'm sure Strays will have no qualms in, or well, actually all of the qualms in wanting to take Shikigami there, since the Shikigami have been able to full hold it against multiple teams. This also does mean that Leolas being able to just have that drone constantly applied to the likes of Frost Mountain has a lot of survivability to the Phoenix, who has a lot of damage to her range with the 12% boost from Name's end.
Yeah, we don't need to. We're not going to be seeing the Human Torch Ultron Mantis composition that we've seen some teams sneak in with. It's going to be the different flavouring character in the form of the Phoenix, which will be burning bright, applying those sparks to anyone who decides to group up. As Black's out already trying to win the hit scan duel right off the bat here, but it's Isidore who you need to keep an eye on. If they can find anyone isolated with that Gambit team up, the Hearts is one. They're going to have so much blow up potential, and whilst Nos is going to be able to keep the team a little bit topped up, it's not a lot of burst potential, so Closer and Demon will have to be on the point for there. But for now, you don't need to heal against a team that's already back at their spawn, as this is a heck of a start for Fire Strays, as they are able to grab themselves a triple.
Yeah, that late Star-Lord ban, it's hurting Shikigami. Strays have the Ultron too, but they also have Sloppo on the Star-Lord, which means putting massive amounts of pressure onto Leolas. If he gets that Galactic Legend up, despite not having the Gambit, it's still going to be enough to be able to take the Ultron out mid-ultimate of the Rage of Ultron. As Strays winning this first fight, now get the luxury of being able to choose where they want to position in anticipation of this Rogue showing up and trying to put pressure on that back line, meaning that you can just use the charm, buy yourself the time to have the peel come through from the Star-Lord. In the meantime, Blackside's hitting Shikigami's whole team with the Banhammer to allow Binary to full send it, creating the space for Sloppo with the Galactic Legend.
And that's going to be another wipe here. They're just chased all around. They're far away from their spawn, so there's no way they're getting away with this. That is going to be Fire Strays with an exceptional hold far forward towards the spawn point of Shikigami, giving them very little time to react. This, and while all this is happening, Lindstrom has now lost 2 fights before they've been able to charge 1 Raging Royal Flush.
I mean, if you're Strays too, like, you can potentially force Shikigami to have to use an ult to be able to match Znost's Rage of Ultron. Likely Leolas's, you wouldn't want to engage with the Gambit ult, since Strays would just be able to, well, disengage it and then play bounce the point so that Shikigami don't get full flip potential. You can see too, Strays, like, they've changed their rotation. They're positioning not on the high ground, which Shikigami would just allow to close up the distance and come through with that very problematic one-sided Gambit ult. Instead, we're playing with the point in between us. Our backline is going to be a little bit further away, so we don't have to worry about being run down upon when eventually Lindstrom decides to go in. Closer does have the invisible boundary, but Blackside is outside of it. Freedom Charge employed instead too, since invisible boundary is not on the objective itself and is about to end. So out comes the Captain America ultimate, allowing Strays to run back into Shikigami's side. It's about to be OT2 here, Tetcha, and Znos with the Rage of Ultron means that Strays continue having the Starlight potential until Demon's going to be able to hit the White Fox ultimate. Shikigami have to find these eliminations, or this could be round done.
I mean, the Soul Resurgence keeps it topped up a little bit, but that's all of their strategist ultimates now topped out. It's enough to force Fire Strays off the point, and there's no portal. It was banned out, which means Shiki will flip this, but it's an overtime flip. Look at the ultimate charges now for Fire Strays. 80% on the Galactic Legend, 26% a little bit further away for Invisible Boundary, but they will have Kumiho very shortly, whereas you look at the defensive tools available for Shikigami, nothing over 33% yet.
Yeah, Strays can fish too. Like, Sloppo is just going to be building slowly up to that Galactic Legend, and then Strays will be able to make that move using the Solid Ultimate, clearing the space. He still comes on for an early hit of the Heartbreaker so that Sloppo loses that charge. Name is traded, but now the Captain America should get fully focused down upon by that Rogue. I mean, if they can get Isidore here, having been able to remove the Mantis. But no, it will be Blackside falling instead, which is huge pickup for Shikigami, given the fact that Blackside actually was 1% off having the Banhammer, and now, upon being eliminated, loses all of that charge.
Reset to 0. Kaya already used theirs. They are also essentially on the same, but it's all buys time because now Shikigami is 63% of the way towards that Raging Royal Flush, and Leo is keeping up right behind them with a Rage of Ultra, meaning Shikigami are going to have so many defensive tools to try and help deal with the Fire Strays re-engage. We're at 63% versus the 99 of Fire Strays. As Galactic Legend comes on out, no defensive tools available for this, so they have to rely on their own shielding to try and hold through it. Slowpo is going to get locked down though. Isidore with the chase and the blow-up doing huge work. Frost Mountain comes on down for the Endsong Inferno, a little bit defensive and trying to capitalize on that initial engage. They try to follow up, but instead it's a chase onto Blackstar, who tried to Banhammer, tried to capitalize, but finds nothing. Is in fact being forced to retreat themselves. Raging Royal Flush to take out the retreating members of Fire Strays, and remember, no portal. If they get staggered here, this is going to be the first point for Shikigami.
Invisible boundaries up for Closer. We're about to go into the OT. Will the ult be on point? It won't be with the Deadpool. Binary slams down just in time, but Rage of Ultron comes on through from Leolaz. And Strays, they're going to use the Freedom Charge to just run their position forward onto the point to get into a spot to use the invisible boundary once the Captain America ult's done. No Strange, but you do have the Venom, so Blackstar will be swinging back into the mix, allowing Strays to have one of their Vanguards back into this fray, but no elimination so far from their side. As Shikigami just disengage, wait for the regroup, and push back with the Mantis ultimate. Surely this means invisible boundary comes on through from Closer, but you have to be so careful that you don't lose that Mantis early.
She gets taken down, though, blown up through the main part of this engage, which means Nos is going to be the next character up with a defensive ultimate here with that Rage of Ultron. Leo is going to be taken down. Fire Strays might be able to flip this, but the difference is Shikigami, they have Portal, whereas Fire Strays don't, so if they can keep this in their control and delay, they're going to be the ones who are able to reinforce. As Banhammer comes on out to try and take out the backline of Fire Strays and prevent the reinforcements. Frost Mountain falls, but Portal will get them back into the fight once they respawn in time, and they will have that Endsong Inferno for the capitalization. In the meantime, Leo swapped over to the rocket to make sure they have a quick revive on this re-engage, but Binary is tanking through this and holding the line. Kumiho unleashed for the extra healing. Endsong to try and take it out quickly, remove the healing, but Feast from the Abyss is wiping out Shikigami as they come on through. Rage of Royal Flush in a 5 versus 6 to try and burst through Strays, but Strays are holding. Galactic Legend Slowpo has to play evasively here. If they're taken down, that's so much damage taken away, but Shikigami are running out of sustain. Name is coming back on the Jeff just to make sure they have movement speed onto the board. Demon with the shield to keep the team topped up. It's just everyone throwing bodies at the point here. It's quick reinforcements. Frost Mountains on Spider-Man to try and reinforce, to try and make it onto the objective, because neither team giving up, Moxie.
Speaking about reinforcements, we've got the Freedom Charge, but that extra armor falls off, especially with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier. Strays actually able to break the beacon early. Closest built up a second invisible boundary in the same fight, and Shikigami do not have the damage to be able to puncture through. Name on the Jeff outside of the fight the whole time. Untouchable, just completing the healing, building up the It's Jeff slowly as Strays are slowly falling apart. Ysto's got the Heartbreaker, but Shikigami, they've still got that point control. They do not want to have to use ultimates that are not required, so they have them for this first fight. But oh my goodness, even though Strays did not have a Strange Portal, the amount of time that they held that fight was insane.
What a battle between these teams. Fire Strays are starting to scare me a bit because they held for that long without Portal. Just manual reinforcements to try and flip that. And it did go in favor of Shikigami in the end, but even they had to make some crazy swaps just to get back to the point in time. Frost Mountain continuing to show just how versatile they are, bringing in the Spider-Man and even getting that final hit to clear the last remaining member of Fire Strays off of the objective in the end. But this, already, we're looking like we might be in for another very close series, Moxie, as Shikigami take the lead, but it's looking close.
Take us to a dive comp as well. Frost Mountain goes to Daredevil, Leolaz onto that Psylocke. They're going to be looking for a fast hit connection with both the It's Jeff for sustainability and kidnap potential, as well as Isidore with the Heartbreaker to just remove any opportunity for Strays to generate ultimates up to be able to match this. Demon with this White Fox has to be able to react to the Daredevil showing up with the Spectral Surge to allow Strays the opportunity of holding their backline together. and buying space for Sloppo to try to find an elimination before Shikigami can close up the distance. There's the Heartbreaker. It's Jeff as well, capitalizing on the players. Not going to go for an eat attempt. This is actually just used to refresh, sustain the health buzz from Shikigami's dive so they can match it up with the poke potential of the Phoenix.
Fanhammer coming out from Black Cell. They sustained through everything Shikigami were throwing at them for the initial fight. 2 ultimates down, and now it's time for them to turn it around. Shikigami get the first control of the objective. Name is just healing, hosing away from a safe position here as Fire Strays try to fight up the stairs to force Shikigami to split. They take out Isidore. Dance of the Butterfly is going to be dropped down as Ensong Inferno comes in for the attempted blow up from Slowpo, but they eat so much damage. Demon keeps the team topped up for at least a little bit, but it's not enough to save them as Fire Stray's backline shatters. It's going to be Shikigami holding control of the point and now just trying to take out some stragglers and stagger the team.
Tetcher, the greed of the fish knows no bounds. Nama uses ult in the first fight, 82% to the next one. By the way, this is with 20% ult generation nerf too, which goes to show just like exactly how much this chef is getting done in these fights. As Closer will have invisible boundary, but like now you're going to have to worry about being grabbed outside of it.
Blackstock gets taken down, trying to follow Isidore down to the low ground. Isidore punishes them for their hubris. We have Jeff's greed and Deadpool's hubris both in the same game together. But Name already built up, like you say, to another. It's Jeff. There's no Venom team up, but there is the Deadpool team up with Mr. Pool's interdimensional toy box for a little bit of extra healing for your team on the backline, which is why we're seeing Name play very far back as opposed to a bit closer, like you might see with a Deadpool team up to make sure they're in range of that symbiotic shenanigans.
Freedom charge leads the way for Strays. Name tries to come in through with the It's Jeff, but you've already lost Lindstrom, so no late cast of that Gambit ultimate. No end song too on the table for Name to just get detonated if you're able to pick up 1 or 2 and take them off of the map, but you're not able to do so. Very smart heads up play coming on through from the Jeff. Without your other strategist, you have to complete your ultimate animation as quickly as possible so you can go back to healing the rest of your team.
Okay, done. That was just Shikigami dominant from start to finish. Fire Strays, they were able to survive the initial fight that Shikigami threw at them on the objective, but ever since that, they were never able to gain a foothold. Every time they engaged, Shikigami were able to survive, back up, pick people off one by one, and just dominate on these fights. No aggressive Jeff ultimates even needed. They were literally able to just move away, make sure they ulted to a safe location, utilizing the healing output from the It's Jeff ultimate to keep the team topped up, and then continue to hose down their opponents.
But let's see the heal stats for Namo. Okay, 15k, but I mean, that's less than we thought, but also did only swap to Jeff on that like last fight on first round, and then was on Jeff for second. So probably would have got a little bit more if it was on the Jeff already, but very smart stuff coming on through from the side of Shikigami. One-sided Daredevil. For Dive, especially if you win that first fight, you perfectly understand where Strays are going to be coming from, when they're going to be split as well, since you can't all just walk from main. You're going to be trying to take multiple angles to be able to try and get on top of Shikigami's backline, but the Daredevil just sees it, all relays that information to Isidore. You're able to just complete the eliminations on Strays. Scattered players, they don't really get the opportunity of just getting a group through to just bulldoze onto the point.
Right, Strays trying to play their own style, but it does not turn into a win in this stage. They put on a good fight in round 1, but round 2 was all about Shikigami. Can they bring it back in map number 2 in this best of 5? It is far from over. We'll be finding out after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
You won't have heard it because we were just chatting amongst each other, as we've now found out that Museum of Contemplation is going to be the choice of map. Moxie, you were saying that you were interested in something. I don't know if it's even like related to what we're talking about here, but continue on with what you were saying.
It was. So I was actually theorizing that if you go up against Shikigami and you lose the first round of domination, what might work out for you is that if you picked a convergence, so that if then Shikigami lose that convergence, we have to wait for the map reset on map 4 to be able to take us back to that map type. So thus you are able to game the system, so as to speak, and avoid Central Park, which is absolutely going to be where Shikigami will take us if they lose Straza's pick, which is Convoy instead, Museum of Contemplation.
The interesting thing about this one, Tetra, is like the sort of love triangle that's happening, because Shikigami, they've only played Museum of Contemplation once. They lost it, and they lost it to Navi, who Fire Strays beat on this map a little bit before. So it's almost like, can Shikigami then beat Fire Strays, meaning that there's this weird like rock, paper, scissors thing going on, or whether Fire Strays can actually set the latest Convoy map added into the game as a bit of a home ground.
It's a good question. I've heard enough. It is time to nerf Peps. But in this case...
Yeah.
Like you say, it's a situation where we haven't seen a lot of this map from Shikigami. They seem to prefer stuff like Midtown, for example, when it comes to their convoy maps. This is a map, though, that Fire Strays do seem to very enjoy, because it's a map where White Fox, at least on that first defensive point, can have a lot of fun. There's a great long range here where you can just retreat around that first corner and get a lot of healing output and a lot of protection. If anyone tries to dive you, you punish them. So we have been seeing this a little bit appear for teams that like to play that more defensive style.
I really liked how what we saw in Krakoa was the teams that had been almost exclusively getting the Elsa for free have to adjust ever so slightly, even on different roles, right? You've got Frost Mountain that played Jean Grey, only played about 10 minutes or so from all of the games so far, because they're used to kind of letting Laylas be the one that's doing the hit scan damage. But then you've also got like Black Sao kind of forced onto Deadpool Vanguard, right? Because the Strange was banned out. He likes to use it in combination with the Invisible Woman, which was a high priority. But also he would play Groot. The problem is that there was a protection on the other side of the Gambit, so you have a pretty nasty cleanse from Shikigami. It meant that Blackside was a little bit uncomfortable. Still played well on the Deadpool Vanguard, Moxie, but it did sort of feel a little bit like Shikigami are just trying to push Fire Strays away from a comp that they've almost exclusively been on.
Yeah, I mean, that also puts more context for why we're getting Museum of Contemplation, because this is a very good group map. And we already got to see Strays, like even Strays being able to pull a map of Museum of Contemplation versus Na'Vi, which was then playing really, really well. With things like the Groot, might even get to see the return of the Winter Soldier for the combination of crack and impact off of that one. And also looking for those wall isolations. Even if you get Invisible Woman, you don't necessarily want to run it with the Doctor Strange. It's very good with the team up, but we cannot say enough about the potential of a good force physics engagement pull into a Groot wall isolation. If you're a strategist main, you have a Vanguard buddy, I absolutely recommend going into your ranked games and trying to coordinate those, because not a lot of people in just base competitive know how to deal with it.
I mean, Tetra, Fire Strays, a lot of eyes on them. They chose this map. Shikigami like to play dive. They can play triple strategist. We'll see how they want the draft to go.
Only one way to find out. Thank you, Ryan. We'll be back with you shortly. But for now, we're going back to our usual business, starting off with Elsa Bad. But here's where we already diverted last time, and it looks like Fire Strays, they're not deterred. They stick with their guns, and we respect that around here.
Yep, and that means that Shikigami will continue getting the second ban onto the Gambit, into potentially the one-sided Gambit. Yep, there we go. Strays, though, like, again, it's convoy, so you can play, like, very much stacked up with your Vanguards in front of your Invisible Woman, making sure that you can get as much healing off as possible, because Closer did build up 2 invisible boundaries in 1 overtime fight. So you can see exactly how much healing that this Susan Storm is actually outputting. As well, Loki won't be outputting anything. He's going to be banned out for both sides.
Going to be seeing that Invisible Woman, like you say, one-sided. Loki removed, so no double Raging Royal flushes. At the opportunity on a map like this, it can get so much value. Rogue still going to be protected. It worked out beautifully well for Shikigami and for basically everyone who's had the chance to get that Hearts as one team up. So far, this is looking pretty familiar. This is looking almost identical to the bans last time. Mantis is going to be hovered from Fire Strays to prevent the Gambit Mantis team up for just massive capitalization for damage boost. We did see Shikigami actually get their hands on it last time, so finally a small adjustment to removing that damage boost from the side of Shiki.
Yeah, last time it was the Star-Lord ban. Actually coming on through. So it does mean that Shikigami will be able to get both the Rogue and the Star-Lord, and yet again, they're going to ban out the Doctor Strange, which, again, like, even if Blackside wants to play the Groot, taking out the Strange is still a very good move, especially on Convoy, where we see so many teams, like, especially when they're defending first, the whole strategy is basically take fight. If you start losing it, it's okay. Everyone just make sure that you get eliminated on the objective. One person who goes down early, swaps the Strange, does not have to be your Vanguard player. You portal back in, you take a second fight, you take more time and more ultimates away from the attacks, that when they get to the last fight on first, they might actually lose it in the long term. So do appreciate the fact that we're still taking the Strange out, despite Blackside probably wanting to play more of the Groot than the Sorcerer Supreme for most of this map.
It's all about the moment when it is important. Demon is right now battling away with Blackside to see who gets the jump ban, just so they can get some isolation. It will, of course, be Demon who is meant to get their hands on that, so they can try and isolate someone. Looking at this, currently, we are sitting at a solo Vanguard composition for Fire Strays, but they are on attack. You see, of course, how much of this actually makes it out of the spawn door. Shikigami, Nami's on that Jeff, is going to be hanging very far back once again. So there's no Venom team up. It is once again the Mr. Pools interdimensional toy box.
Yeah, Slopper going to be playing the Phoenix as well, going to be receiving all of the damage boosts coming on through from that Mantis. Frost Mountain one-sided Daredevil could be problematic for Strays to have to deal with. You'll perfectly understand where this Wolverine will be playing from, as well as the angle that the Phoenix will be looking for without having to physically be present to clear it. As we can see, he's still just holding very close up on Strays' own side of high ground. Scouts out that it's a Groot, decides not to be too split from the team, so will not be wall isolated and punished.
Binary on the Vanguard Deadpool, making sure we do actually get a double Vanguard out of Fire Strays, but now just trying to charge up that ultimate, but it's a little bit behind Kaya. Kaya at 88%, but that's going to be a big boost here as Binary's able to take down Frost Mountain, who's been hovering around the periphery. Demon's able to isolate Isidore, and Fire Strays able to just massively capitalize on their momentum. Kaya does drop the Bad Hammer, realizing that they're kind of the only person still up here, and might need to drop it in case they go down, but they've not even taken down. They're now just stuck in their opponent's spawn, essentially.
Yeah, and Strays have been doing a really good job of just rewriting the heal coming on through from Shikigami with these one-sided Groot Walls, with the Unicorn Bubble Shield as well coming on through from the side of Binary. So, Leolas, you've got the Galactic Legend, but Closer has the Invisible Boundary to be able to react to it, and Lindstrom does not have that Raging Royal Flush to have pick potential despite having that Strategist ult up. Strangling Prison comes on through from Black Side. Name dodges it with the use of its Jeff. Galactic Legend, but as we just talked about, it's on its own. Invisible Boundary is enough to be able to survive through, and Binary just sends the Ban Hammer out onto Peter Quill to force Starlord back to spawn.
That's going to be a lot of XP gained from Binary there, as this attack is working exceptionally well for them. Shikigami Name will eventually fall after sending Black Sound to their doom with that It's Jeff. Will be forced to back up, and it looks like we're abandoning the Deadpool. We're sticking with the Jeff, but it's now Symbiotic Shenanigans. We're going more heavy on the dive for Shikigami. It's time to try and just get onto Fire Strays and punish them for their aggression.
Well, for Shikigami, it's also about taking as many fights as you possibly can, right? Now you can actually go for a fast hit from Kaya, with Leolas swapping off of the Starlord onto the Phoenix instead, so playing from range and trying to take advantage of the space that his Vanguard creates for him. Strays, though, they can decide to take this aggressively. They've got the Soul Resurgence to be able to react to first turn Gambit ultimate coming on through from the side of Shikigami, and they've been able to pick up Frost Mountain. Shikigami, without the Galactic Legend, this Gambit ultimate, it's solvable through just the sustainability of the Invisible Woman and Mantis. Because, by the way, Strays, despite having Mantis in play, no triple strat line.
They're doing the best they can just with the damage boost, and it's working out. We don't need to any extra healing if there's no damage coming our way, because everyone's already KO'd. And as such, Shikigami running out of time. This is once again the burst coming in already towards that second point, but this is one of the hardest points to push on the map. Anti-heal coming in from all sides to try and finish off Fire Strays, but Isidore is taken down so quickly thanks to the last stand. Demon tanks on through with that healing factor, keeping them topped up in this fight for enough time for Nos to keep them healed. Straggling Prison from Black Sow to try and trap them away from the objective to allow that bust to keep on pushing. Ensong Inferno to chase down Lindstrom, and Shikigami, they are running out of tools to try and delay this. They are being forced off the point. Black Sow getting one more time. We see the reinforcement from Isidore, though. This spawn point is so close to the actual objective. It's Jeff coming on in, having to split their own team out right away to make sure that they're still contesting onto that objective. But this group wall is really splitting the team in two. Venom buying so much time. Kaya's doing huge work for their team, but the split from Black Sow is putting so much pressure on him. Takes down Name. Portal coming in for Frost Mountain. They're delaying this as long as they can, and this is what Shikigami do best. Burn through those timers, but it is simply burning through the timer, as whilst Nost goes down, the boundary is keeping Fire Strays up, and Shikigami, they are seriously running out of tools for this delay.
Soul Resurgence as well, potentially on the cards for Znost here, as Name tries to heal the team from far, might get picked off by Slopper in the meantime, though. Oh, what a flick coming on for. We talked about it in the setup for the series, right? Slopper's really come back into his own. He's been putting up such performances on this Phoenix and the Elsa previously, and Shikigami, not even with the one-sided Gambit ult, able to just find the damage through the invisible boundary. Strays beat out both the one-sided Gambit ult and the closer respawns from the side of the defense, and they've got a whole lot of ultimates to be able to snowball this next fight. You've got Strangling Prison, you can start your engagement with Soul Resurgence to run at Shikigami, as well as Leolas is getting pretty low, does not have the Ensong Inferno just yet to get the health reset. They want to try and take a fight just to be able to put pressure onto Strays and try and take some of this time off of their bank. There's the Feast of the Abyss, but the Ensong Inferno in reaction just curtails all of the momentum that Kai was trying to set up.
And they take out Gambit, most importantly. That means there's more time where they're not building ult charge. Ross Mounts is already at 71% towards Galactic Legend after swapping to that Star-Lord. They're taken down as well, but Lindstrom's only at 52% on a Raging Royal Flush, falling a little bit further behind. And that is already with Doctor Strange moving quickly towards that third and final capture point. This is Shikigami running out of time to make something happen here. And Fire Strays with, like you say, this simple double strategist lineup of the Invisible Woman and that Mantis, that damage boost just working out enough that they don't need to heal because there's no one to do damage to them.
Banhammer comes on out from Binary, allowing the Deadpool to just get into the backline, split the team. Nami comes on through with the HGF. Demon waits for the moment, comes on through with the last stand, gets the pin onto the Venom outside of the GF healing, and Song Inferno comes on through from Leolaz, though, trades up onto Closer. So now Stray's only left with Mantis and self-sustainability from team-ups as well. Going to be fully zoned off of that objective by the Galactic Legend, but they just built themselves a house. Blackstone's got the Groot Walls, no one else can get through.
They have the Wildwood Wall as well with the Mantis team up, so they're being healed while they're in here. Even though the strategists weren't able to join them, they come out of here healthier than when they went in, finally able to regroup to allow Snos to rejoin the battle. There's an attempt at a wraparound coming in from Frost Mountain, but he's a little bit alone, forced to retreat up to the high ground so he can be with his team. Kai is getting bullied by Demon. Doctor Strange is moving. They have to jump on board to try and contest it, and Isidore is the one who has to try and make it. Dive back onto the point. They finally take out Binary to buy a little bit more time to keep them in this fight, but Sloppo is still dueling, doing huge damage into the backline. Beautiful pickup onto Kaya to remove yet one more defensive tool. Soul Resurgence from Znost. Blacksound with the Straggling Prism won't find a lot, but it's still allowing them to push on in. Shikigami with the Raging Royal Flush, allowing them for as much damage as they can to clean out the members of Fire Strays, but the boundary says absolutely not. And Fire Strays are holding once again. And Shikigami, they're back to throwing bodies at the point one by one.
Oh my goodness, throwing Groot Walls at the point as well, just stopping Nami from having the heal positions from Shikigami's own spawn. Leolaz trying to commit damage on top of that Feast of the Abyss, gets through Blackstone's health bar, has the end song too to be able to just take a couple of hits, keep the objective pressured and contested, take the damage, get the health reset off the ultimate, and allow Shikigami the opportunity to regroup. But Binary's just been let loose. Demon with the last stand. Nami again dodges it with the It's Jeff, but you have to be so careful how many are off the map, but more importantly, how many are off the objective, because that was the OT push, and Strays are taken off of the card, which means that Shikigami complete the hold.
Name a better combo than Shikigami and the last second fights. Just throwing bodies at the point when there's almost no distance on the board. I'll wait, because Shikigami hold for one more time. But Fire Strays, an incredible push, putting on an absolute show with the Mantis Invisible Woman doing huge work for them. And now they're on the defense, they can go a little bit beefier, hovering onto that White Fox again to try and just burn through some of that clock that Shikigami are going to have to try and outrace. Shikigami, really nice crisis management once again, but it's the middle parts of the map, those middle fights where Fire Strays are still claiming points, and they got a huge distance. 2 points, 142 meters, 55 centimeters.
I think we need a heal check on Blacks at the moment. Like, how much has this Groot healed? Because the fact that, like, Strays did that with just Mantis, Invisible Woman, don't take this into your own competitive games. I implore you. It only works here on Strays composition because everyone else has sustainability. Phoenix gets the health reset off of Ensong. Groot gets the ability to, as you said, have those new walls with the Mantis team up healing the rest of the team. But also with the Phoenix in play and the Wolverine, you've got the health sustain coming on out with the lifesteal, basically on the Wolverine, where portions of that damage is actually converted to self-healing coming on through. Now that you're off of the Wolverine and on the defense, we're going to see much more focus on sustainability. You know you're going to be taking a whole lot of incoming damage. That also Frost Mountain will be starting off on the Daredevil with Kaya to back him up on that Venom. So Demon is going to be on the White Fox instead.
Going to be pushing on out, building as much charge as they can, Ankh into the background, and then try to deal with anyone who isn't able to retreat around that first corner. Binary taken down quickly. Kaya looking to make their way up a little bit higher and also wait for a bit of healing and Frost Mountain. Well, we talked about how sometimes White Fox can be one of the few characters that can take on a Daredevil in a backline dive, but not this time. Frost Mountain able to get the advantage and is already zoning out so many members of Fire Strays as their defense is already broken, but they have time. They can still make their way back in for another defense here, but with the Hand of Conju, that's certainly going to zone them away for a bit longer.
Well, we talked about Eastall going toe-to-toe with Ducky earlier in playoffs. Now he's going toe-to-toe with Blacks, and these walls have been brutal for Strays to have to deal with. So too the Terror Cape coming out from Name. That vulnerability where you're taking increased damage from all sources, yeah, that includes Moon Knight, which means that Legolas has just been putting Strays through an absolute blender. Triple Strategist feels like you only have one strategist with the amount of time that you have to be able to react to that much incoming damage in such a small amount of time, as Nami has Eternal Bond. Lindstrom close to getting that Raging Roll Flush up as well. Close is going to have to use this Invisible Boundary just to hold Strays' position so they don't give up more space, but that means that Eastall could potentially just pull you out of it with the Grutal.
Brutal's going to be coming on in from Isidore, perfectly timed there. You summoned it into existence as Leo takes advantage of everyone being grouped up, makes it a double, setting up for a triple with the help of Isidore. Blacksound drops their own straggling prison to look for a turnaround, but they get deleted. The boundary simply delays the push here, but Fire Strays, they've already had to back up, so they're not going to be delaying it any longer. And caught in the choke point on their retreat, Shikigami, they are not slowing down.
Yeah, Kaya just catches them with the Feast of the Abyss, which applies the anti-heal, and then Leol has a couple of Anks thrown in, Primary Fire on top. Good block on the Terror Cape coming on out from that Groot Wall, but Frost Mountain still able to come on through with the Let the Devil Out. Black Star is taken down. Sloppo has to rely on the End Song Inferno, just holding it as long as possible for the health reset. Does take out the Daredevil, but doesn't get anyone else on the side of Shikigami, and crucially as well, no one from Stray is able to keep the point contested. So Shikigami roll into third with over 5 minutes on the time bank.
5 minutes to push 142 meters, and Fire Strays are scrambling. The White Fox has been abandoned. Demon is over to the Ultron, going to try and get some range advantage here, but you got to be careful because you are against Leo, who's on that hit scan of the Jean Grey. Could be trying to ping them from a distance here if they're not careful. Blacks out 54% of their way towards a strangling prison, but Isidore already has theirs, already dropping theirs. Here's the dive from Kaya to try and take down the defending members of Fire Strays early. Sloppo's already cleaned out. The backline's getting chased down. Caught in a small alley with the Venom, who takes advantage and takes them down, making it a double, triple, quadruple, quintuple, and sextuple. Fire Strays off the board, and Shiki continue a casual ride for Doctor Strange towards that third point.
Ultron experiment tabled. Demon comes back on the Winter Soldier. We've still got grounding on Trooper's Fist. We've still got Bionic Hook as well, which can connect onto multiple bodies. And potentially as well, you're going to be able to build Kraken Impact up with the amount of players stacked up into those E's, the tainted voltages. The question is, can you keep your Groot up long enough to have the setup for the ult? Blacksout is down. Nami just goes first. Eternal Bond for Shikigami sets up the sustainability. They have all of the confidence to just commit to the fight before Strays can build a win condition to stop it, and that looks like it's going to be Museum of Contemplation closed for business. Shikigami complete the push 3-2 with almost 4 minutes spare.
Well, we talked about it potentially being a triangle between Navi, Shikigami, and Fire, and it turns out that triangle is more of a line. As in this case, Shikigami were able to just smash on through with barely any hesitation. Fire did a really solid push on their own side, but Shiki's Crisis Management won out, meaning that they are able to push the full way. 15 final hits for Leo, going 28 and 5 overall. That Phoenix working out beautifully for them in the long term.
30 assists coming out on the side of Nami. Like those Terror Capes. Yeah, like both Nami and Lindstrom really like helping out in terms of those eliminations, but the Terror Cape setups Like Strays, they had that sustainability, they had the triple strategist, they were anticipating Shikigami coming on for with that dive, but that strategist line against the amount of incoming burst damage from the Moon Knight, off of the vulnerability from the Terra Cape applications, if one person gets caught out, Eastor's there with the Groot walls, Frost Mountain's always telling you when and where to set up those Groot walls to be able to catch players or just zone out the backline so no heals can come through. Really good coordination coming on out from Shikigami.
We're really starting to get into the weeds of these arguments as to who is the best tree, who is the best Groot at EMEA, because Isidore is continuing to make a great case for themselves. 2-0 for Shikigami, looking to potentially eliminate Fire Strays. Can they continue? We'll find out after this.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
is on. 1,000 gods!
Fire Strays having tournament life on the line means that it's going to be Clintar that could potentially finish their campaign if we do see Shikigami come out on top. The interesting thing about this one, Tetra, is that neither team have played it so far this preseason. It is a complete Hail Mary. Fire Strays maybe keeping their best to last.
If you're talking about maps that can kind of upturn the way the game is played, we look at Clintar, as Moxie was talking about last time we had this come up for us. It's a little bit of a defensive coded map, so you can play a little bit differently in terms of what the priority on the draft is, and maybe try and force your opponents off of the compositions they may be more comfortable on. And the other one is Shin Shibuya, which we were talking about it in the break, and I'm giving Moxie full credit for this. You don't go Shin Shibuya if you're having strange band against you. That is exactly what Moxie said, and it is completely fair, so you're kind of down to one option there.
I think also, like, for Fire Strays, it seemed that they had set up themselves a good map for this. Like, Black Soul's group was looking solid, the draft was good because they could get the Mantis and the Invisible Woman on their side, It was just that Shikigami just absolutely blew a hole through them on their attacking side, which is kind of like pretty much how Shikigami play. Their attacking sides are usually pretty strong at getting to the ends of maps. I mean, what do you want to see from like Fire, I suppose? Because draft-wise, it's like they're getting what they want. It's just not making that much difference.
Yeah, I mean, they're sort of being forced as well to have to put Black Tail onto different Vanguards because, as we said, Shikigami are banning out that Strange, which also then bleeds into...
Is a good question. Because that's another thing that some teams have done in like Asia, is like protect the Strange second.
Yeah, but then you're giving up something else is the problem. If you lose the Strange, like you're also sort of impacting what Closer can do though on the Invisible Woman as well, in terms of just like being able to help give that Vanguard the extra level of damage, and also, as we talked about, the TP plays coming on through. But I think that's why they're taking us to Symbiotic Surface, because one, you wouldn't go Shin Shibuya, as already established, but two, you also wouldn't use a Strange portal even if Strange was in play if you're trying to defend first point of Symbiotic Surface. It would still be employed second and third, but for a lot of the time the defensive team would just want to have a more forward position controlling the high ground for the first fight of second, as opposed to throwing a Strange teleport into the mix, potentially losing that fight and losing then the first fight of second off of the back of it.
There is an argument, a possibility to be made around portaling on attack, though, where some teams will try to wrap around if their opponents have gone for any particular heavy bunker style. So it is still something we need to keep an eye on.
I agree. Like, Shiki easily on their attacking round could start off with, like, this is a callback. We saw it yesterday, actually. When teams would open up their attack with Strange TP, you'd have a Storm, you'd have a Moon Knight. You would literally, like, use the TP to scout the Loki's position. You'd open the portal, you'd have Terra Cape come through from your cloak, and then boom, that Loki just disappears.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, like, a good map for the likes of Daredevil, which Frostman want to play. And Demon has got good memories of his time on Insomnia when he played a lot of the Wolverine, because the Fastball Special sent him and Insomnia to some really gripping maps. It's going to all have to come out here, though. I feel like the Wolverine was like a good showing on the side. It's not seen a head-to-head of Demon versus Frost Mountain yet, but it does feel like for both sides they are having to eke off of their like comfort picks ever so slightly. It's just that Shikigami, Kaya said it in week one, they're very flexible. I just don't think Fire Strays is as flexible as Shikigami.
I think you might be right, but this is their time to show it. They've at least got their own style, which means they don't really have to be as flexible if they can, you know, get their own style to work. And currently that's been the issue with Shikigami having the tools needed to shut it down, especially in the drafting phase, where Shikigami feel like they're kind of just getting every single thing they could possibly want.
And both teams are getting ready now, so we should be jumping into game fairly shortly. Just as sort of a reminder, like both these like teams have been taking out the Elsa first. We've seen like the bans of the Loki traded either side, so it was only like that first map that we saw the one-sided Loki on the side of Fire Strays. But looking at the one-sided characters that Fire Strays were able to get, Loki, Star-Lord, Invisible Woman Mantis, it's not as costly as the fact that Shikigami are getting Gambit for free. Fire Strays, I checked, never played Gambit so far in the preseason, which is ridiculous, right, Moxie, to not play that character?
Yeah, it also explains like why when we go to this first save, they go for the Invisible Woman instead of going for that Gambit save. But I think like Shikigami, you still have to be very cautious of just like letting the Gambit slip through in case the Strays are just baiting, because we have seen Znos plays the Gambit. It's just when he's copied it from the God of Mischief with that Loki ultimate.
See if there's more mischief to be had. Fire Strays have to fight this one back. Draft? Probably Elsa bans, right?
Probably. Elsa gonna be highly prioritized from both these teams, as it seems to have finally emerged as the #1 pick. The Monster Hunter has become the hunted and will be taken out on both sides. And this is familiar. Gambit still being allowed through from the side of Fire Strays, as they will protect the Invisible Woman, and Shikigami will immediately remove the Raging Cajun from their comp.
One-sided Gambit save coming on through from Shikigami in 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.4, 0.3. Hey! There we go. Okay, Loki ban now has to come on out, surely, on the side of Strays. Yeah, much faster in terms of locking that one. Just like, okay, we know what's going to happen. They'll go for the Gambit save. You'll go for the Loki ban. Shikigami will have to respond with a Mirror Loki ban. Strays now might go for a Mantis ban here, could potentially go for an Invisible Woman, so that yet again they get this one-sided synergy coming on through with their Strategist and Sorcerer Supreme. But Shikigami, we know they've already been splitting that one off as the Rogue save comes on through. And Strays now have to weigh up, is it a Mantis ban? Is it a Star-Lord ban? What's it to be? Venom ban instead, it appears.
That is interesting. So we've been seeing a couple teams go for that double dive setup, and when you're trying to... Okay, there we go, an adjustment finally. I'll come back to my first point in a moment, but we were just talking about it. The Strange has been a tool that is just important. Being able to re-engage if you lose a fight quickly is something that Shikigami have mastered, and Fire Sprays haven't even been given the chance to do. But the Venom being taken out here does, for starters, prevent Shikigami from going at least for a double dive composition, or at least slows it down. There are still other options to fill in that role, but it also can very heavily affect the Jeff, which we saw Name have a very lovely time of on map number 1. That Symbiote Shenanigans can do huge amounts of work, so you're kind of forcing it into a Deadpool style, which is less dive heavy but can still be played dive, and more of just working your opponents down from a distance.
Yeah, Strays though, they have to be prepared. One-sided Daredevil is on the cards for Shikigami. Frost Mountain will be happy about that, though for now he'll be starting off on the Star-Lord to be able to pair with Lindstrom's Gambit. Talked about maybe seeing something slightly different coming on through from Strays. We could be getting Binary on the Hulk if they're feeling like Shikigami are going to be leaning towards that dive, and they want to make sure that like having both the Hulk to be able to peel it will also put pressure onto Shikigami's own side. Could be a very strong look, as Hulk's been seeing more and more value in the professional play, to the point that I think a lot of these Vanguards are going to have to start learning him.
Still has great value, just affects that shield protecting your backline, the ability to pressure your opponent's backline as well. It can get so much value. And of course, it gives Wolverine uppies. Wolverine craves the sky for some reason. But they're going to go for a portal engage first. Finally, Black South's been allowed on the Strange, and they've chosen violence. Indestructible, Unbreakable Guard for the setup to push on in and try and get as much punish as possible. But Binary is destroyed by the engaging Isidore, who spots them coming on through, breaks the shield, and smacks the Hulk back to spawn.
Oh, Hearts is one. Not a fun team up for Vanguards on the other side to have to deal with. Binary is, however, able to actually remain in the fight on the field in puny banner form, gets enough damage too to get the ult back to come in on Hulk form, but Kaya, speaking about damage, has already got the first ban hammer to match with Snot, who's playing the strategist Deadpool instead. Out comes one ult into Kaya's ban hammer, but Strays have already been able to make space into Shikigami's back line, taking out Lindstrom, meaning that Name alone is left to try to fend off the approach from Strays long enough for Frost Mountain on that Strange to try to TP the team back in.
Find the right angle. Kaya's going to get focused down, forcing them off the point. That percentage starts to tick up, and Portal will not be in time. Abandoned. As Shikigami, not only do they not get Portal, they are able to swap to Star-Lord in time. Leo is swapping to the Portal, which means they did not use it on Frost Mountain. That's some patience from Shiki. They instead choose to retreat to the further back spawn point, and Portal in for a classic Shikigami. Portal re-engage on the ramp to look for a quick block and hold the point as close to its original position as possible.
Yeah, but Strays, they're ready for it. They're actually able to absorb the incoming damage despite Nami coming on through with that Terror Cape. Kaya as well looking for the isolation with the Unicorn Shield. Legolas falls. Slowpoke getting really close to that Galactic Legend. No Gambit on the side of Strays though to be able to empower it, but you're just wanting to try and force out the Eternal Bond from a fight that Shikigami have already lost, getting high ground possession, clearing Shikigami off that point, and they just used the Strange TP too, so they're not going to be able to go past Strays' close hold, which is why we're seeing all of the players just push up into those spaces and try to read where exactly that rotation is going to come from.
Fire Sprays getting some good distance out here, but Shiki will be able to break through using the far door to make sure that they can make their way back onto the point. But even looking for a little bit of a flank here, Frost Mountain, seeing if they can find anyone out of position, with Lindstrom being at the ready with the Raging Roar of Flush. capitalize on an initial engage. Fire Spray, so they have the boundary, they have the defensive tools, they have the Kumiho even, to make sure that they can hold this, but with Leo building up to an Ensong Inferno, that Kumiho could get popped extremely quickly, but not if they're not on the board, as Leo is taken out early. Eternal Bomb's going to be the first tool to be utilized, forcing out the invisible boundary. That's great news for Lindstrom, but they need to survive through this and try to hold the second point before it gets any value.
Problem for them, though, is that that's invisible boundary gone. You don't have it to be able to deal with Galactic Legend, Raging Royal Flush combination coming on through from Shikigami. Yes, Nost has that Kumiho unleashed, but the healing is just not enough to be able to keep the team standing since Starlord, he's up in the air. Fox can't slam down to be able to have the damage to get the self-heal through, and Nost's form just melts. But the Strange Teleport is going to be coming on through on the side of Strays, as they were able to save the Doctor Strange, and they go for the map flip instead, giving up the high ground to get the objective behind them and for Shikigami to have to drop.
Banhammer going to be coming out, Ensong Inferno for the follow-up to try and see if they can give a quick blow-up, and they do. Close off, finished off, Demon dropped low. Kaya finishes off Sloppo thanks to that Banhammer. It lasted just long enough to get the finishing blow, and Fire Strays are cleaned out a second time in a row. And Leo, using that Ensong Inferno, is basically all it costs Shikigami. Kaya on that Banhammer will be charged up in no time.
Strays, they've got a good engagement tool here off of the back of Galactic Legend, so it's not as problematic as if you weren't working with it, having to go into Eastor with that Heartbreaker. Strays can take first turn as opposed to having to walk into Shikigami using the Rogel early and taking all of that ult charges. You get a little bit of poke pressure. Strays not wanting to take the high ground, not wanting to come into the close contact with the Rogue when they know the ultimate is up. Also, not going to want to take too long though, Tetra, because if they do, they risk allowing Shikigami to set up ultimates. Demon comes on through with a huge last stand, but Eastor's hit the back line and find the connection onto the Starlord, so only now is Loppo able to come on through with that Galactic Legend. Name able to get out of the damage. Kiting swaps over to that cloak form, utilizes the iframe, and manages to get to the side of Staircase, but Sloppo, even out of the ult, comes on through with the drop down. The rest of the team piling on through the corridor, able to complete the eliminations and take Shikigami's players down. There's still an opportunity for the contest though, because they didn't get Name, and Eternal Bond might be enough sustainability to keep Shikigami's players getting another regroup.
Name gets cross bouncing onto the point to delay to buy time as Leo's going to portal back in, and Lindstrom has built up enough charge for a Raging Royal Flush. With a minute 10 on the board, they're going to try and hold onto it in case they need to do one more fight, as they have been able to finish off Fire Strays on this one more push. And Fire Strays, they burn basically everything for that. Kumaho even used to try and hold, but they are cleaned off the board anyway. All they have now is Aya Wakamoto, soon to be the invisible boundary for Closar, and that last stand for Demon. And this really might be a last stand for Fire Strays for Shikigami. They still have Raging Royal Flush, they still have Banhammer, they still have Galactic Legend. They have all the tools they need to wipe out Fire Strays before they even touch them.
Yeah. I mean, you've got Terror Cape, though, coming on through from Snost. Last-ditch effort to try to get the blind onto the Starlord to stop Galactic Legend's lock-ons, even with that Gambit ultimate. But you're down your Invis, you're down your CT. Strays, I think they know this fight is going to be done. They have to just try to get regrouped back in their spawn, but unfortunately they're still losing players late. Demon falls, and if you're Shikigami, you're still holding on to these ultimates. Blackside might be able to get a portal through. Shikigami not going towards Strays' side of spawn. They're waiting for the portal to come on through. Oh my goodness, what an avoid coming out from Lindstrom to get out of the way of Aya Wakamoto. Comes out with the Purify cast on the Raging Royal Flush. Invisible boundaries there from Closer, but Shikigami will just wait for it to drop to come through with a Galactic Legend. Banhammer onto the Starlord. Feral grab from Demon. Manages to find the elimination, and against all odds, Strays are starting to come out on top of the fight.
They're holding it. They burn through Kaya. Isidor's still on the point. Leo is still on the point, but Leo's going to be just mowed through here by Slowpo. Lindstrom trying to keep them topped up. Isidor falls, and the bodies have been taken down. No one has a hit point pool to hold back Fire Strays, as with a portal that had 5 seconds to go at the 15-second mark, Black Sow times it perfectly, holds the overtime. They move back in, and Closar's invisible boundary gives them the sustain they need to survive one last Shikigami push, and Shikigami is sent back to spawn. Fire Strays are still going.
Not a lot of time, though. It did cost them a whole lot of time. 1 minute left. This solid 1v1 could be such a big factor in the next fight because Frost Mountain doesn't take Sloppo down. The flank around the Galactic Legend forces Nami to have to use the Eternal Bond, invading into the space from Strays, but that means that Znos gets the second cast of it. Kai is going to wait with the Banhammer. The moment that the CD does not have the Strategist ult up, they'll be vulnerable, but Shikigami have lost a lot of space. Strays looking for the isolations, manages to find the elimination from Demon's poke onto Isidore. Shikigami know they have to throw players onto this card to buy that regroup opportunity, but Demon has the end song. If Closer gets the invisible boundary up Hitecha, this could be a full push.
15 seconds, but only a few meters to go. I am Agamotto over the wall by Leo, by Name, and Fire Strays are pushing in. The last-ditch defense of Shikigami is being taken down. They throw an Iron Fist at it just because it's fast out of spawn, but it simply lambs to the slaughter as Fire Strays are cleaning up the last-ditch effort. Shiki out of spawn, though, are still throwing bodies. They're so close to the respawn that they can just keep pushing in. They throw everyone at it, but they can't touch enough. Fire Strays get a triple cap.
It's the boundary. The moment that Closer builds that boundary, it's like, okay, cool. Shikigami have Closer respawns, but they don't have enough damage to be able to find the eliminations onto Strays' side. I mean, we have to check the passive buffs coming on through for some of these Strays players because I swear they get a passive just like plot armor when they go to Symbiotic Surface. Demon's clutch potential on this map alone has now spanned 2 years separately of Marvel Rivals Esports.
He's made some kind of deal with Null or Eddie, and it's impossible to know which. But some deal has been made, because yet another pop-off. Who could possibly doubt Demon at this stage? Shikigami, they are forced into a situation where if they want to 3-0 this, they need a triple cap and then to win in that overtime. Good news for them. Fire Strays completed that map with no time in the bank at all, meaning that if Shiki can just be faster, then that's good news for them. They're going to have an easier time on the extra rounds. But otherwise, we might be heading to a map number 4, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, saying full cap on Symbiotic Surface is a lot easier said than done, simply because we can say that in the space of a good 10 seconds. Actually capping this map a lot of the time is, well, an arduous journey that ends in overtime or misery. As we're going to be seeing Strays like Snost already, like this is what you do at the start of the round. You stay in cloak form in case Shikigami make a strange portal play on your backline.
Now they know that they're not. They're heading up main. They swap back to the dagger, keep the team topped up, and they've even broken that side wall so that they have a good angle in case Shikigami go for a fast push. They get the high ground advantage. They have a way to wrap around into the main access points at the very back in case they need to. And this is a lovely position that has been set up by Fire Strays. But while all this is happening, we can look at those Deadpools. Kaya once again outpacing Binary at building up that charge of that Banhammer up to 86%. And we're only a few seconds into the round.
I mean, the moment you get it online, that's the green light for Shikigami to complete this dive from multiple angles too. Sloppo does mark Frost Mountain, so Solid's not going to be able to come on through from that flank. Instead, it'll be Starlord and Phoenix and Kaya jumping into the mix. Sets up the Banhammer, slams down the Unicorn Shield for the isolation, blocking out Q line of sight. And this should be first fight won for the side of Shikigami. The patient play of just waiting for the Deadpool ult to open things up, not overextending. We always talk about the discipline that this team has on dive, but you can see it in every comp that they play.
When we look at Fire Strays, they don't go for Portal, they go for High Ground. What you were talking about yesterday, it's if you can't Portal in quick enough, then that High Ground position can give you so much value. Not every team is like Shikigami, where they will just go for an immediate Portal re-engage. Fire Strays taking that high ground, already sieging down the Frost Mountain, building up a lovely chunk of ult charge off of Black's out up on that high ground. As he begins to commit, Demon's able to find a nice isolation onto Lindstrom, meaning that we're not getting any more charge up towards that Raging Royal Flush. Name falls as well, all the healing removed from Shikigami, and this push is coming to a grinding halt.
Yep, that high ground position, it's literally a bird's perch for a Phoenix player that Demon is able to take great advantage of. But if you're Strays, That was like the easier fight to win. This next one, much more problematic. Galactic Legend, Lindstrom Raging Roar Flush. Strays do have both strategist ultimates, but even with one of them, it can still find the elimination through with that elevated level of damage. There's the Gambit ult. Frost Mountain's actually holding the Galactic Legend because they're going to force Strays into burning strategist ults to mirror. Frost Mountain, meanwhile, holds his, uses it next, surely, to force out the invisible boundary coming on through from the side of Closer, which means that Shikigami can just trade out strategist ults and come through into the next fight with more of them.
Gaia will be rejoining the team after getting taken down by the Ensong Infernos. Once they're grouped up as 6, what Moxie's prediction was is likely coming to pass. Lindstrom creeping forward, Name with the setup for the main push here. As they try to pressure in, they don't burn ultimates yet. They're trying to force Fire Strays to drop them early as they push into the backline. Closar is kiting back so quickly, though, so easily. Here comes the Eternal Bond, trying to push into the backline. Slowpoke kiting backwards, forces Kaya off the high ground. Ayavagamoto, another beautiful engage by Palaxo. This is why the Strange keeps getting banned, as they catapult themselves in. But Frost Mountain finished off, taken out of the sky mid-ult again. Slowpoke was picked up before they could even use theirs, though, as Fire Stray's defenses are still breaking down. They trade a couple, but overall, this is Shikigami's fight.
Yeah, Strange TP as well, coming on through from Frost Mountain, potentially, as Leolaz is going to have the Ensong Inferno, no strategist ults on the side of Strays, to be able to shut it down just as Nost with the cloak, with that iframe. Here comes the TP on the side of Black Sow, Terror Cape setup from the CD instead, but oh, the counter TP from Frost Mountain is good. Black Sow left behind, has to go back through the portal yet again. That means that he's not in position to try interact with the Ensong Inferno coming on through from Leolaz's side. Lindstrom falls to the Galactic Legend coming on through from Sloppo, and Strays continue to make momentum in this fight.
Frost Mountain, though, not going to be giving up without a fight. Comes in on the Doctor Strange themselves and is putting on quite the operation. Slowpoke up to the high ground to chase down through the Dark Force teleport, following the shadows. And they are clearing up Shikigami. Shikigami not going to have a fight, but they will be forced off the point. 1 minute 56 remaining for Shikigami. That is still good time. They could still potentially triple cap this ahead of Fire Strays. But Fire Strays, they're adjusting. They realize that Shikigami are about to start to be desperate. We'll start throwing bodies at this. So Demon is on the Wolverine.
Well, Shikigami not quite in the desperation stages yet. If they lose this next fight, then you're going to be a little bit more worried. Lindstrom has one-sided, uncontested Gambit ult. Frost Mountain actually swapping to the Daredevil as well to perfectly pinpoint where Strays will be. Means that you can see Demon, where he's going to be looking for with that last stand to be able to avoid it, or if you're the Gambit, purify it. As Nami's taking a little bit of damage, still has the Eternal Bond building up. There's the Gambit ult, and this is go sign for Shikigami. Blackside comes on through with an Eye of Agamotto, but Nami's perfectly positioned to be able to cape out of it with Dog Teleportation, and Shikigami's team avoid the stun.
They chase him down. Demon is one of the few remaining bodies on the board. They'll be taken down. Black Sow is up and could try to portal in for a defense here, but their team is extremely staggered. Closer is going over the boundary. They're trying to delay this to give time for the portal, but it's too late. Point already on the board. Black Sow making their way back in manually and forced to retreat out of this. This is Shikigami not just capping the point, but punishing the attempt at stopping them. They get some staggers here, and that's great news for them. 2 minutes on the board to try and finish this push.
Yeah, that's actually really bad for Strays, because like now you're going up against 2 duelist ults while they also have Eternal Bond. So Frost Mountain, with the Leather Devilite, you can force out Snost's Eternal Bond. Then you can have Leolaz come through with Ensong Inferno afterwards to find the eliminations, or you can just have Nami match it, so that Shikigami don't have to get away. Nami's gonna go first. Shikigami always a very aggressive team. Snost has to go for the mirror. They're looking for the elimination even through it, though, with Leolaz's Ensong Inferno. Nami's the one that falls closer, able to just find the follow-up of Demon's last stand, and Strays have been able to keep the Eternal Bond in play longer than Shikigami, allowing them to out-sustain their opponent.
That timer's ticking down. Even if Shikigami complete the map at this stage, there's going to be almost no difference in the time bank. But right now, they actually do have to finish the map because Fire Strays are putting on a fight. They build up halfway towards their own invisible boundary. Demons on the white box for some extra defense themselves. Here comes the Bad Hammer from Kaya into the backline to try and commit for this push to see if they can keep the pressure on. Binary will retreat to make sure that their team is safe. They have the Fluffy Unicorn shield used earlier, but it will be back up shortly for a little bit of extra defense. The Devil's been unleashed. They're going to try and take out Slowpo, who's going to drop the Galactic Legend to chase on down, and Leo gets absolutely decimated from it. They do huge damage on the flank here. There's a Heartbreaker attempt from Isidore, but their team is not there to reinforce them, and Shikigami forced off the point with 30 seconds remaining. Fire looking to take us to a map 4 if Shiki can't get to that point.
It's all about this Gambit ult from Lindstrom now. Can Shikigami get Raging Roll Flush up in time? Or will Strays be able to target out the Gambit? I mean, even if you build it up, Closer will have the invisible boundary. Black Side 2 can just come through with the Eye of Agamotto after you've used the cast of it, as opposed to waiting. There's the Gambit ult, there's the invisible boundary in response. Black Side makes it through, still holds the Eye of Agamotto. Shikigami have to be so worried about it, they don't know where the Stranger's playing from. Leolas dodges away, still holds the position, is trying to farm these Vanguards to build up the Dance of the Butterflies, while Frost Mountain goes for the wraparound onto the backline, tries to zone out both of the strategists. Banhammer from Kaya collaborates to take down Closer, and Strays, though, they've still got 2 strategists in the fight. If Snoss gets Eternal Bond, they can potentially hold, but someone has to go onto the touch. One's in time, the next one falls, and Strays get pushed out of the hold in OT. And now, Tetcha, we go to extra innings. There's a chance for a draw. There's also a chance that we get to see more of Symbiotic Surface in the OT rounds.
It's down to this. Fire Strays. A draw keeps them in. A win keeps them in if Shikigami can push a little bit further than Strays with 1 minute for both of these teams on the board. Then Strays go home and have to wait for stage 1 to keep that journey going. Shikigami, they see Rad in their future. Rad is waiting for them for the run back. But Fire Strays, they want to take that fairy tale story of Shikigami and put it to an end by keeping themselves in this series.
Shikigami have to be so paranoid about an opening Strange TP coming on through from Black Sow. I mean, it's such a risk, though. If you manage to get it through and you get that instant elimination on the strategist, that's great because you can then just push 6 versus 5. The problem is that if it fails, you don't have the Strange TP for when overtime starts.
My full consent to absorb my abilities.
That is very true. It's a risky situation in these overtime points. Frost Mountain, I thought he was going back to spawn to swap there for a second, but no, he's just having fun with mobility.
The beast is mine.
They're setting themselves up for the defense, like you say, staying off screen at the start. Looks like Black Sow may go for an early portal, taking the
Kaya
risk,
scouting
but
up.
Kaya spots it, drops some damage. He can't interrupt it, but he does know it's happening, and they pull part way. They were trying to trap him, catch him early, and get early pickup onto this fight, and they've already been able to get Kaya off the board. Beautifully executed by Fire Strays, seeing an advantage and taking it. Now they have a numbers point. Pushing onto the point, trying to force everyone off the objective early and grab themselves that first point quickly. Kaya's on their way back on that Deadpool. They'll be able to reinforce quickly, but this was a huge boom for Fire.
Yeah, no ult as well, because you caught Kaya. Binary has the Banhammer, so that Strays can just continue applying pressure on Shikigami, pushing them off of that point, putting the pressure on the strategists, and allowing Strays to walk away with 1, 2, almost 3 ticks of this point. Kaya gets the Banhammer up, but there's no follow-up damage. The rest of Shikigami are still trying to stabilize. They can't find the damage past Black Side Strange Shield. Dagger Dome comes out through from Name. OT actually starts, and Strays now have to make sure that they hold on to this point. That means that they can't back and kite away from Lindstrom's Raging Roll Flush, which is what Shikigami have been holding on for. Out comes the Gambit ult. Closer gets the invisible boundary through. Name has Eternal Bond, but you've already lost so many players in this fight. I don't think you commit it, even when you build it up. You might just try to hold on and save it for the next. Sloppo uses Galactic Legend. Name falls before the ultimate can come on through, and Strays have bought themselves precious distance on the cut before Shikigami can try to contest it.
That is huge. This first point is very difficult to push, and getting the full wipe here, like you say, means they get huge distance out of this. Fire Strays setting themselves up massively. They've got Eternal Bond, they've got Eye of Agamotto. They have every tool they need to try and stagger Shikigami here. Endsong Inferno and Eternal Bond at the ready, but if they can get Name early, then Fire Strays may have a huge setup here, and you can see Blacks out hovering on the high ground, looking for anyone who steps up out of position. They need to make sure that they stay on the point, though. Nami will get their ult off in time. Nost will match, making sure that both teams have as much healing as possible onto the board. Lindstrom falls early. Aya Magamoto, no one in it. Shikigami evade that beautifully, but Isidore comes in with the Heartbreaker to prevent the follow-up. It's a 3 for 2 as they smash through Shikigami. They smash through Fire, and Shikigami will hold, but that was a good push for Fire.
For 1 minute for Symbiotic Surface, yeah, that was a lot of distance picked up on the side of Fire. It's doable, it's also not drawable now. So we go more maps or we close out the series. Shikigami will determine what option we see occurring in reality. Is Strays, they're going to be keeping this Strange. I mean, it's a risk, right? Blackside already being on the Strange means that if your Strange isn't one of the first players to fall, you don't get to teleport back in, but because they were able to get a good halfway through second, you know that, like, if Shikigami pick up their first point, they don't get an extension in terms of time bank. Like, you can choose your opportunity to portal back into the fight.
They're starting on the Strange once again for Blacksout. This does mean that in order to portal back in for fights, Blacksout needs to be the one to go down first. If he stays on that point a long time, there's no portal reinforced. That's always the risk of playing Strange in your opening compositions. He's such a strong hero though, so it is going to be a trade-off that Fire Strays are willing to take. Shikigami though, they have access to Strange, they don't start on it, they know they can afford to sacrifice a little bit of time to push in early, and whoever goes down first, that's your Strange player now.
Yeah. Binary doing exactly... Oh, little bit of a pause, but yeah, we're seeing Binary basically do what Kaya did, which is scouting out if Shikigami are committing to that Strange TP, because what you can actually see it does is it forces your strategists on the defense to have to play for, okay, there might be 6 people all of a sudden just jumping me, which is why you're seeing like Snost already in the cloak form. Name was doing the exact same thing, which Strays were taking basic advantage of, wanting to mean that like if they jump through, then you're not in your dagger form, you're not going to be able to heal the rest of your team. So the CD might not become the target, someone else on the team might.
A risk you need to take, obviously. If you are in that cloak form and teleported away, someone else not going to get the healing from you as well. So you're very much redirecting the aggro from any of those engages. But we don't have to worry about that in this case, as Shikigami will not be portal engaging. They are going to be walking in normally. The players are ready, but we'll be jumping back in just a moment. Oh, never mind, it's repaused. We'll be back as soon as the players are ready. We just need to make sure that, especially in such a high pressure situation, that everything is perfect for these players. These are some of the best teams, not just in EMEA, but in the world. And they are fighting for a pretty solid amount of prize money, seeding for stage 1. This is some of the peak of Rivals play. We need to make sure that they have every chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be chances too for both of these teams. Like 1 minute means that for sure a Deadpool ult will be built up. The question is, which teams will it be? Because, like, for both of these teams, if you start losing that fight, exit trades are going to be so important, because getting the elimination onto that Deadpool, it's the only character in all of Marvel Rivals where if you get the elimination onto them, they lose all of their ult charge. And Banhammer, in these coordinated situations, it's a very impactful ult toucher. It really is, especially when it's, like, the first built-up thing. You don't have Loki in play, so you can't just sort of be like, okay, one of us got hit by the taunt, let's just use regeneration domain and live it. No, you don't even have an ultimate from a strategist a lot of the time built up to be able to survive all of that tick damage.
Yeah, you can either drop it onto a duelist, as we've seen in the past, to try and take it out, especially Star-Lords, as they try to just go in for damage, but more commonly, we'll see it dropped onto a strategist. Like you say, there's no Loki to just sustain through it, so suddenly, if your Invisible Woman wants to heal you, they have to drop a Guardian Shield onto themselves to make sure that that healing output can come in. Cloak has to Dagger Storm themselves just to make sure they can keep healing. And that's not great because you want it to be in the right position sometimes. It's the value that you can see from these Deadpool ultimates can just be game-changing, especially in these overtime situations where it's the quickest thing.
Speaking about like really quick too, this is an overtime situation, which means that Deadpool actually retains all of the upgrades. So when we go back to binary POV, you can actually already see like all of the gold splashes on the weapons. All of those skills are going to be upgraded, which also means that that banhammer is also going to be upgraded. Like that damage tick, it's going to be absolutely lethal if it gets put onto a strategist early doors and you don't have the means of sustaining through.
Fire Strays in a rough position. Looks like the players are beginning to ready back up, so hopefully we'll be getting in shortly, assuming everything is stable once they hit unpause. But Fire Strays, they are now one defense away from staying in the preseason. Otherwise, like we've said before, they are waiting until stage 1. Shikigami, all they have to do is to get a first point and push just over 101 meters. That's all. Sounds simple. But you've said it before. Pushing first point on Symbiotic Surface is far from simple. It's one of the hardest maps to push that first point because the wide openness of that defensive point is very easy for the defensive side to just take cover, back up, and jump on and off the point to try and claim any advantage they can.
Well, not just first. Like, honestly, first a little bit easier, especially with the addition of Vanguard Deadpool in the mix, right? A lot of the time when you're taking pressure on the defense, you kite behind the point itself. That's perfect position for isolation of the Unicorn Shield coming on out, as we can actually see that in play, right? Demon on the Phoenix is going to have to kite back, reads out that Shikigami are likely going to try and box Trap Strays in that space. Very predictable for the dive to be able to hit from multiple angles with the Daredevil's recon information, and Strays don't want to get caught out losing one of their players early. Kai has already got that first Deadpool ultimate ready to go though, and that's the thing that Shikigami have been waiting for. It's out onto the Invisible Woman. Closer's health just continues to go down and up in an absolute roller coaster of emotions as we get the actual OT. Strays give up 1 tick, give up 2, because they were waiting for Binary to have the banhammer up and embolden their push from outside of the point back onto it.
Mountain getting 2v1, but is able to try and pull back, but Black Cell catches them on the way out, drops low himself, which means Crossbound, the first person to go down, will likely have the Strange to reinforce, but is there going to be anything to reinforce? Because Shikigami are annihilated, and Fire Strays taking us to a map number 4. They hold Shikigami off the board, and they are still in this fight.
Clutch potential from Demon on Symbiotic Surface continues. What a play, the patience as well, like the understanding of even if they get some presence on point, as long as it's not a team wipe, as long as our players don't go down, we can give up space. We can let them play for that first banhammer, we can absorb the pressure coming on through, as long as we scout out where the dive is and we don't have someone fall to the one-sided Daredevil early, it's still going to be winnable. That's what you have to do, taking advantage of the overtime plays in the way that you wouldn't in the usual rounds, where picking up first means, hey, more time bank, more time for you to have to try and hold on to second and potentially gut your ultimate economy to do so.
We gotta call out Slowpo, MVP there, 54 and 9 with 28 of those being final hits. That is any other 2 players in this lobby added together. Pick any 2. Add their final hits together, it's still not as much as Slowpo. What a performance. That is Fire staying in this series, and we'll have more after this.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Fire Stray's at least making sure that they take a map in this best of 5 to fight back as they fight on for elimination or survival in this case for the preseason playoffs. But the problem is that Shikigami have just gone, let's go Central Park. Let's go get our sunglasses, look up to the sky and see loads of people flying around. So Techa, this feels like if there was any map that Shikigami would want to go to as a home ground, it would be this one.
It's kind of where they've just made their little base, isn't it? It's where they first took that map on Na'vi, where everyone was like, oh, delightful, an Ultron Torch composition, and where did this come from? And since then, they have evolved it. They took an insane series versus Rad off it. This has been the map where you can see Shikigami do some of their craziest work. Bring out a Wolverine that we saw a lot more from Rad than we did from Shiki, but Shiki doing great work with it. However, when we talk about Wolverine players, Fire Strays have a delightful one of their own. So there is some potential here, but yeah, let's be honest, this is Shikigami's home turf.
Very much so. And for Fire Strays, Moxie, they haven't played it, but I think the one thing in the draft that did a lot for Fire Strays here is protecting that Doctor Strange, because Black Soul got a lot of success with it. The portal play to keep their attacking side going in the first half, and also some major ultimates towards the end of it. It's just so good in their hands that I would imagine that they want to go for a protect again. Maybe Shikigami potentially ban it out earlier than 4th this time. Seems that could be an option on this map too.
I mean, potentially, but I think if you're Shikigami, like, you're happy with the draft being what it has always been. When you head into Central Park, like, as we've said, at this point, honestly, you know, like, when you have that little, like, lead-in sentence as the map loads in, and it basically says, enter Dracula's fortress. It's gonna be enter Shikigami's fortress to be able to try to get that formula through, because this is very much their home turf.
It's very much their flying castle, so it really is like Shikigami looking to keep this like flying composition working for them. The unfortunate side of it, I guess to an extent, is that we have seen some upsets already, right? Rad liked to play Central Park and got full held against Virtus Pro earlier. So I guess there's a chance here for Fire Strays here, Tetra, because they haven't shown anything on this map. Maybe they play the same comp. Maybe they have the answer to it.
They've shown that they're very effective when it comes to these defensive style compositions, including on what we expected to be the defense when it came to the Museum of Contemplation. Unfortunately, that did collapse a bit. But they have had what it takes to pull out some interesting compositions. This is a map where you can do some really good work on defense, and Shikigami have been ever so kind as to give Fire that first defensive position. However, first, everybody now, Elsa Bloodstone, first ban.
See, imagine if this is the one time that they decide to swerve, and we go back to like the Jeff instant ban instead. No, it will be the Elsa continuing true to form into the Gambit, into the Loki ban, into the Gambit save. I mean, honestly, I think we're both sort of like interest peaked for the mid to late aspect of this ban draft more than anything, right? Strays once again going for this Invisible Woman save. Shikigami then going to be coming on for with a Loki or a Mantis ban line. And if you're Strays, you're sort of like looking at Shikigami and the way that they've played Central Park in the past and probably thinking, is it worth trying to take out things like the Mantis and the Ultron line?
It's a good question. This is something that they have utilized to extreme effect, but for now, Fire is sticking to their guns, taking out the Invisible Woman, which can be part of that composition very effectively. That Guardian Shield can be great value for flyers like an Ultron if you want to keep in the air and keep a little bit of pressure onto your opponents that way. And Fire, once again, it's the first time that they were able to win a map. It's the first time it worked. Blacks out on that Doctor Strange, really proving that they are the master of the mystic arts. And they will secure it for one more time. Potentially two more times if they're able to hold this map.
Is this Daredevil ban again coming on through? Like, Daredevil's really, really strong. On Central Park, you have that attacker's right side wraparound rotation where you can like run across the walls and then show up in the defense backline. As we're going to get a rogue save yet again coming on through on the side of Shikigami. They really love this pairing of basically having like that rogue being able to play the neutral team up. The fact as well that Strays are going to be like, okay, we have to ban Venom as well, or we'll be forced into having to run things like the White Fox. And that means that Shikigami now, they won't have the Venom for the soft dive engagements. They also won't be able to play for things like the symbiotic shenanigans, but they do have both the Mantis and the Ultron when they play the defense, as well as the Human Torch.
They have a lot of options in the air and a lot of options on the ground, still having themselves a rogue for a little bit of brawl potential with that Gambit team up for the Hearts as one. So they're going to be able to go for some quick blobs that way. Frost Mountain hovering on that Wolverine, which is something we have seen them bust out on this map in particular, showing just how scary they can be to try and take out attackers and force them out of position. However, in the spawn, obviously there's some question marks here because Leo is currently hovering a Black Panther. Could be, but probably isn't, let's be honest. Fire Strays, though, on the defense, they are rolling out with to be expected, basically. They bring out the Doctor Strange, the Deadpool for that quick ultimate charge, and then their Duelist, they're going to be sticking with Star-Lord in case of flyers, and the Phoenix just because it's one solid and two a hit scan.
Yeah, I mean, Slowpo on that Star-Lord will still be problematic for Shikigami, especially if we do see the Ultron composition on their defense, but without the Gambit, it's a little bit more manageable, as Easter on the Thing is just going to be here for a fastball special, throwing Frost Mountain into the whole stack of Strays players. Potentially getting a grab onto someone early, but no player deposited into enemy lines. Strays will be able to keep all six up, as they have to now kite out from Shikigami's brawl potential when they make a play for this high ground.
They'll make their way up to the high ground via that little bit of flight that they get on the rogue. They push on in, using a little bit of their own damage reduction here to try and protect Kyra as they're forced to pull out that first initial point. But look at the speed of which Binary has charged up. They are asymmetrical Deadpool right now and are already at that first bad hammer. Getting locked down by Isidore, though. They can't use it if they're picked off. They're in the book. Focus down. Taken down. What was that?
Okay, so I see that we're not fans of book club coming on through from the side of Shikigami. Binary's probably like, hey, no fair, I'm reading it! As we're going to see Demon manage to just like try to make a play on the side of Strays to equalize things up, but you've lost your Invisible Woman. You're going to have to maybe go for a Strange TP, but there are already 3 ticks about to be just having that full point, and yet no one's going to be able to hold that position on point long enough to get a Strange TP through. Unfortunately for Strays, though, did use cooldown. So yet again, we're going to be seeing that map flip attempted Strange TP, catching Shikigami before they get out of castle.
Good news for Binary, he's already up to 38% charge again, and this time the Banhammer will be upgraded. So they are going to have a little bit of extra damage towards the backline of Shikigami, and if they can get this map flip successful, then they're going to have a great position to try and hold Shikigami in spawn. But Black's already being taken down, Kaya making it 2, make it 3, and Shikigami show just why this is their house.
No strategist ults too. On the side of Shikigami, just a heartbreaker coming on through from Isidore, which means that for Strays, like this invisible boundary, it's going to be very flimsy, especially if Nami is able to come through with that Eternal Bond. Higher healing output also allows you to go for a Terror Cape follow through. Oh, speaking about follow through, there's the follow through onto Binary, as Frost Mountain with the Wolverine Feral Grab deposits the Deadpool right into the waiting arms of Leolas on the Phoenix, and Strays lose a player early yet again, potentially even more. As we got, oh, that's Aura. Isidore with the grab onto Black Side, the cancel onto Eye of Agamotto too, means that we don't see Strays having to force open the space with the Strange CC. They have to rely on the invisible boundary and Eternal Bond, as Black Side's gonna fly up, trying to intercept the Endsong Inferno, but Frost Mountain gets there first. Feral grabs the Strange out of position for Leolas to hit the ground.
Frost Mountain just absolutely popped off, drops an interrupt on 1, but unfortunately it might not be enough. 3 members of Shikigami fall, make it 4, and Fire Strays will finally stabilize. Able to take out the backline to remove the healing. That will force the reset, but the interruption attempt there from Frost Mountain, forcing Black Sound down and then trying to catch Slowpoke as well, was huge. Isidore, though, it's time for a Shikigami portal, where they're going for their own incredibly aggressive engage to make sure that they're maximizing use of their time and seeing if they can get a cheeky pickup onto someone right off the bat.
Oh, Terror Cape. Blocked by Strange Shield. Frost Mountain actually falls first. Kaya comes through with the Strangling Prism. Blackside gets a huge Eye of Agamotto stun onto 3, with the Maelstrom of Madness having enough charge to take out 2. Daggers of Danak managing to finish off Leolas as well, and that was like Shikigami's way of avoiding the poke stall out against this Phoenix from far. Now you have to walk all the way back into it every single time.
Shikigami, 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining. That's plenty of time. But they can't get themselves caught out of position. Ultimate charge, this is their best opportunity. The fire sprays are about 50% on basically everything. So it's a neutral engage guaranteed for Shikigami here, as they will be forced to pull on back and play around the corner with these root balls as best as they can. Binary trying to bait them forward up the ramp. It does a great job. Huge amount of damage output going to be coming on in here, but no capitalization yet. Shikigami, they're about to get their ults though, and this is their opportunity to pull the trigger. If they don't get caught in a choke point, all grouped up with the sparks, and it's a spark of brilliance coming on in here from Demon, who once again is unleashed and cleans out Shikigami again.
Yeah, big clutch coming on through from Demon. Buys Strays the opportunity to have both strategist ultimates come in full to mirror Shikigami's. Shikigami got a lot of map space last time with Frost Mountain swapping to the Daredevil, which meant that Strays had to start scouting out where that rotation could be, forcing the strategist to have to look the other way and potentially allowing Blackside to be vulnerable when Kaya looks for these group wall isolations. So a huge clutch factor from Strays that they're able to win out that fight and have ults to be able to match this next one. Eternal Bond kicks things off. Snost goes in with that mirror, but all eyes are on Lindstrom and Leolas. Up in that sky, Eye of Agamotto comes out, but Kaya is purified with the cast of Lindstrom's ultimate. There's the Galactic Legend. Invisible Boundary comes on through from closer. Demon 2 capitalizing on the plays from Shikigami, not wanting to be caught out in the Invisible Boundary with that slow. Opens them up to being caught by the Phoenix Summon instead. But Shikigami, they've still got the ultimates. This has turned into a brawl, one that they think that they can win. Heartbreaker alongside Let the Devil Out, and Shikigami are still cleaning up players from Strays.
Chasing down Binary, trying to force them at least off the point, which they will do so. Black Sow is still brawling, though. Makes their way back onto the point with the Cloak of Levitation to buy a bit more time for the team. Gets bubbled out, though, and focused down, even with the shielding attempt was not enough to keep them alive. And now it's all about taking down stragglers. But Binary onto the point with the swords to try and fight in melee. Blacktown does have access to Portal if they want to keep this fight going, and they super do. Trying to keep this fight going. Closeout's going to be taken down early from Leolas with the Blaster Barrage. Kaya's dropping low as Blacktown returns to the fight again. And this is Fire Strays being extremely persistent. The portal is up while members go down. They will still be spawning right next to it and be able to keep that healing onto the board, but they might have finally run out of sustain and run out of tools as we will see Shikigami push on in towards Dracula's castle.
Problem for Strays, though, is that Shikigami won out that fight while charging Lindstrom's ult for this next one. Yso's gonna swap as well onto that Captain America, so maximum amounts of disruption for Strays to have to deal with the Captain America and the Daredevil. This is about to be split, push, dive, all to make sure that Strays can't hold their position and have that front line absorb incoming pressure and channel it back into Strategist ult charge, which means that Lindstrom can just hit with that Gambit ult before Strays have the opportunity to adjust. Don't even need it. Just base dive hit onto the Invisible Woman. Now you've got your Gambit ultimate that forces Nos to have to come through with the Eternal Bond.
I have Agamotto to try and shut it down, but it's a beautiful split by Shikigami to avoid it all. Kaya was straggling Chris, and they know they're going down, but they try to set up for some kind of counter, but it does not find targets. The Galactic Legend from Leo without the bonus from the Gambit, but it's still a lot of damage output here. Frost Mountain and Isidore, though, are just teaming up together beautifully. Daredevil and Captain America, they unleash the Devil, they unleash the America. They're forced off the point as they go a little bit too deep, and they unleash themselves back to spawn.
Yeah, Freedom Charge, though, is about to come on through from the side of Eastor, so Shikigami will have sustainability to match and fight into this invisible boundary. Their hands will be tied. They're going to have to. We're about to go into overtime. They can't just disengage this one. Out comes Close as well. Eastor comes on through with that Freedom Charge. Demon actually swapping onto the Wolverine, both for the passive and the pickup potential to drop Shikigami's players off the side of the map. Big Terror Cape from Snost sets up the elimination onto Frost Mountain, and Shikigami just have not got a win condition or a play to be able to get past Ray's front line and onto the point itself. Leolas gets grabbed out by Demon, so no Star-Lord utilizing those iframes to hold down the fort long enough for Captain America to come back through, and Shikigami are held on third, denied the full push. But this is where the problems start, it feels right, right? We're talking about the fact that Shikigami loves Central Park. It's not the attacking rounds that they're known for. It's their defense. And already we can see Frost Mountain on the Human Torch.
Yep, we're going back to it. There's the Ultron. They do have access to Mantis if they wanted it. That would be Name potentially swapping over, but that means they would be Gambit Mantis for the setup. But Gambit is very good right now, so that's exactly what they're going to do. Thinking about it, they have options if they do wish to switch off Fire Strays. They know that this is going to be a thing. So how do you deal with multiple people in the sky? Answer, you take them out the sky. We're looking at that Wolverine coming in once again, and they've brought the Hulk this time. Not only can the Hulk deliver the Canadian missile in the form of the Wolverine to those flyers to try and catch them out in the air, but the Hulk jumps can actually catch people in midair as well, pre the tenacity changes. So being able to potentially grab these fires if they try and get onto, if you're able to get into that central courtyard and catch them before they're able to take cover, then you can get some huge value for your team here. Binary, their work's going to be cut out for them, but they can do something incredible here.
Yeah, batter up. We've got Fastball Special in play. Demon already locked, loaded in Binary's hands. Wait a minute, are we getting Strange TP? Fastball third.
Oh my.
Strange TP
they're
up in the sky. Are we getting a Wolverine? It's gonna be jumping them. No, Wolverine's already in. As Eastor gets grabbed out, but unfortunately, that portal delay means that Binary's not in time to be able to give the bubble to Demon. So the Unbreakable Guard not going to be there to save the Wolverine. Demon instead swaps onto the Phoenix, but you've still created a lot of space for Strays to be able to work with. Crucially, Shikigami have not been able to tax your walk up with this torch pressure. Now the Star can try to get on top of him and look for the one clip, but he gets taken down in the 1v1. And this is dangerous for Strays. That was their play with the Strange TP. Yet again, they now have to walk through the gauntlet of incoming pressure that Frost Mountain will be cooking up on main.
staying off the Wolverine here. They are going to stick with Demon, who swapped off after that first initial engage onto the Phoenix to re-engage through the portal with the rest of their team. And then instead going to move over to the Deadpool. Oh no, swapping that to the Venom for Binary. A Black Cell going to be trying to remove some people from the air themselves with the Thorn. Storm Surge to reach them, and then that Lightning Domain to apply the ground to try and pull them out of the air.
Venom hits the backline, gets slapped, gets low, has to use the shield, back out to the rest of the team. Demon's taken high ground position though. Frost Mountain is coming under quite a lot of fire. Binary's back into that backline. Demon wants to try and take advantage of the space that the Venom's creating, but Frost Mountain's being very problematic for this Phoenix to have to deal with. Gets the Bulwark from the Mag. Blackstar's been able to hit the backline alongside the Venom though, and with that awakened state, we'll be able to take Isidore down. And Strays are slowly going to be starting to build this presence on the point. Legolas with Rage of Ultron does mean that Shikigami can make a play for a contest. So Byron's going to throw himself directly at the whole team with the Feast of the Abyss for the anti-heal.
But here comes the Raging Royal Flush. Shikigami are down 2 members, but they want to fight it anyway. Coming on out with as much damage as they can. Isidore dropping low. It's single strategist healing right now. As Leolas is taken down, it's all up to Lindstrom. But with Kaya off the board, they have lost that defense and are forced to back away. Fire Strays break open Shikigami's courtyard and immediately move up to try and send them right back into castle.
Starting to see why that Venom is being banned out usually. When Shikigami play into Central Park, that Feast of the Abyss, the anti-heal, just cuts through the sustain of the Raging Royal Flush, taking 2 players out, so Shikigami could just not get back onto that point. Sloppo's got the Galactic Legend. Leolas goes first though. Rage of Ultron. Sloppo uses the Galactic Legend. Might be able to find an angle to take the Ultron down, but Name with the Soul Resurgence keeps them up. Ensong Inferno though takes the Mantis out of the mix, and Sloppo has been able to infiltrate onto the backline. Gets the 1 clip. Stellar Shift for the auto reload to be able to take down Lindstrom. And Strays continue preserving this momentum, taking us to within 1 fight territory to claim through second.
And immediately Shikigami forced to regroup, forced to re-engage. They have access to that Heartbreaker and almost a Ensong Inferno. On the other side, Fire Strays have basically nothing. They're at 65% towards the Eternal Bond, and that's about it. And if they can take out Venom early, that would be huge. Slowpoke forced to retreat after going in. Heartbreaker comes on out. They're really trying to chase down Binary to punish the Black Cell. Will be the first to fall, though. And Shikigami, even if they win this fight, there's still 2 minutes 40 left to hold for the second point. But it's all 1 step at a time. Force them back, force the retreat, and they held on to the majority of their ultimates there. Only using the Heartbreaker, holding on to the Ensong.
Yeah, I mean, you also get that 1 fight win, so you can now play from distance, which is why Strays, they're going to go for the wraparound. They won't walk up from main. They're going to take the left side approach so they have as much cover and avoid the poke pressure as they can. Getting not close enough to be able to use the Eternal Bond to walk the team forward. Ensong Inferno comes on through from Frost Mountain. Snost actually gets sedated by Name, so you don't have the cloak there to use the Dark Teleportation and fade everyone through the landing. Lindstrom with that Raging Royal Flush, not going to be able to save Frost Mountain though, and Shikigami might have to rely on Rage of Ultron late into this fight to stabilize as Binary comes on through with the Feast of the Abyss. The anti-heal is there. Kaya dodges with the Meteor M. Leola's also not at the scene of the crime, above the fight occurring, and that means that Black Sao is tasked with taking the Ultron down. Tries to come on through with the Cape of Levitation, doesn't manage to find the Maelstrom of Madness fully charged on up to take the Ultron down, and Snost falls instead.
Invisible Boundary is charged up though, allowing for the re-engage of Fire Stray. Soul Rejuvenation comes on out from Name to try and counter it. Ayamamoto into the backline is enough to finish off Lindstrom, and Slowpoke capitalizing beautifully. They're focused down, but their healing is good as they get into the backline, clean out the defenders, and it looks like this push from Fire Strays may be continuing. They're taking out stragglers. Portal comes back in for another re-engage. Shikigami is so good at keeping these fights going, but they're so staggered. All this does is burn through more time as the doors open, and it's 2 minutes 30.
That's risky as well from Shikigami, because now you don't have a portal for a flip. You also potentially now don't have a portal to stop Strays when they're in this last fight territory. Like, Eastor has the Heartbreaker. Strays have to respect the fact that Rogue has the ultimate, don't want to take too close a fight as Blackstar was taking so much poke, but again, no elimination off of the back of this, so as long as Strays don't lose a player, all that's happening right now is that Snost and Closer are gaining ult charge. There's the Heartbreaker coming on through, attempt to just run directly at Closer, but Binary's done the same. Sans the ultimate, just goes into the backline and finds the trades. Shikigami lose all of their strategists, which means the Strays can just continue holding their presence on the objective behind the Strain Shield.
No one's dealing with Binary. They finally force him to back up, and he just gets healed up, re-engages, and tries to force Frost Mountain to move himself from the board. Demon's on the Wolverine now to try and help deal with Isidore when they come back in one more time. Eternal Bond from Znos to create an opening to push them onto the board. Isidore's dropped low, taken down. Meteor M as the objective is right here. Closer barriers, blocks it completely. Slowpoke takes down Kaya. Frost Mountain's in the air, but no one's on the point, and we are heading to map number 5.
Okay, little bit of a misplay coming on through from Shikigami. The fact that Binary, like, actually gets away with just going for the dive pretty much alone as well into the triple strategist line and gets literally everybody is wild. Then you have the Eternal Bond, Meteor M comes on through, you have to try and navigate it past the Strain Shield, plus Closer with his own Guardian Shield. I love the bait too. Like, Blackstar's like, oh, I have the Seraphim Shield. I go a little bit too far forward so that it wouldn't cover my invis. And Kaya's like, I see an opportunity. Meteor M. And then Closer's like, you have activated my trap card. I cast Guardian Shield, and stops it right in his path.
Beautifully executed by, like you say, Binary was just uncontested back there. That was just like releasing a dog into a pet shop with no staff. That was an incredible amount of damage that was done in the backline. Binary opens that up completely, and this is a beautiful comeback from Fire Strays. We're heading to map number 5, when after those first two, it looked like this might be quite one-sided. Fire Strays, can they close it out and give us our second reverse sweep of the day? You'll have to find out after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Bard is on. 1,000 gods!
Maps of action, and we're still about halfway done for EMEA. So sorry, Americas, you are on the night shift, and I guess Pacific is very glad that they're not playing this week. They're going to be next week. This is going to Celestial Husk as a final map, similar to the last BO5. And might I remind you that the winner of this map, Tetcher, the winner of this series, has to play later today after Team Heretics versus Na'Vi. So they're in for a long day.
Yeah, Rad are waiting for the winner of this. Will it be the team that was in their group, Fire Strays, or will it be Shikigami, the team that sent them to this lower bracket? Stress is what arrives for these two teams as we are heading to the Clintar Celestial Husk for our final map for the second series in a row.
I guess, like, looking at Fire Strays as being the team that potentially give us our second reverse sweep, Moxie, like, which are the players that have, like, risen to the occasion through each of the maps, right? Because it was such a slow start for them, maps like Museum not going their way, but now they've actually been able to not only bring this back to a 2-all scoreline, but to beat the likes of Shikigami on a map like Central Park. It says a lot.
I mean, binary on the Venom for sure on that last map, Central Park. Third point on absolute fire. Demon had standout moments too on Symbiotic Surface, but as a whole, it's been like a team effort, to be wholly honest. Like, they've been having to beat things like the Gambit Star-Lord with just CD Invisible Woman and just Strange Shields too. Like, the amount of trust that they have in each of these players, understanding like, okay, yeah, if that ultimate comes through, I have to be behind your shield or I will go down and we will lose this fight. But they've been able to pull it off perfectly.
Still a question, Tetcher, like, for Shikigami to make sure that they don't get reverse swept here and eliminate for preseason, who are you looking to? Are you looking to the backline, Lindstrom, that experienced player, any of the duelists, cooking with Kaya, the Kaya himself? Like, who is it on your eyes that needs to see Shikigami rise?
It's a really tough question, honestly, because we just came out of a series previously where it was, if you're not picking Gambit, you are losing in this case. They tried some tricks, but Rad tried some tricks, didn't work, had to adjust. Fire are making Gambit look beatable. It's not the auto pick, and they keep doing so. So I'm looking at these compositions where the Gambit has been such a key linchpin, and it's not working yet. Shikigami, in terms of what I think might need to like be different, maybe the front line, but the front line's been so good. The duelists have been great. I don't know what they change here.
I mean, I tell you what, this ban draft is going to be very impactful. So too will be your starting composition on domination. Because if you think that your opponent's going to be coming out on a dive comp and you run the White Fox and then instead come out on a brawl composition, it might be a little bit harder to be able to make work done. But yet again, Strays, they're happy with this. This Invisible Woman first save has been working out absolutely perfectly for them, especially with the follow-up into the Doctor Strange save second. So Shikigami, like, here they have to make this choice. What do you ban out? This is your only opportunity to remove the Doctor Strange before Strays get it through, and there it is. They're okay with letting something like the Loki or the Mantis through. They want to force Strays off this Doctor Strange.
And you know what? Fair. We talk up how good Binary has been on that Venom and how impactful it was last game, but the fact is, if they hadn't had some of those portals, they wouldn't have been there to take those fights, or at least the points wouldn't have been there for them to get some of those delays in. This is Shikigami seeing, hey, we won literally every game where Strange was banned, we've lost every game where Strange wasn't banned. Come see, come sa, let's ban Strange. At least it's a correlation. Let's find out if it's causation.
Yeah, Mantis late ban as well on the side of Shikigami, so Strays can't run the Mantis Ultron composition, as we've seen in triple strat flyer comps that we've seen like on Central Park also fare very, very well into certain maps like Codex here on Celestial Huskers. I don't trust Leola's on this blade. I don't imagine you're actually going to be locking it. Much more so I can see, though, is the Jeff come through since Kaya was able to secure that Venom for the Symbiotic symbiotic shenanigans, but we know what Strays' backline is going to be. At least we know what part of it will be, as Snost gets his beloved Loki finally through the ban draft at the cost of the Doctor Strange.
But will they play it? As you can see, they're hovering on a couple other options here. The Cloak and Dagger, worried about a potential dive. I said you better not for Leo, but honestly prove me wrong. If you are confident enough running a sort of a rollout composition using Jeff Bubble, Symbiotic Shenanigans, Captain America to just literally run at your opponents until they go to the floor, then you know what, why not? But odds are we're about to see a swap to Phoenix, and there it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, I see like one avenue where Blade can work here, and it's using Thousandfold Slash with the anti-heal to just totally make the invisible boundary irrelevant.
Sure.
But no, it's going to be the Phoenix instead. Shikigami, though, will be retaining that Jeff. They've got the symbiotic shenanigans. You've also got the toy box coming on through with the Vanguard Deadpool in action, plus the Gambit and that Star-Lord. As Strays, they've got the Venom. They don't have the Jeff, so Binary's going to be a little bit more fragile in comparison to someone like Kaya. But what you do have is very good follow-up, as they've already been able to take Lindstrom down.
Kaya dropped low with only one strategist worth of healing. They're forced to back up a little bit. Here comes the counter engage from Binary to try and take them off the board here. It's going to be a long fight for first. Lindstrom will be able to make their way back to the point nice and quickly, but with Kaya taken down, that's a 2-0 currently. Badhammer comes on out. Binary taken down in exchange by Leo to keep the fight even. Looking to finish off Slowpoke, but they retreat into the Dagger Storm to keep themselves topped up. Damer goes down. It's a 2-for-2 currently, but Badhammer from Black's out to try and counter it, but they are the one focused down. Demon swaps over to the Daredevil because they realize that their team is getting picked off here, and it's time for a more aggressive rollout once they can all regroup, because Shikigami almost certainly going to be taking first point here, but Binary still trying to argue it.
Eternal Bond, though, that flips things. Strays have one-sided sustainability, and they'll use the Eternal Bond aggressively. Shikigami, like, they know this fight, it's going to be done, at least on the tail end of the Eternal Bond. If Kaya can stay up long enough for Leolaz to be able to get the Strange Portal before Strays can get that point cap, it's still fightable for the side of Shikigami. Nami's going to come through with the It's Jeff. We're going to follow Znost's POV. He's waiting for that Sankyu. Swaps to the Cloak form, but Nami's just going to hold the ult long enough to force Znost to have to be out of heal state. Sloppo comes on through with the Galactic Legend, catches the backline, and Shikigami in tatters after they've lost out on the Jeff ultimate.
And the first percentage on the board. That was all the first fight of the game. We're going to be here all night. Fire Strays with a beautiful hold, and they've managed to build themselves up to an invisible boundary and a Let the Devil Out. So they have huge defensive tools at the ready, which is great news because Lindstrom is approaching that raging Royal Flush. So having any kind of ability to just try and delay, try and hold it off is going to be huge for Fire Strays to keep that percentage building. For now, Kaya up to the high ground, looking for an opening, but already being pressured by Black Sound. There's the Buffy Unicorn shield to protect the backline, isolate Kaya, who went for the Feast of the Abyss, but the shield means there's no follow-up here.
Oh, that's invisible boundary out early too, which means that Shikigami, Raging Royal Flush, Galactic Legend, Strays just instantly lose this fight. This is about just how much stall out you can manage to pull through, since Binary's just going to play Ring Around the Rosies, running around that tree, refusing to go down, slams the ground, gets some shields, stalls out for a few more point percentage, but as Strays have been banned out of the Strange, no teleport play off of the back of it. Shikigami, though, that was like their big strategist ult cycle. Demon with the Let the Devil Out is going to be something that they have to be very aware of. Leolaz does have the Endsong Inferno, so could use it to stop the momentum take coming on through from this Daredevil ult when Strays decide that they want to make this first move.
Mountain trying to bait out the Daredevil onto the point, but Slowpoke's already on the flag looking for the backline. Endsong Inferno forced out defensively here, but it might be enough to focus down Demon, who's forced to go into deflex, which does mean they sustain on through, but they take down Leolaz with the help of that Let the Devil Out, and Slowpoke continuing the pressure on this flank. Banhammer into the backline to try and focus them down. Frost Mountain forced to retreat for the rest of the team. It's Jeff for the healing output. It's going to grab only Black Cell, but they are able to hold on through the majority of that fight. Not going to be enough for a finishing blow as Binary dives to the backline. It's a 2 versus 4 in the backline of Shikigami, whereas Fire Strays are keeping their own backline alive with the Eternal Bomb, but they've already lost Slowpoke.
Yeah, Sloppo unfortunately close to Galactic Legend, but not in a position to gain access to that Eternal Bond. Frost Mountain 2 is just spawn camping. Forces out both of the iframe, still has the AoE with the Blaster Barrage, and takes Sloppo down. So no Galactic Legend, which is massive for the side of Shikigami because they wouldn't have a Strategist ult to be able to survive it. By taking out the Star-Lord, Strays don't have the flip potential for their ultimates, and they have to give up this fight, allowing Shikigami, who are in control of the point the whole time, by the way, to barrel towards final fight territory.
And there's no Strange reinforce here, so this is going to have to be an on-foot retake. Fire Strays, they get one, maybe two more fights with these fast rollout characters that they have, like Star-Lord, like Venom, like Daredevil. But Shikigami, they're almost at Raging Royal Flush. They have to only win one of these fights quickly, or maybe a couple with a little bit of a longer duration. They're going to try and force out some of these tools early, with Galactic Legend coming on out, Invisible Boundary having to be used off the objective. Overtime is going to be activated, and Slowpoke does find a wraparound, catches Frost Mountain as their ultimate finishes. A lot of damage onto Kaya, who will just be able to tank that with the help of that Symbiotic Resilience from their own E here to keep them with that bonus health. Slowpoke into the backline. There's that Raging Royal Flush expiring here, so there's nothing left. Nami is going to ult into the backline safely. Not going to go for any of the eats. This Demon dives onto the backline, takes out Lindstrom with the help of Blacksow, and chases the fish. Its greed knows no bounds, but it will be in the spawn and the timeout for at least the moment, as it looks like Fire Strays will likely get the flip here. Shikigami not going down without a fight because they still have Portal if needed.
Yes, Nos has to come on through with the Eternal Bond too, since
Leo?
its overtime been going so long. Demons outside of it, though, still goes down. Sloppo tries to just funnel through some of these players on the sidelines, catches Leolas late, and that's the flip for Strays. But at what cost? Kaya has Feast of the Abyss, there's no Eternal Bond to be able to survive it, so you're looking at just fully dodging the damage in the first place with the Dark Teleportation, but that would force Nos to be in cloak form instead of dagger. Shikigami then can potentially just front load the damage when they know that the heal sustainability will be off of the back of Closer alone.
Nos is staying in that dagger form though, wants to keep the team topped up. They can't afford to lose anyone early. In comes Kaya, Feast from the Abyss, into the backline. Binary drops low, Closer and Sloppo barely tanking through and is holding the line, as immediately Fire just aren't healing quick enough. They lose Blacksow. Binaries drops low, barely holding on together. And while all this is happening, ultimates are building for Shikigami. They're approaching Raging Royal Flush at 70%. Fire Strays, no Portal. It's up to Closer and Nos to keep the team topped up, but people are just being taken down one at a time. Closer is basically all that's left in terms of sustain to hold this fight. Blacksow's onto the Captain America to buy time. They're literally just running in circles around the point, but no one can hold it for long enough. Shikigami with the first point in an extremely long first point of this map.
Well, we did say that we would be here quite a long time. It's a good thing you can't draw on on domination, or we might be here for another map still. But no, first round goes in favor of Shikigami, but Strays, they do have ultimates to be able to try to stand up to what is about to be a very aggressive first push. Like, Lindstrom will have the Galactic Legend empowering with that Raging Royal Flush, and that already pretty much good to go. A little bit of poke, boom, Lindstrom has the ultimate to be able to field over to Frost Mountain. As Strays, they've seen like, okay, there's a lot of Venom. We could potentially go for Demon onto this White Fox to be able to use the Charm and have the sustainability of a triple strategist line, or we can play to the Wolverine instead. And since it's at the start of the round, Binary had already used ultimate before, well, we're going to have the swap to the Rocket, give the jump boots, and Demon can have that grab potential to pick someone up from Shikigami and carry them even closer to Strays' side.
Demon looking to put the team on its back and the enemies on his claws to get an early pickup at this quick stage. Because if Shikigami win this round, Fire Strays are out of preseason and will have to wait for the main stage one in order to compete again. Immediately Raging Royal Flush and Invisible Boundary going to be traded on out. No one going down at that first engage. Here comes Galactic Legend from Frost Mountain. Slowpoke still has theirs, holding on to it though, because there's not going to be a defensive tool left for Shikigami for a little bit, as we're only on 84% for Name, and Slowpoke are going to drop in immediately to see if they can take the advantage early, but they get hit with a bad hammer, forced to back out of this fight, removing their healing output onto the board. Demon coming into the backline, struggling. Prison from Blacksow, Eternal Bonds to try and keep the team alive, but there's no way they're going to hold this now. It's 6 versus 4, and Fire Strays, after a little bit of extra push, are going to force Shikigami off of the point.
Shout out to Strays' backline, also Binary as well, with the Fluffy Unicorn Shield and Loki Regeneration Domain, plus Guardian Shield and just Loki Invis base heals. Being able to kite and survive all of that pressure coming on out from the Galactic Legend of Frost Mountain without having to use their ultimates. And it means that Snost has God of Mischief to be able to survive when Shikigami try to come on through with this Feast of the Abyss. Starting off the fight coming out from Kaya, something that Demon does not want to let through, and will just be putting all of the pressure. The Wolverine looking to counter grab the Venom when he decides to show on up. Regeneration Domain's already been burnt. Snost, sensing danger, is going to space off of the high ground, bunker back up towards their side. There's the Feast of the Abyss, but Close has been able to build and secure one of those invisible boundaries. That means that Shikigami just have to get out of there and wait for it to drop. Lindstrom's going to be playing for that Gambit ultimate. Can Snost find the copy? He's done it before. He does it again. And before Lindstrom has his, so Shikigami fully retreat out of the fight before Strays can catch them.
Demon trying to get onto the backline. Last stand used down, but it wasn't enough to finish off any of the members of Shikigami. Fire Strays at 55%, but Shiki Raging Royal Flush for the extra commitment. You can see Demon hovering around the side, not wanting to dive in early. Let's see if they can pick up anyone out of position. Zoppo falls first. Vanhammer coming on in from Binary, looking for a potential turnaround here, but this is Shikigami looking to try and flip this. A 3-for-1, make it 4. And Shikigami will be flipping his Demon, yet you go for the edge. You don't get staggered. They've got to get themselves off the side of the map so they can rejoin their team later. Going to build a little bit of ult charge for Isidore on the way out. But Fire Strays having Demon staggered so much means a little bit of free charge going over to Shikigami.
Stray should not be shooting at the moment. Nami is so close to Eternal Bond. If you're Strays, you've already got your Groot, you've already got your Stolidol. There is no reason for you to be doing damage. And if you actually look at Shikigami's health bars, yeah, there's very little actual damage coming on through. So Nami's build up towards this Eternal Bond very slow. It's not going to be there for when the fight starts. So you have to space away from the Groot as opposed to relying on the Eternal Bond's CC immunity to dodge out of it. Brilliant play comes on through from the side of Strays. Feral grab as well, connecting onto Shikigami's players, just trying to oust them before the Eternal Bond can allow Shikigami to stall the hold.
Numbers heavily in favor of Fire Strays, but they burn quite a few abilities to utilize this. But Invisible Boundary just around the corner for them. If they can hold out for just a couple more seconds, and they do, meaning Fire Strays are in a great position to potentially try and flip this in a little bit, as Shikigami will reinforce as fast as possible with their very fast-moving members. Leo is taken down early. Frost Mountain trying to mirror, trying to keep this fight going for as long as possible, as Name's Eternal Bond will expire. Frost Mountain will take out Demon to keep this fight going, and this will hold the point for Shikigami, allowing them to take the lead, but numbers are quite heavily in favor of Fire Strays right now, as we see second Invisible Boundary zoning people off the point, and there's the chase, stealing the health pack away from a desperately retreating Name. Beautiful chase from Binary there, as Isidore dropped low, but is healed up full. Ensong Inferno for a finishing blow onto Sloppo, and Leolaz allowing the side of Shikigami to hold this release a little bit longer. Portal comes back in. Shiki looking to end this here and now.
I mean, with Lindstrom's ultimate, they can. It's going to come down to one Raging Roll Flush to end this series. Demon's been scouted out, passive activated. Strays have no choice. They have to walk directly into the Gambit ult, or the OT will burn out. Binary falls. Blackstars already had to burn through the shields. Snost not close enough to a God of Mischief copy to be able to gain the upper hand. And that is where the series ends. Shikigami managed to tie us up. 2 rounds of Celestial Husk required to finish out a 5-map series and take us into a rematch of Shikigami versus Rad later.
Oh, that's going to be spectacular. But what a performance from Fire Strays. They are eliminated from the preseason, but we will see them making their return once Stage 1 begins in but a few weeks. But for now, the incredible run of Shikigami will continue through this lower bracket, but they've got quite a few obstacles to go in order to reach those grand finals. They've still got Rad in the run back to face off. They will have either Heretics or Na'Vi to face off against as well, which they've already lost to once each in those group stages. Shikigami, they've got a lot of work ahead of them, but they continue to impress us.
Yeah, I mean, Shikigami, like you said, continuing to go for these like different layers of improvement. I think like one thing for Rad to take away though is that Shikigami, they're beatable, right?
Yes.
Strays almost were able to complete that win versus them. Did as well crucially manage to find blood on Central Park, a map that we were literally talking about before we headed into it. Might as well be renamed Shikigami's Fortress as opposed to Dracula's. So I think there's plenty of opportunity for Rad to just like be sitting here, taking notes, going, okay, this worked here, that didn't work there. Let's make sure that we capitalize on those moments. So that next series is going to be a lot closer than it was previously.
You'd hope so. I think with how like Rad are looking, but Shikigami are probably hoping that this next series of Virtus Pro and Na'Vi isn't going to be just a very quick stomp, because they're going to feel like they need their rest back, I think, because Fire Strays did push them all the way till the end. And I think at the very least, Tetra, with all of the focus being on the likes of Elsa and Gambit, sort of goes to show that like Gambit isn't a be-all and end-all when Fire Strays can find out their identity and play around it.
Fire Strays, if there's any legacy other than the fact that they are just that good and they're just going to keep improving before stage 1, the legacy they have left on this playoff stage is Gambit, like you said, isn't everything. You can win without it, and you can win in style without it. Fire Strays' drafting style is going to keep everything up in the air for this last day of play coming up tomorrow and the last games today. They have kind of just hit everyone with oh, everything we thought was real isn't real, now we have problems.
It feels very much in the case of like Fire Strays have certainly moved up to the Cool Boys Club of like a top 6 team, I think. Like it's sort of shown that they belong amongst that conversation with Shikigami and Rad, but I feel like with those two teams in particular that are going to face off later, Moxie, it's a battle of attrition. It's you could have all of the prep in the world, you could be very well meta-versed or map-specific focused on some of these like compositions and ideas. Now it's a case of, do you have the legs to be able to play when you're all tired, you're exhausted, some elements are going to be tilted. It's a whole different test that the likes of Na'Vi, Heretics, and Virtus Pro at some points have had to deal with themselves, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that like sets a lot of professional players apart. Can you manage to just perform as well at the start of game day as opposed to at the end of it? Because like even looking a little bit forward, right? We have tomorrow, which is where the team that are going to be knocked down to the lower bracket finals have to go through a best of 5 and then play up into a best of 7. So potentially 12 maps of Marvel Rivals back to back for you to have to be able to play. So it is a true testament to what these players are able to go through. And a reminder too that like all of these players, pretty much every single day, 2 hours of scrims at least, sometimes double blocks, sometimes even triple blocks. So 6 hours of literally the hardest to play, highest skill level Marvel Rivals that you're doing every single day to get ready to be able to push through these long days like this.
Yeah, it's a test in a very different sort of temperament, but we do have an interview with Vicido coming up before we do get into that upper bracket final. Because we aren't casting that upper bracket final, and I think we'll do the interview, we'll move swiftly up because we have so many games to get through. Na'Vi, Heretics, which are you guys going for? I'll start with you, Tetra.
Oh, why? Honestly, Na'Vi really seem like they're starting to figure it out, but I feel like Heretics still have that wildcard factor that could allow them to take, I think, this one, and then I think Na'Vi might be able to come back in the lower bracket. So I'm going to lead... No, swapping it. I'm going with Na'Vi. I think they have what it takes to take them down. Heretics could bring them back in the lower, but I think this one, Na'Vi are just starting to look really stable, which is something we've been looking towards them to do for a bit. So I'm leaning Na'Vi.
And Moxie, the heavens are shining on you right now. What's your prediction?
I mean, like Tesha said, it's really hard to be able to call to the point that you're literally like, oh, I'll go with Na'Vi. Wait a minute, maybe Heretics. Like, I think Na'Vi are hitting their momentum, right? They're going to be coming through from a high. They were able to dispatch Virtus Pro and establish themselves as like one of, if not the top teams in EMEA once more. And like Tetcha said, I think that they've worked out a little bit more of how to be able to play the ban draft to their strengths, as opposed to like one ban draft to beat all of them. I think what we're seeing from all of these teams is that you have to be very specific, tailoring your ban draft to your opponents.
It's going to be exciting whichever way you look at it, not only with the history of the sort of like Na'Vi, Rad players, but also the Bubba Patspin lot. There's been a lot of good best of fives between them, trading hits either side, but also the likes of Oasis that are coming in. Great interview with him yesterday, where he's really sort of pulling himself into one of the top pro players in the region, despite being sort of the rookie, filling in big shoes, right? With like Ken leaving to go over towards the Americas, which have also got all of their preseason playoffs to work with. Isidore will be here soon. I hope he's not putting on a Deadpool costume. I'll say that much. But at the very least, it's like he's had a good performance today. It's just he must need a breather because it has been a back and forth. And we do have a hold of him now, I believe. So if you can hear us, Isidore, congratulations for getting through a grueling best of 5. And I believe we're going to see him in a second. I'm not too sure. We'll see. Anyway, we'll go from like here at this point. Guys, I think it's like a good look of like for Fire Strays. We'll end on them as we can talk through it. And we'll see how exactly they're going to work.
It's going to be a tough one. Sorry, we heard something from our production there, but did not hear what it was. So we're still waiting to see if we get Isidore or if we are just heading to a break. But either way, I'm just so excited for this Rad Shikigami. We're done for the day after this. Us three, you'll be joined by Leg Day, Vodable, and Lemon Kiwi after this. So I am going to wrap myself up nice and cozy in bed. I'm going to throw it on the TV, and I'm going to enjoy some incredible Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, I mean, you've also got Americas that are going on, and I caught like glimpses of it yesterday. I was watching sort of like the Lunex Space Station Gaming, and then I woke up and I saw all the stuff of, yeah, we lost, and caught the end of Heart of Heaven for that, which... yeah, it would probably be how my games would go, I think, at that sort of level. But there's so much, like, meta adaptation here, and I think this is sort of something that, like, we can at least talk from this perspective, guys, where it's like, usually we see a lot of different ideas with a meta, but then it tends to just turn into one idea that's copy and pasted across all of the teams, which is usually led with the likes of Na'Vi or Virtus Pro. Here, I feel it's the opposite. Everybody had, like, the same rough idea on how they wanted to start the meta and go from there. And then it sort of divulged. But I'm pretty sure that like we're just going to go straight for a break. We're not going to go for the Isidore interview, which makes sense. He has to play a game later on today. Yeah, and so we're going to go into the action in the upper bracket. We'll see you guys tomorrow. But like Petra said, we're going to see Lemon, Leg Day, and Vodable taking the action. We'll see you guys very shortly after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do
Talk when you hear a better team-up than Symbiotic Shenanigans. These are team-ups that are currently in the game, not old ones. Arcane Order. Gamma Charge. Cosmic Cyclone. Rocket Network. Stark Protocol. Chilling Assault. Vibrant Vitality.
Yeah.
Vibrant Vitality?
I think Vibrant Vitality. I can't say it. It's that good. It's too hard to say. Tongue twister.
The healing and the damage boost is so good, right?
Yeah, and like you get so much out of it. It's like 3 meta heroes all at the same time. That it's just the best there is, I think.
Dan is suffering, so we shall continue. Deep Wrath. Gamma Fastball. Mr. Pool's Interdimensional Toy Box. Sword of Duality. Bestial Hunt. First Steps. Divine Armory. Stars Aligned. Planet X Pals. Primal Flame. Parker Power-Up. Explosive Entanglement. Blade of Khonshu. Bless of the Kumiho. Dan, you believe that Symbiotic Shenanigans is the best team-up in the game?
I mean, it enables Jeff, right? You can either play him really far back, that's what he's usually doing, but with Symbiotic Shenanigans, you can really play up close. You can even facilitate dive with it. But, like, I got so close to talking over Vibrant Vitality. I was like, oh, maybe it's stronger. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, it does get pick banned a lot, but...
Did you consider that the Vibrant Vitality makes the regen domain real big?
That is true, yes.
Talk when you hear a team that you think could beat Gen G tomorrow. Chiefs. XOXO01. SLZZ. Fury. Team Peps. Triple AD. Yeah, we lost. Pirates.
Yeah, I'm going back to yeah, we lost. Because it's not will they, it's that they can, and I do think that yeah, we lost can beat anybody. Will they? Probably not. But they are they are capable.
It's the flashbang strat. You can kind of beat anyone if you catch them off guard enough.
Yeah, that's their whole thing. Like they win by attrition, and if they just wear the other team out, I think they could do it.
All right, we'll keep going for Dan. Pirates.
Yep, I think Pirates can beat Gen G. I think they have the chance. They are looking, considering that they're an MRC team. Yeah, they're an MRC team, but my God, they got so many huge names: Hoodie, Aztec, Fun Kaidia. They're all looking really, really strong. And I honestly am excited if I see Pirates versus Gen G, because oh my God, that is going to be absolute cinema.
If I didn't speak up for yeah, we lost, I would have also spoken up for Pirates.
Yeah, I was waiting for Pirates. I was like, waiting for Pirates. I was like, where's Pirates? Pirates right now. Oh yeah, there we go.
Like we've been watching Pirates just dog walk the entire Asia region for the past 2 weeks. I think I think they're ready for Gen G.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Eventually we will get to a point where you guys in the chat are responding what's the meta with you, but we've got the whole Ignite season to go through. We've finally seen all 4 major regions play now in Pacific Asia, China, EMEA, and Americas, all at least debuting in their pre-season. So meta-wise, what has changed? So we have to start with the Glortrox in the room, which is Elsa, who actually fell down a bit in popularity to the point that Gambit is the first time actually overtaking her to be the most powerful, most impactful character in the game. And a lot of people ask me, like, how do you gauge this? How do I know all of this stuff? Well, I have a system that I use with all of the drafts that we've seen across all 225 games. I use this system called threat level, which goes from 1 to 100. 100 being an Avengers level threat, hotly contested, a very influential character when it comes to the draft and compositions of the meta so far. And out of a score up to 100, Elsa's score was 99 after the first week. It could not have gone better for her, but since then it has dropped down to 93, and Gambit's for context is 95, which is sort of stabilized in that point. So this doesn't mean that Elsa was involved in 93% of drafts and 7% of the time she wasn't used. She has been involved in every single game of Ignite so far, other than one, where Rejects and RVLE in Asia Pacific just didn't decide to touch her in draft at all. That's one game out of 225, might I add. A drop in score doesn't mean that she's just not popular or she's not strong. It just means that she's not as contested as much in the start of drafts, which is really where those threatening characters tend to stay. Because Elsa is good in every type of composition, removing her is just a good way to influence a draft more. Anybody can play around Elsa, whether you're playing Dive, Triple Strategist, Convergence, Convoy, Domination, any type of map. Elsa is just good on it with the amount of stuff that she can do. You remove that, you kind of force other teams to be a little bit more uncomfortable on other types of compositions. And if the other team decide to try and protect Gambit instead, that's fine, because we'll remove the likes of Star-Lord, because the combination of ultimates between Star-Lord and Gambit, which I was going to call Royal Legend, you guys can decide between that and Galactic Flush, but I know which one I'm picking. You can get rid of the Star-Lord if a Gambit is protected, or even the likes of Rogue that go up so much when it comes to her strength because of that combination with Gambit. You just remove the characters around Gambit if he is protected, and a lot of teams tend to start to struggle. So Elsa is being protected less and banned out a little bit more, and whilst she is being banned out first in a lot of games still, she is still very strong, might I add. 93 out of 100 score is still S+, so yeah, she's still strong, but other teams are still very much committed to getting rid of the Gambit. But if Elsa is not being protected anymore, who is? Who's contesting her there? Well, Gambit for one, but also Mantis has gone up massively in popularity, notably as a protect option, because Mantis has amazing team-ups with the likes of Loki and Groot, who are still pretty good with that combination, but because the likes of Mantis has damage boost, she synergizes with everybody. Soul Resurgence is a really good offensive and defensive ultimate, and most importantly, she is one of the staple characters when it comes to Triple Strategist. She can pair with whoever. If the other team decide to ban out Loki, Invisible Woman, the Mantis can make other characters around her work pretty well, and she has a lot of offensive capabilities, which means running Triple Strategists doesn't feel like you don't have that threatening firepower, I guess. But if I had to show you guys a graphic of what this would look like, it would look like the following. Granted, graphic design isn't really my passion here, and it's not a perfect system to gauge strength because it's a hero shooter. We're just talking about the draft, which characters have been banned out and protected. The hero shooter, you can switch characters at any given point. The two things I want to know: almost half of the top 20 heroes in this list are deemed as threatening. It's strategists. 9 out of 20. There's 5 duelists and 6 vanguards, but 9 strategists. And I don't think there's that many strategists missing from this list at this point, to be honest, either. Even White Fox has been banned out a bit. But also, I wanted to note the big drop-off between Elsa, Gambit. There's a big drop-off between them, and then Mantis, Deadpool, Vanguard, and then another big drop-off before we get to the likes of Invisible Woman, Loki, Ultron, etc. I'm very curious to see what some of the regions can do to be creative and see what other characters that might not be on this list might be starting to climb when people realize how good they are. But until then, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here to close out the show with the most important matches of the day. I mean, we had some really good ones earlier on. I can't ignore that. But Virtus Pro no longer in the competition. Lemon, I feel like this is anybody's game.
I don't know if I'm living a nightmare, if I'm waking up from a coma. Depends on who you're a fan of, because this is one for the history books. Guys, this is just the preseason, and we are witnessing absolute cinema. And for VP to have one of their worst placings is insane. But don't worry, all the fans, like, this doesn't affect stage 1, but this does give us hints that, hey, even the best can be defeated.
That is the big thing, is parity at the top. This is no longer a one-team region, and anyone can come out with a better composition or just a better game plan. And it felt like yesterday that was the story leg day, where we saw both of these teams were about to witness Heretics and Na'Vi prove that regardless of the odds against them, they could come out on top. And it didn't matter which composition was thrown their way. Team Heretics specifically were thrown off their rocker more than anyone else for the first time. They had a 13-map win streak, and then eventually losing those 2 to Shikigami.
Yeah, Team Heretics is like one of those bottom-heavy, like bowling pin-shaped dolls that you like have to punch really hard, and it just balances and eventually flaps back up to straight. They're really good at adjusting to whatever stimulus is coming their way. It usually comes in the form of Naga being the one to swap around. This guy is the hyper-flexible core of Team Heretics, is always ready to go over to a third strategist or swap over onto an incredibly assaulting hit scan like a Phoenix to make sure that pressure comes from an off angle. Naga's flexibility, I think, is core to Team Heretics' danger as a team.
Yeah, and I gotta shout out someone like Oasis, who even said in the interview went from the most avoided Jeff player to now one of the most appreciated ones. Like, he had a game-winning flank on Jeff to like assassinate a Loki on Yggdrasil's path in their last match. So Oasis can be that playmaker, and this whole backline is so ban-proof, and I think that's been one of the strongest parts of Heretics.
I feel like there's been so many strong parts of this Heretics team. We could go all day about it. But an interesting thing when talking about this matchup specifically, last time they had a grudge match because Naga used to be on this Na'Vi roster for the grand finals, was doing really good and playing the role that now Jerky has had to fill for this team. And like, I feel like Jerky's been so much more flexible than we've known him to be in the past. And that's really helped this team out.
I mean, we've seen the Jerky Hulk, which has been a little bit weird. Hasn't had a huge amount of success yet, but the fact that it's no one's complaining on the team, you know, means that they do really trust in Jerky's flexibility. And Na'Vi are a team that just have so much innovation in their blood.
Absolutely, and I gotta shout out Fate for so many game-winning plays. Speaking of goated backlines, let's talk about Fate, because the Luna yesterday, what was it, on Midtown, froze two of Finzi's Ayavagamotos, and at the last second, at the final point, swapped to Rocket Raccoon to get the res beacon for level 1 Crook to get the Raging Royal Flush of the Gambit, which helped Na'Vi close out the series. Or yeah, I think Midtown was the last game there. There was a ton of games, but Fate went absolutely insane yesterday.
Yeah, it was a bit of a doozy for sure, and those clutch moments from Na'Vi really separated them from their past performances. And speaking of past performances, we cannot understate that Team Heretics really showed it to this Team Na'Vi and proved that, hey, this is the meta now. You have to adapt on the fly, and if you don't, you're going to be left behind. And we've seen now the world champions be left behind in the lower bracket after losing to Rad Esports. So going into this matchup here, leg day specifically, what needs to change for Na'Vi or continue from yesterday for them to have better success than the last time these two teams faced?
I feel like Na'Vi have already made strides towards it in terms of messing with the enemy team's vanguards. Like, they played very well against Finzi and Nevix off the back of like Terra being an unstoppable force on the Wolverine, and some specific bans towards Finzi's Captain America and Thing, really trying to contract that vanguard pool. Because last time Team Heretics, they kind of got one over on Na'Vi off the back of some excellent Hulk and Magneto play from Enzo, which needs to be dealt with in this matchup.
Yeah, Na'Vi were very good at identifying the weaknesses out of Virtus Pro, and they'll need to do so here on our very first map of Krakoa. But also the meta has changed so much from before playoffs to now. Like, we're seeing so much Wolverine Phoenix team-ups versus, I feel like, the Elsa Star-Lord Psylocke domination that we saw earlier. And it's like, if VP don't even know what the meta is, then we're all screwed. But I'm excited to see how this bracket's gonna close out, because, hey, Na'Vi are still here because they were just that step ahead in terms of the meta.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this goes from the side of things for Team Heretics, specifically on this map. Na'Vis, they've had some really good strategies in the past, specifically rallying around that Vanguard line that we're talking about. I mean, Rajaro specifically, like day, I feel like is always an iron wall of just consistency for this Na'Vi team that they can rely upon.
I mean, Rajaro is possibly the most mechanically gifted Vanguard player we have in EMEA at the moment. No matter what you put in front of him, he's able to pop off of it, whether it comes down to hit scan aims, things like the Vanguard pool, or if it's about positioning and melee engagements like the Captain America. Rajaro is kind of just locked in on the mechanics, letting Trust Me dictate the pace while he dictates the violence.
We'll have to see if Na'Vi can dictate things this go around, though, because last time it was anything but. They were playing from behind. Maybe we'll see some sort of like Jeff focus in the bans here, Lemon, because it seemed like Oasis on that Jeff was just a thorn in their side. They didn't know what to do about it. But we are going to be getting into our first map of our winners finals. Team Heretics Na'Vi, a date with destiny in the grand finals determines how this one will go.
A big rematch, and yeah, I love that we talk about Oasis because him and Naga have been trading roles on who's playing the Mantis, where Oasis is now kind of like self-pat on the back is saying that him and Naga are the best the best Mantis out there, allowing Naga to play the Atom, but that's only if Mantis gets through the pick bans. So this is going to be a very important phase because this really gives a huge advantage depending on what decisions you make here.
Yeah, Team Heretics have made a habit of first protecting that Mantis, which is a little bit away from the standard. We've expected either Elsa or Gambit to be the first protect, and we already have a divergence here. Na'Vi, they might decide to go for their own Elsa here, and that could mean that Terra is about to become Terra Thanos.
Yeah, and Terror himself. Like, I don't even remember last time Terror was even allowed to play Elsa. And you saw how crazy he went yesterday. I thought his Star-Lord was one of the best. When Terra gets angry, I swear he plays better. And he went Super Saiyan yesterday. The one-sided Elsa is going to be a big difference. But the Heretics win con around the Gambit is now going to create some decisions and some considerations for Na'Vi for the rest of the bans.
All Team Heretics have the Loki available here if they want to make a play for Gambit Loki. Do they want to go for the save? Oasis is a pretty good Loki player. They're going to go for the Mantis instead, hoping that they'll at least be able to have a duelist who can match the violence of Elsa by giving that 12% damage boost off the back of her spores. And now they're like, okay, we're not going to let the Gambit Loki exist, especially with the team up from a Mantis. So we're going to go for the one-sided Vanguard pool instead, who's great at shutting down a Gambit.
Yeah, I was surprised that Na'Vi wanted to ban the Van pool instead of maybe targeting Beetle's Rogue that goes so well with the Gambit. So that could be an option for Beetle, who is, I mean, been so flexible. If it's not the Captain America, it's the Rogue, and he's even strayed away from that and played more Groot towards the playoffs. So I was kind of thinking a lot of these top teams were going to be hurt by duelist bans because strat bans, I mean, they're flexible as ever, but we're kind of realizing in playoffs, the more you can target the Vanguards, it affects the whole structure of the team and what tempo you can play at depending on what Vanguards are available. So we'll see how that'll go for Team Heretics, who really like to play fast.
And well, the speed is going to be on their side here with the Jeff Bubbles as well. Oasis is going to make sure that Beetle's going to have no trouble getting into these engagements and popping that team up with the Gambit of maximum brawling power, and potentially also keep Enzo killed up if he decides to get involved as well.
Yeah, for our first map of Krakoa, Terra on Elsa versus the Gambit Supremacy team of Team Heretics, who really have innovated so much in the triple strat line, from being one of the first teams to bring out the strat pool, courtesy of Alex, to, I mean, really showing how dominant Oasis and just Jeff can be in general, even without the team up. But Na'Vi, it's going to be about investing into Terra. Jerky has been usually that second duelist, will be on the third strategist, and you got the White Fox Luna team up here, so you're gonna have a lot of heal potential from Na'Vi if they're expecting a run it down, if they're expecting any kind of dive. Now, taking to the skies, taking down these trees is going to eliminate a lot of the cover for the Flyers, and you know, the stumps are nothing to scoff at either. Point will unlock here in 6 seconds. Trust Me and friends are anchoring. I mean, Trust Me is already getting busy in Heretics' face and distracting them, maybe building some space, but Beetle is stepping up.
Beetle's had to be given the shield already. A lot of damage for Smoke Demon, grabs them temporarily. But now Team Heretics, they've got a lot of prestige on this point. Starting to build up towards it. Na'Vi are going to have to make a move sooner rather than later. It was Trust Me who thought they could get themselves on point. Tanuki's quick with the punish. Rajamo moves forward now with the Banhammer. That was Team Heretics on the back foot. They have to cede some space away. Terra's gone a little bit too far. Beetle's tried to find their target, but nice dashes off the back of a Helix advance means that Rajamo is going to be the one to grab all of that aggro instead. An Ultron drone on top of the White Fox makes them a fearsome duelist, but Team Heretics just have too much concentrated fire and grab the first cap.
These are fearsome strategies from the Heretics side. A beautiful sleep from Naga hits Rajaro. You're having a potential for Terra to punish as he regroups with Na'Vi, and Heretics may have pushed some buttons, and they did get punished as a result. Now falling back, these strategies are accessible, and Na'Vi profit.
I mean, Na'Vi just had that rear guard play on the kite back, and Team Heretics didn't have anything to really invest when things started to get a little bit tighter. In comes a quick recontest coming off the back of the portal from Enzo. Beast already loses all their HP. Guess what? They can just go over into spawn and get instantly healed up. But now Team Heretics need to try and exit together. Oasis has access to the HJF, but soon will get stumped down by Fate, who's having a nasty little fox parade. Everyone quite angry, and Alex tries to turn it around now with the Gambit ult. Raging Royal Flush increases the damage being poured out of Team Heretics, but it's a strong disengage from Na'Vi. Tanuki's got nowhere to go. Naga's already fallen on down, and Team Heretics are sent scuffling even after having invested their best ultimate.
I mean, Heretics already, the comms were breaking down. You're trying to squeeze out more percentage points with that portal play, and then they were 5v6, went for the Gambit ult, but then Na'Vi invested 2 straddles. So I think there's a silver lining of Heretics getting a lot more out of that fight than kind of they were at a disadvantage for. So you'll have Naga who can call the Soul Resurgence, and Beetle makes space, and he's trying to peel.
Jerky aggressive as they come. Rage of Ultron does force out the Soul Resurgence. Naga's going to be able to give speed over to everybody now. That might compound with the bubbles from Oasis. Almost a full cap here for Team Heretics. Na'Vi turn it around with the Freedom Charge, but Rajaro's nowhere near it. The bonus health could be delivered. Terra's going to try and get rid of Beetle and wins out in the exchange, but still Na'Vi have to be so disciplined when it comes to their positioning on the point. And Terra with 400's instinct think that this is the time to try and move on forward. The monster appears ready to go. The living bullet around the side. The glass shot grabs 2. And the Alpha Predator is able to chomp through the competition. The top of the food chain is thoroughly established.
The offensive capabilities of Terra are next level. It's really the duel between him and Tanuki of who can make those big plays. Tanuki has to stay closer to his team, though. Maybe not as survivable as the amount of dashes that an Elsa can have, but the Endsong Inferno does mean you can take more risk as you can get out of dodge. Na'Vi, though, approaching to the 90%. This is the final fight for them to win, as you don't have immediate ultimates. So looking for Oasis, maybe to have a good grab, namely have a nice puddle to lay down for your Vanguards to brawl through.
Can maybe it's Chef here as a healing puddle and get over towards the point if they do desire. Team Heretics once again are prioritizing the point for now. Not so necessary for Na'Vi to keep this one contested, given that they've already got 99%, and Rajara going down means that all of that's going to fall onto Trust Me. Oasis in this happy little humble home back here can freely pour out the healing and is unbothered and moisturized, sitting in his fish tank. The aquarium is quite nice this time of year.
It absolutely is. The water is nice for Heretics as they're still smooth sailing, able to retake that one, and they have ults to cycle through. This is giving a 99-99 Grove fight coming up, and Na'Vi, they've really got to secure themselves around level 1 Croak. We don't get to see him on Luna every day, but the range is a little bit limited there, and it can be bursted through. Alex, though, did get frozen, and there's no punish on that. Royal Flush is important.
Beetle needs to be rescued. Oasis just going to be pouring out all of the healing there for Royal Flush, bringing the rest of Team Heretics forward. But Na'Vi have been good at disengaging from Beast so far. They're not going to be quite so lucky this time around. Maybe there was a cooldown that still needed to be expended, and out comes the fate of both worlds. Level 1 Crook drives the remainder of Na'Vi forward, but they'll break defense. Up in the sky, Tanuki looking for a victim. That direct impact onto the Luna, but already the healing's coming through from Jerky, who was well on top of that one. Enzo knew exactly where level 1 Crook was hiding, and that's a huge amount of space that's now been taken away. Enzo finds himself surrounded by 3, trying to get a pick here onto Terra, who doesn't have a huge amount of triage healing available to them, as all of that's being directed towards the enemies by Jerky's damage off the back of the Rage of Ultron. Team Heretics need to step up. The Glass Trucks once again is trying to make it work. Some big eats could come forth as Terra continues to find frag after frag. The Monster Piercer is slaying the monsters in the closet that Team Heretics were for Na'Vi. Overtime starts to tick away. Naga's the one keeping it contested, but Terra will not stand for it. Na'Vi claim first point.
Yeah, Terra the King can sleep for now. An absolute performance on the Elsa, and why you can't let the top teams have that one. Even with Heretics having so many ults for this final fight, including a late and unanswered Soul Resurgence, Na'Vi know how much space to give up and how to protect Terra, because that is their win condition in the neutral. With the amount of dashes that Terra has, he can escape a lot of pressure. And Naga feels very well. He's hit like almost every sleep on people like Rajaro, Trust Me, anyone who gets close, while Tanuki just needs any kind of real estate to operate around. It's very tricky to play the Phoenix in such an enclosed area like Carousel that we have coming up. This could be a risk if Tanuki wants to keep on the Phoenix, because he's so good at the Psylocke as well, but we'll see what Heretics, how this will work, and how they can build around Tanuki.
Suited up, But will the hustle reap the profits? It's all business here for Team Heretics. They are going to have that trump card to begin with, though, in the form of the Raging Royal Flush.
Now you're posturing towards this initial platform. This is going to be a more easy spot to protect Tanuki in, but point is unlocked here in 14 seconds. Na'Vi are going to try to secure the perimeter. Heretics don't want to find themselves in the middle of an island if there is no point to be in such an open space, but they find themselves asleep onto Crook.
Oh, a beautiful rotation there. The charged greatsword was drawn from the scabbard, and Magneto puts it to good use. A quick slowdown on Trust Me, saying stay a while and listen to the dreams of Team Heretics for this retake. Still unwilling to use the Heartbreaker. Team Heretics get it done with no significant investment.
How is a Mantis getting in range of your Luna? This has to be better tracking from Na'Vi. It is a bit of a dance and a tango. You gotta track these rotations. It was Ring Around the Rosie and success for Heretics. That first fight giving already an early Heartbreaker. This is gonna be what initiates the fight for Heretics, and they really should be getting this done now.
All right, Heartbreaker already used. That's going to be an instant freeze, but a quick wake up, and it seems like the disengage here from Na'Vi is good. Beetle doesn't want to go any further, does demand the mag bubble to try and keep them peeled. The magnetic curtain is drawn behind them as they escape towards the point. A Raging Royal Flush now from Team Heretics, sensing that Na'Vi want to come forth and try and make something happen. They're looking for terror as Tanuki's already gone on down, and they need to equalize in terms of those duelists. A turnaround now coming through from Razro using that banhammer. I think they actually might have gone for the jackpot to try and turn this one around. An Apex Predator. I do think Oasis may have eaten some of the victims there, trying to escape. Yes, Alex is well saved by the shenanigans of Oasis, but they do sacrifice their own life for it. And now level 1 Crutch is able to mechanically outplay on the point.
Oh, Fate and Crook making the big plays, and it really kind of puts a lot of stress onto Beetle, looking out for freezes and charms. As soon as you overextend even an inch, Na'Vi will punish you for it. And even through the Soul Resurgence of Naga, that wasn't enough to help Beetle bail himself out. And Enzo only has so much utility he can gift over, but if it's not utility, it's a Meteor M. And he secured that elimination on Crook in the last round, as Heretics hope to send us into round 3. They keep the lead for now, but Na'Vi are gunning for it.
Trust Me has the freedom charge. Extra sustainability on demand if it is going to be needed. Fate's going to have to unlimit here from Na'Vi in terms of their survivability, but it does give them an opening to go after Beetle. A quick wrap around, nothing to be gained from the Meteor M. Team Heretics will disengage through the portal, and Na'Vi are a little bit cautious as to whether Team Heretics are going to do yet another map flip.
Yeah, a lot of better escape tools on this map compared to Grove to take the teleport, like you said, away from the Meteor M, but Tanuki is isolated. He needs to be protected, and here comes Naga to save the day.
Deadpool in your area, upgrades the fire rate of Rajro, pumping out plenty of damage, almost has yet another banhammer to try and work with. Tanuki's got the off angle, watching the approach of Terra, the Rage of Ultron unleashed, and Tanuki takes to the skies, trying to follow over onto that Ultron, but it's a great dodge away from Jerky. Absolutely perfect when it comes to the movement, but can you get away from this hit scan? Oasis just wants to reset. Out of the line of fire, out comes the Glass Rock, sending the Vanguards to a blinding grave on the other side. Enzo is going to be coming back later as the Heartbreaker chases after. Yet another freeze from level 1 Crook. He's been lights out on the mechanics all the way through this bracket. There's even more to be gained off the back of those living bullets, so dutifully supplied by Wade Wilson. But Team Heretics have done enough here. It should be a quick flip around. Jerky's going to be granted no mercy, and Fate's going to be staggered off the back.
Yeah, once Enzo was missing on the mag, like, there was so much free fire from Na'Vi, but Heretics do not cower. They had no shield, so instead of defense, they brought offense and were able to eliminate the Vanguards of Na'Vi. This is gonna be a final fight here coming up to see if Na'Vi can win the map, or can Heretics send us into Cradle. There's no ults from the Heretics side. Trust Me close to his, and it's Heretics in control. They can't give up the cap.
Eyes on the captain here. Trust Me almost has a freedom charge. Could use it to force Team Heretics off the point. Oh, a triple ding. Oh, even more! Level 2 Crunch has arrived. I was wondering if the sequel was going to activate. There's no help for Beetle. Enzo's already reset off the map. They know that they might have to TP back after this one.
K-pops him in the head. Level 1 Crook over 9,000. This is a deadly backline. Na'Vi are expecting the touch here from Heretics, and they don't do it! Na'Vi have done it!
Naga was lurking by the TP, hoping they'd just be able to run up and get that tap. No one on Team Heretics was going to swap. It was Oasis who had to do it, swapping over to the Doctor Strange. They just didn't have time to maneuver the portal. They likely tried to Tokyo Drift it all the way from spawn, but what a great threat management there. Just level 1 Crook getting 2 frags in the neutral. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do against the raid boss of Terra? He's coming in hot out the gates with 24,000 damage, 13 final hits. Damage is nice, but Terra finishes off what he started. And yeah, you're not getting all 6 people in your Apex Predator, but to delete a Vanguard, especially one like somebody like Enzo on the mag, that is so much utility off the board, especially when paired with a Rogue who really needs to be enabled, because if she's not close to anyone, she's an old battery. And Na'Vi, I mean, they got kind of caught off guard at the beginning from the rotations of Heretics. Na'Vi kept themselves afloat, and really it was a battle of 2 insane backlines of who can enable their duelist carry. And you saw how level 1 Crook was fragging like a duelist on the Luna. Fate was punishing Beetle with these charms, forcing him forward, and Naga was hitting every sleep on Trust Me and Rajaro. And then of course you have the Raging Royal Flushes from Alex, and when that trigger needed to be pulled from Heretics was always at a good time. Map 1 goes to Na'Vi, but that could have been anyone's game.
Just textbook management of Beetle as well from level 1 Crook and Fate. Always rotating someone having the absolute 0 for the quick freeze, or a multitude of charms, and then moving into the melee mode with the White Fox in order to make sure that what could you do but like run away from a White Fox, because the sustainability that she was bringing to the table was just absolutely astounding. And then level 1 Crook walking away with 5 final blows, as much as anyone on Team Heretics. She's getting buffed in 7.5, by the way, so expect to see a little bit more Luna in pro play.
Yeah, and Na'Vi yesterday, they usually start off slow. They lost that domination to VP and then swept the series from there on out. And Na'Vi didn't even take a single map off of Heretics in their first encounter. It was a best of 3, so not as much wiggle room to kind of read your opponent. Their first encounter of the whole season. So Na'Vi have clearly done their homework, and I feel like they've really, I don't even know about innovating the meta per se, but just know what their win conditions are more than ever. And this is a team that just needed coordination and more confidence and composure. And Na'Vi have really hit that stride well.
I mean, Na'Vi just seem to have rediscovered themselves after those initial like hiccups that we saw in the group stage, and that's the best time to find your defeats, right? Because you go into the playoffs knowing exactly where you're going to be at your weakest, where you can really shore up your defenses, and Na'Vi have done a perfect job of making use of the talent they have. We'll see if Team Heretics can bring it back on their own map pick after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Partisan! 1,000 gods!
They did it when they couldn't in the group stages. Na'Vi managed to take at least a map against Team Heretics. This is a full best of 5, so anything can happen. And, well, a lot happened to the Vanguard lineup on a Team Heretics here. Lemon, what went wrong?
I mean, you saw Heretics protect the Gambit, so you know Beetle's Rogue is going to be on the menu, and Na'Vi didn't want to consider banning it because I think they had a strong game plan going forward. They felt they could have countered Beetle just off of their strat choices alone. The Luna and the White Fox were just so unforgivable, and it's not that Beetle played badly, but he had to play more measured and more safe. And if Rogue can't really grab anyone and maybe steal their abilities, you're not getting the full value out of the Rogue, and Beetle was still fantastic, but it gave so many opportunities for Na'Vi to punish him or to punish Enzo, but to use cooldowns to bail Beetle out. So big fan of what the backlines are doing for both teams.
Doing it all that they can for their squads. It feels like a lot of these matches are being determined by like how enabled the front line is as well, which has been really interesting. I like to see, trust me on the Captain America there specifically, but looking at Yggdrasil Path, we saw this map come out yesterday actually, when it was Team Heretics versus Shikigami, went the distance, and 4-3 victory for Heretics on that one. But I still worry for this team leg day, having to go against a Terra that has been unleashed the way that he was, not going down once, having the Elsa, the best in slot duelist that he can play. I mean, what can't he do?
Well, I don't think there are many things that Terra can't do, actually. Like, Terra is pretty omnipotent when it comes to the duelist, but I would love to see Team Heretics here maybe make a pivot over to a duelist setup. Like we saw Naga play a very mean Phoenix here yesterday and allow for Tanuki to really lean into these things like the Daredevil and the Wolverine, because I think that one of the tactics that Na'Vi are still using that they stole from their VP series is, hey, we just decimate their vanguards, and after that it's kind of easy. And you know who else does percentage damage apart from Wolverine? That's Elsa. So if you give Terra the Elsa and he gets time to build up those stacks of Hunter's Instinct, he's just constantly pumping out this damage into unshielded vanguards who just have to eat it.
Yeah, I also think that the picks and bans when Heretics played Yggdrasil really factored into their win. The fact that they had Mantis, Loki, and Groot open, that's such a strong team up. And I mean, it's hard to take down kind of all of those resources. And then you have Naga on his best hero because the other team decided to target Naga's Adam. So when you have more of a wealth of a hero pool, there's more to think about of like, what do you not want to play against? Oh, the Adam Karmic Revival, but now you leave Loki open, and then you got more problems from there on out. So we'll see what Heretics can get away with in this big ban.
Yeah, that is the tough thing to think about. Like, do they prioritize the Loki ban? There was mainly, Invisible Woman bans prioritized instead, and we saw Beetle do so good on that group, but teams don't like to ban Groot specifically, but everything else that enables him. So a couple different options that they can go for here. This will be the first time that Na'Vi, at least during the preseason, have played on stream Yggdrasil, have maybe done it in scrims a couple times here and there, but this one's also been played for such a long time in the past. Team Heretics looking to try and turn things around and tie up the series on their map pick. They have a 100% win rate here, so we'll see if they can get it done.
All right, Na'Vi in a commanding position already after having taken domination. The question is here for Team Heretics, Lemon. Are we going to see a change in tack in that first ban? Are they willing to allow the Gambit into the hands of Crook, which was very well played yesterday, in order to make sure that Terra doesn't have access to the Elsa, the Thanos tier duelist?
Yeah, there's so many plans up the Heretic sleeve, and I don't think losing map 1 was part of that equation. So, hey, Heretics chose this map for a reason, although you don't know what Na'Vi's gonna run. We don't know how much they've scrimmed it. It may mean that there's not as many plans up Na'Vi's sleeve, because Heretics have just been the team to get in Na'Vi's head. The one to make them stress, frustrated, panic swap to anything and everything. But right now it feels like Na'Vi are in full control, and they seem much more intentional and decisive with what they want to do.
All right, one-sided Vanpool likely on the table here. Na'Vi sure to protect the Elsa for Terra, I imagine. And that means that Team Heretics' Vanguards are going to be having a bad time.
There is... I mean, the attack from Heretics on Yggdrasil's path capped at 2 minutes and 43, which is like legendary levels of time. And despite going into extra innings, that time bank, that kind of momentum that Heretics had is what ultimately ended up winning them the map against Shikigami and to stabilize them in that series. But I mean, Na'Vi are a whole different beast, and you have one-sided Elsa at least on Na'Vi's side. So let's see how they can do with that.
The Team Heretics want to go down the Gambit Loki route this time. They had the option last time around, but decided to go for the Mantis. And obviously, with Naga and Oasis both thinking of themselves as the best Mantis in the best two Mantises in the world or in the region, they all want to try and go for it. But Na'Vi's protect here is going to be very telling. It is going to be... Well, they are hesitating. Do you want to go over to the Loki, knowing that if they do protect the Mantis, it is going to be a Loki ban from Na'Vi, most likely, as they don't want to run the risk of going up against that double Raging Royal Flush.
I like that protect on Rajaro's Deadpool. I mean, he's got to be like #1 in the stats, and just is kind of that tertiary duelist, if honestly, sometimes even #1 in damage, is the protect on the Mantis that he denied the Groot team up.
They deny the Groot team up, but the Loki's going to be around. I don't... But then again, like, Team Heretics are a fast team. They like to run around, and Loki doesn't do great with all that running around. He's very much a setup hero who likes to have his doppelgangers in the right place and then play within their LOS. But with Oasis being such a good Loki player, like, maybe the utility is too much to ignore, as Team Heretics will be able to easily support a double duelist composition here with the healing of a Loki and a Gambit.
And it's Na'Vi on defense first, and this whole first point is about momentum generation. And that first corner, yes, may be defender-sided, but as soon as you lose your grip on that, it is hard to scatter and find really a stable place for the defense to resurge in. Because as soon as you go back into those back doors of the first point, very minimal chances of you to retake unless you have a strange portal, and that'll be on the menu for someone to swap to if needed. But Na'Vi also have Jerky rolling out on the Wolverine, and you don't have the Phoenix team up, but you could be just having a stronger neutral win condition by kidnapping people on the side of Heretics.
Yep, I like the look towards the Wolverine here. Like, this is double percentile damage from the Elsa and the Wolverine. So here, like, for Enzo and Beetle, when you're going up against this kind of duelist comp, your goal is to live and you duelist stiff them. Like, it's all down to Naga and Tanuki being able to find early picks.
And not to get walled off by Trust Me, because as soon as Jerky claims someone, or as soon as he does, then Trust Me throws up a wall, and even just denying resources for a second with the Gru wall, depending on which one you use. But wait a minute, Heretics are getting active.
Okay, Tanuki's already in. He's going to be kidnapped temporarily by Jerky, and Terra just utilizing the high ground, managed to get that Monster Piercer onto Beetle. Tanuki's still close here, as Terra is having a slight platforming issue, but it's okay. Happens to lots of boys, right?
Crook is just Beetle's op today and doesn't even want to mess with the rogue. It's just you can't even get close because Crook hit a nasty freeze and Beetle evaporated in the air. So now you're going to try to close the gap even faster with a Venom.
Oh, Tanuki's just taking so much damage there. Where were they? Where was the healing? Evidently everyone was focused elsewhere. There must have been some skirmishing going on the high ground, and Oasis is going to be forced to disengage here. Na'Vi are holding strong.
Yeah, Naga on the Star-Lord. I mean, you could just play the ignore the... Whoa, who's back there? Beetle's just hanging out observer mode over there, but these broom walls are lasting a long time. You have Strangling Prison, and you got picks. You don't need to do anything.
Oh, this is just such a bit... This is kind of a tilted engage here from Team Heretics. They're kind of making these unassisted engages, allowing Na'Vi to have consistent, like, 2 or 3 versus 1s on these off angles.
You have half your time bank gone if you're Heretics and you're facing Apex Predator, Strangling Prison, Eternal Bond. Like, it's going to be a good initiative from Heretics off the Raging Royal Flush, but Na'Vi could also create an obstacle course with Groot, so this is going to be quite the exchange. See when Heretics want to pull that out.
Okay, Jerky noted thus far already. The Raging Royal Flush comes on in, and guess who takes to the sky to try and shut this one down? Oh no! But LeBronzo can't connect. Fate is nice when it comes to the maneuvers and manages to get just a little hair's breadth away from that Meteor M, which wasn't held long enough to have the charge to take out Fate just off of splash damage.
That was a cheap fight too, only strangling Prison and Eternal Bond, and you still have the Apex Alpha Predator from Terra, which as soon as Navi disengage, you're gonna have a nice long lane. I don't expect it at this corner unless Heretics stack up, and you just can't pressure this high ground that Terra is sitting on. There are so many neutral fight picks from Navi that end the fight before it even starts. Oh no.
Oh, the off-angle Glatrox could be real. Enzo hallmarking the engagement here by already bringing out the charged Greatsword. That's a big investment during the poke phase. And here comes the second Raging Royal Flush. This one's going to come from Oasis. Got to look out towards the back, though. The Glatrox surely is going to be dropped here from Terra, but Level 1 Crook's going to answer the violence immediately with the Fate of Both Worlds. They attempt to try and grab some players' souls here and make them look at the pretty lady instead of a backline. A nice grab onto Oasis, and Naga's fallen down too. Terra gets the timing that was needed, and Tanuki's nowhere to be seen, evaporated under the Monster Piercer and the Reign of Terror.
Terra is a monster, and Heretics had such a good psionic seduction. They were preventing Navi from escaping, and Terra knew that was his moment to shine and swings the fight back in Navi's favor. Another strangling Prison, a Wolf ult that could just end the backline if Jerky feels like it, and Tanuki feels he has to match it, and Heretics, they're going for it all, or they're going to be full held, and that's just going to be a killer.
Last stand, ready to go. Here comes the Meteor M once again, but can Fate dodge? It seems like the positioning thus far is good. Terra's just sitting in an Eternal Bond in the backline. Unlimited healing, ready to try and take out the Gambit, managing to slip the net off the back of the Bayou Bash. Tanuki manages to isolate one as well. That's Level 1 Crook taken down, but now it's Jerky's turn. And have they got too much off the back of this one? It seems that Alex is down. It's the emergency healing coming through from Oasis on the other side, but Jeffers, it really isn't that much. Tanuki grabs in multiple players, burning through them now. There has been a burnt passive from a Wolverine, but guess what? Navi are already willing to come back with the portal from Level 1 Crook.
Okay, you're gonna try and section off this fight with the portal. No, it's just gonna be a front-to-back approach from Navi. And Terra will be close to the Apex Predator. That's what they needed to build towards. So it's just going to be a survive and sustain angle from Navi. They also have to keep watch on the cart.
Terra on the off angle, trust me, returning on the thing. Similar thoughts from both of Vanguards to try and deal with these Wolverines. They need to stay on the car, but Level 1 Crook is just doing so much damage. So many of the strategists have already fallen. Only Oasis is going to remain. Yes, it's a good dodge here from Tanuki to try and avoid the incoming Glatrox, but none of Heretics are on the point, and they have been absolutely embarrassed by Na'Vi.
Wow, it feels like the Heretics backline got Thanos snapped. Every time you look back and you think they have a footing in the fight, Na'Vi are behind them, whether it's with an Apex Predator, Rajaro, like ruining everything back there. And Heretics, that was the most stable part about this team, is how Naga and friends, especially Alex, can dictate fights around the Raging Royal Flush, and Alex is cowering in the closet, just like shaking because you're getting dove on by a Wolverine or whatever else that Na'Vi have. So, I mean, Heretics, I did not expect a full hold at this point. Like, when you have Royal Flushes, 2 of them even, and that still wasn't enough?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not vibing with the Magneto pick here. I think that Enzo just didn't have much forward momentum to make it past the cart when faced with the danger of both being walled off by Trust Me with no mobility to get out of it, and Jerky's potential approach on the Wolverine. I would have loved to have seen Enzo maybe pick up the Venom instead of Beetle so they could continue to get that rogue team up from the Gambit, which is hyper valuable for these brawls. But Team Heretics, though, they just were eternally losing initiative. Like, surely you can't allow Terra to keep having the Elsa. Like, it just makes it so difficult to win any kind of duelist battle.
And just the fact that the Elsa sat on this platform on the high ground unpunished. It is very hard to do so because she'll just dash away. And now you'll hope that Tanuki can do his best Elsa impression. Beetle's just going to be haymakering around the corner and just trying to be that stable anchor as Na'Vi can just build up towards these ultimates. And despite Beetle being so sturdy, he will get run over by the Apex Predator regardless. So Navi, oh, they're trying to get Jerky in position to harass the high ground. It's working.
Wrapping around using the ice arts. Na'Vi have claimed a lot of space for Team Heretics had trouble with, but now they have to deal with a charged great sword of Enzo. It's a lot of poke to try and deal with. Rajo manages to make it out though, and that's a huge kidnap onto a Magneto. Just about manages to make it into regeneration domain, and then the extrication will come courtesy of the Adam Warlock. All that shared out damage though might be too much for a team to deal with. The vulnerability from a cloak and dagger proves to be a brutal factor in the midst of this fight. Tanuki noted amongst the masses. Number one Kroger's once again found the opening in the chaos, reads the tea leaves and finds the key. Team Heretics are going to desperately portal back, but I think this one's already cooked, Lemon.
Yeah, Enzo is waiting for everyone to respawn, but it has to be here and now, and here they come. They can at least get the Royal Flush. This is winnable for Heretics, but Na'Vi are strangling them.
Going directly into the Yance as well, so we don't have any movement ability to try and work with. Finally, there's going to be a breakout. Oh, that's going to be a big usage of the clobbering time from Beetle. Multiple stuns, but guess who's there ready to go? You're going down the lane, boys! Terra sends out the Glatrox, and, well, Na'Vi, they are looking even stronger than yesterday.
That one-sided Elsa is a problem, and just how I'm looking at the amount of deaths that Terra had on this one, but if it's not him, it's Rajaro jumping into this backline, one of the best van pools that we have in EMEA. And I think Heretics kind of have the same thing happen when they faced Shikigami. They kept letting Leolis and Shikigami get the Elsa, and that's a big reason why Shikigami took a lot of maps from Heretics. Heretics were trying to dismantle everything that supports the Elsa, but Terra really doesn't need anybody else than himself. 8 final blows stood on the platform. Namely, there were so many neutral fight picks from Jerky or Terra, and trust me, as soon as Heretics step up, he would wall them off at the perfect moments, making Enzo punished every single time on the Magneto. And I know the Magneto was like hit or miss, but that's like the only thing that you can self-peel when you get walled off from your team. But that was a tough showing from Heretics.
And Na'Vi, they aren't going for like a classic ban protect phase here rival, and they see the Gambit. Like usually when the Gambit gets protected, a team has to scramble to ban the Loki, ban the Rogue, ban the Star-Lord as well, but Na'Vi seem unconcerned with that. They're more focused in on getting this Vanguard Deadpool to be uneven, because Rajaro dropping 10 final hits, 11k damage, is absolutely pounding when it comes to those Dual Desert Eagles, just able to poke at any range and help out any engagements. If Terra gets someone low, Rajaro can be there with the finish. Maybe we need to see Team Heretics put a bit more emphasis here on getting rid of not only the Elsa, but also maybe an early ban on that Vanguard Deadpool as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Terra, it's now 2 maps in a row that he has not died. And will the Kings of Na'Vi be slain? It's match point in their favor. Heretics, what else you got? We'll find out after this.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Partisan! 1,000 gods!
Welcome back, everyone. Well, this is an opposite day in comparison to what we saw in the group stages between these two teams. It was a 2-0 sweep one direction. Now it's on the way to a 3-0 sweep in the favor of Na'Vi here. And Jen, like, what would you say is the biggest difference that we've seen out of Na'Vi in this playoffs in comparison?
It's just like kind of what Tara said in his interview yesterday. They like fixed all of their issues and they are confident more than ever. And that's really what they needed. I think a lot of trust in each other and having a solid game plan and just to ban out things that are kind of niche, like the Groot from Heretics, knowing that they chose this map probably to play around Beetle's Groot or something like that. He's played a lot of the Groot in playoffs. That was really interesting. But Tara just can't be like, we'll keep saying it, like the Elsa just can't exist. And Heretics stray away from banning the Elsa, just like I said against Shikigami, which that series went to game 5 for a reason.
Ooh, Heart of Heaven, though, for the map choice that we have here leg day. I mean, we've seen middling results from a lot of teams. Heretics, they haven't necessarily chosen this. They played on it 3 times, won twice, lost once as well. But on the other side of things, Heart of Heaven, actually, no, they haven't even, neither of these teams have played this. I was thinking of Hell's Heaven, excuse me.
Yeah.
With this being a relative unknown to both these rosters leg day, it feels like teams are just kind of trying to pull out maps that they don't have footage against them, so nobody can be as studied in these matchups.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a reset, trying to avoid like a sneaky group ban when maybe that was like the centerpiece of your strategy for Team Heretics. I'm not entirely sure. One thing that is known, though, is that Terra is still good at Elsa. So given that we're 2-0 down...
Do we ban the Elsa? I think so.
Maybe we take the risk. Maybe we do a little bit of Elsa banning, you know? Like, I'm just throwing it out there. Like, I'm not the coach, I'm not the expert, but like, I've got a very small data set which appears to be trending a certain way.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really harsh here if they don't ban the Elsa they're throwing, but I also respect that that level 1 Crook is an absolute beast on the Gambit, and I wouldn't want to face any of those guys in a dark alley. But for Heretics to be an 0-2 spot, this is uncharacteristic.
Do we see the Elsa ban? That is the question that's number 1 on everyone's mind so far, but the Gambit play was essential from level 1 Crook to help take down the World Championship team yesterday. We'll have to find out if Na'Vi can sweep the competition and earn themselves a spot in the grand finals, or if Heretics are one way onto the train for a reverse sweep.
The troubles are over for Na'Vi. What was once troubled waters now seem to be smooth seas. The troubles have been worked out. All of the kinks have been ironed out of the armor, and Na'Vi are looking like an impenetrable beast. As once again, I see the Gambit banned from Team Heretics, so you'll never guess what Terra's going to get to play on Heart of Heaven.
Well, yeah, that's a tough one. Also, we heard from the EMEA teams that they don't scrim each other, so you're kind of having to go off the rumblings of what's happening in scrims from others, so it's like you don't know what to expect, but it still feels like Na'Vi had a better read on the Heretics game plan for Yggdrasil, as Terra is on Elsa again. So Heretics will continue to play off the win condition of their Gambit. We'll see if Beetle will be allowed to play the Rogue, but so far Na'Vi have just not touched banning the Rogue.
And it's going to be a one-sided Vanpool again, perhaps? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Na'Vi have been doing so much poking off the back of the Elsa and the Vanpool. And, well, I don't want to be a doomer. I would love to see a banger of a series here, but Team Heretics don't appear to really be adjusting much in terms of their draft. It's going to have to be adjustments in-game to their fight plans if they want to get one over on Na'Vi here on Heart of Heaven.
And Heart of Heaven, we've not seen this before. This is the Heretics camp choosing this, and they're attacking first. They're also choosing to attack first. I think this is a pretty defender-sided first point to cap. I mean, it's such a long stretch, so this is where these ranged duelists really have to stand up. So I'm looking at Tanuki's Phoenix, which is going to be on the menu, and he's been trying to go toe-to-toe, but the Unsung Inferno doesn't have the same level of spice as an Apex Predator from Terra, and Terra will literally flank you with the ultimate and dash out like he was never there. So it's pretty nutty what Na'Vi got away with on Yggdrasil's path.
Might be a bit of a pivot here. Perhaps they'll try and go for a more up-close and personal duel with the Elsa with a damage-boosted Star-Lord, which is not an unwinnable duel, but it's not necessarily easy. Na'Vi are going to be defending first, so we can expect that it's going to be something on the lines of triple strategies. Level 1 Crook certainly has had a sordid love affair with the Elsa recently. Like, Fate also played it yesterday as well, getting some beautiful freezes on Eyes of Agamotto. It feels like whatever's been happening in Na'Vi's scrims, they have been discovering the value of Lunar Snow once again.
And I think just Heretics have to rediscover Dive. I know they've just been the team that can play anything, and I've had a good brawl, have had decent dives, but I think if you could have a really confident Venom just jump on Terra, even just distract him a little, but it's such a risk, right, with the health percentage damage that you need to pop the Venom extra health very early, so it's a very punishable state for Venom to be in, which no Venom now for Heretics. They're actually portaling to see if they can catch Na'Vi off guard, and they're watching for it.
It's a bit of a fake right here, though. I wonder where Enzo's opening this portal to begin. Oh, Beetle's right next to him. Maybe they're just going to try and gun down the Ultron, but it looks like Jerky's already made it out of the range of the portal. Quick map flip here from Na'Vi should get them out of the range of Beetle's aggressions. Is there a turret on the other side right now? Trust me, of course, on the airborne Angela and catching up to Tanuki in quite the speed. However, trade that for Terra. That's an equal trade there for Team Heretics. We're likely going to be happy with, but that's an absolute skewering that now has been sent over onto the Doctor Strange, having the Cloak of Levitation away as fast as possible, and Beetle's moving over now onto level 1 Crook. This demands the peel, and here it comes in the form of both the Deadpool and the White Fox, who could just keep the Venom in a box over here.
Yeah, I said Heretics discovering the dive, but they're discovering the power of Navi's backlight as well. You still have the freezes from Crook that were pivotal on Krakoa, and of course the charms from Fate, the same sort of backline they've run before that Heretics are, well, discovering the hard way. But also the power of the Angela here on Trust Me to kind of deny Heretics from pressuring the high ground too much. It could also push you into a fight you are not ready for, and Angela is such a survivable Vanguard if you don't have the counters to it. Needing CC, needing Naga to be the one to deter Trust Me, who's really not going to full commit to this unless he's really sure, as Heretics just want Navi to get off this high ground, and it's taken them forever to deny that.
Well, at least Enzo can basically perma-contest it, utilizing the incredible leaps of the Hulk. But for now, Na'Vi, they feel happy to stick on this one. Alex going to be falling low, trying to do a little bit of self-healing here, and the peel is going to be good, courtesy of the symbolic shenanigans as well. Enzo taken down to puny banner form, and puniness won't last long against Terror, and his full charges of Hunter's Instinct following over after Tanuki. The Monster Piercer does its job. Rajaro, once again, is contributing to so many of these frags. He's just everywhere. This guy's omnipotent.
Yeah, chasing down Navi is so difficult, and then Tanuki goes down when you had the Raging Royal Flush, so Tanuki's gonna give up a lot of Volt Charge to go to the Phoenix. They had the Raging Galactic Legend and they swapped off of it. This is a big risk when you barely have 90 seconds if you're Team Heretics. You need something to follow through and finish off these limbs that Beetle and Enzo are trying to serve you up with.
Palms are sweaty. We'll have to see if they've slicked the entrance here for Na'Vi rolling in. The first engagement's going to be forcing out the fate of both worlds on the other side. Tanuki already skewered away. He's going to need a little bit of healing, as there is a pair of ultimates from both Fate and level 1 Crook sustaining Na'Vi. That's a lot that's now missing. Team Heretics going to have their opening off the back of it. It's Jeff in particular. Out comes the Glatrox. Has Terra got anyone off the back of it, though? A quick popping of a Simba. Oh, Terra overextended to try and find that one. It must have been easily dodged away from. Na'Vi rebuff it fairly well. They do try to hold all of this space, but Team Heretics, now they're in danger at the hands of Enzo. Tanuki and Alex taken down on the other side. I don't know where the Worldbreaker Hulk is. It seems to be smashing someone in the back. I imagine maybe that one was Jerky. But Trust Me just keeps finding these angles. Na'Vi are just ephemeral. You can't find them no matter where you look. Naga's going to be the next to fall. 30 seconds remain.
Heretics cannot get control of this top temple, and if Na'Vi stays there, they have full access to Team Heretics' backline, and that's how they took down Tanuki. Emergency Angela, a portal towards the objective from Na'Vi's side to get their strats back in. 17 seconds now for Heretics, or they're going to be full hell.
Enzo back into Hulk form. Oasis still has the itch Jeff to try and play with. Could leave a healing pool on the point if it's going to be necessary. But Na'Vi smell the end of this series in their sights. Still nothing gained here by Team Heretics. Galactic Legend takes to the sky. There's no strategist ultimate to try and deal with it. So level 1 Crook's going to be the first to fall. Jerky erects the shield in front of him, but trust me, it just dodges aside and is unable to find the end of it. Beetle's frenzied arrival certainly brings a frenzy to the heart of Jerky, and it will take so long to respawn here due to the overtime. But Team Heretics can lightly get the cap and a second lease on life.
At least you have a win condition to play around. I did not think you're calling 911 and Tanuki's Angela was going to be the one to answer, but was able to have the speed to follow through with Beetle and Enzo. You can't underestimate the ability of Angela to isolate and also get the executions. A considerable amount of damage when you have the charged spear, along with being able to interrupt any escape utility that Na'Vi had. Finally accessing people like Crook was a huge boon for Heretics, but now it's momentum that they need to maintain, and you have the Raging Royal Flush to do just that. Na'Vi are watching from above, though, so as soon as they drop, Heretics will be ready to pounce.
Yeah, not giving up any free Ultra Charge. Nice cleanse onto the Glartrox, taking people out of the clutches of the Apex Predator. But it does mean that a majority of the Team Heretics not in a great position to try and follow up on the utility of the ultimate. And they're unwilling to really move after Fate, who's now entered the Kumiho Unleashed form, is trapping in a couple of these divers, stomping, having a parade, the maddest little Kumiho there ever was, letting their displeasure be known. Terra's going to be yelling in the voice comms, though, as Tanuki takes them down with no support in the neutral. And out comes the return. It has to be the fate of both worlds, with Crook dragging them all forward. Jerky, Rajara, and Fate all managed to contribute to a frag feed as Beetle's disengage is going to be into the jaws of Na'Vi.
Can't believe it. I was worried about Na'Vi contesting this bottom cave because then Heretics had the high ground, could jump behind them, and they had a nice angle on it. But Na'Vi, the Kumiho form, and then the fate of both worlds was enough brawling power to out-sustain Heretics. Now Enzo's on the group. That's usually Beetle's thing, and there's been a lot of adaptations between Tanuki and Naga even trading who's going to be on Star-Lord duty. Beetle's been frozen, and he still lives.
Okay, surprise group managed to catch level 1 Crook. By surprise this time around, Tanuki sends in... Oh, no, Naga got caught in the smoke demon there, and it's easy follow-ups for Terra, who simply dashes away, is going to continually be followed by this Venom, but the pocket coming through from Fate is really strong right now. The healing's exactly where it needs to be, and even Jerky's contributing a little bit of stall on the cart right now. Everyone on Na'Vi is lights out.
This Trust Me cap is going to have a lot of stall potential for Navi's side of things. The triple strap, Rajaro, also a fantastic anchor of Trust Me needs to go on adventures, and Naga's trying to find an adventure through this bright window, and it opens things up for Tanuki.
Oh, Fate being taken down is perfect. Now Tanuki's got the off angle, moving over onto Crook. The sparks are up. The freeze is good, though. Has to dodge away. Oh, that was a risky one. He's going to need a touch of pocketing as Trust Me's taken down by Oasis. Team Heretics, when the overtime starts, they turn on.
Tanuki is clutch to survive that. No one can live to tell the tale when you get frozen by the Crook. Now you're going towards the cap here if you're Heretics, and Raging Royal Flush is what's on the menu. Na'Vi need a solid Apex Predator.
It won't be used to cleanse the Apex Predator. It's already come out here from Alex, ready to use the Jeff for that healing pool as well. Trust me, doing their best just keep this one contested, but the stream of Jeff is too much to try and bear. Everyone else is kept at arm's length via the usage. Oh, they might try and eat players out of the Predator at the back, but Oasis is back for more healing.
Na'Vi just can't sustain. I respect the guts for Na'Vi to start pulling out ults to see if they can match band for band, but Heretics have really entered that flow state to go for the early Raging Royal Flush, to have Na'Vi scatter on both sides of the lane, made it so Na'Vi couldn't get a solid regroup, and Terra goes for the Hail Mary, and I think Heretics got their prayers answered when they survived a Terra Apex Predator. They didn't get to say that a lot this series, but Beetle's been frozen. He'll have Feast of the Abyss.
Frozen on the disengage. Has to use for Feast of the Abyss just to turn around and run away. Going after level 1 Crook. Might be trying to force something out here, but it's just going to be a quick brawl between the Luna and the Deadly Protector. He's already some help though. Where are the rest of the team, man? Well, Team Heretics are just watching from afar. Like, oh, he'll be fine. He'll be aight.
Yeah, and Alex hit such a sick anti-heal, and despite the panic from Heretics, they made the most out of that. Na'Vi have respawn advantage. Heretics still need to maximize push. There's 30 seconds left.
Forcing with disengage here from the Gambit. Tanuki taken down by the rapid fire of Rajaro. These dual Desert Eagles are such a pain to deal with, and a re-engage here is not going to be easy with 19 seconds.
And a Gru can be so abused by Poke, and Enzo has to really weigh whether he wants to build towards a Strangling Prison or go to something that can enable Beetle, and he stays for now as Heretics will be feasted upon by Terra.
Glassrock does nothing, and now Alex doesn't have to worry about the cleanse. Level 1 Crook has to answer the incoming Raging Royal Flush using the Fate of Both Worlds, but now it's Naga up above with the Galactic Legend. Not quite the Galactic Flush this time, as already the team up has expired, but look at this, the triple stomps from Fate, the actual value from the White Fox ult. You thought it was a myth, but Fate is simply a legend made flesh, as Na'Vi holds on third, and the Heart of Heaven finds itself under cardiac arrest.
At least the hearts of Heretics could possibly still beat on in this series, especially when they almost got full health on the point, and that could have just been the nail in the coffin. But Heretics, they're known to swap just on the fly, to be able to trade roles from, I mean, we talked about Naga and Tanuki on the Star-Lord, Naga and Oasis on the Atom in previous series, Enzo picking up the Groot. Like, Heretics are so smart and so good at adapting. And they've just never been in a position where they've had to be the ones to bounce to different comps. They're the ones who swept Na'Vi last time, but man, have Na'Vi done their homework. But this is also a different Terra. Heretics have found their way to just positionally get away from the Apex Predator or cleanse through it using Alex. And also just being able to take a fight before Na'Vi think too hard. That's been a huge thing for Heretics, to fight fast.
I got Vaudible's analysis fairy on my shoulder talking about how Team Heretics are focusing Terra quite a bit in this matchup as well, which might be the gameplay change-up they've made. And the focus on Terra does mean they're having a much easier time avoiding those Glassroxes, because Terra's not really being able to, you know, take these off angles in fights where they aren't noticed and get those surprise ultimates into the backline of Heretics.
And Enzo's on the Angela again, and this is a strong point for her. You can stay really hidden at different parts and force people forward. So Na'Vi, though, they need to scout for this. They need to know what's ahead before they go through these arches. Heretics are going to be at the top of the temple. Tanuki, this is going to be the best angle for him. But, you know, Groot's not the best thing to support that, and Enzo's going to be in and out of the fight. So you don't have really a stable Vanguard for a high ground. Beetle's just going to be kind of a nuisance through the lane. Na'Vi can't really they do easily get up there.
Yeah, Naga and Oasis are already down. Oh boy, I think that maybe Enzo was waiting to try and get the backstab onto Terra when they used all of their ability to get up to high ground, but that was an El Clasico there. Na'Vi might have it turned around on them, though. Alex is still up and fighting level 1 Crook on the off angle. It's been a weird map flip here from the side of Team Heretics. Alex is falling low. Jerky desperately wants to try and find it. There's a good amount of self-healing that's going through, but finally Jerky will get their man. Opened up is the portal, this time from Tanuki. He's played all manner of heroes over the course of this one, but while Terra is still alive, all the Vanguards need fear. Tanuki debarks directly into the path of a monster hunter, and well, she's gonna get paid today.
The way you're selfieing while you see Trust Me body block the portal is quite hilarious. I love Deadpool. But didn't love how Heretics approached that defense. Again, you don't have a solid Vanguard to be up there, and if you don't have someone to protect your Phoenix, everyone should be dipping instantly as soon as you see an Elsa jump up there. So Na'Vi had the jump, knew what they needed to do, and made sure that Heretics didn't have time to get their win condition. The Angela's set up online, which does take time and an opportunity. Speaking of opportunities,
Trust Me drags on forward. That's going to be the Freedom Charge used, and Na'Vi are going to have so much survivability if they try and stick with Trust Me for now. Still, the car is going to be moving on forward. Oasis wants to take the duel with Terra. It's Brave instead. Pivots over onto Jerky. The Living Bullet is just too much to try and bear, as for now, Terra's just playing Payload Princess, just pushing this one along. Naga temporarily blocked out for by Tanuki. Some great body blocking coming in. But look at this. We've actually seen some innovation from Fate when it comes to the use of a White Fox ultimate. You're not using it as a defensive utility, but for melee supremacy.
Naga gets frozen by Crook and still wins the 1v1. Or it must have been a soul bond or some kind of help, because I can't believe Naga was able to live, and you're going to need him more than ever for a Karmic Revival for this next fight. And keep an eye on when that's going to be. Wait, dinner time already?
Well, I don't know if they're going to be eating good off the back of that one. Terra unable to grab too much, so Na'Vi only have to... Oh, they're going to use the Rage. They're just trying to keep Team Heretics in spawn, and they have to roll out now using the Soul Resurgence. Jerky could be out a little bit further than they wanted, though. All of that focused fire towards the back, and that's going to be a Strangling Prison, grabbing both the Vanguards as well. Team Heretics, off the back of 2 ultimates to break out of there, they get stability.
You can't corner a dog and expect them not to bite back. Wow, the resilience of Heretics to survive the wave of the ultimates, even the Apex Predator, which this has just gotten such a minimal value for Na'Vi in this map. Heretics knew what they had to do to stop Na'Vi, and they hope to complete the reverse sweep, and Tanuki, it's the aim trainer out here for this guy.
Yeah, Terra was a little bit unsupportive there on the push-up alone. At least that means the rest of Na'Vi could not fight this if they want. But Raja is still going to be giving away a little bit of ult charge. Given that Tanuki's already got his, it's not that important.
All right, Crook is going to try to help boost them up. And when is that going to be pulled? Enzo's been frozen, and he lives.
Oh, straight down upon them here with the Ensong Inferno, waiting to try and force out the Lunar Ultimate, and there is going to be. Raja now turns around. There's no escape for Tanuki. A healing wall is brought up by Beetle, and that's going to be a quick resurrection here from Naga, looking over towards the second part of a fight. Do you have the wherewithal to make this one work? Terra's going to try and tear through them. Beetle's already gone down, should be returned in quick succession, and the same here for Enzo. But as the Helix stacks are building on up, Terra's going to get Monster Piercer shot after Monster Piercer shot, and here comes the counter-attack from Heretics. Around the back, the Feast of the Abyss doesn't get anything from Trust Me, but the healing's still going to be there from Fate, whose symbiotic shenanigans are able to grab a bunch of tendrils onto their fellow players. Enzo towards the back. If they can get Crook, it would be massive. Gets hit with the Feast of the Abyss. The Fist of the Abyss off the melee as well. And now Oasis just says it's time to go. The speed boost is there, and so too is the aim.
A little bit off kilter for Heretics, not combining the Piece of the Abyss with the Ensong Inferno. They were just kind of trying to weigh when that level 1 Crook Fate of both worlds was going to come out, but that res from Naga is what stabilized everything. 3 picks from Na'Vi, all brought back from the strategist of Heretics. They survive, but do they thrive? Still 2 minutes for Na'Vi to cap.
All right, opening up now with the Rage of Ultron. Beetle's going to be taking a lot of that damage. You can see Oasis is currently going to be catching some of it as well. Tanuki grabs in multiple players, and the counterplay off the back of this Strangling Prison. It seems like Beetle didn't really achieve anything off the back of that one. Fate just leaves a pool of healing to make sure those Vanguards are well sustained, and this is going to have to be an absolute Helm's Deep-esque hold for Team Heretics.
Yeah, that finish line is around this corner. This could be a really defendable spot for Heretics, but Na'Vi, their aggression has been punished before, but if they can just find a good balance, if they can get that first pick off of Terra, that would be big. But really, Heretics have had Tanuki make all of that magic happen, and he needs to pull a rabbit out of his hat. Enzo's been spotted. Got to be careful of those freezes from Crook. Enzo has the extra health, and you need him for the Feast of the Abyss, but that extra health's already been popped.
Damage boost given over onto Terra to try and rebuff that first attack, and you can see the Soul Bond's been used as well. A major utility out of Naga, and now Trust Me knows that this backline is wide open. Nice cleanse coming through from Alex. The timing is perfect, and Terra doesn't know what hit him. A counter punch, a 1-2 into uppercut. The remainder of Na'Vi are scattered to the 4 wins, but there's still 2 minutes to defend.
And Na'Vi's ticket to the grand final sits on the other side of this fight if they can pull it off. And they're banking every tool in the shed and hoping it's as sharp as ever to pierce through the Heretics, their rival from their group. And Naga has to be careful for the Karmic Revival, but Oasis is down!
Oasis already down, and now the pressure's going to be on Naga. Do they have their own revival is the question. I think they've got the Cocoon Revival. Could use it in the air to bring everybody back. It might well be necessary. Oh, they're he had no cover from the main duelist. Oh, there's nothing off the back of Beetle's ultimate as well. He's thrown it into Narnia. Mr. Tumnus is going to be looking for that one. Na'Vi just chased down the remainder. Team Heretics have fallen apart. They've been disintegrated to ashes, reduced to their constituent atoms. Only molecules of hope remain where once a proud team stood. Na'Vi have struck back for their 2-0 embarrassment as Alex has recontested off the back of a portal inside of a fate of both worlds. So there's nothing that Team Heretics can do to try and take down Na'Vi. Even for Trust Me, he's still chomping on through, but it's just a naughty nibble for the Venom. The Dangerous Protector has said, I am the danger. And Na'Vi, 3 over series.
Revenge is sweet. It's when it matters and it's in playoffs. Na'Vi to the grand final. Heretics down to face the winner of Rad and Shikigami. And Heretics, I mean, the script has been flipped on them. They had such a good push, but Oasis getting jumped. Naga being denied on the Karmic Revival. Na'Vi are steps ahead and Heretics have been silenced.
Playing for the vibes, my vibes are rancid right now. Let's get a lowdown on that one from our boy Vodable, seeing what he thinks of this series. A quick one, Vod.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they managed to target Terra. That was the issue that they had in the first 2 maps and were eventually able to create some momentum off of that. The problem is that everyone else on Team Na'Vi is really good, especially Rajaro, with the flanks that they had and the Deadpool in your area at the perfect time just for the extra speed and precision that they could duel out damage, and having the Ultron drone on them as well. I feel like Jerky playing on that when they were able to perform well enough, having the hit scan, targeting Tanuki on the back line whenever they're flanking around. Like, everyone did their role perfectly, targeting the back line when they needed to, using their ultimates towards the end. We saw some questionable decisions from Na'Vi, of course, when they were trying to push for that second capture point, and unfortunately they used both of their ultimates and didn't get anything from it. But hey, you wanted to pressure the issue as much as you could from the gate and see if you could go the distance, not give any time for Heretics to recover. And credit where it is due to Heretics on this last map. They gave it the good old college try, but the problem is, Levin, you talked about this at the start, you're kind of throwing it if you don't ban the Elsa.
Yeah, at least they tried to answer it. I mean, all of Terra's deaths in this series came on this one map. Like, kind of insane. And Heretics, it's just they couldn't stop the tempo. They tried to hold the top temple on Heretics' defense, got immediately wiped from Na'Vi, who just jumped up there, and they're like, cool, your duelists are unprotected by a Vanguard. And Beetle was just kind of a solo Groot on the low ground, so not really loving that game plan. At least just Na'Vi were too quick with how they were punishing these positional choices from Heretics, and then Na'Vi just had a lot of time to work with on their pushes, and a decent resistance from Heretics on point B. I started to have maybe a glimmer of hope there, but yeah, Na'Vi got back on their high horse.
Yeah, I think a lot of it had to do here as well, leg day, the swap from the White Fox into the Jeff, the symbiotic shenanigans, just to give them that extra health because they were getting bursted down so much, and Beetle being back on that Groot, having the team up with Oasis, seemed to be just a wall in their faces that they couldn't deal with until the swap happened. And even before that, though, the White Fox play from Fate, top tier. Like, if you want to learn how to play an aggressive White Fox, that seemed to be the textbook definition.
Yeah, like, being able to rebuff so many of those assaults is really important. Like, we saw some great peel for level on Crook as well, because the White Fox works pretty well in tandem with Luna, not only for supplying that team up, but also being able to teleport over to Valuna, who doesn't have great disengage options if their freeze has already been used. So we saw some great peel from Rajaro in tandem as well. And the symbolic shenanigans are just so strong when you're going up against a team that really wants to get those kind of alpha strikes by building up your bonus health before you engage. I think that Fate also being able to give over additional speed to Rajaro was very effective at making sure that, like, Terra and Rajaro, when they were speeded, it was much harder to track their off angles, and like that all came down to like Rajaro getting that speed and being able to just emerge from a mist on top of Oasis and drop the banhammer on them that the Team Heretics had no idea was coming.
And that happens so many times, especially when you're playing against a Gambit using the banhammer. It makes it so every single card, because they throw out like a handful of them, is going to actually proc the banhammer, doing the extra damage for a miss if you don't hit all of your shots. So it's a tough spot to be in if you are the Gambit, trying to supply as much as you can. I did have to give credit where it's due, though. The Gambit plays that we did see from Team Heretics, the cleanses on the Glartroxes were immaculate towards the end there when they were on the attacking side specifically, and it seemed like they were turning things around, but just Na'Vi are on their A game, and I don't know if I'm crazy saying this, it feels like they're the best in EMEA right now, Lemon.
You have to call them that. They beat VP and they beat Heretics. Like, who's left to contest that? The only way is if Heretics get through the lower bracket.
Well, we have the Luna Snow Extraordinaire with the freezes to stun the world. It's level 1 Crook who is going to be joining us on the interview this time. We heard from you, Crook, way back when at the start of the preseason, and now that you've made it here to the grand finals, how do you and the team feel?
I think we're feeling good. We made a pretty good comeback from what I would say was a big down for us as a team. everyone was doubting us, and now I think we showed that we can be at the top, which is where we are supposed to be at. So yeah, I'm just happy everyone played well. Feeling good right now.
And I bet, and I bet you're feeling good also playing Luna, because it takes a lot of trust to play a strategist in such a kind of relentless meta, and you hit so many critical freezes. Tell me how, like, you and Faye and sometimes Jerky have to communicate and kind of divvy up the resources in these tense moments.
I mean, in the end of the day, it's all about the aim. Luna is a very aim-intensive hero, and that's just something I enjoy playing, so I love the hero very much. And of course, communication-wise, it's just important that everyone stays vocal. If they need help, they need to call for it. If they're focusing someone, they need to call for it, so the team can actually function. But as I said, aim on Luna is super, super important.
Obviously, last time we went up against Team Heretics, it was not in your favor, a 2-0 in the group stage. What do you think has changed for Na'Vi as a team since the group stage to make it so domineering in your favor?
I mean, that was a group stage match. I don't think too much changed. It's just that for a group stage match, you usually don't have the deep kind of preparation that you do for playoffs, where you actually look at the team and what they play. In the group stage, we got caught off. We didn't know what to expect. That's what kind of made the difference for us.
I have kind of two that I want to close on here specifically. First and foremost, we heard from Virtus Pro, and now relatively absent here in the later stages of these playoffs, that this meta specifically is difficult to adapt to, and it feels like, compared to those group stages to now, that you guys have found your rhythm in terms of the ban and protect phase, but also being able to adapt on the fly. What really have you guys been able to focus in on to make sure that you rise above the competition and still can lock in no matter what is thrown your way?
It's just practice. We're not known to be very good at scrims, but that's because we play like lots of comps, lots of different compositions. So that means when we're actually in the tournament, we're rather flexible compared to some other teams, and I think that's our advantage. So we suffer through the pain, but in the end, we can reap the rewards ourselves.
Okay, I respect it. And then final question here. Now that you're in the grand finals, who do you expect to be that team to join you there?
I have no clue. I'm just looking forward for the grand final, honestly.
That's valid. That's valid. I was hoping we could get some insight, but the predictors out there are in shambles after all the brackets have been broken. Well, thank you, Level 1 Crook, for joining us. Congrats on making it back into the good graces of Marvel Rivals, into the grand finals, and we'll see you there tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Now, if he can't even predict it and he's one of the best strategists in the game, I mean, we have no hope in getting any of those extra credits and titles. Lemon, I mean, great interview, of course, from Level 1 Crook, and he said himself, sometimes, they don't have the best results in scrims, but they still practice so many different compositions. I think that's so important to prepare for this stage.
Yeah, and he just talked about the focus fire, and I don't even want to call it like a Na'Vi redemption arc, because Heretics have been really the only team that beat them, and they stomp everyone else minus that one Shikigami map. But Na'Vi really have just improved tremendously from kind of, we weren't sure what looks we were going to get out of them, and it was consistency that we were questioning. And the sweep, yeah, that's pretty consistent.
Well, we had one redemption arc here, essentially, with Revenge served cold, Na'Vi getting the 3L. Maybe one more on the horizon. Rad tried to take revenge against Shikigami for our last EMEA series of the day.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder.
Watch out, they're headed our way! the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw Na'Vi sweep up the competition, get their revenge, and now are patiently waiting for tomorrow's action in the grand finals. They have a best of 7 that they'll be playing in that, but we still have some more best of 5 action in the lowers. We still have another series even before that tomorrow. So much action to go on, but this is going to be Rad Esports versus Shikigami. And Lemon, it feels like these are two different teams that are coming into this matchup compared to the last time that they faced off against each other.
Yeah, one that beat VP and the other one that, hasn't really got a chance. But Rad just coming off that game 5. This is now a team that has to do 2 best of 5s in one day, and you have to reverse sweep VP. So I'm more worried, does Rad have gas left in the tank? Are they peaking? Because there is also a break between that game 5 and right now.
That's another thing to think about on the other side here too, like Day. Like Shikigami, it felt like maybe more of they had a peak earlier on and now they're plateauing a little bit because Fire Strays almost reverse swept them specifically. So it's one team who's peaking, one team who's kind of plateauing a little bit. I'm worried for both of these squads for different reasons.
Yeah, Shikigami, I think, had a messier series than Rad overall. Like, they were dragged through the trenches by Fire Strays in that lower bracket game. I'm thinking that Rad, they probably have a lot of momentum, specifically because, like, they managed to take down Virtus Pro on Celestial Husk. For those of you who don't know the history of this team, a lot of them are on Chopped, who were denied their land spot at Atlanta in a best of 5 5th map. Celestial Husk versus VP. So there was a lot of revenge in the hearts of Rad that's going to buoy them now.
I mean, going straight back to you, Leg Day, on this one, because talking about that Chopped roster, Crazy Kitty was online and unlocked. It felt like nobody could stop them. I'm expecting big things from them in this series.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty versus Frost Mountain on the Daredevils, I think is going to be my #1 request if the teams are taking it right now. Like, Crazy Kitty moves like a demon on the Daredevil. Like, this guy is an absolute freak on the sticks when it comes to throwing out the billy clubs, and every time Crazy Kitty picks that hero, I am locked on the edge of my seat.
Looking back at the previous series for this Rad roster, you know, they prioritized the Loki. They had the Wolverine that they even saved at one point, which was surprising that we've seen a lot of that play come through. Did pretty good on the Gambit. It feels like this team of Rad, in comparison to last time, Lemon, really locked in on having a flexible comp in comparison to where we saw them facing off against Shikigami, and they just kept throwing the same darts at the board and nothing was hitting.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like Rad went Super Saiyan against VP, and kind of my most improved player of EMEA, has to be around like Layla's and Crazy Kitty for me on both sides of the table, just whether they're kind of on the triple strat and they're kind of supporting Frost Mountain or Smash, or they're becoming the duelist to watch, and been really impressed by both of those two.
On the other side of things, we kind of saw some dominance, at least on Krakoa for Shikigami. They did pretty good for themselves, 2-0 there. And then Museum of Contemplation went the distance. How does this team lock in here, leg day? They did have a little bit of a break, but they weren't the team who beat Virtus Pro, so...
For Shikigami, we probably need to be a little bit cleaner on how they're managing their ultimates a little bit here, like the fight planning. Probably going to have to be Sublime. I imagine both of these teams are going to end up banning the Elsa, so we're probably going to see Gambit versus Gambit here. So planning around those engagements, like what are you going to use in tandem with your Raging Royal Flush? Can you get it done with just the Raging Royal Flush, which is a good ultimate in its own right without needing to necessarily be comboed?
We saw a lot of Rage and Royal Flushes, specifically for Rad. All the maps that they won in the reverse sweep against Virtus Pro, MASH was insane and got 2 MVPs towards the end. So having that Gambit available seemed to be a win condition for Rad. Maybe we see a ban come out here in some capacity. But speaking of maps that a team named Rad did pretty well against the world champions, we're going to Celestial Husk here, Jen, for the first one.
It's going to be a good one. And just to highlight the Vanguards, I mean, I was a huge fan of just Kaya and Lugia, but especially Kaya in that last series. The way he's able to be an independent Venom that can take out so many strats. Like, I had so many Kaya highlights for the top 5 plays of the day and what he was doing in his previous series. So going to need to see that level of Kaya, especially in this series, because if you can take out strats, I mean, you could take a page out of Navi's book. That ruins any team.
We'll have to see if either of these teams can really step up to the plate after a bit of a break for both of them. Not too long, though, for Shikigami. They only had to wait for the sweep that we saw in the upper bracket. Will we have a similar day of competition to America's yesterday, where they had 2 super close game 5s and then 2 not really super close sweeps at the end of it? You know, Rad, like, they are wanting their revenge here specifically, and what better way to do that in a sweep if they can?
I mean, Rad are looking to inspire a bunch of confidence, I think, heading towards a potential matchup with Team Heretics in that lower finals. Like, Rad are a team that they definitely have high ambitions. Like, a lot of these guys were so close on Chop to making it to Atlanta, were just about denied it. And Shikigami, like, I don't think many people expected Shikigami to make it this far when they first saw this team, but each of these players has improved so significantly since 2025 that they are a true dark horse contender that can bring it to anybody. Shikigami are a team that really do play to their opponent's level sometimes.
And hopefully that level is high enough for them to come out on top for their fans out there as well. I mean, both these teams, they've had their ups and downs throughout the group stage. Of course, for Rad specifically, they've looked pretty dominant, but they might have had an easier group to say, especially since Shikigami having to play against Heretics and Na'Vi, who were both now waiting them ahead of time in the next matches tomorrow. So Shikigami, they want their revenge if they can get there as well and try to just have a repeat performance here, lock things down, and maybe get rid of that Gambit would be a big thing for them. But we've also seen how good having a really strong Elsa player is, Lemon, especially that last series with Terra from Na'Vi.
Yeah, that was no joke. And it's kind of like, how much respect do you want to give to the carry duelists of each side? And for Shikigami too, it's the kind of the strategist and what's going to be available. I think Lindstrom from Shikigami has looked fantastic on the Loki and has been such a boon in that department. And if they get the Gambit, then Isidore on the Rogue, I think could be just a solo carry Vanguard. He's one of the better rogues that we've seen in EMEA. And Shikigami, they had to go to game 5. Rad had to go to game 5. So these are 2 teams that fought tooth and nail to get here. And the job's not done. And they're in the lower bracket. So it's still very risky to be here.
What's so interesting about this matchup too, Shikigami, they have a winning record on Celestial Husk, and well, Rad have the opposite, but the one win that mattered was the one against Virtus Pro. So we'll see which team comes out on top in our first series, our last best of 5 of the day, to determine who our lower finalists will be.
Okay, Shikigami Rad They both had a little bit of a rest, but for Rad, it has been a significantly longer one due to the length of our second series and the interceding one thereafter. For Shikigami, hasn't been too long out of the fire before they're thrown right back into the pot.
Yeah, Shikigami's series was a lot more back and forth than one might have expected, because this is the Shikigami team that almost beat Heretics and beat Rad in a sweep in the first encounter. So the fact that Shikigami went that close to Fire Strays kind of makes me worried of just, are they on their A game today? They won, of course, after all, so it's not always how you start, it's how you finish. While as Rad, they had a much harder match and they beat VP, but was this an off day? Is this an off week for VP to just not even be here in playoffs? So a lot of question marks for me going into this one.
Okay, looks like Rad are going to be prioritizing their access to the Elsa. Wouldn't be surprised to see that paired up with a Daredevil if they aren't going to go down the triple strategist route. And with the Mantis band, it's a little bit more likely that the double duelist could come out. Meanwhile, Shikigami, they're trusting in Lindstrom's Gambit.
Wondering who's going to play the Elsa between Smash and Crazy Kitty. They've kind of gone back and forth throughout really the preseason on that one, while Shikigami could be setting up Isidore for a rogue, so I wonder if that's a ban consideration. I think Rad have a lot on their plate to try and remove, including the Lindstrom Loki, which is being banned right now.
I want to deal with double Gambit. That is quite the threat. Could be useful for Rad, though, if they want to try and steal that away, and so Shikigami are currently discussing between their bands whether they'd rather be rid of the Invisible Woman or the Loki to keep their own Raging Royal Flush safe. On the other side, Rad, they know that Kaya is an absolute monster on the Venom, as you pointed out earlier, which really keeps that backline in a bind.
No Protect on the Rogue. It's going to be the Invis Protect for the one-sided to try and really deter anybody from coming towards their backline. So Celestial Husk, it's as important as ever to run the triple strat, just because it can be such a maze to find people and to get clean fight wins. And so if you cap first, you can get quite a lead built off of that when facing a triple strategist or when you have your own triple strategist. And Invis is such a core part of having a bulk amount of heals that you can distribute to so many people at once.
Yeah, being able to take part in those off-angle duels for your duelists as well by giving over the Guardian Shield can be such an imperative. Oh, Rad. Okay, maybe they are expecting something like a Frost Mountain Wolverine here with the Protect on the thing. Meanwhile, Shikigami very much enthusiastically enabling their own backline and taking a bunch of strategists away from Rad, who might have to cobble together a triple.
I'm not judging.
And if it's not the Rogue, I'd also be down for a Hulk from Isidore. Like, we've seen so many good brawl looks from Shikigami, and it's not just about who you play, but how you play it. And I think Shikigami really puts on a masterclass when it comes to domination on these points. And surprisingly, Rad have, yeah, they peaked against VP, but I just didn't expect Rad to even be in the lower bracket that early from Shikigami, who beat them to the punch, knocked them out cold. Shikigami swept Rad in the very first match of playoffs to put them in this spot. And look how they encountered each other. So Rad desperately wanting revenge in this series.
Okay. Oh, I love to see Isidore potentially flaunting the Hulk here. Isidore's had like such a breakout preseason as well, really showing off the depth of his hero pool as well as the skill that's going to be inherent there. Crazy Kitty, I was looking forward to seeing the Daredevil, but it's going to be picking up the Elsa this time around. And it's interesting to see that Smashnez is going to be sticking out here with the additional damage boost on the Ultron. This really is popular at this point in particular of Celestial Husk.
Looking at the brawl now, you have a Ducky on the Mag too to prevent some of this Galactic Legend play, but can you see this one coming? Kaya wants to get a jump on Rad's backline, not going to block off the cave, just that initial high ground approach. That's a safe distance, actually, so that Laylis can maybe find an angle. And this is quite one of the mazes here of Celestial Husk. You could play around the low ground, go through the caves, and surprise people, especially with the dive. Point will unlock here in 5 seconds, so that's what Shikigami are focused on, and while tracking Rad, who are on the perimeter.
Oh, Vertigo already exiled there. That's going to be a little bit of a lack of healing for Rad at the beginning of this fight, as this still gives over a multitude of bubbles off of the indestructible guard, but it wants to continue body blocking for Kaya. It's a very defensive game here from Shikigami, but the longer they take to get involved in this fight, the more Helix advance, but Crazy Kitty's Hunter's instincts can build up, and they'll start getting closer to that ultimate. You can see already 70%. Crazy Kitty is absolutely farming right now against this triple strategist, but it does mean that Name on the other side is almost already good to go with the turnaround. Quick Banhammer sent out by Frost Mountain. I imagine that one was onto Mash, and Layla's just making sure that Lugia is kept at bay.
Yeah, he's just kind of a fly right now, just annoying Shikigami, who are going to force at the focus at the front. But look at this, Apex Predator.
Two players grabbed on it, and healing seems to be enough for Shikigami, though. Crazy Kitty can't quite convert, as Lugia Goat is going to need to be healed up desperately by the Rage of Ultron. You've got to turn around, Smash Nares, and indeed he does. Lugia will get healed up off the back of it. Name's going to try and make it work with just for 4 of them. That does force out Mash's own ultimate. Still no cap coming through from either of these sides, and Kaya emerges with a 4-man stun. Unbelievable stuff, but he doesn't have a fully charged like Maelstrom, so a follow-up's not going to be there. Isidor's back into Hulk form already. The Freedom Charge is ready to go. It was a massive fight between all of the resources that were available. The Qs were pressed, but Shikigami see Rad are forced to press W.
Oh, that was a good reaction from Kaya, but you need a bit more than just the Maelstrom, a little bit more focus fire, and you can try to burst through that Fate of Both Worlds. I like the Isidore Hulk too, as the bubbles can try to deter something from the Apex Predator, and you're not as cooldown dependent with your jumps compared to a Rogue, so you can try to escape the Elsa, who's just going to burn through your health pool in the blink of an eye. But it is Rad with the first cap. Triple Strat 2 is going to make this fight last a nice long time, especially when Shikigami burned through a lot of their win conditions for this first fight, so it's not going to be an easy task for Shikigami.
Almost another Apex Predator, but Lindstrom is growing in tandem towards the invisible boundary. It's not a great answer, though. A nice Isidore straight away. Oh, you can see that all of those Gamma Cups are actually being eaten up right now by Ducky, and it also eats up the heals that were heading towards that Hulk. What a heads-up play from the Magneto to really nerf that ultimate and make sure there was no real mischief that could be achieved by the Jolly Green Giant.
And that's okay for Shikigami to just take a neutral fight and build up towards some ults. They weren't going to win it without it. But Rad now are encroaching on 60%, and the Apex Predator down this lane is going to be disastrous unless Shikigami can cleanse it.
They are going to be dreaming of a cleanse, so Nami needs to play wide right now. Already Frost Mountain is having trouble on the approach. Banhammer gives over a little bit of additional health to Frost Mountain, but you still have to worry about the Elsa coming on in. Lindstrom brings up the invisible boundary. Crazy Kitty's ready to drag them all out of it. There could be some follow-up, and there it is. Kaya and Lindstrom. The invisible boundary is slain and vanquished. Shikigami don't know what hit him.
Crazy Kitty, but crazy smart to throw the Apex Predator in the midst of the invisible boundary, but to draw them out of that strategist ultimate. Next level play from Rad. 90% flawless from here on out. All eyes are on Leolis. If he can get away with this galactic legend. And of course, you have the Raging Royal Flush. Shikigami, here they come.
Prepare for the Galactic Flush if Leolas decides to use it. For now, it's going to be holding on to that. Has already forced out the ultimate here from Mash. It stuns, no, not going to be delivered here from Kaya. Stunned out of it temporarily. Now it's Lugia going towards the back. Has found the creamy innards, the unprotected backline. Smashness just holding on down in the cave. Able to pump out a bunch of healing via the Rage of Ultron. It's a fantastic disengage here from Rad. They handle their threats so well. Lugia's just able to go back to the cradle that was prepared for him by the backline. Lindstrom's under assault. Democracy comes and it breathes down your neck. And there are no sweet whispers that are going to be given over to Steve Rogers this time. Yet another Glartrox ready to be unleashed. The Apex Predator will stay in its cage, however, because the exhibition is closed. The zoo's done for the day. Please leave a tip and a good review on TripAdvisor.
100-0 for Rad on Codex, and they've downloaded the secret code, which is shutting down every single Shikigami win condition, canceling the Kaya Eye of Agamotto, eliminating Lindstrom at 90% on the invisible boundary, and hiding as soon as the Leolis Galactic Legend came out. Not a single elimination from the carry duelist from Shikigami. Insane stuff. And Shikigami, I mean, invested so much in that first fight. It took them so long to build up towards another threatening cycle of ults, and by the time that happened, Rad had built up towards the counters. This is Rad looking as flawless as ever, but now everything is reset, of course, except those ultimates. Looking at Crazy Kitty and this Apex Predator, you're gonna look to see if Nami can cleanse it, if he's lucky, but maybe... Oh, we're getting rid of the Hulk ultimate to swap to the Captain America. Big risk here. Of course, the Hulk's ultimate isn't anything to write home about, but it is something to consider for that extra health he would have needed to sustain.
Cap and Hulk both, though, suffer into Vertigo with the White Fox. At least the Cap has the option to try and reflect the Fox back at them using the Vibranium Shield.
Gonna have to dig deep in the vault here for Celestial Husk if you're Shikigami. Visible Boundary if you want to just try and section Rad out of the fight or force them into it. But wait, Crazy Kitty's looking for picks.
Crazy Kitty being an experienced Daredevil player knows exactly what the Daredevil doesn't want to see after having used their reflex. They need to try and escape. A punishment might be there coming through from Crazy Kitty. The Apex Predator around the corner. 2 players already grabbed. Even further back, 3 are down. And Lindstrom can just stare sadly from within their invisible boundary. They spread their arms and say, "Take me, Meteor M. I'm done with this fight."
Crazy Kitty's like a tiger out there. I can't believe it. He's got so many multi-frags off of one Apex Predator. And I mean, you would even have Terra blushing after watching that one. Invisible Boundary just to create a safe base, but half your team is gone. Shikigami just can't get value out of these ultimates. We're looking for a massive rage, Royal Flush from Shikigami, and they have to full send against Rad, who have straddles coming up.
It's going to be difficult to try and deal with this one. Last time, all they needed was the Rage of Ultron from Smash Names, but that came down to good positioning. Frost Mountain almost ready to let the devil out, opening up with the Ban Hammer, and Smash Nails instantly responds. The Rage of Ultron used, and that means that now there's an opening to move on forward. Lugia Go gives away any huge amount. Oh, the reflex! I think he sent back the Rage of Ultron. Frost Mountain! It's avalanche time, baby! Tries to find the openings. Inside of a Lunar Ultimate, though, the damage is just going to be too much to try and deal with. Vertigo was too far away, was pushed out of the LOS of the Lunar Snow, and now the hunt is on. They're following Mash, and Ducky falls down last. A last-second recontest coming through from Crazy Kitty, but they're directly into the plushie of the Deadpool, and that's a body block. Great play from Isidore.
Yeah, just trying to squeeze out more percentage points. If you're Rad, getting up to 65, so solid that Shikigami even were able to reestablish themselves, because it's hard to stop the pain train called Lugia. This is the mythical bird frontline here of Rad that we've been talking at length through the preseason, and Shikigami now they can cycle ults to try and match the score. Gotta be careful though. Crazy Kitty has another Apex Predator coming out and kind of disrespects the invisible boundary when that happens.
Oh, Isidore into the midst. 1v4, not ideal to try and deal with. Has to pop the Freedom Charge, and everyone's coming in from all angles now onto Rad. Oh, Nami's actually been isolated out there by the wall. Unlucky. And it seems like Shikigami, they've lost their opportunity for their pincer.
Shikigami are very happy to be able to still be breathing, because that's every second accumulated. And you got Rad's Vanguards low, some cooldowns used, and they're going to step forth.
Lugia just disengaging for now, falling low. Is the damage going to be enough? No, look at that. The Flake and the drone both put on top of Lugia goes. Ban Hammer towards the back. Kai wants to deal with Rad's strategist. Crazy Kitty has yet another ultimate to try and play with, those Smash. There's going to be the prime target, but Metallic Curtain is risen in the form in front of those action bullets. Now Leolaz here with the Soul Resurgence drives forward. Ducky wants to try and turn it around, smashing. Oh, what a beautiful bubble coming through from Kaya. The timing's good, but it's not there to save Frost Mountain, who can't get inside of the invisible boundary. He can barely tell the difference anyway. Crazy Kitty on the chase, wants for strategist, joined by Lugia Goat. Name has nowhere to go, and there's only going to be sadness at the end of a Monster Piercer for this Gambit, as Rad will retake the point.
Alive and well, Crazy Kitty is having a generational performance. Mash also hit an insane freeze on Frost Mountain. If you can just even make Frost Mountain slow down a little bit, he will turn into a molehill, and these strategists will do everything to peel and create space for their duelists. This is going to be the fight for the ages to see if Rad can take the first map here on Celestial Husk.
Isidore trolls the objective just a little bit, gets the attention of Lugia. Here comes the big ultimate out of Name, and that's going to be... Oh! A beautiful bubble from Kaya! Blocked off the heel, so 2 players fell through the channeling of the Lunar Snow. You can dance, but you can't hide, and the running ain't gonna work out either. Rad do not have a portal recontest here because they used it earlier. It's a mad dash for the objective.
Someone's got to touch soon, and no Venom swaps. It'll be Lugia. Where is he? And spotting this all coming is Frost Mountain. Radar around the corner. Maybe you could try and prevent them from touching. And Kaya, he'll do so.
Freedom Charge ready to go over. Isidore needs it, but just getting on top of the strategist right now. However, the Freedom Charge on the other side from Lugia just going to give over all of that additional HP. A kite back here from Shikigami, and now it's their own turn. The ebb and flow of the rivers of combat needs to be met on the grounds of Celestial Husk. Teleporting away, the White Fox desperately needs to be chased down as White Fox tries to get away from a Vanguard in their own right. Drawing out the Jewel Desert Eagles. It's Frost Mountain into the midst of them. It's sending the devil out, and Rad don't know what to do about it. Ducky round the back. Yeah, it's a brutal protector who's just running for his life, but he's taken down by the Devil's Chain. And when the Devil offers you a deal, you better well take it. Rad are evened up against on Celestial Husk.
Is it Celestial Husk or Celestial Hell? What was that from Shikigami? Just the stress that this Captain America and Daredevil puts on the Rad strategist. If you don't hit that freeze, if you don't hit that charm, whatever Rad has up their sleeve, they are absolutely cooked. This forces really frantic decisions out of Rad when you have Isidore running them down, and when you have Kaya, who is just mechanically Sorcerer Supreme out there on the Deadpool. So really impressed with what this Vanguard line from Shikigami do when push comes to shove, and we are being pushed to a final round here on Celestial Hand to see who will get the upper hand in the series.
You're trying to squeeze the last bit of value out of your Vanguard tank pool play. Go and watch Kaya's VODs in the replay viewer in the esports tab. The way he's getting value out of his plushy shield right now is unbelievable. Managing to mitigate all of Mash's ultimate, by the way. Make sure that Smashness and Vertigo both fell through the fate of both worlds, which is crazy.
And this is pre-buff Bucky that's coming out of Smash, so really worried. Looks like Lugia won't be affected by this, while Rad are having a split approach towards the high ground, low ground. Lugia can join up, I guess, but they're just going to take the low ground approach, and if Rad win the first fight, Ducky's Groot is going to be even better.
Prepare to bunker up. Crazy Kitty gonna have to build up that Hunter's Instinct again, though. That's very aggressive with the invisible boundary. Is for Slow gonna be good enough? But they managed to grab Lindstrom out of it. Oh, the perfect snipe from Crazy Kitty. There was one player they wanted more than all others to be grabbed by the Glartrox. Give him a little sniff of the Lindstrom's head. Here you go, boy. Hunt him down.
So much pain coming from the Rad lineup. And they'll get to defend with a Ducky Groot and a Strangling Prison. Do Shikigami have the keys? Well, they got the swaps. They're on the Captain America. This is what saved Shikigami before. And with Frost Mountain as that duo, if they can even get close to the strategist line from Rad, it's going to be huge.
Istor's demanding attention. Crazy Kitty's going to be the one to give it. Well settled for dealing with this. Name waiting for Istor to get into range, and that's going to be the Raging Royal Flush. And now the collapse is coming through nice and quickly. An attempt to try and rebuff it, utilizing the Eternal Bond. Vertigo's going to be able to make sure that everyone stays inside of a healing path to sustain themselves through this. You can see Isidore currently just lurking around in the back, ready to jump in on these strategists at a moment's notice. And Leolaz still has that emergency backline as well in the form of the of a Soul Resurgence.
Speaking of that, Shraddle's now being exchanged. Rad are gonna step in, Strangling Prison. Shikigami are stuck in it, but they're still thriving because they have Leolith still active and they have the invisible boundary. So Rad have now given up the point and Shikigami are farming.
The anti-cards from a Gambit have been everything here. Name's finally getting a little bit more aggressive by double tapping the F to try and burn through these Stradults.
Now Shikigami have Frost Mountain looking for a deadly pounce, and with Isidore who's constantly scouting and dividing Rad's attention, this could be a big win condition from Shikigami. Rad used so much in that last fight, so everything relies on the apex predator of Crazy Kitty, or hey, maybe Lugia can knock things up. We'll see how they step into this. Shikigami are watching from above, and no hooks are really being grabbed. Oh, I thought that was a hook, but they're trying to grab the Captain America. Smash gets nothing.
They want to go for the aggressive ult again. Indeed, they do. Inside of this ultimate, Frost Mountain has all the care he could possibly ask for, even after being stunned by Lugia. Clobbering time is over. Frost Mountain time has begun. Elsa's era, Elsa's epoch has been put to bed by Matt Murdock.
I'm worried about Rad constantly going to this low ground. If Shikigami are going to watch from above, it's Shikigami that'll get to dictate when that fight happens. Rad can only just sit in shelter and hope that the cover will be enough from the storm, but the storm is really Shikigami trying to end this round 3, start off the series, and here's a fastball. Crazy Kitty does not connect.
Shades of Na'Vi here, trying to deal with these errant vanguards with the Wolverine. And Name releases the Raging Royal Flush. Now you have to answer with the Eternal Bond. Vertigo just brings it on forward. Takes a moment. He's just going to be able to send out their own pressure towards the back. Smashnez overwhelmed, though. Wasn't inside of the Eternal Bond. There was unlimited healing available, but the greed is what went to their soul. Shikigami now trying to make it work with a Freedom Charge. Isidore surviving despite all of the damage that was being head towards them. And Kaya finds the off angle. Mash and Vertigo both down. Rad had it in their hands. It crumbled. Their dreams to ash. They crumble between their fingertips. Smashnez is attempting to portal back because they fell down first. And that's going to keep overtime going for now as Frost Mountain just beats away with the bully clubs. Out comes a desperate ultimate. The crew tries to turn it around, and coming up close and personal, there's still room for the White Fox to make this one happen. An exit from the portal is going to be surrounded by the K-pop demons. Frost Mountain can't be finished off by the last stand, moves in towards the back, sees the strategist, beats down the strategist, a devil's cross, and they're erected on it, a crucifixion of Rad here, as done by the Daredevil. Shikigami, turn around Celestial Husk.
Everest levels of the Daredevil from Shikigami. I can't believe it. Rad started off this map 100-0. Perfect play, shutting down every ultimate, canceling Eye of Agamotto's, knowing the win conditions and steps ahead, but you step into the Frost Mountain arena and you're going to get hit. And Rad, they tried to just cower and shelter, and Shikigami brought the party to them. Almost 30,000 damage from Frost Mountain with 15 final blows. This is just the Daredevil to watch and a true carry to the Shikigami camp.
Disgusting stuff. I loved the innovation from Shikigami. They started going for these more aggressive invisible boundaries where Lindstrom was basically playing on the other side of a point, slowed down multiple members of Rad so they couldn't escape from Frost Mountain, who was just getting unlimited healing from being inside of that boundary as well. And Isidore was making sure that disengagement wasn't an option, was coming around the back to just pincer them in. Shikigami finally found their timings on the second and third maps after having a couple of issues on the first trying to find their approach at vectors.
And Isidore made the right swap. The Hulk was just getting chewed up by an Elsa, and you're as mobile as you can be on a Hulk when you could just jump freely whenever you want, but you wanted more staying power, and I think that's what the Captain America really provided. Of course, just as tanky, but having that extra shield allows Isidore to remain longer in the Rad backline, causing a lot of the rifts in the focus of Rad. And then when Isidore can make certain calls while watching from behind, Frost Mountain can pounce from the front. That was a pain sandwich and absolutely tasty for Shikigami.
I mean, Kaya being able to play the neutral with a Vanguard Deadpool as well, I think was very important for how Shikigami managed to win out on a bunch of those fights. Like, just for raw value off a shield, as we pointed out, going into round number 3 was so good when Mash dropped 50k healing in that game, by the way. The next highest was 33 from Lindstrom, who was essentially playing duo strategist most of the time. And like Mash still couldn't get as much value out of a Fate of Both Worlds as they would like because the LOS kept being broken by those shields, meaning that in fights where you should survive, you kind of weren't for Rad. We'll have to see if Rad can bounce back with a brand new strat and a brand new look. We find out where we're going for map 2.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I think that's the first thing save we've seen. Welcome back, everyone. We just saw a very nail-biting event between these two top squads. Sorry, I got my own crazy kitty here that wants attention as well. But let me get them out of the frame for a second as we get into frame for this series specifically. Map 2, we have Yggdrasil Path coming up next here, and this was the counter pick, Lemon, that worked out so well against Virtus Pro last time for the side of Rad, so seems to be their comfort zone for trying to turn things around in a series.
Yeah, I mean, if you can beat VP on it, who can you not beat on it? But I mean, Rad start off ahead, but it's got to be studied the way that those shoelaces get a little mixed up towards the finish line. But I think it was just solid adaptations from Shikigami. We talked about the change in the Vanguard line. Rad tried to change their Elsa line between Smash and, speaking of Crazy Kitty. So, I mean, Rad are a resilient team. They know how to come back from the brink of defeat, just like they did against VP. So I have no doubts for Rad.
Well, looking on the other side of things, Shikigami, they seem to be on another level when it comes to the late game here, and especially the deflection that we saw from Isidore on the Groot ult. That was pretty insane. We also saw some great looks, too, from Frost Mountain towards the end. It just seemed like the Daredevil was the difference maker here, like that.
He's just a really good lawyer. Is all really. And you know what? If I want defending, I want the Daredevil in my orbit defending me. Shikigami, they've shown exactly what you can get done with a Daredevil, and I'm still hoping. I've got my fingers crossed that we get Daredevil versus Daredevil between Frost Mountain and Crazy Kitty, who are probably our two most prodigious or like prolific Daredevil players in EMEA right now. As we head over to a brand new map, this is going to be the choice of Rad. So I do wonder if Yggdrasil Path is going to be all about those flank battles for supremacy.
Yeah, I mean, looking specifically at what Rad played last time here against Virtus Pro, you know, they tried to stick with the Gambit play. This was the first time they pulled out the Gambit against them, and they had some different prioritization in the other maps. But I feel like the Gambit ban worked out so much better than Shikigami could have realized going into that first map, Lemon.
Yeah, I think Rad have really talented ranged duelists as well. That was kind of another look we saw a lot from them, whether it's the Elsa to the Phoenix to whatever they have. And we know how important that is on Yggdrasil's path. As Crazy Kitty just really wants to be involved. I am not complaining about a cat appearance here. This is great content, guys. But I think
maybe
Rad,
that's what they need.
Yeah,
they need their
just
own
a
cat appearance. We have Black Cat in the game. We got Crazy Kitty in this matchup, and that could be the difference maker here for this team. I really wondering if the Elsa gets through again, if it's going to be Smash Nez instead, playing that a little bit more Wolverine play that we saw work so well for Rad specifically against Virtus Pro. So a couple of different options that they can go for there. But do want to tout Kaya's heroics that we saw specifically on the Vanguard pool. That was on another level. The flanks, the 1v1s, Isidore with the flanks as well on the Captain America. Like, going into this map after the way things went, like, Dave, what do you focus on in terms of the bans if you're trying to go against Shikigami?
I wonder if maybe you pivot towards, like, banning the Gambit. I think you are still, like, not wanting to go up against the Elsa. I think Elsa is still the stronger ban. Yeah. But the thing you give up when you give over the Gambit is that you kind of have to play catch-up on the bans after that, right? You've got to try and get rid of a Loki. You've got to try and get rid of a Rogue if that's going to come up. So for Rad, like, it's anybody's guess.
Anybody's guess and anybody's game. Rad look to turn things around against Shikigami to come back for a 1-to-1 split.
All right, for Rad, how do they rescue their series? They've already defeated the reigning world champions in Virtus Pro, and now Shikigami, the plucky upstarts, stand in their way. And we are going to go for the double Gambit ban. The respect here is palpable.
And now that means you have to protect the Elsa. So the fact that Smash and Crazy Kitty were able to trade back and forth, and you love having those overlapping hero pools so that if someone's having an off day or you want to utilize some of the secondary choices, a lot of good 2-2-2 choices from Rad, but also the triple strategist. So it will be Shikigami defending first, which is the stronger side, and we're actually going to have 2 Elsas on the board.
I imagine neither of them is going to be enjoying the pocket of a Mantis.
Yeah, like
as the mirror ban comes through. Yeah, and now the question is, do we see like a pivot towards getting rid of the Vanguard Deadpool because Kaya got so much value off of it this time? But you know that Kaya also has that Venom in the back pocket, which I believe was banned out last time. So the Invisible Woman is likely to come off of the table to make sure that Elsa on the off angle can't get those Guardian shields.
You got to think about the Loki too, because Shikigami will get to protect before Rad, and this was pretty huge for Lindstrom. You're not going to have the double Royal Flush, but you could have an absolute army back there for the back line, which makes it very hard to dive and whatnot. But hey, this will be the first appearance of the Shikigami Elsa in quite a while, although they've been proving that you almost want to ban Daredevil against them, and it's the Protect on the Wolverine for Frost Mountain, so good shout from Vaudable on that one.
The Protect on the Wolverine also kind of is a pseudo Protect on the Daredevil, because if you protect the Wolverine, Rad might assume that you're going to play the Wolverine, which is obviously going to be Frost Mountain, who's also the Daredevil player. So that's unlikely to cop a ban, and it might be a good pivot later, as whenever Elsa Daredevil is one of the most impressive duelist lines that you can have. And when you see the Wolverine get protected, this is what we saw come out of the VP series yesterday. You might need to make sure that the thing stays in play as a Vanguard option when you're faced up with that much percentile damage and displacement.
One-sided Loki. Wonder if this Wolverine Protect also kind of baits you to protect the thing as like the ultimate counter to that, but we haven't seen too many mind games. Everyone's been very intentional with what they're protecting. It's usually what they're playing, at least at this level of the game. But yeah, I would have thought that the Protect on the Loki would have been good for Lindstrom, just if you were to have the Cloaky backline that just have so much fight potential, especially when you don't have the Invis involved. You need like a really strong kind of primary strategist in the lineup. So we'll see what Shikigami opt for.
Looks like Cloak and Dagger, as you said, likely to be on the menu. Has been rising in popularity in the latter stages of our tournament, despite seeing essentially zero play during our group stage, apart from when it was the only option with everything else banned out. But in this case, it is also the only option with Rad having 4 strategists also banned out.
Cloaky backline for Shikigami, 2-2-2 setup for their defense, while Rad, I mean, if Mash stays on the Luna, I mean, I've loved the freezes that have come out of them to stop the Shikigami dive, because Kaya, I think, has been Super Saiyan when it comes to the Venom dives, being able to be independent, so you don't need someone to really follow up with Kaya. You can 1v3 strategists. I've seen it happen on Museum of Contemplation, so Mash is going to have to be on it when it comes to these Luna freezes, because you don't have a lot else to deter that.
Okay, for now, oh, that is a lot of dinkies. Dopamine factory for Crazy Kitty.
And yeah, the Moon Knight too. Just a spawn break, I wouldn't have even minded the committing to that, especially as a pseudo counter to taking advantage of the Loki doppelgangers. But here's a fastball from Rad. They got Crazy Kitty ready to be launched, and Shikigami are spacing away to prevent that. While you want to keep a Loki doppelganger at the front to give some invulnerability just in case. Just some soft dives here from Kaya, and good progression here for Rad as they want to start to round about this fountain and see if they can dive. But seems like Kaya is ahead of the game on that.
Frost Mountain falling a little bit low, but easily healed on up. The Ban Hammer is available now for Crystal to go in towards the back, likely onto one of those strategists. Smashing this is caught in place by the Smoke Demon. A taste of their own medicine as Ducky's makes to fall on down. And this is not a great isolation from Rad. They put themselves in a corner. They're caught in the closet. The question is, will Harry get to go to Hogwarts, or is it going to be a briny end to the books in Chapter 1?
Well, they looks like they broke out in Frost Mountain. Oh my god, somebody got tackled. What was that from Crazy Kitty?
Oh, say goodbye to Exodia. Been cast into the ocean by Weevil Underwood now. Smashness can try and take the high ground if they would like, but instead the off angle is a little bit more tempting. Just peppering down with the shotgun, and Name is going to be catching so much heat here.
Yeah, Rad to be able to stabilize, and now they're one fight away from capping, and that's a Apex Predator and a half.
Okay, but Smashness is there with the finish. It was brave from Leolaz, but unable to really get the value. Frost Mountain still has a backup if they do need it in the form of the Galactic Legend, but with Mash already using their Fate of Both Worlds, it's going to fall to Vertigo to try and counter out this one with the Eternal Bond. Vertigo is going to pop it.
Yeah, safe and sound. Can't say the same about Shikigami. How about Eternal Bond round 2, this time from the defense? And Kaya's already active. Feast of the Abyss almost ready. He's got the extra health, but there's an Apex Predator loose.
Most controlled guy, actual Vanguard experience there for Isidore. The Feast of the Abyss follows around Smashness, but can it deliver the damage that it would like to? Mash is falling low. Leolaz finished off by Ducky. A direct delivery of Maelstroms of Darkness. And now even more so, we have this continual pressure coming through from the Wolverine. Right now, Crazy Kitty is well on top of them. Almost has access to the last stand. Someone's going to move on to a point here to keep this one contested. For now, it's Leolaz, but he doesn't really have the health pool for this one. So Kaya's going to tap on in. A clobbering time. Stuns for the absolute unparalleled value brought forth by Lugia. That's why he's the GOAT.
Decent defense from Shikigami. I mean, Rad got so much free progression because Shikigami were just setting up the perfect dive, and it was a lot of soft dives at the beginning, to be fair, from Kaya, and that's been the guy to watch, and Rad are like worried about him. They are reacting at all times, and as soon as Kaya disengages, Crazy Kitty gets lobbed into the fight, and Lugia just jumps in with them. So Rad are ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Shikigami, though, will take to the sky. It's going to be a better... You would think a better point here for Frost Mountain. Kaya gets frozen! Oh, Bash is huge for that, but oh my god, the tackle on the Venom!
Guess who was ready and waiting? You got to give them hope. That's how you truly break a man. And Crazy Kitty is ready to break Shikigami over his knee. Two players stunned up. Oh, Nami never stood a chance. Isidore thinks that it might be turnable off the back of a potential jackpot here. The final exam has begun. Isidore, don't know if they managed to get the jackpot, but it has at least survived through this one. And yet another quick throw with the Wolverine. Can Kaya escape this time? Seems like they will get out.
Dude, the freeze and the mid-air leap from Crazy Kitty. Are you serious? From the Elsa goat to the Wolverine counter to the Venom. This is insane. Rad are heading towards a cap.
Frost Mountain, round the back. Crazy Kitty's down, and Frost Mountain almost has their ultimate here, but round of everything they need to answer it. They have three ways to try and deal with it, whether it's either their Shonen just ultimates or the Meteor M. At this point, Frost Mountain just wants to try and pull out two of those resources in exchange.
56 HP. He's going to have to take a seat as Mash has already been forced to use a straddle because of the Kaya dive, and he's just waiting for that to expire, and Lindstrom has already copied and kind of have some overlap.
Oh, Ducky going to try and shut this one down, but I think the cover might well be good from a cloak and dagger. Ducky cannot force out anything from Lindstrom. So for now, a slow play. Vertigo on the other side, ready with their own Eternal Bonds. Like they're going to be waiting for Frost Mountain here, but Leolaz can drag them out of it with the Apex Predator. The Apex Predator moves on forward through the back. Leolaz gets two, mashes down. Crazy Kitty as well. Vertigo still investing into this one, but Frost Mountain is going to be the last note in this song. Isidore's called on down. The second that this Eternal Bond has gone away, Frost Mountain has the opening. A big clobbering time. Kaya needs to be rescued. The Eternal Bond reaches them just in time. And Name's there with yet more to play with. Ducky gonna have to be forced to disengage. The percentage damage tears through the Vanguards, and Smashness just flees for his life.
Just an incredible macro game from Shikigami. If it's not the Frost Mountain flank on the Star-Lord they have to worry about, it's Leolaz there too, and Smash knows he can't be pulled out of the fight for too long. He needs to win that 1v1 decisively or play with the team, so he disengages from Leolaz, but the Shikigami flank threat continues to loom, along with a free Galactic Legend with no Meteor M from Ducky to counter. Rad are exhausted of ults and are almost exhausted of time. Less than a minute to go.
Oh, big guns out of the air. Unreal. Frost Mountain will be able to get away with that one, but the stun has perturbed the plan. Still, while you look towards the Frost Mountain, you grabbed and dragged down to Terra Firma. You're not looking towards the windows.
At least the silver lining is Rad losing this quickly, and the staggers are not helping. 30 seconds. Do you think of a portal play here? Because even just getting through this choke is costing you precious seconds here from Rad. Ducky will at least be on the Venom to pull Shikigami towards the point, but Frost Mountain will just flank with the Galactic Legend. He's getting into position.
Gonna be joined here by Kaya. That backline's gonna be in trouble. A quick usage of a smoke demon around the back. Crazy Kitty almost has the last stand as well. They want Kaya so badly. Everyone debuff. The healing that they receive is going to be lowered. And Smashness is actually being moved away from. Needs a little bit of cover here. Lindstrom uses the God of Mischief to have access to the Eternal Bond. Plenty of healing for Shikigami on their defense. As Isidore looks towards the back. A backhammer good to go. Wants to put it onto the Luna. Mashes down. Smashness too. Vertigo needs to get something done here, but has to fade away temporarily. Crazy Kitty wanted a clutch and might well find one off the back of Lindstrom, but Kaya's built different, baby. The Venom tendrils sink into the flesh of Rad and send this defense to the grave.
This Shikigami flank is insane. First, you had the Galactic Legend to force Rad to ult earlier than they would have wanted. Shikigami can take a pause, and as soon as all that healing expired, Kaya walks him like a dog. A 3k off of just a Venom. Like, that is insane. Kaya can just do it all on his own. There are so many threats on the Shikigami side, and they just feel like they puppeteered Rad, and every step they took, Shikigami were behind them in their shadow, ready to strike. Again, if it's not Laylis, it's Frost Mountain. Rad can't continuously look behind them. They try to take advantage of the splits, because when you're flanking, it's not all 6 of you flanking, but Rad just didn't have any decisive wins on any front that they took. But that is also one of the most difficult parts of the map to push, especially if you can't maintain momentum. So that will be where the attack stops for Rad and where the win condition is set for Shikigami. If they can go cap towards the second point, they will go to match point and be a step closer to knocking Rad out of the bracket.
Elimination after elimination. This time it's Kaya giving a shocking experience as Shikigami prepare their own attack here, and Rad, they are going to have to batten down the hatches. We still haven't seen that protected Wolverine from Frost Mountain yet that was teased earlier in the ban phase.
Yeah, after seeing what was it, Crazy Kitty did on the Wolverine, I'm like, I can't top that. Like, the mid-air tackle on the Venom was something for the book, something to go and clip after, but Shikigami still have the Elsa. That is the raid boss of this lobby, with Lindstrom having a way to copy and give anything. The fighting that they can do with the Eternal Bond, and 2 of them is, speaking of fighting, Kaya with the soft dive.
Does open up a little bit of space for Layla on the off angle. I think the Smashness has fought them off for now. Frost Mountain going to try and follow in after Crazy Kitty on the Daredevil. This is what I wanted to see. Crazy on the sticks and Bully on the Billy clubs. In towards the back, you can see the assault of the Captain America is pretty easily rebuffed by bringing out the Dagger Storm heals from Name. This gives them a moment to try and just fade out a couple of members towards the back. Kaya's yet again claimed a victim. Mash didn't even know what hit him. Trying to stay on top of the White Fox now, but the melee prowess of the White Fox can get rid of that Venom in quick order.
How do you get away with picking off a strategist while the Elsa is looking? Kaya is so quick with it. As soon as these healers take any kind of damage, Kaya pounces. He smells blood in the water, and Shikigami smell the end of the point.
Lugia wraps around the back, wants to try and keep this point contested to give everyone else a little bit more time, puts the shield to the back of Frost Mountain head. He's going to be waking up with a couple lost memories after that one, and Shikigami know that without Frost Mountain, this one's going to be difficult, and a swap to Wolverine.
Yeah, see if you can tackle someone to the front lines, and it's gonna be tough. Rad are very inaccessible. They're gonna be playing at range, and maybe you can try and punish Crazy Kitty. You see that Frost Mountain's looking at him. Crazy Kitty's on a bit of a flank.
Eternal Bond ready to go. Could be counted out here by Smashnez with the Predator. If they can wrap around behind there. Oh, he missed the Predator! There's no way! Oh, what a dodge from what a dodge from Lindstrom! He's absolutely robbed them! Blind in the daylight!
Yeah, that Frost Mountain flank too. Him and Kaya in tandem eliminated all the strategists from Rad and made it impossible to come back. There's a portal play, which, interesting here. This is a long cooldown, and this is not a long map that you have left.
Not quite no Dongmin, but pretty close in this case. Frost Mountain just gonna make sure to play bodyguard here, and the cart do be rolling.
At least when you get towards the finish line, Rad are gonna have respawn advantage. Maybe they just don't need the portal, guys, but Shikigami do have Feast of the Abyss, and they need a good one of that. Laylis with the Apex Predator. Nothing really in the bank for Rad, and an emergency Angela was not what I was expecting, but you need everything to have some kind of displacement against the Shikigami that get to do anything they want.
Calling any hero that will answer right now, and it seems like it has to be Lugia moving in. Crazy Kitty letting the devil out towards the back lines, but guess what? There's so much healing that could come through from the Cloak and Dagger. They're going all in to try and eliminate them, but inside of that tiny room, that's where you're all going to get debuffed. Anti-picked up by the Glatrox. Where can you go but into the loving arms of Shikigami, who are so keen to hunt you down in the midst of all of this? Bash could barely survive for a second. The cart rolls on. The mission area has almost reached its apex, and Crazy Kitty's approach is put down with unbelievable discretion. Shikigami on Rad's map pick dominate.
With 3 minutes left, by the way. Like, Shikigami ran that map like it was their map pick, and it wasn't. Rad just fumbled there at the end, kind of a missed portal. No answer to this guy right here. Kaya, I mean, made that look like a 2D scroller, the way he's just able to 1v3 strategist, and then you throw a Daredevil, a Wolverine, whatever you want, and it makes it even swifter. The way that Kaya is facing an Elsa and lives to tell the tale. That is something not a lot of Venoms can say they can do, and it's all about timing and cooldowns, and Kaya perfected that.
Unbelievable stuff coming through. Kaya definitely making a couple of fans here today. Do be cooking. Smashner's on the other side was trying his best on the Elsa, but it feels like Leolas, while not getting quite as many final blows, able to pump out the damage, was really making sure that the targets were well tenderized when Kaya arrived for those final hits.
Yeah, and just Rad kind of panicking in some moments to throw out some last-second ultimates just to stabilize themselves at the end of the point. And sometimes it's important to realize when the fight is over and to just give up point A, because the stronger part of the map is going to be towards the point B, or the second point of the map. And Rad used so many ults on their defense, like an Apex Predator when they were on the edge of the map and everything else. And Rad usually are a team that do well under pressure. Pressure makes diamonds, and I'm not really seeing Rad shine on their map pick.
Well, admittedly, Rad did have to reverse sweep to try and get rid of VP. So maybe this is a team that does better in map 3s, you know? Maybe that, like, we're more of a map 3 kind of team. They're not map 1 or 2. They need that warm-up. They've got to get back into the game. Well, and they're going to have to batten down the hatches and figure out their plan, because the last chance saloon is coming your way right after this break.
Watch out, they're headed our way! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
The hunt is on. 1,000 gods!
Well, unfortunately for the Crazy Kitty fans here, no more appearances that are going to be happening. But Crazy Kitty specifically and the rest of this Rad squad really need to dig deep. They pulled up a reverse sweep against the best team in the world. What's to say that they can't do it here against Shikigami, who they did get a sweep from them before, but unfortunately for Rad, it just feels like they haven't found the rhythm in this series, Lemon.
Yeah, I think it's just the Rad Vanguards really suffered there because we were setting up the Lugia versus Kaya Venom, and I don't feel like I saw much of that, if at all, from Lugia. And then the Angela to try and find any displacement against a really so free and all-American Venom from Kaya. It was kind of insane. And then you had Ducky, who got farmed. He was on Groot initially, and that into Elsa. If you don't have a good backup or a good secondary Vanguard, Groot is just free money. So then he changed to something else, and it's just this Vanguard line for Rad just could not withstand. And if you can't counter dive, then you have to peel, and we saw how Kaya just got away with everything. So
there's a lot to look at for Rad specifically. I think the biggest thing here, Leg Day, is just showing the difference of, playing a series the first time of the day, the first match of the day, and then having to keep sustained, waiting for all these series to go on in the background. They had to even wait for the Game 5 stunner that we saw from Shikigami and Fire Strays, and then also the upper bracket match. I mean, how do teams lock in after that much time waiting for these matches?
Like, it's difficult logistically, right? Because you don't always know how much time you're going to have as well. And for Rads, like, the dip in energy is palpable because they had to watch a best of 5 series between Shikigami and Fire. They also didn't know how long the winners finals was going to take between Heretics and between Heretics and Na'Vi. But also, like, because we're now out of a preseason, a lot of teams, they're having a little break, I imagine, or they're rejigging their rosters. Like, your opportunities for, like, scrims in the middle are very limited. Like, there's a team that you've just kicked to the curb who aren't really going to want to jump back into a scrim after the best of 5. Like, oh, hey, VP, you want to scrim? Like, no, bro.
No.
Don't actually. Like, who do you play in that gap? Not like you can go into bot games. You can't 6-stack in ranked at that rank either. So what, you're going to just go 6-stack some quick play? They're probably just watching the games in the background, but it means that you're losing so much of your energy and momentum, and Rad need to recapture that now.
That's the big difference here too, right? Compared to the day and the previous days of competition, is this is the first time we've had teams have to play 2 best of 5s in the same day against different opponents throughout all of the preseason. So they aren't as prepared as they could be, but we are going to haul to Jolly for this one between Shikigami and Rad Esports. Shikigami looking to close things out. They haven't played this yet during the preseason, and neither have Rad. So that trend continues here, Lemon, of teams trying to pick maps that other squads might not be as practiced on.
Okay, but reverse sweepable here for Rad. If they were to do it twice in one day, I don't even care how far into this tournament they get. Like, they're the GOATs for that. But, like, judging on some of the slip-ups that we saw and how not really close Yggdrasil's path was, like, Shikigami won that with around 3 minutes left in the bank. Like, that was decisively in Shikigami's favor. So I really hope this isn't the end of Rad, at least in this fashion, and I hope that this is the secret up their sleeve to push them to the edge.
Question remains, did they use all their energy up and good fortune to try and take down the world champions? Then unfortunately don't have the best of luck going into this next matchup, but it's one more map away for Shikigami. Rad Esport, we keep talking about this Vanguard lineup that has had middling results, and it seems like throughout the competition that a team lives or dies by how well their Vanguard can peel in this meta.
Yeah, like when you get to these upper echelon levels of EMEA, which I think we can all agree is the most viable competitive region. Like, we've got the best teams. Like, fight planning is like sublime, right? Like, you know what you're going up against in terms of strategist ultimates. You know your disengagement paths to try and deal with them. So a lot of your, like, inching of value is not going to be in the ults versus ults. It's going to be getting neutral value from things like Wolverine, like Daredevil, and having these pincers when it's not part of a fight plan, when it's not what's expected to come out from your team in the enemy's own planning.
Speaking of that planning, I think a big difficulty for a lot of teams in this meta is that flexibility. We saw it from Team Heretics in the past, but then they also struggled against Na'Vi because they couldn't adapt fast enough. Even Virtus Pro, who were playing against Rand, got reverse swept, said that this was probably their least favorite meta that they didn't really have as much of a grasp on and have a lot of work to do before now in stage 1. So Shikigami looking to take down the world beaters in Rad Esports in another sweep, a repeat performance from their upper bracket matchup. We'll see how it goes. One last chance for Rad Esports.
On the edge of oblivion, Rad stand, and the abyss calls loudly with its very tempting whispers in the ear. Shikigami, they're hoping to bring themselves towards a losers finals. It would be a brand new height for not only this organization, but for these players as well, who have come to brush with greatness before, but never quite risen up the stone steps of the mountain, the Frost Mountain in this case.
And awaiting Shikigami up those steps is Heretics, the team that put them in this position in the first place. But you gotta count your chickens before they hatch or something like that. And I'm counting on this Elsa here once again from Crazy Kitty. Is it a two-sided Elsa or not? We have had, Elsa every single game in this series. It's kind of surprising.
Yeah, Elsa has been omnipresent. Shikigami, once again, going to be first banning out that Gambit. It would appear that they have gotten over their fear of the Smashnez Crazy Kitty Elsa after being 2-0 up in the series, and perhaps they're just more comfortable having Name on this playmaking role where you can really control the tempo of fights off the back of that Raging Royal flush.
A one-sided Gambit versus a one-sided Elsa. Really, really worried about this one. And going to Halajalia, this is such an open map, and we really just saw a masterclass of dive from Shikigami when it came to Kaya, Frost Mountain, and just how stable Shikigami's backline was when they're able to use the Loki, which Rad took off the menu.
All right, Shikigami, second protector. What do they want to do? I like the ban on the Daredevil, honestly. Frost Mountain has been getting a lot done on the hero. And looks like the preferred backline of Shikigami will once again be created. We saw a big change up in how Shikigami were playing their Invisible Woman with their more aggressive ults from Lindstrom, placing them essentially directly on top of Rad's groupings. And that usually covered the approach of a Daredevil, who won't be part of the engagement this time.
Maybe another Cloaky situation here from Rad, where that was what fueled Shikigami in the last map, but being able to engage with Eternal Bond. There was so much denial. It really put the path down to victory, and they are just smelling that victory right now. Halajalia is a strong map for Shikigami as well as Rad, and this is Rad's choice, and they have the best options here with a Loki Elsa protect.
Well, we've seen some tricky customers with the Loki going up against Gambit, using their duplicitous exchange off the back of a doppelganger to get LOS on a Gambit, steal away the Raging Royal Flush, and buff up their team as they engage into the Gambit squad. See if that's going to be the same case here, but Shikigami will be starting on the defense, and once again, all eyes on Kaya, who might not have access to the Venom due to the ban, but can still return back to the old tried and true of a Vanguard Deadpool.
Really like that ban though for Rad. One-sided Venom. We may just get to see the bird fly, and I've been hyping up the Lugia Venom, but because this map is so open, you're going to be further away from the rest of your team, where having a white box, yes, you can teleport it, not expecting it to be with the Venom, but at least be ready to call to action. And Ducky Bay have had a hard time on the Deadpool, but coming out of the gates and being able to level up early is going to help him scale and work with Lugia a bit better. Rad out the gates too with Smash on the Phoenix, and you have the Elsa as well. This is a ton of damage from Rad.
Yet another hero from Leyland, this time picking up the Mantis. The damage boost their co-duelist in the Frost Mountain. But once again, Crazy Kitty is going to be the player to watch in the server with access to the greatest character in the game as of a 7.0.
Yeah. Shikigami have Isidore again on the cap. You saw how amazing that was on Celestial Husk. Just kind of setting up camp behind Rad and having them worry at all times. I'm worried about Lugia, though.
Nice little rocket pack jump there from Leolaz will allow them to reposition onto high ground and make them less easy to dive. Isidore very worried about that offhand that was currently being developed by Smashnez. Forced off it for a moment, but back onto it now, and Frost Mountain is catching a lot of poke. Oh, the headshot from Smashnez. This is the mechanical excellence that was needed, but guess who's on top of them? You can't afford to miss now. Get back inside of that regen domain. Sen, you need the healing coming through from Mash, but doesn't want to face up against Kaya for the moment. The debuff is going to fade away. Shikigami place themselves back inside of the garage, but when you're put together, that's when your spacing is really going to be punished by that Phoenix. And now Smashnez looking towards these Vanguards, wants to once again send Frost Mountain over to the Shadow Realm. Isidor's going to stand alone when it comes to contest. Someone else needs to pop on. It's going to be Name, but you can't afford to do that if you're Gambit. You need to stay back and hand out the heals. Kaya swapped over for a portal, but it's already too late, bro.
What an angle from Smash. MVP of that fight, as you said. And then you have multiple threats, because it's not just the Phoenix, it's the Elsa too, and an Apex Predator will catch everyone out of the portal.
The Monster Piercer does its work, and Kaya's already gone. However, surrounded by enemies, so Venom's going to need such a peel. The invisible boundary, this is a huge investment for Shikigami, who are already down 2. Maybe a little bit of a fumble in the comms, but still they force something out from Mash. A doppelganger into the use of a Fate of Both Worlds. You can see the damage boost aura being flicked between here to maximize the offensive potential of the members of Rad as they stall out the car for a touch longer.
And the picks are just that much more important for Rad. Their spawns are much closer. So Shikigami entering that fight basically 5v6 got so many ults out of Rad, from the copy to the Apex Predator and everything. So I'm pretty impressed with how much value Shikigami got out of that, but timing a little bit off. I'm feeling this is a much cleaner map from Rad so far, and especially if you can have these angles with the double duelists. Rad are in charge, but wait a minute.
Now they push the team forward. The raw damage from Frost Mountain is too much to deal with for Vertigo. Blast the Barrage gets it done. Now close and personal with the Elsa. That means it's time to flee away. Smashing is noted in the backs. Isidore able to connect multiple Sentinel strikes, and what a Vibranium energy sword to cut through the competition. Shikigami, they invested their one biggest ultimate, and it appears to have served them well.
And if Rad can't hold these angles, I wonder if Smash starts to, or Crazy Kitty, start to wonder who's going to play Elsa and who's going to go triple strat, because you're going to need a sturdy backline, and Isidore is making sure that you're going to be forced to use cooldowns and to fight earlier than you want. So Isidore's impact has been huge.
Towards the back, Kaya laid down the Banhammer. Already been frozen, though. Out come the regeneration domains from the Loki, which keeps everyone safe against the damage that could be offered by that debuff. Kaya forced to disengage, as eventually the Elsa's going to start to erode that space. The Galactic Legend up in the air, wiggling as best he can, but flushed down by Smashnez. And there's now such a lacking offensive potential here for Shikigami. They're forced to just hold at the corner.
Oh, Isidore continues to deny any kind of spark generation here from Smash, and he's ready to assemble, and Smash is doing his best to ignore him and focus down these strats, supporting and enabling Isidore.
Gladrox is ambitious. It took too far to actually get there. Oh, the Vibranium energy saw onto Mash. Isidore is all over them right now. It's another legacy game for the Captain America as he lets everyone know about the nice word of democracy. And Name from downtown slays Vertigo.
Really good call on the Soul Resurgence from Laylis when you were just so close to getting picked. You didn't want to be sitting ducks, and you're thriving ones at that. And if Rad are going to be running this double duelist, they need to convert these picks, or Isidore is just going to run them down on the cap. And Smash is someone who will do well when he has space and time to operate, and Isidore is just not giving him any of that. Speaking of time, 2 minutes left from Rad, and they have the ult advantage.
Mash taps deep into the wells of Eldritch power. He's managed to steal the Gambit ult. He got the LOS that he needed for Raging Royal Flush now in the hands of Rad. Lugia has the buffed up Feast of the Abyss, but it seems that Lindstrom's been more than enough to try and heal everybody through it. And now time for the counter punch, the uppercut in towards the backline. Kaya brings out the Banhammer. The regeneration domains have been absolutely crushed underfoot as Shikigami counter-strike into Rad. They thought they had the ace up their sleeve, but all they were holding was a pair of twos the entire time. And the Royal Flush is in the hands of Shikigami, who lay it down and tell you to fold.
Yeah, and Rad are the ones that got flushed. Shikigami, I mean, it's Isidore, the awareness of being to identify kind of that mini game of which one is the real Loki. Rad now swapping to the Venom and hoping that the counter dive is what's going to ring true. Such a huge copy from Mash, but not enough. Just not able to convert the eliminations, and Shikigami's counter was just that much better. Rad barely getting any progress here, and they have this is their last minute.
Here comes the Galactic Legend. Those regeneration domains need to be taken down. You can't damage anyone inside them because you can't manually aim at them as for Star-Lord. So for now, Rad just kept at bay. They're happy to just wait for this one.
He will wait as Isidore will be denied his position. I like that Crazy Kitty is starting to deter these Vanguards, and we want to see more impact out of this Elsa, and I think the Apex Predator will be impactful enough.
Indomitable as they move on forward, starting to build up that hunter's instinct, so the cooldown on the dash is getting progressively lower. Lugia looks towards the back, a frenzied arrival onto 3, just a soft dive though, doesn't want to stay for long, just trying to force out those resources, and Isidore's going to be the one to commit it. In comes the Freedom Charge. Oh, Frost Mountain could get down into Stars and Stripes in time though, didn't have the HP to survive. Crazy Kitty, and now you're looking towards the Invisible Woman, drag them from their safety net and sit and just sling them over your shoulder. Rad have the opening now, but there is going to be a debuff sent over onto Crazy Kitty. The healing needs to be there. They can't afford to lose out on the Elsa. The Pentagram of Ferala opens up holes in space and time through which Shikigami can make their own will known, dragging players in off the back of a Dark Maelstrom, and a quick copy coming through from Mash. The Invisible Boundary towards the back, and in comes the ultimate of the Phoenix. It blows away Leolaz, and Vertigo has to send it in as well. They've overlain their support ults. Lads, what are we cooking over here? Rad have put it all on the line. They need to. Their spirits, their souls, their muscles, their blood and their bones are all being put on the line to get this overtime across the line and earn themselves another minute and a half of freedom.
Yeah, they had to double up because Mash's Invisible Boundary was quite poor. It was way too far forward. The only impact you got was slowing Shikigami, who just ran it down. So Vertigo had to use the Fate of Both Worlds so that the team could actually get healing. And Crazy Kitty, I like the patience. I was starting to worry about being overly patient because you only use the Apex Predator to counter the Invisible Boundary. It worked out. Rad, though, barely have any time. And Shikigami are ready to emerge.
Crazy Kitty starting to feel himself now, but this is the hardest area of the map to take. It's going to be a little bit easier without much duelist pressure coming through from Shikigami, though. At first, we got a Frost Mountain again. Isidore knows it on the other side.
So far, so good. Steady progress from Rad. Shikigami could just play for a final defense, and this is the strongest point of the map for them. And they also kind of need some ultimates very desperately. And for to use the Deadpool Banhammer onto Crazy Kitty has been impactful, but you just will remove him for the fight for a few seconds. Is it enough?
The gods of Wakanda favored Isidore there. Obfuscated his escape. Frost Mountain's going to be the one to win out the duel this time around. The Banhammer's given on out. I believe that's from Ducky. Lightly onto the back line of Shikigami. Isidore's going to peel for them, though. Freedom rolls on forward. Who's inside of a Glatrox? It's easy to take down for Leolas. Excellent primary fire, and Crazy Kitty finds himself isolated. 15 seconds remain, and a recontest here for Rad is going to be hard-pressed. They need to be strange now.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race for Shikigami, only emerging, waiting for the Apex Predator, not wanting to be stacked up against it, and no eliminations came from that. Crazy Kitty is portaling, but they're not going to have all 6.
They open it up. Ducky had to give their life for it, though. You can see the availability of Frost Mountain's ultimate here, simply waiting above them. The dual element guns of Damocles ready to crash down upon the heads of Rad. Mash still waiting to use the Fate of Both Worlds that was copied over earlier, and Lindstrom is exchanging ultimates here to give the survivability over. There's more progress on the card, so this is what Rad were looking for. Smashness takes to the skies. They don't have a great angle here. They're waiting for Shikigami to overextend so they can bring down the Phoenix upon their heads. The this exchange from Mash, and Ducky's been slain once again. Crazy Kitty can walk on forward. It really wants Lindstrom right now, but has to turn around to regard the Mantis instead. Adamantium claws fly regularly from Lugia as that's Vertigo falling down. Once again, you ask for a hero to slay the backline, and Kaya has you again and again. He's cooking on the outside. Shikigami stopped them short of a completion.
The freeze made it a breeze for Shikigami, eliminating a big win con. The Frost Mountain last stand for the last push of Rad. They will not complete the map, but this is still a deep push for Hall of Jalia. A lot of teams even struggle to cap the points, so reverse sweepable. I mean, hold on, everybody. It is not over. Shikigami have to match that, and they looked quite shaky at the start of the map. They got just wiped from a well-placed Phoenix from Rad. Shikigami had a late portal to walk into an Apex Predator. Shikigami only started winning fights at the end of the second point, just because Rad's double duelist finally just got pressured. Isidore had to go to the Captain America to get some value, and Rad were really stumped on how to deal with that until Crazy Kitty and Smash finally focused their efforts to get this, to get this Vanguard off their backs.
Okay, the rare Hulk pick here from Lugia on the defense is going to make an excellent angle guard for the area where we saw Smashnez get so much value previously, and the rare Namor. No team up given over, but this is a fantastic area for the Namor. You play the same area that you did when you were assaulting the point in the first place. Get those double squids set up, hit your right click, the Wrath of the Seven Seas, and you might be able to delete a backliner.
Need a really swift cap if you're Shikigami, and this Namor is gonna demand that you pay attention. It's already a separate mini game to find all of the squids and to make sure that those don't keep emerging. And Shikigami have Isidore on the prowl, and they can just stick to the left corridor to avoid as much poke damage from the defense as possible. Isidore leads the charge while Rad want to put a stop to that. You have to be careful of the freezes and an Elsa, and Isidore balances that aggression well.
Crazy Kitty should be able to at least police this lane fairly well. Isidore does not want to stay in sustained combat with the Monster Pierce, so that's a nice pull, but it is going to be easily dealt with by the mobility the Elsa has.
Shikigami is a steady pace right now, just trying to push Rad off this platform. Not successful at doing so. There's a lot more respect given to Isidore, and he spots some strategists, and now has to dodge the freeze. Mash looks away. Shikigami, get active.
The anti-heal was good, but Lindstrom's been picked off in the back. Crazy Kitty and Vertigo working the angles. They are well developed. Oh, Kai might have trouble disengaging here. Lugia coming in for the body block. He's going to be able to feed over a bunch of XP to them, but in the end, the frag's what matters most.
Yeah, Rad being able to know when to ignore Isidore and when to slay everyone around him. That has been really key, because every second you spend not healing your team is seconds that Shikigami could be burning you down. So really shout out to the strategists and the composure they have against Isidore. And oh my god, he's getting clapped.
Doing 7 over on that off angle there, buddy? Yeah, not on my watch. He's policing that one well.
He lived too. I was very surprised. He was like 1 HP. Good strategist ult charge from that. Shikigami are surprised.
Did Crazy Kitty just get slept out of their ult? No, they must have been slept after they sent it out, so it was easy to take down for 5 members of Shikigami in main, and that's a major tool that Rad now don't have.
At least Rad are winning on time. This is not only 2 minutes left for Shikigami, and they just now got the Galactic Legend. Just haven't been able to farm that up as easily.
Oh, Frost Mountain is very close to this hole. It's a dangerous territory to try and be around, but just... Oh, we're seeing Crazy Kitty through the ultimate! That's unbelievable. That must have been Kaya again with some bubble plays to make sure that healing was cut off. Now I have to look towards that second duelist. It's going to be Ducky up in the sky with the Meteor M! Oh, Name never saw it coming! And many are laying down on the ground there by the Horn of Proteus, but there's still plenty of healing inside of the invisible boundary. Just 2 strategists going to have to make it work. 1 hit here for Leolas will give them everything that they need in terms of a soul resurgence, but perhaps too much has already been lost. Shikigami are back to the drawing board.
Much better.
You just can't easily get to this point because of this darn Namor. So Frost Mountain can't build up the Galactic Legend, at least not faster than the straddles come up. And then once Smash reestablishes, Frost Mountain can't go in without dealing with that. And no one else from Shikigami can easily see those squids other than flyers. So this is a really good defensive setup from Rad.
Oh, now Rad are stuck on their triple Vanguard, though. They've got double shield, so not able to easily contest the off angles. Kyle's going to try and get there, though, with their little katana dashes. Looking towards Lugia, still has the ability to get mad, and it is indeed anger that's displayed now. Lugia wants Isidore so bad, who brings out the freedom charge. His voice yells above all others on the fields, and he drags his allies with him into a glorious charge forward. Lugia's been taken first, and now you look upon the K-pop star, who's no match for the flinging shield of a super soldier Steve Rogers. You want the White Fox too? Isidore's got it for you. Hero moments coming from the captain himself. Oh, captain, my captain, I grant you a point.
He steers the ship for Shikigami, finally being able to access and deny these strategists. And once that Namor was removed, everyone got to play the game. So Shikigami, they pulled through, but at a huge cost of their time bank, only 2.5 minutes, and they still have to full push this whole point against Apex Predators, against everything that Rad could be pulling out. But Shikigami, if they can just get ahead in the positions, trying to access these high grounds, Isidore's already on the prowl, and Lugia is marking him so that at least Rad have a heads up on when this is coming.
All right, big exposure here. Up on the rooftop, Smashnez manages to TP away, does get inside of the ultimate here of MASH. Look for Kaya's bubble if someone does go falling down, but it seems that Kaya was already expended. And Shikigami tried to bend but not break. Yet another very aggressive ultimate from Lindstrom. Gets the slow onto Ducky, who can't extricate themselves from these barriers without losing their vitality in the process.
That's a good cheap fight for Shikigami to win because they're going to need this Royal Flush, even maybe fight right now, depending on if Rad are kind of split from each other and they'll make the call.
Are you brave enough to try and make it work? The glass drop's already been bought out, but I don't see too much in the way of victimhood in the frag feed right now. Leila stays towards the back, building towards that Soul Resurgence, and Vertigo just has no HP left on the Kumiho Unleashed. A stalemate is declared, and Name falls low, but the healing is sublime right here for Shikigami.
Shikigami are so scared to cross this T-zone of the map where Rad were split. Shikigami thought the Royal Flush would be enough, and I think Isidore is more than enough, but Kaya's down.
Kaya down, derailed. Oh, Ducky just lets it go almost instantly. Didn't want to stick around, and instead just is such a victim on the other side. Name managing to take them down. It's down to Lugia now. I leave the task in your hands, my big green son. You need to disengage, though. The damage is real. Looking towards the corner, they want the Mantis so badly, and they force out the Soul Resurgence, and Exile won't be found. But it's a turnaround here onto Leia as Mash's clap is in exactly the right place at exactly the right time. A galactic legend to be written in the blood of the stars and a shining sky above. Frost Mountain reigns over all that he sees. Everything the light touches. The kingdom of Shikigami. And Kaya's ready to be the usurper of the throne, trying to shut down MASH, but it's too late already. They've started their channel. Lindstrom on the other side is able to match their strategist ultimate. A fresh opening of a portal as Smashnez brings forth the pentagram of Ferala and a debarking of the Wolverine from the counter portal as well. The Glasshops runs forward, but again, no one's caught. Kaya's just untouched on the off angle. Ducky's surrounded on all sides, and there's nowhere to look but down to the next point. Lugia, Goat, Crazy Kitty, they fall one by one like dominoes, and there's nothing radical about this because Shiki are gaming.
Yeah, and gaming for how long though? 90 seconds. Kaya also hit the Banhammer on an ulting Luna, which isn't going to get max value, but what you did get was Frost Mountain above, looking down at Rad like ants, and that was impactful. Rad had to use all the strategist ultimates just to shave down every second that Shikigami had, but to no avail. And now Rad are exhausted from ultimates, and exhausted and probably energy is what a pull from Lindstrom.
And here comes the Raging Royal Flush. Shikigami think they can end it here if they get themselves a good fight. And Crazy Kitty going down first, exactly what they wanted. The remainder of Rad have to feed onto the cart here and just exchange their lives for more time.
This is huge for Shikigami to win such a fast fight, and now it'll come down to one to win the map, to go to the next round, or will Rad put up a defense of a lifetime? They didn't even get to really brawl to build up towards some ults, so all eyes are on Frost Mountain. Does he go amidst the smoke? Does he have an angle? He wants to stay near his team and be as risk-free as possible.
Switches over now onto Maloki, knowing that in this zone it's difficult to try and deal with. Isidore's going to drag everyone forward. Once again, the freedom charge is declared, and Frost Mountain is feeling the freedom. Vertigo's already down. Who can try and rescue this one? MASH is still so far away from their ultimate. Ducky's fallen as well. There's no one on the cards, and Shikigami have pulled it off yet again. 6-0 against Rad, and the Slayers of Bears have been slain in their own right as Shikigami begin to ascend the mountain of championship.
Teamwork makes the dream work, and man, they made it happen. To deny the reverse sweep from Fire Strays, to come out even cleaner than ever. They will get their rematch against Team Heretics, the team that put them in this position in the first place. Shikigami, I can't believe it. An all-star squad from the Isidore Impact in the backline to Frost Mountain getting to rain hell on the Rad players on the other side. This was, and then the fight calling was beautiful, and the Lindstrom pulls to force Rad into fights that they were so awkward in, to Name pulling the ace up the sleeve with the Royal Flushes, win conditions and highlight moments across the board from Shikigami to take this series in a sweep.
Look at that scoreboard. Name walking away with 12 final hits. The Gambit certainly was one of the main stories here, but you know who's been tracking all the stories? Our boy Vladimir, so let's bring him back in to get your opinions on that sweep.
Oh man, I think just from the get-go, this team of Shikigami recognized that Rad had not really too much in the tank with the Elsa play. If they shut down everything around it, then they are free to have a good day at the office, and that's exactly what we saw. The Gambit play working that much better for Shikigami, but also the Frost Mountain pop-ups. I'm kind of surprised we haven't really been seeing many focuses around the Star-Lord fans recently, because that Raging Royal Flush Galactic Legend combo is still so lethal, and especially if you have someone to peel for you. Kaya doing that exact thing, same for Isidore on the Captain America. I mean, we talked about this in the previous maps, right? I'm just sounding like a broken record. The Vanguard line seems to be a big difference here. We saw a lot better performances from Rad, but also some missed Meteor M's here and there from Ducky. So maybe not the best performance that they could have hoped for at the end there, but hey, top 4, best that an MRC team has been able to do, because they made it from the open qualifiers all the way into Ignite, beating Virtus Pro. Huge accolade for them, but unfortunately, I feel like the long wait here was a little bit too much for them to overcome, Lemon.
Yeah, Rad, I gotta commend some of the choices that they made from Smash. The off-angling on the Phoenix was huge. You eventually had some Namor issues you had to get through, and Rad, I think, kind of created a lot of problems and hoops for Shikigami to jump through, and they kind of jumped through it with backflips. It's kind of crazy how Shikigami just leveled up and were able to counter that, because a big thing was having a Loki against the Star-Lord. They had to continuously wait for that regen domain, and sometimes that was the big counter to Frost Mountain, but then teamwork, they communicated around that, and Frost Mountain got a lot more value out of his ults once the Loki was out of the picture.
Well, hearing from these players specifically, I mean, they've been giving us some great insight in the interview, so I'm really excited to see who exactly we get from the team. I'm hearing in the background that they're like fighting over who's going to be able to do it, because they all just want to talk about getting the victory here, beating the team who took down Virtus Pro. I'm sure they're happy that they don't have to play VP. Same for Heretics on the other side in that lower final specifically. But Leg Day, my easy layup question to you: Group A greater than Group B in EMEA?
I mean, it certainly is feeling like it. Shikigami, this team is so much better than anyone expected. They are unbelievable. And honestly, their fight planning has been sublime. Their mechanical outplays have been great. We've seen Lindstrom get real inventive with these invisible boundaries. Every single player on Shikigami was playing out of their minds today.
Every time we saw a second save from Shikigami in this series alone, it was the difference maker for them. So I feel like they have just such a good read on the ban and protect phase. Big shout outs to the minds behind it, the team who's really worked together on that side of things as well. I mean, even in the previous map, we saw the Wolverine save, Frost Mountain swap to it, and then really clutch things up there as well. So I just love the synergy, the trust that this team has, and they've been cooking with Kaya for such a long time too. Now they're on this Shikigami roster. They're cooking something great to make it into that top 3. And a lot of people saying originally with their prediction brackets, which again, those are so far beyond broken, because anyone who was predicting this series was thinking, oh, the team that beat Virtus Pro, very likely to beat this team in Shikigami. Not what happened here, so a lot of crazy stuff going on there, but I believe we have Isidore here for the interview from Team Shikigami, the Captain America himself. Welcome into the broadcast. Just tell me how it feels again to shut down Rad in such a way, 6-0 in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we're all super happy, but I don't know. I kind of felt like I had a couple more games in me today. It was, but I don't know.
Hey, well, you look like you do a lot, because you went from the Hulk to the Captain America, and that was the swap that I think gave you such a good position behind Rad. So talk to me about how you had to adapt to Rad throughout that series, from your decisions to the whole team.
Well, if I'm gonna be honest, when I started on Hulk there, I think I just played very bad. So I don't know. I just had to lock in, and I know it was easier to do on Cap for me, so I just picked Cap, and then I deflected like Groot ult into 5 people. So that kind of redeemed it, I feel like.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay. Slight goat status. Keeping on the Captain America, I'd love to hear about how you utilize your Freedom Charge, your ultimate. How do you get value out of that one? Because it seemed like it was really making these fights easy for your team.
Yeah, well, the ult is very versatile. You can either just use it as an engage tool, or just like layer it on top of one of their DPS ults to like just push through it, basically. So I don't know, it's just like kind of depending on what the situation was, but this time I could just like kind of go in with it. There was not a lot of scary things that they had DPS ult-wise that like I needed to say before. So I don't know. I just pressed it and we ran in and it kind of just worked.
You press the W key and you do your thing. That's what I like to hear. So I have 2 questions before we end things off here specifically. Talk to me about like the comms, the coordination between you guys throughout these series. It seems like regardless of how the matches are going, if it seems like the other team is turning things around, you guys are able to just recuperate and get together and put your brains into exactly where they need to go to focus on the task at hand and pull off these clutch victories time and time again.
Yeah, I don't know. I know a lot of people on the team are like nervous going into it, or like not nervous, but like they get a little too excited when like we're up, as we saw against Fierce Face. We got a little too excited when we're 2-0 up and kind of let go a little bit. So now in this series, me and Lynch mainly just try to keep them in shape and like, yo, calm down, just lock in on the fight and like take a breather and focus on this target, for example.
Well, looking ahead, basically Group A seems to be the prodigal group of destruction from the group stages. All 3 of the top teams from that have now made it into the top 3, and you guys are looking for your get back against both of the teams that still remain, Team Heretics and Team Na'Vi. What are you guys planning to change going into the series against Heretics, where last time it seemed a little bit too one-sided?
I don't know. I think we just gotta play better than them. That's about it.
That's valid.
I just Mantis one picks after all.
Oh man. Well, thank you, Isidore. It was great to hear from you. Good luck. Enjoy your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. See you tomorrow.
It's hard to make a lot of words and sense after a crazy day of competition, playing 2 best-of-5s. One that was almost a reverse sweep, and the other a sweep yourselves against the team who took down Virtus Pro, mind you, earlier in the bracket. I just can't stop saying that. But looking ahead to the future here, leg day specifically, I feel like the Shikigami roster, it's only upwards from here. They've continued to improve, and seeing the performances from them today just shows that they have legs.
Oh, they have many legs. Someone's got to get the Isidore, you know? Someone's got to shut this guy down. Like, every part of Shikigami is working like a well-oiled machine right now. No matter what we're looking at, it seems like Shikigami are firing on all cylinders. They're really managing to control the engagements, and they did that against an Elsa as well, which is so difficult.
I just love to see the ingenuity from these players specifically, like the Captain America plays, still viable by the way, and then also the different Vanguard lines that we saw from Kaya, having the Venom like plays come out as well, forcing the bans toward the end here, which made it really difficult for them, Lemon specifically, against this rad roster. It felt like Lugigo was finally unleashed on that Venom. It just didn't prove to be enough towards the end of it.
And any slip-ups you make in the strategist line is how your whole game falls apart. But you were talking earlier, Audible, about who is the better group. Well, Group B has officially, every single one of them, been eliminated from playoffs. And now it's the battle between first, second, and third seed from Group A. So pretty insane, considering no one would have predicted. There's got to be a 0% win rate on brackets.
I don't think anyone's getting 100% on this one. If they do, then we need the script from them or something. But
Yeah.
Here's the bracket so far from the preseason playoffs. How's it holding up to your predictions? Let us know on socials. Rivals Esports on Twitter, by the way. Definitely recommend getting engaged with the content there. But Shikigami versus Heretics will be our first best of 5 tomorrow. And directly afterwards, it will be the grand finals winner facing off against Na'Vi. You can see the schedule here starting a little bit later, so definitely make sure that you set your clocks right and tune into the action. You could sleep in on Sunday, so we'll catch you not as bright and early, but it's definitely going to be 2 matches you don't want to miss here leg day.
Yeah, you do not want to miss either of those. And of course, shout out to all our co-streamers as well, who I'm sure is getting as hyped as we were to enjoy all of that action. And tomorrow, don't forget, exclusive drops for Gambit skin is going to be available, as well as the Will of Galactic emote. So all of you who say Gambit skin, Gambit skin, Gambit skin, tomorrow, Gambit skin.
Well, speaking of things that are out already, we do have Black Cat that is available to be played with the new 7.5 patch. So introducing Black Cat, specifically one of the world's premier thieves, Felicia Hardy glides across the battlefield with Swiss swift precision, not Swiss, and a dancer's grace, ever ready to purloin an opponent's fortune. And if you've been seeing the clips on social media, she could do some crazy stuff. The portals with her own CC cleanse that she has, the Mento fish that can ground and slow enemies. There are crazy combos as well. I definitely recommend looking up all the content that those amazing Marvel Rivals partners are putting out on socials. It's been an interesting thing to watch.
Yeah. Next season is going to be nuts when she even comes into pro play or whatnot. And I mean, all the tech that's coming out. But hey, you could look good bringing out that tech with the Urban Predator skin coming out for Black Cat. And of course, Peter Parker out of his suit. It's the photographer, and he's got some cereal instead of other breakfast choices or whatnot. Only available until May 15th. And then you have Blade. I know we don't get to see him in action too much, but when you do, you could be looking flashy and as fly as ever with the Starlit Shadow Blade skin, and available on April 17th. So there's you need units for these costumes, but like there are some free ones.
Yeah, if you don't have the units right now, you can drop on into any Twitch stream of Marvel Rivals and get yourself a free Daredevil costume, the Will of Galacta. If you want to look like the most cyberpunky lawyer that ever cybered some punk, then these are the drops for you, alongside some sprays, nameplates, and a Devil's Drill emote, so you can alpha pose on all of your victims.
Great to see the costumes available for people to enjoy just by tuning into the broadcast here. And as you were mentioning earlier, Leg Day, the Gambit ones are going to be available tomorrow for those finals. So definitely recommend tuning in. But there's still more action that's happening later on. There's still Americas that have to determine who their top 3 are going to be here as well. We had to push things back a little bit. Sorry, Spark Chief. It'll be okay. It'll be starting soon. But Lemon, before we send things off, what are your final thoughts for now?
I mean, this is only preseason. And it's absolute cinema. We are seeing peak Marvel Rivals. The best, the most undefeated teams are suffering their first game losses. Heretics lost their first series. VP are not even in the top 4. It's absolute insanity. And Leg Day, I just can't wait for stage 1.
I am on the edge of my seat. Our colleagues will bring you all the action tomorrow, but we will be right there in the chat with you, cheering on all of the best teams in the world. Thank you so much for watching with us. It's been an absolute pleasure. From myself, Lemon, and Vodable, have a wonderful night, and we will see you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸.